Chapter 160. On a nearby planet. Well, relatively close to Earth. What? That you can't fight? Really, Nasan? Ginger said, very shocked and scared upon hearing the full explanation of what had happened. Yes. Ridiculous, right? Yam replied once again in a melodramatic way. And upon be sure that she had not misunderstood anything, shouted very angry and outraged, those filthy bastards. They did not have enough with staining my precious body. They also dared to manipulate my sister in such a dirty and sinister way. Damn bastards. They'll pay for this. Someday maybe. And while Ginger tried not to flinch at her own words, Yam said to her as she walked away from, well, that's all that has happened. Good luck, Ginger. Hey, what are you saying? Where are you going? Ginger asked, who watched how her sister approached her spaceship with a somewhat gloomy attitude. And with a voice as somber and muffled as her own attitude, Yam tried to answer in the best way she could to his sister because of that curse. I can't fight, right now. However, she was briefly interrupted by Ginger, who understood her intentions and she didn't like them at all. Don't continue with what you were going to say. You have been taking care of my forever. Now I will take care of you. Do not even think that I will abandon you when you need me the most. Ginger. Yam said, very surprised and touched by her sister's words. Words that made her remember what the little monster who had cursed her said to her. Words that made her think more than ever that perhaps she had been wrong all her life regarding the Scion's way of acting, although she had not even realized that from the beginning she already believed a little in those concepts. Although it was only with his sister. However, she still didn't know if her sister, who had always depended on her and was constantly being scolded by her, also had these feelings hidden inside her heart. She hadn't even thought about the possibility of whether she would help her when she was in danger. Even herself would not have helped herself upon losing the ability to fight. And discovering that she was wrong filled her with indescribable joy. Also, I had a great idea, Ginger said with a very confident and energetic attitude. You? Yam asked to tease her a little. Shoo. Not only do I have a pretty face, you know. That guy who created the Dragon Balls on Earth was Namekian, right? That means that on the planet Namek there must be more Dragon Ball. Why don't we try using them to remove your curse? I will not take an O for an answer. Ginger said with the same confidence and joy as before to her sister, whom she wanted to give encouragement and hope. However, Yam, due to his depression and having analyzed this plan a little better, are you sure? The Namekians are not weak and Vegeta will surely head there as well when he recovers. And I don't think he's going to let us waste the Dragon Balls to make that wish. Are you sure you can snatch the Dragon Balls by yourself before he arrives? And after having listened to this logical analysis, Ginger lost a little of that confidence she had until now for obvious reasons. This. Hey. I don't know, however, the logic didn't erase the optimism from her mind, but we can always look for other ways to find them. We don't have to fight every time, I think. We have many other alternatives. What methods? Ached Yam, who did not understand what her hollow-dead little sisters was trying to say. Then Ginger put on a mischievous cat face, approached her sister with her hands up and said while performing a certain action that she had learned today, hee. How about you convince them with these? Boings. Agn. Yam shouted slightly upon realizing that her sister had grabbed her huge breasts, lifted them up and began to grope in a very irritating way. Ha ha ha. The Yam of a few hours ago would have buried my head in the ground for doing this. But now this Yam-chan can't hit me no matter how much I bother her. It is a dream come true. He ah. Ginger said with a big happy face as she continued teasing her sister. The drill sergeant, to whom she had not been able to play pranks of this caliber despite having wanted it for years when she watched her sister grow exuberantly while she didn't. But now that Yam couldn't hit her, therefore, Ginger could finally get rid of all that comparative frustration and even get some revenge on that authority figure. Or that's what I believed. Oh, really? Yam said sarcastically with a slightly scary face as she put her hands towards Ginger. Ah. Nei-chan, weren't you supposed to be unable to use violence? Ginger shouted, who complained about the great pain she was feeling on her cheeks because her sister Yam, who although she was not supposed to use violence, was pinching her cheeks very hard. And like all vengeful, somber, sarcastic and sadistic onesan, she kept pinching her cheeks while informing her sister of the reason why she could possibly use this type of violence. According to the boy, I can't be a bad girl. I guess pinching a bad girl's cheeks as punishment doesn't count as being a bad girl. I think you will help me discover what my current limitations are for being bad. Right, sis? And obviously Ginger, who did not expect this type of resistance, panicked like every little sister who abused her luck by teasing her older and stronger older sister Nei-chan. One Sama. Have mercy please. I was just kidding. Kiaj. You're going to rip my cheeks off. I have already been groped too much today. Ogjeh. Stop please. At least what that pervert did to me didn't hurt. And obviously those groans weren't going to make Yam forgive her for the impertinence, disrespect, and above all, it seems that that pervert has caused a very negative influence on you. I will have to punish you. Plas. Pos. No. My but Ginger screamed, which stopped feeling pain in her cheeks. Now there was another part that hurt her much more, a part that was being hit incessantly by the hand of her furious sister. Frisia's spaceship. Frisia, the dwarf emperor of the universe, was as always sitting in his flying chair while thinking of himself as every megalomaniac dictator. When suddenly, Frisia-sama! Shouted Dodoria, one of Frisia's two favorite henchmen rushing into the main. And obviously Frisia, who didn't seem to be doing other things of greater interest, asked him, "Oh Dodoria, what's going on? I see you something upset." "Excuse me, great Frisia. They have sent us quite shocking news," said Dodoria, reporting the reason for his appearance on the scene to his boss. "Well, don't make yourself," begged Dodoria. "Tell me, I am eager for entertaining news," Frisia replied in a sophisticated and jovial way. "This is certain information that we have managed to capture from one of the trackers of Vegeta's Scion team. They seem to have found on a planet called Earth the existence items of Namekian origin that can grant any wish. Those bastards tried to use them to obtain eternal life without having reported this discovery to you, Your Majesty," Dodoria said, who intelligently announced first the good news to his tyrannical boss. In this way, when he told him the negative or problematic news, there would be no immediate retaliation for having previously compensated with the good news. Any wish? Eternal life? Ho ho. Vegeta. That insolent monkey without manners. So he wanted to enjoy that grand prize on his own. It's something, quite unforgivable. Although if it wasn't for him and his minions we couldn't have discovered the existence of those miraculous magical objects. Frisia said, very excited about this discovery, a discovery with which he could finally achieve the dream that every being lived, especially the tyrannical emperors crave, live forever. That's right, if we didn't know this we would simply have exterminated all the Namecs and we would have sold the planet without further ado. It seems that plans and priorities will have to be changed regarding the conquest of planets. Right, Lord Frisia? Said Zarbon, his other lapdog, who was trying to anticipate the maneuver changes this news would cause. And Frisia, who was still very happy about the news and answered to his lapdog with all the joy that a sadistic, despotic and genocidal emperor could show. Ho ho. That's right. I'm glad I kept those monkeys alive, for the first time they have really turned out to be useful. I guess I could make up for this involuntary act of service with the transgression of wanting to keep this secret to himself, with certain rewards. I'm generous, right? Of course, Lord Frisia, all the subordinates who were in that room answered in unison. By the way, what has been the result of the invasion on that seedy border planet? Can it be sold at a good price? Frisia asked, that although the news of eternal life had filled him with joy, he never forgot his familiar business. He is a great entrepreneur. I am afraid we will have to defer that estimation, Lord Frisia. Vegeta and his entire team lost, the Earth has not been claimed, Dodoria said, starting to dose the bad news in the best way he could. Oh. That is a surprise. I was informed that there were only low-level beings on that planet. Is our data wrong, Mr. Dodoria? Frisia said, subtly changing his light-hearted to a more disturbing one while trying to find culprits in his staff as well as those directly responsible for the failure. And sensing that his boss wanted to find more guilty parties to dismiss in an original way, Dodoria reformulated his answer to avoid another reduction in the workforce. Again, that week. This is what I wanted to report, Lord Frisia. In general terms, the results are correct, although as in all places there are exceptions. They had subjects with more than 2,000 fighting power points, some with more than 10,000 corresponding to an abandoned Scion, his mixed son and an Namekian, and at one point there were figures impossible to detect by their trackers. These are impressive numbers, Mr. Dodoria. I had no idea there were such capable fighters hiding on that little rock in the middle of nowhere. The universe is very large, and despite being my total possession, I still do not know it completely. Ho ho. But I guess that this moderate combat strength is not the reason that has caused that cold sweat on your forehead. Right? Frisia asked, who began to worry slightly about the fact that somewhere in the universe there were fighters of that level, which surely would require the mobilization of his Jinyu forces for their destruction. But from the appearance of Dodoria he sensed that it was something more serious, since they had gone through that situation more than once and he had never reacted in that way. And that was when Dodoria dropped the information bomb that was so afraid of blowing up. This is Lord Frisia. We are not completely sure what really happened, but from what we could hear several times through the trackers is that there was a very powerful strange Scion named Broly among the Earthlings. Someone whose exact power we couldn't detect. And the thing is, Both Vegeta and Yam, and himself. They seemed to have called him or hinted that he was the legendary Super Saiyan. The what? Shouted Zarbon and some of the filler minions who were nearby and knew of the existence of that myth. And obviously Frisia's surprise and shock was not less than them, the only difference was that he knew how to hide his amazement and maintain his composure better. However, after a few seconds he asked again to make sure that he had heard correctly and that the case of not being misunderstood, that the information was correct. Are you sure about that, Mr. Dodoria? Are you sure is not a misinterpretation of our technical team or a delusion by Vegeta and his henchmen? We cannot be 100% sure, Lord Frisia, we only have the recording, but from what we could hear, there is a good chance that this will be the case. And even if he is not, we can determine that he is someone very scary, with magical and combat abilities beyond extraordinary, Dodoria replied, who did not dare to assure that information 100%, but believed that it was trustworthy for what he could hear and for the reports made by the technical team. And obviously that information made Frisia start to think about the matter of the Dragon Balls, the greatest joy he had ever received, and the one of the legendary Super Saiyan, the most worrying news he had ever received as well. Both arrived at the same time and from the same place, and this left the Emperor uneasy. And seeing the doubt on the face of his psychopathic and megalomaniac boss, one of the anonymous minions did something very dangerous with this type of boss: be proactive and propose an idea, and even worse, seek the help of someone with some authority over his boss. This, Lord Frisia. In case that this Broly is really the legendary Super Saiyan, don't you think it would be wise to contact King Cold in the event that he could become a serious threat? And it was not even 2 seconds before Frisia pointed his finger at him and made him explode like an anonymous Krillin AHH. And obviously this scared all the other subordinates, who didn't want to be next. For now this will be our little secret. Has everyone understood? Frisia said, showing his great coldness and brutality when expressing his disagreement. Yes, Lord Frisia. If he found out about the properties of the Dragon Ball he would join the competition, and that was something unwanted for his dear and kind emperor, although that carried the possible remote risk of meeting the supposed Super Saiyan and having to face him alone. Send me that recording, I want to hear in detail what happened. We are going to Namek, then we will take care of that supposed Super Saiyan, Frisia said, ending this chapter in an epic and evil way. Chapter 161. Well, I guess the problems are over for now, this time for real. Right? Krillin said while looking at Broly for an affirmative confirmation. And Broly obviously answered in a philosophical and profound way, I am very afraid that peace is only a temporary period between 2 wars, a period of accumulation to be able to start the next conflict with greater chances of success. Etymologically there can be no peace without war. Rather than asking if we live in peace or if that peace will last, you should ask yourself if you will be prepared when this period ends. An interesting answer, but from the face that Krillin was making it was more than evident that that wasn't the answer that he or any of those who were in that room wanted to hear. But if your question is whether the issue of the aliens is over, the answer to all your questions is in that video, Broly said while materializing a television inside the flying vehicle. Television from where they could see and hear the conversation that was taking place inside Frisia's spaceship, which Broly piratized as a child before escaping from planet Vegeta. And after a few minutes in which everyone observed Frisia and his team showing how bad they were and what they planned to do. This is horrible. That dwarf monster is equal to or worse than Vegeta, Gohan shouted, seeing how perverse was the evil boss of the most evil person he had ever met. Planet Namek, that's the planet those Saiyans mentioned, where I and Kami supposedly came from. I'm right? Piccolo asked, who couldn't help but think about his own origins, as if he were an adopted child who has for the first time news about the identity of his biological parents. And obviously Broly answered him with all the finesse and sympathy that that moment required. Yes, and those whom you have condemned. First, speaking of the Dragon Balls when the Saiyans were listening, and now with your presence, which was also heard by the Saiyans boss. You are the MVP of this season, Piccolo. Did you know? And while Piccolo, who perfectly captured the irony, contained his urge to try to strangle him to death, again, that day. More questions arose. And by the way, what is that Super Saiyan thing? I remember Vegeta and the girl with the big breasts talked about that, asked Rashi, who wasn't only aware of the asses and the tits during that confrontation but mostly yes. It is a transformation that we Saiyans have that multiplies our power dozens and dozens of times, but has the side effect of changing our hair color. But you must meet certain conditions to achieve it. One of them is to reach a certain limit of strength, and the other is to be a good person, Broly explained, dismissing the main theme of Dragon Ball, which are the transformations, specifically the Super Saiyan one. Then, do we have more transformations? Gohan said, surprised by the many secrets his race has to offer. And I guess you have that transformation, right, honey? Bulma asked rhetorically, since it was obvious that Broly knew about that transformation. Doubt offends, honey. Doubt offends, my dear. But I know you like dark hair, so for now I haven't transformed, Broly replied as he sensually kissed Bulma in front of everyone, something Bulma had sought with that provocation. Please, stop, there are people watching, Krillin said while pointing to Yamcha, who stood in a corner and pretended not to be seeing anything. Until the question was asked. I haven't understood very well, but... Is that Frieza strong? Goku asked with skepticism and some excitement, seeing Frieza do powerful evil things. Yes, of course, although compared to me everyone, including him, you are weak, Broly replied without giving importance to the reaction that his answer to that question would create. Oh no, said the others, who intuited what their friend would say next. For real? Well Broly, can you take me to planet Namek? I can't wait to have a good fight. Goku yelled with great enthusiasm as he started to warm up. You have just fight and almost died. Everyone shouted for more than obvious reasons. And of course, there was also an immediate answer from his sergeant wives, which had reason to be angry. No way. You just resurrected. You haven't been at home for a year and you still haven't found a job. But Shishii. Goku said, protesting as a small child who asked his parents for an expensive gift despite knowing that he hadn't made merits to deserve it. I agree with Chi-Chi. A husband or boyfriend should be someone responsible, productive and thoughtful and not an irresponsible kept, Bulma said while criticizing her childhood friends but especially her ex. However, at the same time she also cared about the innocents who had heard that they planned to kill. But on the other hand, the inhabitants of that planet. Yes. If nobody does anything, those guys will kill those Piccolos. And it will be partly our fault, said Gohan, feeling responsible for the continued mistakes of his Green Master and worrying more than he did for those of his kind. You are a good boy, Gohan, said Krillin, who looked nostalgically at little Gohan, who reminded him a lot of his father as a child, but much smarter. It was then that Ten Shinhan turned the conversation back to the fight that Goku had long awaited. Broly, how strong is this guy from the video compared to Vegeta? Do we have any chance of being able to face him and his army? If you talk about killing Frieza, perhaps you have a limited chance. Maybe Goku could be able after experiencing his Zenkai, but only if he is able to gain his trust or manages stab him in the back when he is alone without him being using one of his transformations. Using the Kaioken to the maximum together with the Genki Dama, concentrating all the energy in a single attack. But if you're talking about beating him in normal combat, the answer is... Ha 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 ha. No fucking way. As for his second in command, only Gohan using his transformation could defeat him maybe. As for his elite soldiers, perhaps only Piccolo or Rashi, in very very favorable circumstances, could defeat them. As for the rest of you, maybe you can beat the file soldiers or some middle-level ones, but nothing more, Broly said, doing a detailed analysis of the situation. Damn, is the situation so serious? This is very dangerous, Krillin said, very scared and depressed, acting as a spokesman for the Earthlings Z warriors, who after defeating the Saiyans in one-to-one battles had great confidence in their abilities. But now all that trust had been fragmented upon hearing what his true power was compared in the universe. Something very demoralizing considering how much they had trained and the powers that were given to them. That's right, you are all too weak, especially you. Your presence will not change anything, you could even bother, said Broly, demoralizing the already demoralized Earthling fighters. Zenkai? What is that? Goku asked curiously when he heard that unknown term, which he remembered and was interested in since it was something related to his future fighting. It is another of the Saiyan's abilities. After recovering from serious wounds in combat, we are able to adapt to that damage and increase in power due to it, although at a certain power limit this capacity disappears. In the other world, I beat you brutally, but since you had a half-spiritual body and my intentions weren't murderous, I know, I am too kind, your body didn't experience very powerful Zenkais, but now that you have experienced serious combat with mortal wounds and to have recovered, your strength has been multiplied by 10. Check it out for yourself, Broly said as he threw a bottle full of water at Goku for him to catch in the air. And Goku, who was also thirsty, tried to grab the bottle, and when he did it, crash. He inadvertently destroyed the bottle. You see, your strength has increased so much that you still don't have control over it, Broly said as he turned back time on that bottle to be restored again, drying the floor of his girlfriend's vehicle before she complained. Amazing. It's true, I feel much stronger than before. If I were to fight Vegeta again, I could beat him only with a Kaioken X3 even if he is transformed. And surely my body can now withstand higher levels of Kaioken, Goku said, very excited to see that he had become stronger in such a simple and random way. Your race is completely crazy. Increased power when recovering from wounds, transformations that multiply your power, sense of struggle, delayed aging, high fighting power, Broly. What else are you capable of? Piccolo yelled, who acted as a spokesperson for everyone who took offense at how extremely convenient it was to be a Saiyan. There are still more surprises. But let's stop talking about races and future fights for now. It will take a few days to reach Namek, some have to solve certain problems at home and I have a victory feast waiting at Bulma's house. So let's leave traveling to Namek for a few weeks, Broly said, sentencing this discussion as the vehicle arrived at Bulma's house, where a group of Broly clones awaited them, cooking, preparing the table and chatting with their future in-laws. The whole victory dinner that was 100 starring by ingredients born in his universe, which rivaled those existing in the world of Toriko, which is why everyone, including Piccolo and Kami, who were forced to attend and eat what Broly had cooked, had culinary orgasms as if this were Shokuchiki no Soma. A beautiful and unforgettable victory banquet against the Saiyans where everyone, including Piccolo, couldn't help but laugh, having a good time and thanking Broly for everything. Except Goku and Gohan, who didn't eat dessert as punishment for losing their respective combats. Despite that, the next day, not everything was happiness for our heroes. Goku had marital problems due to his neglect of functions and Gohan was punished with a life sentence in which he could only have fun studying, whose sentence was reduced by good behavior and his new attack of emotional blackmail. Mutant Rashi tried to go out to flirt with the city to enjoy his youth, but wherever he went all the women looked at him with disgust and contempt. They fled from him as if he had leprosy. Later he discovered why after being booed by a group of feminists in the middle of the street, therefore he decided to return to his island and not go out for a time due to depression. Yamcha tried to forget about what had happened the last few months and tried to focus on his role as a professional baseball player. A profession in which he did very well. His only problem was finding a wig that didn't mysteriously decompose every time he made a home round or tried to get a new flirt. Krillin tried to relax in his current tropical residence, Master Roshi's house. However, the constant cries, complaints and public protests of feminists enraged with his teacher, which somehow managed to find their address and reach the island. They were breaking with his tranquility and creating a bad image of himself for associating with the #1 public enemy of all women, so Krillin decided that this would be a good opportunity to become independent and do what his best friend had never done, look for a job. Ten Shinhan and Chaos continued with their hardcore hermit training routine, trying to become stronger despite knowing that compared to Goku and his son, who had the great luck to be born as a very cheated alien race, would be extremely difficult or impossible reach that level. Yaorobe and Karen continued doing absolutely nothing in their tower, and practically the same did Kami and Mr. Popo, who enjoyed the peace knowing that Broly would protect their world and that he wouldn't show up to visit them because he was too busy with his girlfriend. Piccolo returned to his solitary life in which he only trained in open fields, feeling a little lonely sometimes because he missed Gohan, but that strange feeling of nostalgia didn't overshadow the comparative grievance he felt right now regarding his student and rival. Both had become much more powerful than him in a very short time. A difference that he didn't know how to narrow for the next confrontation, and on the other hand his pride prevented him from consulting Broly, so he continued with his training routine in lonely. On the other hand, Frieza traveled to the planet Namek, in the same way that Yam and Ginger did, and as for Vegeta, in the same way that in the official version he traveled to the base planet of Frieza to recover after learning that he had been spied. And as for Broly, or at least one of his bodies, he had fun at Bulma's house, where both with their many bodies participated jointly in several scientific projects, trained Bulma lightly to teach her the great advantages of martial arts in several ways. Cooked with his mother-in-law, took care of the animals with his father-in-law, and dodged some paparazzi who recognized Bulma and Broly. And with all this, 2 weeks passed without penalty or glory, and at the Kame house the entire team gathered once again. Well guys, it's been 2 weeks since we saw each other. Have you all had a good time? I do. Broly said, very excited after having a good and relaxing vacation. Yes, we too, they all said very apathetically. Goku was unable to train for 2 weeks because he was participating in job interviews. Gohan was detained at home with his hyperprotective mother who barely let him breathe. Krillin had the typical problems of becoming independent in the civilization. Mutant Rohi saw his dreams of a second youth surrounded by horny girls frustrated. Yamcha kept going through a very bad streak that never seemed to end. And as for Piccolo, Ten and Chaos, they weren't able to accomplish the power-up they needed to be 100 useful in this mission. No one was completely happy with these 2 weeks. Well guys, it is a pleasure to see you again so soon. We have prepared a spaceship with which we can reach Namek in first class. Thanks to the new space compressor, this small and fast inside, it's as big and luxurious as a demotic and futuristic 7-star hotel with swimming pools, hundreds of rooms, hot springs. You will not have to worry about food and other provisions, since with the Matter Creator you can have everything you want, and of course with robotic service so that you don't even have to clean or repair what you destroy, although surely you weren't going to fix it. And what you will like the most? A training room equipped with our new virtually infinite gravity amplifier. It is a pity that I didn't have time to finish my other project to incorporate it into this little guy. Maybe the next one, Bulma said proudly as she made her new spacecraft appear from a capsule. I call it Enterprise, and almost all of the accessories inside will be on sale in a few months, said Broly, who who added a lot of space technology and other universes in the spaceship, technology which would be manufactured and sold by Capsule Corp. Spaceship? I thought you would teleport us directly to Namek, said Goku. That was the idea, but Bulma wanted to show off her progress and I wanted to spend a few days with you. You know, a colleague's trip. And I thought this was a good opportunity. Also, I will give free training during the trip, said Broly, who seemed eager to spend time with his new friends since he didn't have too many. Yees. Amazing. I can finally train. Banzai. Banzai. Shouted Goku, who seemed to have been freed from some kind of quarantine coronavirus reference. Okay, I sign up for this trip, said Mutant Rashi, who to everyone's surprise was the first to invite himself to the trip. Don't look at me like these. Things aren't going well for me lately around here, I would like to distance myself a little. Well, we too, said Ten Shinhan, Chaos and Krillin, who also entered inside. What? You too? Have you not heard that you will only be a nuisance? Said Piccolo, who didn't want to spend so many days in a small space with so many people. Possibly we are, but we still want to go and see for ourselves that difference in power, Ten Shinhan said, showing off his competitive spirit. I will go where Ten goes, Chaos said as the good lap dog he was. And I don't want to let my best friend have fun alone, Krillin said, looking at Goku with a big smile, despite the internal fear he had when embarking on this dangerous mission. Great altogether. Like old times. You don't come, Yamcha? Goku said enthusiastically as he went inside the spaceship. No, unlike you I have to work, said Yamcha, who preferred to be away from Broly. And seeing that everyone was already inside the spaceship in which he also helped in its design, Gohan tried to go inside. Great, I'm going to go to space. Don't even think about it, Gohan. You promised not to do weird things. Chi-Chi yelled as he grabbed Gohan by the lapel of his shirt, like he was a mother cat catching his naughty and restless puppy. But Mama. Everyone goes except me and that Namekians need our help and I can help. Gohan said, trying to convince his mother. Everyone goes on that spaceship, including your teacher who can do everything. I don't think you are 100 necessary in that mission, in that you will be the only child. If there was no other option, I would bite some bullets and I would let you go, but this is not the time. So you will stay home and try to have a minimally normal life. Did you understand? Said Chi-Chi, which was almost immune to her son's emotional blackmail at this point. But. Dad, Gohan said, trying to ask his father for help to convince his mother. Sorry, son. But. Listen to your mother, said Goku, who didn't know how to refute it. That's why he did the usual thing, leave the raising of his son to third parties. Hurting and disappointed by this betrayal, Gohan asked his teacher, the expert mother manipulator, for help, Broly Senii. And Broly Sensei to his surprise also betrayed him. Sorry Gohan, but I need your mother's permission for school trips, and she didn't sign it. Don't worry, we will bring you gifts. Don't worry Gohan, one of Broly's bodies will still be on Earth with me, you can come visit him whenever you want, Bulma said, trying to cheer up the depressed Gohan, who wanted to go with the adults. And as the doors of the spaceship closed, those who hadn't climbed wished them good luck. And few seconds after the spacecraft takes off. Great, we are all there. I know you all want to train, but before that. Since there are no women or minors. Party hardcore. Broly yelled as he tried to liven up the situation. Chapter 162. Planet Namek. A few weeks later. In the middle of a wasteland, one of the millions on this planet, since it is incredibly uninhabited. A small ship landed near a lake, although there were only fucking lakes on that fucking planet. End of that ship. This surely we have to go down to fight. Couldn't we go 5 or 100,000 times around the universe earlier? Krillin asked, who for some reason did not want to leave Broly's luxurious ship, where there was everything was free and every day was weekend. Well, I'm glad to leave this confinement. So this is my home planet, Piccolo said, who could not stand another second on that spaceship surrounded by those crazy people who embarrassed him. Stop complaining. Now we are going to look for the great patriarch, and I say this for you Goku, do not challenge him to a combat, he is a grandpa. And remember in which swamp we have parked, Broly said as he sympathetically showed the way to the home of the planet boss. So I can't fight. What a disappointment, Goku said as he followed Broly. Moreover, with those words they all began to fly like migratory birds while they looked at the landscape of the planet Namek, a very boring place full of lakes, swamps, some trees and small villages where the few hundred inhabitants of that planet resided. And finally they reached their destination. The largest house of all on that planet, the Patriarch's house, where someone greeted them even before landing. Who are you and why are you here? One of the Guardian Namekians said as protocol when unexpected intruders arrive. However, before Broly and company could answer, his partner said, oh my. It's Broly, the boy with 3 eyes and a tail who gave the patriarch a chair almost 20 years ago. Obviously almost all of them recognized Broly despite having met him when he was a child. Not every day you can meet such a powerful being with a 3rd eye on his forehead and an ape tail. Especially if that person is the one who gifted the patriarch with his favorite robotic chair with which from time to time he could use to move his huge old body around the world. Especially if that chair originally had a fart pad. Plus. What I was afraid of. It is impossible that they do not remember me. I am an inexhaustible source of charisma. By the way. Where's Nail? Broly said, feeling very pleased that despite the years that had passed they could recognize him. It is impossible that we forget you. Especially since a few days ago your name has been the most repeated, Broly. As for Nail, he's inside with the patriarch and your friends. To ensure that they do nothing suspicious, one of the security guards said as he invited them to pass. Friends? The Z warriors said, puzzled. They did not remember having many more friends, much less friends with the ability to come to this planet. And as they walked towards the main room, they began to hear a familiar voice. Let's go. We only want to ask for the 3 wishes and leave. We don't ask for too much, said a feminine voice, and therefore not Namekian, somewhat childish and irritating. Great Patriarch. Actually, we just need 1 wish. I know it's too much to ask, but, said another female voice, and therefore not Namekian too, this time a more mature and calm and for some reason choppy, as if that person's tongue was fighting against his brain. 1 San. Don't destroy the negotiation again. Don't you remember what haggling is? The immature and irritating girl yelled as she scolded the other woman who was with her in that room. It is because of that curse. It's hard for me to lie, or be selfish, the other answered, feeling guilt, frustration and helplessness. Yes, they are Ginger and Yam. And within that room there were obviously also the great patriarch and his faithful bodyguard Nail, who watched with amazement, bewilderment, helplessness and exhaustion that audiovisual torture that had been repeating for hours, since the Namekians were not a race known for their sense of humor, although they were for their extreme patience, which was about to be filled. But fortunately for them one of the guards interrupted that nonsense. This, great patriarch. Broly and his other friends are here, said the security guard accompanying Broly and friends. And when they entered the main room, the eyes of the Z warriors and those mysterious girls met. Ah! The 2 Saiyans. Many of the Z warriors screamed as they once again upon seeing a not-so-old enemy. Wow, what a coincidence! Right now I feel the urge to make jokes about the patriarchy. But this is a manga from the 80s, at that time that stupidity was not even considered. They wouldn't understand my jokes, Broly said sarcastically, he knew from the beginning that they would be here. Oh ho! How nice to see you again so soon, Mutant Roshi said, for more than obvious reasons. Wow, a giant Piccolo, said Goku, who paid more attention to the huge appearance of the patriarch. Ah! Broly, the pervert, and the others. Why the hell are you here? Ginger and Yam yelled when they saw that the worst situation they could think of had become reality. Now they could forget about the 3, 2, or only wish they were planning to ask for, and possibly they would not leave that planet alive. And after that comical commotion in which the faces of some were comically deformed by the terrific surprise, the great patriarch tried to take the conversation back in a slightly more constructive and less chaotic direction. Hi Broly, it's been a long time since we saw you. You have grown a lot, and I have to thank you for this chair, it has helped me a lot. As for these 2, you will see. But before the patriarch with Nail's assistance explained through various lengthy interactions what happened since Ginger and Yam landed on Namek, Broly made a small logical deduction. Let me guess. When these 2 arrived, seeing that one of them had a tail like me, one of the Namekians said my name, and surely you began to debate whether they known to me or not. It was then that the little girl said lied that they were my friends and that had come here for you to allow them to use Dragon Balls. Because their history and description of me seemed convincing to some of your childs, they decided to take them to see you. Since if they really were friends with someone as important, good and generous as me, the Namekians did not do it for that reason. You could not disappoint their friends either, rather they could not anger the 3-eyed prankster monster. But when they got here, you read their auras in which there were associated bad intentions, and when you tried to ask about that, the busty woman answered in a somewhat contradictory way regarding what her flat sister was saying. So you tried to refuse cordially since you were not entirely sure if there was a friendly relationship between her and me until now. I'm right? Yes, more or less, it's all true. How did you know? Nail asked, surprised by Broly's precision, except for certain rather interpretive details. It is obvious, I am a great detective, and because after assimilating Zuno I can know everything I want whenever I want about this universe, Broly said and thought while pretending to know what it means to be humble. So these girls are not your friends? Nail asked as he looked hostilely at Ginger and Yam. He had suffered for hours the frustration of not being able to kick them out of here. And not only Nail became hostile, also the other guards around him. It was as if they were about to attack. Aig. And this obviously scared Yam and Ginger, who were completely powerless in that situation, so much so that even as a self-reflex they tried to seek refuge on Broly's side, which at least had previously let them escape. And luckily or unfortunately for them, the friendly and sadistic side of Broly was activated in this situation. I do not know. Maybe they are, or maybe not. It all depends on what they choose. Don't you think, Mutant Roshin-san? Broly said while looking at Mutant Roshi with a devilish face and smile, hinting at something terrifying in a terrifying way. And Mutant Roshi, who every day understood and appreciated Broly more for his incredible contributions to his life, therefore he answered with a creepy face and wicked smile while looking at Ginger and Yamoho, I think so, Broly-san. I think it's an incredible idea. Ehehehe. And Ginger and Yam, upon seeing this sinister interaction between those two characters, especially Mutant Roshi's lewd gaze and perverse manual gestures. Kia. Yam and Ginger tried to seek refuge this time from the Namekians, who surely would only want to kill them or possibly torture and kill them, something much better than what could happen at the hands of Broly and Mutant Roshi. And seeing once again a complicated and problematic situation, the Great Patriarch, who is an older person and was looking for tranquility, tried to liven up the situation. Broly-san, why did you come here this time? Is it because of these two young women? Is it to use the Dragon Balls again? Hello, Great Patriarch, we have come here to fight against some bad guys. Goku replied in a very disrespectful way as he tried to shake the hand of the tired and dying Patriarch, an intention that was interrupted by Nail and the others by self-reflection. Bad guys? The Namekians and the two Saiyans asked, who did not know what they meant. Goku, they haven't asked you, Krillin said, trying to correct his friend's extremely friendly and energetic behavior. Ash. Goku complained when he received a blow to the head from Broly. So, after that disciplinary coup, Broly replied to the Grand Patriarch, let me speak to me. We have come for 3 reasons. One is to see how you were and if you kept using my chair. Another is to return Piccolo, the exiled Namekian we had on our planet, who in the past had caused some problems. Piccolo protested due to the bad introduction he had made about him to the leader of his home planet. Hello, nice to meet you. Some of the Namekians in that room, including the Patriarch himself, said to welcome a lost member of their species that due to the cataclysm there were less than 200, another one was a great numer, although Broly's presentation had made them cautious before that new Namekian not born from the Patriarch's eggs. And finally, just like that Ploverhead had said, to face some very bad guys who by some means have found out about the existence of the Dragon Balls on this planet, therefore, they will come here to get them by whatever means are necessary, make a wish and kill everyone in that order, and you will not be able to stop them, Broly said to finish his introductory explanation of the situation. Quee. All the Namekians shouted except the Patriarch. He was too old to scream upon hearing that torrent of information that were not able to digest. They are going to kill you all, Broly said to summarize his speech. Chapter 163. Broly, we already know that you are a joker, but this is not funny at all, shouted Nail, who for background and convenience did not want to believe that what Broly was saying was true. However, others in that room quickly understood that Broly was not joking. It can't be true. Did you mean Frieza? It could be. It could be that son of, that short being has heard our conversations. Yam thought, who quickly identified the identity of those bad boys, and it was not good for them in the least. The Namekians had become hostile. Broly, Roshi, and the others were also not friendly to them. And technically they had betrayed Frieza's army by coming to this planet without reporting the Dragon Balls, and they knew it. There was no side where they could seek refuge. They were definitely screwed. Today some aliens that outnumber in numbers and strength will land their spaceship in your planet, and from there they will start attacking the villages trying to find the Dragon Balls. And obviously no one will say anything, at least relevant enough, for which they will kill everyone in each of the villages and then look for the Dragon Balls. Once they kill everyone and get all the Dragon Balls, they will realize that they do not know how to summon Purunga, so they will come here and kill the rest. With which the Namekian race will become extinct, but without those motherfuckers achieving their goal. Although it is also possible that they achieve their goal through brainwashing techniques or something similar. With which the Namekian race will become extinct anyway. Do you think that's funny? Broly said, insisting once again, this time in a very serious and even intimidating way to show that for once he was not joking with other people's lives. Therefore, while the Z warriors were surprised that Broly spoke in such a serious way, the royal guards of the Green King Hunter x Hunter reference, they tried to keep believing that this was a cruel joke. The Great Patriarch acted responsibly, since contrary to the original version they still have hope and the possibility of survive this crisis. So he acted responsibly and not as the mayor of the movie Shark or as a president of the populist government in the middle of a pandemic. What should we do, Broly? Great Patriarch, protested Nail, who did not find it appropriate that a troublesome extraterrestrial should be the one in charge of national security in the face of a yet unidentified danger. And Broly, without waiting for the internal discussion to be clarified, continued with his speech. Thank you for your trust. The first of all will be to carry out an evacuation plan to another planet until the conflict ends, although I know that you are reluctant to that. But we must evacuate all civilians to avoid all possible unpleasant situations, like deaths, taking someone as a hostage or unnecessary comments that lengthen the chapters. Yes, I have broken the fourth wall. And gather the best warriors to fight the invaders with my followers. Emigrate to another planet. Nail and his subordinates screamed upon hearing that measure that was so against their customs. Their planet was shit that had succumbed to a cataclysm, and still they did not abandon it in centuries. It was obvious that would not be a popular option. Followers. Goku and the others shouted after having been relegated to being Broly's lackeys. It is tragic that we should come to this. But if I can guarantee the survival of my children in this way, I'm okay with that, the Great Patriarch replied. This Broly-san. Why do you want more people? Weren't we the ones who had come to fight? Goku asked, that he felt some discomfort knowing that there might be new competitors in that battle and that these could take away enemies to fight with. That's what I wanted to ask. I thought you would try to show off yourself by defeating their whole army. Although I would have gone to fight until death anyway, Nail said, seconding Goku. I would like to personally fight and destroy them all with a blink. However, since I am a super god and according to the teachings of a friend, I must not interfere too much in mortal matters. Therefore, I have come here with my assistants to take care of the problem. And obviously, since we come to save you from extinction, I think that you should help yourselves too, at least those who will not be a total hindrance. But do not worry, I will give my invaluable help to all of you to ensure great success. Right, Jin and Yam? Broly said as he teleported Jim and Yam to their side and gave them a haunting and scary shoulder massage with his tail. We fight Frieza. Are you crazy? Ginger shouted, the more spontaneous of the two, understanding that Broly was trying to make them fight against the greatest dictator in the universe and his minions who surpassed them in power and number. Of course, I suppose you want to get out of this awkward situation, right? Broly said, continuing with his uncomfortable massage while putting on a face even more vile and evil, stressing once again that this was their only option. Yes. Let's do our best to defend these good people, Yam replied after considering it with the same panic as her sister, and with a dialogue that had been half forced by Gohan's ability. And while the Namekians verified that Broly had changed but not so much, and the Z warriors tried to ignore that this guy represented them, except Mutant Rashi, who was incredibly happy. Nail spoke to his colleagues and after debating well. For our part, we are 4 Namekians warriors who will join the battle, the rest are not fit for combat. Regarding the evacuation. How much time do we have and what means to escape do you have? It will take us a few hours to notify everyone and get them together. The problem is that they will land in 20 minutes. However, don't worry, I can teleport all the inhabitants of this planet with a snap of my fingers. But I would need the Great Patriarch to send a mental message which I will spread to the entire population to explain the situation. Anyone would be scared if they were suddenly transported to another planet. Although I suppose you could also explain it yourself when you arrive at your temporary destination with them, replied Broly, who provided a very convenient solution. 20 minutes. Yes, that should be the best solution, thanks. I will help you inform my children of the situation, they will surely understand. However, I will not go, I will stay here, the Great Patriarch replied. Great Patriarch. Nail complained upon hearing that the Grand Patriarch was making a decision against his own safety. Nail. I have very little time left to live. I was born into this world, I tried to take care of it and I failed. However, I survived, only me. I survived the great cataclysm that almost destroyed the world and tried once again to heal it, care for it, repopulate it and protect it. And if it were not for the help of this young man, surely I would have to see how everything I love could disappear once more before my eyes. I can't afford to take refuge when they and you fight. I will hold out until the last moment. I just hope to see your victory and say goodbye to everyone before my time comes, the Great Patriarch said, solemnly giving a last message to his most protective children. And after several seconds of emotional charge in which even the Z warriors and Piccolo got a little bit sentimental, Nail and the others replied, okay, we'll follow your will. And I also want to help you. When I finish relaying the message, come closer to me, I am going to awaken part of your hidden potential, said the Great Patriarch to help his saviors in the battle. Oh, you really have that ability. Incredible, Krillin said when he saw that there were still hopes of getting stronger before the imminent battle. Okay, but after that we will fight. And then eat, said Goku, that so much talk had whetted his appetite. Typical of Goku, Mutant Roshi, Ten Shinhan, Chaos and Krillin said. And as Broly began to transmit to the entire planet with the help of the Green Giant. Nail asked another question, by the way. Where do you plan to send my brothers? They'll be fine. Yes, let's say that. They will feel at home, Broly replied with his usual mischievous smile. A few minutes later. Planet Earth. Kamisama Palace. Ah. Weeks ago all of our immediate threats faded away. Piccolo has been reformed, he is no longer a danger. Goku and the others have gone to fight an external threat before it reaches Earth. And since they go with Broly, surely everything will end well, although with strange and controversial methods, surely, Kami said as he walked along the ledge, seeing that the world was at peace. And after breathing deeply and with absolute happiness, he continued with his monologue. Broly. Since you got together with Goku and the others, you seem to have changed for the better. You are no longer the repellent little boy who enjoyed making jokes to others continuously. Specifically to M. It seems that it has finally matured. Who knows, maybe it is not a bad decision to abdicate and give my position to him. But before Kami could delve into her emotional speech. Hey. So this is planet Earth? Unbelievable, we have traveled light years in a single second. It's bluer than I thought. Wow, we are in a very high place. The view is very beautiful. They have a very well-kept garden. Oh look, that must be the Kami they told us about. Hi there. Nice to meet you. The quiet and spacious terrace of the Kami Palace was filled with hundreds of his relatives. Kami-sama, what's going on? Hey. There are a lot of Kamis. Mr. Popo shouted, who ran out of the palace after hearing so much uproar. And when he left the building, what he saw was hundreds of Kamis of all ages and physical builds had invaded the palace. And Kami, after observing the situation and recovering from the initial shock, he could only think of a single culprit: Broly. At that moment. Outer space near planet Namek. Inside a disc-shaped spacecraft that flew over the planet. So that's the planet where those mysterious magic spheres are located. A pretty ugly planet. I don't think it's possible to sell it to anyone, Frieza said from his flying chair while looking at the planet Namek as if it were already of his property. This is Lord Frieza. Without a doubt your decision to destroy it after fulfilling your objective will be the most appropriate, said Dodoria, his faithful toady. Lord Frieza, we are about to land. If you wish, I will immediately lead our soldiers in search of the Namekians to carry out the interrogation and seizure of the spheres, said Zarbon, his other faithful toady. Lord Frieza. Me and my boys will bring you those things before anyone else. Said Captain Jinyu, who had been brought directly to the planet this time to complete the order as soon as possible in case there were certain complications. Because evidently getting eternal life when there was competition and possible dangers was a higher priority than conquering another planet that would not move from its place. I appreciate your proactivity. It is flattering to have such motivated subordinates, however. I will join this first part of the expedition. I'm curious to see what those Dragon Balls look like, Frieza replied as he put an evil smile that was reflected against the glass and the planet reflected in it. Chapter 164. Several minutes later. On the planet Namek. This power. They haven't landed on the planet yet and I can already feel several more powerful auras than Vegetas before transforming, and some more powerful than him when he was transformed. Unbelievable, Goku said as he looked at the sky, waiting for those powerful presences to come closer to them. This is worse than I thought. After the training and the help the Patriarch gave to us to increase our power, I was more confident. But now, said Krillin, who didn't share his friend's enthusiasm at all, like almost everyone who was there, whether they were Earthlings or Namekians. And as for the two unfortunate Saiyans. Sister. We can't do this. It's crazy. We have to escape as soon as possible, Ginger said, trying to pretend not to be completely terrified of absolutely everything. Whatever we do, we are dead. At least it's better to be on the side of the guy who resurrects everyone as his hobby, Yem said, trying to reassure his sister despite being more terrified than her, since at least she could use violence freely. However, fortunately for them, there was a gallant willing to mitigate their concerns. Maybe. Don't worry, young ladies, I will protect you. He, Mutant Roshi said with his typical perverted face as he approached them from behind. So to try to relax their worries, in a disinterested way, the gentleman Mutant Roshi chose to apply a massage to their butts. Despite the fact that this disinterested act caused an internal damage in his nose, which manifested itself as a nosebleed. Plash. Plomsh. However, those noble intentions were misinterpreted as a perverted act, being answered with a brutal beating by the two sisters, who beat Roshi to push him away from their asses. And once he was stunned and bleeding on the ground, both sisters kept trampling him viciously over and over again. Mutant Rashi screamed in pain as he was hit again and again, although sometimes his screams weren't of pain. Something that sickened and confused many people. But not to our protagonist, who was trying to heal him. Mutant Rashi, you never cease to amaze me. But we will leave these stupidities for later. Our guests are coming, Broly said as he looked up at the sky, where in the distance a black spot was starting to get bigger due to the perspective. Evidently it was Frisia's ship, which began to land, creating a huge gale despite the anti-gravity device. And after a few seconds the main door of the spacecraft opened and from it many aliens appeared. In the first place, leading the team was the leader of the expedition Frisia, followed on each side of Zarbon and Dodoria and behind him, but standing out for his height Captain Jinyu and his team, and behind them several filler villains. Oh my, they have come to welcome us. A moving detail, I hope to be worthy of so much hospitality ho ho ho, Frisia said while looking at the picturesque group that had come to receive him, by the way. I understood that the Namekians were green and with antennas, there are some of them in the group, but what about the others? I'm not entirely sure Lord Frisia, but their appearance closely matches that of the Earthlings, whom Vegeta and his minions went to conquer. It was thanks to them that we got the information from the Dragon Balls, maybe they came to warn the Namekians. Dodoria said trying to find the logic in everything that was happening. Also, if I'm not mistaken, those two who hide behind the Namekian who wears a white cape must be Ginger and Yam, two of the Scions follower of Prince Vegeta. I suppose they have betrayed us to use the Dragon Balls for themselves. Zarbon said he also wanted to show off his analytical skills in front of his evil boss, and for this he did the same as his competitor and partner. Play Where's Wally? And imitate Detective Conan. Hello, Yam said without knowing very well what to do and say in this situation. So she decided to stop hiding behind Piccolo, who was beginning to feel uncomfortable with her little sister, who chose to continue hiding behind her older sister. So he is Frisia. Hello, we have come to fight you. Goku said when he saw that his potential combat partner was in front of him, and he simply declared his intentions to fight, as always. Therefore, upon hearing that statement, the second-in-command in the army's command, Captain Jinyu couldn't help but laugh at the arrogant and ignorant words of the man in front of him. Ha ha ha, what is this idiot saying? Fight Lord Frisia. Ha 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 ha, he is nothing more than another ignorant monkey living happily in ignorance. Right guys? And at the same time all the members of his elite team who posed ridiculously behind him couldn't stop laughing. Ha 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 ha. 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 And little by little that laughter spread among the whole army, until it spread to high-ranking officers such as Zarbon and Dodoria. Even the cold Frisia couldn't help but laugh slightly in his own honor. And obviously Goku didn't understand the joke. I didn't know that I had said something so funny. Kakarado. Stop teasing him. And after laughing a little, Frisia noticed the jester who had made him laugh for so long, at least not because he had committed a cruelty, to know who he should thank for that pleasant moment. And when he noticed him he had a brief flashback. Oh, you, it's like I have seen you before. Kakarot, that's a Saiyan name. Oh. It's him. He looks just like the last Saiyan who opposed me when I destroyed planet Vegeta, Frisia said and thought as he looked at Goku and remembered Bardock. And after that flashback, Frisia himself was about to ignore Goku and the Earthlings to ask about the Dragon Balls, his main objective for which he came here. But he quickly remembered, reacted, and changed his speech for another. I sense that it was you who defeated Vegeta and that you followed those two Scions that you seem to have captured to prevent them from using the Dragon Balls of this planet, and now you're trying to stop me from using them. I'm right? And what if it's like that? Piccolo said, showing the great manners of the terrestrial Namekians to the Namekians and the exterminating monsters. And while his professional toadies were offended by the rude tone with which Piccolo spoke to his leader, Frisia didn't worry about that detail and finished asking his question. Ho. So I would like to know if that person named Broly is among you. The one they call Super Saiyan. Rather, he is among you. From the beginning, although you haven't noticed. Chibi said Broly, who appeared instantly behind Frisia with absolutely no one noticing that while rubbing Frisia's head as if it were a crystal ball. Nani. Reacted Frisia and his elite soldiers when they realized that a 2-meter super muscular man had managed to ignore their security perimeter and had had time to speak and humiliate their leader. Humiliate the most powerful being in the universe. Without any of them noticing or being able to react. And after that moment of extreme confusion in which everyone's brain stopped working due to the shock they had experienced. Ah. 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 Jinyu, who was just behind Broly, threw a powerful punch to his head at the same time as his other choreography partners surrounded the area. Plash. In the same way, Zarbon and Dodoria, who were to his left and right, respectively, also punched him in the ribs. Plash. Plash. Even Frisia quickly got up from his chair to turn around and punch him in the stomach. Plash. However, the feeling of that punch was strange, it was as if they hadn't hit anything. Nanny! They all screamed when they saw that their punches had pierced the body of Broly. But that nevertheless there was no feeling of being inside their flesh, there was no blood, and they could even move and move their fists from and inside his body with great ease. It was as if they had hit a ghost. And that 2-meter ghost of pure muscle walked calmly forward, passing through Frisia on his way to return to where his team was while saying ho ho ho. Come on, I know I'm popular but you're not my type. I feel sorry for you. This guy always has to put on a scene to be the center of attention. Krillin, Piccolo, Nail. Well, everyone who knew him thought that. Frisia's entire army was completely stunned by what they had seen, and Frieza, who had recognized the strange capabilities of that outlandish Saiyan and the possible danger that he supposed, got up from his chair and asked once more, so you're Broly? Are you really the legendary Super Saiyan or just a scammer with many tricks calling himself in that way? You need to ask about this. Who else if not me? A tall, strong and muscular guy could be the legendary Super Saiyan. The most powerful being in the universe. A fucking dwarf like you? Broly said mockingly and arrogantly to seek widespread enemy anger. KYA. Ginger internally shouted upon hearing those offensive statements. Insolent. How dare you insult in that way to the emperor of the whole universe? Jinyu, Zarbon and Dodoria shouted as they looked at Frisia, who was beginning to release an evil and murderous aura like never before due to Broly's insult. An insult that focused on his biggest complex. Oh, I apologize, your dwarfliness. Were you offended that I messed with your insignificant height? By the way, why are the vast majority of megalomaniac villains in this manga dwarfs? Pilaf, the head of the Red Ribbon, Vegeta, Frisia, Babidi, Zeno. Who cares, Broly said and thought as he contemptuously apologized to further annoy Frisia. Bastard, their 2 official toadies shouted once more after hearing those insults. Lord Frisia. I don't detect any kind of power in him. My tracker must be broken, Jinyu said as he tried to calculate Broly's combat power without success. And after this warning his official toadies tried to look at his owner to warn him that this guy was dangerous and that he shouldn't be provoked yet. However, when they looked at Frisia's face all they could see was rampant fury and hatred. Lord Frisia. Insolent, Frisia said as he raised his finger in the air and began to channel energy into it in the form of a sphere. Ah! Yelled the soldiers who knew that technique. An energy sphere that gradually grew larger until it reached the size of a small asteroid. The same attack that destroyed planet Vegeta decades ago. No. Lord Frisia, you will destroy the whole planet. All the subordinates who recognized this attack shouted. And not only those who knew the direct consequences of that attack were frightened, everyone capable of sensing ki could also understand the threat of that sphere. Oh no, this power is. It is nothing compared to Vegeta and the others. It's on another level. Do you really plan to destroy the entire planet? Nail said in disbelief and despair as he watched as that sphere left the little demon's finger and headed towards them. Broly. The Z warriors shouted as they watched that attack advance towards them. Obviously they wanted me to do something about it, since he had caused that situation. And when the sphere was about to touch them. Flip. Just touching it with his little finger made it disappear, as if it were a soap bubble. Nanny. The henchmen of the almighty Frisia yelled when they saw that his attack had been ignored in such an overwhelming way. He has dispelled Lord Frisia's powerful attack as if it were nothing. My tracker wasn't broken. He, the legendary Super Saiyan, the strongest warrior in the universe. It is real. Jinyu said while suffering from a severe existential crisis when verifying that his master's greatest nightmare had become real. In addition, he was also greatly affected by the fact that he was no longer the second strongest warrior in the universe, although he should be the third in his knowledge, since King Cold was alive, although surely that character wasn't even created in Toriyama's mind at that time. This is our Broly, said the Z warriors with joy and some disbelief upon seeing that he had once again saved the situation in such an absurd way. Logically seeing this big problem, Frisia without further delay or bragging transformed into his true form to be prepared for any situation. This guy. Maybe he really is. And without giving time to ask about Frisia's transformation, Broly continued with his speech. You have come here for the Dragon Balls, right? All right. I can give them to you if you want. What? Both friends and enemies shouted when they heard that, adding another surprise in such a short time. However, Piccolo, who knew Broly better than anyone in that place, could guess what he would say next. Now he will say. However, Broly said with much emphasis. As I said, Piccolo muttered, pleased to have been right. Your subjects will have to face my subjects and defeat them. And you too, of course, Broly said, closing the negotiations with the galactic dwarf dictator. Who the hell is your subject? Absolutely everyone including Yam and Ginger protested for obvious reasons. And without caring about the opinions of third parties, Broly summarized the deal: if you win I will tell you where the Dragon Balls are. Pretty simple, right? And don't worry, I won't interfere. I am very kind. So kind that I'll even give you 5 minutes to get ready. And Frieza, after understanding that Broly had hidden the Dragon Balls and that he had possibly done very well, the tyrant decided to play by his rules despite the fury he felt to achieve his goal. I see. Well, we will play your game. It will be nice to see my soldiers exterminate your insignificant lackeys. That's why while Frieza sat back in his flying chair, Piccolo acted as the spokesperson for the whole group to convey their criticism. Do you want to do another stupid tournament? No thanks. Too many people and not enough audience. Just fight until no one is left alive. And do it quickly, I have more things to do, Broly said as he materialized a chair of better quality and size than Frieza's and raised it higher than Frieza's to observe the battle from a better position. This, Broly-san, can I fight too? Goku asked as if he were a child asking to go out to play. Yes, you can fight, Frieza. Just let the others shine a little and you can play with the stubby dwarf. Warm up a little, said Broly as he materialized popcorn and soft drinks to enjoy the war he had organized. Good, said Goku, who began to warm up while his friends, who didn't share his enthusiasm, looked at him. Well, what are we going to do? Let's give our best, said Krillin, trying to liven up the atmosphere and not flinch in the face of this horde of enemies. And now we have to be forced to fight against them. We have to fight against our former allies who know how strong we are. Fight on the side of our old new enemies. When I can't use my skills, Yam said as she regretted the pathetic situation they were in because of her. If it weren't for her curse they surely wouldn't have come to this planet, and if they hadn't come to this planet they wouldn't be at this crossroads. Don't worry, sister. I will protect you this time. Hopefully Broly will resurrect us too, Ginger said, contradicting the enthusiasm of her words with her inner thoughts. She knew perfectly well that there was nothing she could do against the Ginyu Force or against Zarbon and Dodoria. However, she still had to fight. Don't worry girls, I'm here to protect you, said Mutant Rashi, who once again touched their ass to reassure them. Die. Ginger and Yam yelled as they thanked Rashi with punches and kicks. Frieza, annoyed by absolutely everything Broly was doing, now adding the comparative grievance between the two chairs, said to his subordinates with anger and desire to kill, you have already heard. I want you to show those monkeys the price to pay for meddling in my way. I will not allow failures this time. I explained myself well. And upon hearing those intimidating, motivating words to incentivize his staff to be more productive than ever, Dodoria said, yes Lord Frieza, we will determine their battle power in no time. And after using the trackers on Broly's group, Dodoria, who had a more sophisticated tracker than Zarbon's, said ha ha ha. No need to worry excessively, my lord. The vast majority of these Earthlings' battle powers is around 1,000 points. The only ones that stand out are Ginger and Yam, with 3,000 and 12,000 points, which is not a problem for us. And then there are a few Namekians whose combat power exceeds 30,000 points. They are very strong, more than Zarbon and I, but I think they will not be a problem for the Ginyu Force. And finally there is that disrespectful Saiyan with a combat power of a fairly high number, but it won't be a problem for me. Ha ha ha. Not bad, but I am stronger than him. Don't worry Lord Frieza, you just need to focus on that three-eyed Saiyan, Ginyu said as he made ridiculous poses to reassure his boss, who was very very angry and irritated. It's a relief to hear that, Ginyu-san. I hope for good results, Frieza said with a little better humor after hearing those favorable numbers. The 5 minutes have already passed. Move, you asses slakers, shouted Broly as he materialized his third pack of popcorn. And after hearing the irritating voice of his new mortal enemy who believed himself superior to him, Frieza with a worse mood than a few seconds ago said, TSH. Come on guys, slaughter them. I want to hear their sweet screams of agony from here. You have already heard Master Frieza. Kill those insects. Dodoria shouted for his level infantry troops to advance towards the enemies. In this case towards the weakest ones. Well guys. It seems that we have to act, said Ten Shinhan, Krillin, Chaos and Mutant Rashi as they tried to appear to be cool and strong as a horde of dozens of aliens marched towards them. Chapter 165. In front of them a large horde of filler aliens, each uglier than the previous one, shouted in a bloodthirsty and even victorious way as they advanced towards what seemed like an easy enemy. Hahaha, 1,000 points of power. These idiots are easy prey. Lord Frieza will reward us for their deaths. Leroy Jenkins. And meanwhile on the side of the Z warriors, they watched that horde of idiots while holding back the urge to laugh. He. It's like Broly said, these idiots only trust trackers. The same desire to laugh that a child has when he sees that an enemy was about to fall into the hole he had dug. Ah! 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 Mutant Rashi, Krillin, Ten Shinhan and Chaos shouted as they released large amounts of ki to increase their power level. The power that they had hidden from those aliens. And when these aliens came to fight them with the certainty that they would crush them. Sock. Pow. Zio-CK. Bam. They were humiliated and picturesquely beaten, as if these were filler villains of a certain low-budget TV superheroes show from the 1960s. And the enemy obviously despaired. They are too strong. We cannot do anything. Bam. What's the meaning of this? Did they not only have a battle power of 1000? Zarbon asked Dodoria, blaming him for his wrong analysis. And seeing that something strange had happened with his calculation, Dodoria went back to review the data. What's going on? Their power have increased to 5,000, 10,000, 15,000, 12,000. I get it, they have a way to control their battle power. The report said something like this. And while Zarbon tried to blame Dodoria for this failure and Dodoria tried to excuse himself, Frisia watched the situation, angered by the failure, but not by the casualties of his long army. And while the army executives were angry, the Z warriors made their final attacks in mass. Multi-Kienzan. Flaring Kikaho. Dedanpa Rain. Kamehameha. Biomem. And with those multiple explosions, the filler enemy was completely decimated, leaving only the characters with an official name on planet. Great! The four shouted as they shook hands to celebrate that overwhelming victory, in which the great patriarch contributed a lot thanks to the great increase in power that he gave them. However, not everything, or anything, was laughter for the other side. Plash! Frisia was hitting the ground with his tail, and that wasn't a good thing. It meant he was irritated by that failure, and since the king was angry, his subjects had to do something to fix it. Lord Frisia, right now we will take care of destroying those earthlings, said Zarbon and Dodoria, who knelt down and tried to calm their boss with solutions before he decided to cut the template even further. It won't be necessary. Carry on with the previous plan and take care of the two treacherous Scions. Those four and the other Namekians will be in charge of the Jinyu force. Or do you think you can beat those four and the Namekians at the same time? Frisia said, looking at Jinyu and his men with confidence. He was sure that his elite warriors would know how to solve that problem efficiently. Of course, Lord Frisia. We shall have lots of fun with them. We are the strong special force of the whole universe, Jinyu said while posing with his other henchmen in a ridiculous and unnecessarily tacky way. Special force. Special force. Special force. Special force. Special force. And after another ridiculous pose, Jinyu and the other dancers quickly flew towards their new enemies, but not before embarrassing everyone who was watching them, both enemies and allies. What are you waiting for? Those traitors are not going to die alone, Frisia said sinisterly and vindicatively to his two loyal toadies who were still kneeling in front of him. And with those words Zarbon and Dodoria finally reacted and got up. Yes, Lord Frisia. And once you have finished dispatching them like a traitor dog, you can join in the fun with the Jinyu force. If they don't finish before you do, Frisia said once more as he diverted his vision from his two lapdogs. Yes, Lord Frisia, both shouted as they walked away from their owner. And for the first time since they arrived on this planet, he only looked at Broly, who from his huge flying chair ate and drank unconcernedly as if he were watching a predictable entertaining movie. And holding his desire to shoot him from eyebrow to eyebrow from that distance, Frisia lowered his finger. Well. I will love to see how that face changes when all his subordinates have been massacred. But before that. With those disturbing words expressed with extreme sadism and cruelty, Frisia turned his gaze from Broly to another person who was a little lower than Broly. I guess I'll kill time. Finishing what I started years ago. Ho ho ho. Frisia said as he left his comfortable and small flying chair to advance towards his new victim. Near there at that time. Ha ha ha. It was very easy, Chaos said as he came out alive from another fight against aliens. Surely Broly only wanted to scare us when he told us that we were very weak compared to the elite of the universe, Ten Shinhan said, seconding his forgettable friend. Stop overestimating yourself. Piccolo yelled, who stopped relating to his cousins to return to his old group of less charismatic, powerful and green friends. Piccolo-san is right, those guys were nothing compared to what comes next, Nail said, that could detect by being aware that one person with extremely strong energy, 3 very strong and 1 normal were quickly approaching them. And with catchy music playing in the background. Special Force. Special Force. Special Force. Special Force. Special Force. 5 aliens landed in an extremely overactive and unnecessary way. And at that moment Krillin asked the wrong question, a question he would regret asking, who the hell are you? And happy for Krillin's question, Jinyu smiled and replied, who are we? We are Recum. Recom yelled, performing an extremely embarrassing pose to introduce himself unnecessarily. Berta. Berta yelled, performing an extremely embarrassing and unnecessary pose just like his partner. Cheese. Boom. Boom. However, Jesse's ridiculous performance was cut short, as Piccolo and Nail attacked amidst that embarrassing show. I am not going to tolerate more stupid things because I am a Torpedo XD, Piccolo said, who was still pointing his hand at the idiots in front of him. You had left many openings, Nai said, doing exactly the same as Piccolo. Damned Namekians. You don't have education. Has anyone taught you that you shouldn't attack someone while someone is introducing himself dramatically? I won't forgive you. Some of the members of the Genius Squad shouted with great anger. Postures are essential for a good introduction. But they soon realized something. Someone in the group wasn't as outraged as they were. Or so they believed. Captain Jinyu. Those bastards have killed Gerd with that attack. Jeez yelled, pointing at Gerd's mutilated corpse, the weakest of the five, but who was able to stop time but couldn't do it in time. What? Damn bastards. Without Gerd our impressive group stance will be incomplete. I won't forgive you. Jinyu yelled, more angry than before, having suffered another attack on his right to pose. So while everyone still didn't understand what kind of mental problem those four had, the oldest of all had the best idea. If you don't mind, I will go fight somewhere else, Mutant Rashi said as he communicated to his friends that he was going somewhere else. And after a few moments of discomfort in which some began to lose focus. You will regret having done that. Crusher Ball. Shouted Jeez, who skipped the usual ritual of deciding who would fight individually against enemies using rock, paper or scissors. The anger of being interrupted in his presentation, and the death of a companion which completed his group pose, clouded his judgment and made him attack everyone with his final attack. A scarlet energy sphere that was fired at the Namekian and Earthling coalition. Watch out! Piccolo and Nai shouted to indicate that the 3 humans and 5 Namex of the group should disperse. Boom! That sphere of energy fell on them, creating an incredible explosion. Explosion that raised a great smoke screen. Smoke screen from which Piccolo and Nail were able to escape without apparent injury. Something similar happened with the other 3 Namekians who belonged to the Patriarch's security team, who managed to escape with a few burns. As for the Earthlings. Ahai. That has been very dangerous. Ten, how are you? Said Krillin, who was holding on to his left arm, which had some burns. Ten Shinhan, who like Krillin came out of that explosion with wounds, although not so serious with Krillin, something that surprised him, since Krillin was closer to the explosion than he was. Krillin, I'm fine, more or less, and after answering his partner's question, he tried to check the condition of his best friend, which he had taken by the hand to pull him at the moment of the explosion. Chaos, how are you? But he couldn't finish the sentence. All members of the Jinyu Force had a power greater than 40,000 units except the late Gerd. And that energetic attack from Jeez, the team's vice-captain, was loaded with an impressive power compared to the elite of other planets, an elite warrior who specialized in powerful energy attacks. A deadly energy attack for almost any warrior of any alien race, and some couldn't even fend off its blast wave. Chaos. Krillin shouted as he saw in horror how half of Chaos' body had been torn to pieces and carbonized, while Ten Shinhan held in shock the other half of his body still almost intact of what was, his only family. Chaos, no, this can't, Ten Shinhan babbled as he refused to accept that he was holding his friend's body. And that moment of indecision and lack of concentration was fatal. You should worry about yourself first, said Rikum, who appeared at great speed behind Ten Shinhan and punched him on the head. Plash. Oops, sorry, I didn't want to hit that hard, but I was upset by the interruption. Ha 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 ha. Rikum said sarcastically with his fist full of blood and meat and bone remnants as he looked down. Plaff ploff. Ahai. No. 10. Krillin screamed in despair and horror by what he had just witnessed. Without giving him time to internalize Chaos' brutal collateral death, the next thing he saw was how Ten's head exploded like an egg after suffering a heavy blow to the ground. A blow that moments later, Krillin understood that it was delivered by Recom, which moved and attacked at a speed that neither he nor Ten were able to follow. Hell. Monst. Poemem. And synchronized at the same time that Nail began his confrontation with Recom with the first exchange of blows. Plaf. Berta with an almost imperceptible speed appeared behind 2 of the Namekians who were further from Nail and very quickly pierced their hearts with his bare hands. Don't go so fast, I want to have fun too, said Berta, who still had his 2 arms inserted into the body of the 2 Namekians, who between great pain and agony still clung to life. Yeno, Zarfo. Nail shouted when seeing how his 2 companions had been pierced from behind. No homo situation XD. Damn! Yelled the other Namekian who was left, who was about to attack Recombe with Nail. However, when he saw his two friends impaled, he decided to take revenge, so he changed his objective and flew towards Berta with the intention of killing him. Another fool, Berta said, watching almost in slow motion how that Namekian was heading towards him, so he tried to withdraw his arms from the bodies of the other two Namekians whom he had pierced to attack the other. However. Ah! Ah! Shouted both Namekians still strung together, who thanks to their great vitality and determination managed to stay alive for now. And heroically, as a final sacrifice they seized Berta's arms, to prevent him from being able to move them out of their bodies and thereby allowing his friend to finish him off. Shit! Berta thought with some fear as she tried to get her arms out of the body of the two Namekians. Fortunately for him, in a few seconds he had no more reason to worry, since the Namekian who was about to attack him was hit by a crimson sphere of energy. Crimson sphere that destroyed the Namekian's head. It looked like you needed help. Berta said Jeez, who decided to cover his teammate. And seeing how their sacrifice was in vain, Yeno and Zarfo began to lose the strength that their fighting spirit had given them for a brief period of time. No. Tamika. Ah. Everything was under control. But thank you, Berta said as he forcefully extracted his arms from the Namekians' bodies, killing them in the process. Boom. Him. Shit. Yeno, Zarfo, Tamika. Damn. Sorry for not being able to help you, but this guy, we are both very equal in power and he is incredibly persistent, it's like he doesn't feel pain. I can beat this one, but if one of them helps him I'm screwed, Nail thought as he hit Recombe with all his might, wanting to end the fight as soon as possible while Jeez watched the development of that confrontation. No, this can't be happening. This is a nightmare, said Krillin, who couldn't stop shaking with despair in the face of so much death and misfortune. Death and misfortune that he, due to his lack of power, was unable to prevent. Sorry. Have I made you wait long? Now I will play with you, said Berta, who, at the speed of sound, stood before the astonished Krillin. And Krillin, when he saw that huge blue figure that appeared in front of him, the same one that seconds before massacred two people who were much stronger than him, he started to back away in fear as he babbled ah. Ah. However, this fear only lasted a second, since as with Yamcha's death, the rage seized his body and mind. In a mysterious way, as if Krillin had teleported, distanced himself from Berta, appearing near a nearby tree. What was that? An special skill? Berta thought, upon not being able to see how Krillin had moved away so far from him. And at a safer distance. Ah! Krillin shouted while launching a rain of Kienzans against Berta, which dodged them with extreme ease, since despite being a very powerful technique it was still easy to evade. Ah! Krillin yelled once more, forming his short-range manual action Kienzan to fight hand-to-hand and break him in half with a technique that wasn't so easy to dodge. However, that huge blue Martian in front of him quickly disappeared from his vision field. Berta, who stood out for his extreme speed, got behind Krillin. And with the intention of killing Krillin in the same way that his partner Recom had killed the other bald man in his group. He raised his fist to destroy Krillin's head with a punch. A punch that our bald dwarf not Frisia couldn't evade. Krillin said, who could barely breathe, being aware that he might be dead right now. Instead, he was alive, watching Berta crash into a hill with a deformed stomach and with his armor destroyed by what looked like a kick imprint. Boom! It was obvious that someone had helped him and, to his surprise, who had helped him had been Piccolo. Krillin said when he saw Piccolo, who was bloodied due to the combat he had been having until now. It was evident that he had expressly come to his aid and that it hadn't been easy to create the opportunity to help him. Get out of here right now. You get in the way. Piccolo yelled very furiously at Krillin, who was still distracted in the middle of that battlefield. Piccolo, right? You were fighting with me, I'd appreciate it if you didn't try to ignore me. The great Jinyu was starting to have fun with you. You're strong, Jinyu said. He approached them with no apparent injuries, just with a small bruise on his chin. From the beginning Jinyu looked for the most powerful of the group, and for that reason he fought Piccolo individually, against the main responsible for the interruption of his presentation while his henchmen carried out a butchery with his friends. Damn, he's here again, Piccolo said when he saw that Jinyu had come back for him. This was exasperating. The powerful attack with which he had managed to throw him away had only created a small mark on his face. And Krillin, seeing that Piccolo had big problems fighting Jinyu, that Nail was still fighting Recombe with little advantage while Jeez watched them with an energy sphere in his hand that could be shot at any moment, and Berta trying to get up. He heeded Piccolo's wise words and fled to another place in the fastest way he could. Wow. I thought you would shoot him in the back when he ran away, Piccolo said to Jinyu, since as a former villain that could be one of the things he would have done. Please. That's not my style. I like one-on-one combat without interruptions. Besides, it is only a matter of time before Berta recovers from your kick and catches him, Jinyu said, doing another of his strange postures as Krillin fled further and further away. Damn. This guy is very powerful, and unlike the rest he is not an open book. He knows how to hide his power. I can't be distracted for a second, Piccolo thought as he took a serious battle stance and watched the corpses and Nail having quite a bit of trouble in a 2 versus 1. And Krillin, as he teleported away and flew at great speed, he could do nothing but curse his luck. Damn. Damn. What the hell is going on? Everyone is dead. And Piccolo and Nail won't take much longer. Broly. What the hell are you doing? Broly, Goku. We need your help. Krillin shouted that in the distance he observed the explosions produced by the other 2 battles that were happening simultaneously apart from the one he had escaped. Meanwhile, Broly from the sky sitting in his flying chair watched with his 3 eyes without any emotion or empathy the slaughter. As if he were a bored god watching an insignificant battle between ants. Chapter 166. Elsewhere in Namek. Boom. Boom. Him. Another battle was taking place almost at the same time that the massacre fostered by the Jinyu force was taking place. Boom. Palm. Boom. Path. Nei-san. Are you okay? Ginger screamed, who was bleeding, bruised and with her Saiyan tail ripped off. I will survive. But. Your tail. Yam answered and asked, that like her sister was also bleeding and bruised, but not looking as miserable as her little sis. Both had been fighting against their respective enemies individually, since Dodoria and Zarbon had managed to separate them at a certain point in the fight. Just to meet again and see that they hadn't been very successful. Ha ha ha. You're not that bad to be a girl, but your battle power is much lower than mine. And I'm tired of playing. Oh Zarbon, has she given you some trouble? Dodoria said, who with small wounds walked with superiority complex towards the 2 sisters while holding in his hand a Saiyan tail that had torn of Ginger. Dodoria knew that the only way that girl had to beat him was by transforming into Oozuru, so from the beginning he tried to rip her tail off, and he accomplished it. She is stronger than my tracker indicated and has caught me by surprise. She must have learned it from Earthlings. However, she has not been able to finish her work when she had the opportunity for some reason, a strange reason, Zarbon said as he wiped away some of the blood from his mouth and nose as also advanced towards the 2 sisters. The 2 sisters were in serious trouble again. Their enemies were numerically stronger than them and they knew what they were capable of. Thanks to the Zenkai they won after the battle on Earth, Ginger had got a power of 5,400 and Yam of 17,000. If both had become Oozuru, multiplying their x10 power, they could have defeated Zarbon and Dodoria with relative ease. However, Yam's tail was cut off on Earth and Ginger's was torn off during this battle against Dodoria from almost the beginning of the confrontation. Shit, that bastard went for my tail from the beginning. I was forced to cut it myself when he grabbed it before I could create my power ball, Ginger thought as she watched Dodoria burn what was left of her tail with the energy beam. If it wasn't for that kid I could have killed that bastard. I had knocked him unconscious for a second, but when I went to cut off his head my fist stopped. Can good kids defend themselves against murderous invaders, but can't kill them? I hate that boy with all my soul. Yam thought as he looked at Zarbon's neck, which should be cut if not were for Gohan's curse. Well, we've had enough fun. How about we end them? Surely Lord Frisia will be delighted by the death of these 2 treacherous Scions as soon as possible. If you don't mind, I would like to finish what I started, said Dodoria, showing his sadistic side as he looked at the aching Ginger. As you wish, Zarbon said arrogantly as he slowly advanced towards the sisters. Ginger. Can you still fight? Yam whispered to Ginger. Both were back to back, watching the slow advance of their enemies towards them. Yes, who do you take me for? Ginger said, contradicting the current situation with her words. Due to the dwarf's curse I cannot kill anyone. Entertain Dodoria as much as you can, but don't get too far away from me. I'll try to knock out Zarbon. When I'm done, I'll try to knock out Dodoria too. When I have done it you have to kill him. I will not be able. Yam whispered to his sister, a complicated plan that had a good chance of failing. That plan is crazy. It can fail for many reasons. And what will happen with Zarbon later? Ginger asked, that even she could see that this plan had countless fissures. Can you think of something better? At my signal attack him, knock him out and defend yourself as much as you can, replied Yam, who was aware of the high probability of failure. HIATUS. Ah. Their enemies previously separated them, destroy them more easily, but this time they were the ones who were trying to separate to fulfill that suicidal strategy. Yam was fighting on almost equal terms against Zarbon, waiting for an opportunity to get him as far away from the stage as possible, and Ginger did everything he could not to be murdered by Dodoria before her sister could do something. She was being beaten over and over again, barely able to do anything except strive not to lose consciousness while trying to save as much energy as she could. Bammin. Pank punk. Until finally Yam found the opening she was looking for. Ah! With a powerful explosion of invisible energy, Yam managed to send Zarbon flying when he tried to attack her. She sent him flying with a not very harmful but incredibly effective ability to stop a cast or forcefully drive away the opponent. Damn! Zarbon yelled as he was propelled off the battlefield. And then... Ah! Yam released all his energy and fury, flying at full speed towards Dodoria. A Dodoria that kept raging against Ginger, who heroically withstood his blows, spending only the necessary energy. PLAF. 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 And Dodoria was still in a frenzy while beating the traitor over and over again as if it were something incredibly fun and satisfying. He did not realize that his fun was about to end. Ah! Yam yelled as she used almost all of her strength to hit Dodoria's neck. Plash! Using an overwhelming but not fatal blow that knocked Dodoria out. Damn, I can't believe it worked, Ginger thought with amazement, disbelief and joy, and also with great pain all over her body due to the great beating she had received. Quickly! Don't waste any more time. Please, Yam said to Ginger, showing obvious symptoms that she was still under the influence of Gohan's curse, while watching over Dodoria not waking up and Zarbon not coming back. Yes, right now. Ah! Ginger yelled, concentrating energy on her hand. And following her sister's plan, which he believed impossible, Ginger attacked the unconscious Dodoria with a fatal blow. PLAF. However. What I? Stammered Yam, who didn't understand her actions. Yam, what the hell are you doing? Ginger asked, astonished and terrified upon seeing what her sister had just done. When Ginger was about to end Dodoria's life by cutting off his head with his energy sword hand, Yam grabbed Ginger's hand to stop her from killing someone. Don't tell me good kids can't tolerate someone killing another in front of them either. Yam thought in agony as she cursed Gohan existence again for destroying their only chance to survive. BOMM. NSFW. Ginger screamed as she saw a sphere of energy hit her sister's back, which fell to the ground with her back completely shattered while still holding Ginger's arm. I don't know what you did, but it was a mistake to turn your back on me, said Zarbon, who arrived on the battlefield once again with a surprise attack. Shit. Ginger was desperate, the flawed plan A had failed in the least expected way and they had no plan B. Ha ha ha. I guess I'll have to take all the credit, Zarbon said as he pointed another energy sphere at Ginger, which stood between the unconscious Zarbon and the unconscious Yam. This is the end. But I'm going to die without destroying that filthy effeminate face. Ah! Ginger thought and screamed as she faced that sphere of light that had more concentrated energy than her entire body. At the same time she fearlessly advanced towards what with all probability would be her death. However, there was another turn of events. Plash! Since heroically and unexpectedly. Well done, girl. If you had not focused his attention on you, it would have been difficult for me to save you. Mutant Rashi appeared dramatically, kicking Zarbon in the face, sending him flying again. You! The pervert! What are you doing here? Ginger said, she did not expect any help from anyone in this situation. These are serious injuries. Take this one and try to feed your sister with another. It will heal you and help you regain energy, Mutant Rashi said as he handed Ginger 2 senzu beans. However, those selfless and benevolent words and actions puzzled Ginger. Why? Asked Ginger, who did not understand why he had decided to help them. Weren't they supposed to be enemies? Did he have any hidden intention? Were these beans actually sleeping pills with which he would later attempt to rape them? I think this is not the time to worry about these details, Mutant Rashi said while keeping an eye on Zarbon. And for some strange reason Zarbon did not like too much that someone kicked his face. You! Damn lousy trash! How dare you hit my face? I'm going to skin you! Zarbon yelled as he sped towards Mutant Rashi with an obvious killing intent. However, Mutant Rashi was prepared for this situation. From the very moment he made his dynamic Gaisini style entry. Rashi was fully aware that Zarbon in raw power was far superior to him. Which is why, as Broly told him before arriving on this planet, he decided to use his special tactics. I hope that using this ability does not become a habit from now on, Mutant Rashi thought as he raised his hands towards Zarbon and shouted Mafoba. What the hell is this? Zarbon yelled as he began to spin uncontrollably in a strange swirl of green mystical energy. Oh, it's that technique again. He will be a pervert, but he is quite strong. Okay, and now it's my sister's turn to heal, Ginger thought, who had fully recovered and had Dodoria's decapitated head in one hand and one of the senzu ben that Rashi gave her in the other. Taking advantage of the fact that mutant Rashi was entertaining Zarbon and that her sister's life was not in danger, she decided to eat one of the senzu bean that Rashi gave her, despite taking certain risks by accepting strange food from a perverted stranger. After recovering and feeling very relieved, she instantly killed Dodoria, who was still unconscious, and since she didn't know when he could wake up kids, it's important to kill your enemies before they wake up and stab you in the back. And if you can cut off their heads to make sure they're dead, better, all in this order to prevent his sister from preventing her from killing him again. And after making Yam, still unconscious, swallow the senzu bean, Ginger began to observe mutant Rashi once again using the technique that once locked her up. However, Mafuba is an extremely difficult and dangerous ability, so any distraction or interruption could be fatal to the point of making it difficult to execute, cancelling the technique or even turning against the user himself. And something went wrong this time. Chaos. 10. In a few seconds Rashi felt that Chaos and 10's key disappeared completely, and that could only mean one thing. They had died on the battlefield from which he had deserted to join this, since he believed that with Piccolo, Nail and the others there would be no excessive danger in that battlefield. He believed that they could take care of the situation while he was going to lift Scion's skirts. But he was wrong, and that made him feel great guilt, distracting him when using the Mafuba. I don't understand what is happening. But it's now or never, Zarbon thought as he regained his mobility and decided to do something he didn't particularly like. Transform. A transformation that made him bigger, uglier, and above all stronger. Factors that the distracted mutant Rashi did not take into account in his calculations when trying to lock him. FAUU. Crash. And that big mistake was fatal, since that allowed Zarbon ugly version to launch an energy attack on his stomach, piercing him completely as he was devoid of any defense during the execution of the Mafuba. In this way Rashi was defeated with a single blow, and falling to the ground, bleeding the green grass of the planet Namek. And before Zarbon could laugh and celebrate Rashi's death. Fucking motherfucker. Ginger shouted, which with a desperate scream fired from her hands a golden energy attack at Zarbon. A power attack in which she had put all her energy, worth the redundancy. BOMM. An attack far beyond Ginger's limits that created a great trail of destruction. Shit, Ginger said as she crumbled completely. Despite having swallowed a senzu bean, she felt hurt, emotionally unstable after everything that happened. She barely even had the strength to stand up, all her allies had fallen and her spirit had completely broken. Since the attack in which she put all her strength was unable to kill her ugly primary target. That hurt a lot. Quite unexpected in the case of a Scion microbe like you. You are going to pay with blood to force me to adopt this form, said Zarbon, who had accumulated enough wounds in these combats and was advancing towards the defenseless Ginger to kill her and return with his master. Damn. I have failed my friends, and now I will also have to see a beauty die in front of me without being able to do anything, thought mutant Rashi, who was dying from the ground, trying to get up to fight heroically. That hole in the stomach formed by Zarbon's energy attack was the area where he precisely kept the senzu bean in an inside pocket. Pocket and stomach that were completely charred. And Zarbon, without any opposition whatsoever, advanced without haste but without pause towards Ginger, enjoying the miserable appearance of his next victim. After reaching the position of his victim, he grabbed her by the neck and raised her to his height to give her the last classic villain speech before killing her. You Scions have always been fucking disgusting to me. And knowing that the only 2 females of your species are going to die in my hands fills me with joy. After your generation the Scion race will be extinct. I'll finish what Lord Frisia started when he destroyed your stinking planet. Ha 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 ha. Ah. Ginger yelled as she tried to break free of his grasp with the only thing she could, biting his ugly hand. AIH. Damn beast. Zarbon yelled in pain as he slammed Ginger against a nearby rock. Gwa. He hit her so hard that several bones were broken in the process, causing Ginger to spit out a large amount of blood from his mouth, blood that splattered on his enemy's face, blinding Zarbon. Now. Daee. Zarbon yelled as he prepared to pierce Ginger's belly with a spear hand. Chapter 167. Now. Daee. Zarbon yelled as he prepared to pierce Ginger's belly with a spear hand. However, as almost always happens after the villain's unnecessary speech, the hero was in charge of preventing his plan. Plath. In this case this hero was Yam, who after healing her wounds and recovering her energy thanks to the senzu bean she was able to regain consciousness after a few seconds. And heroically she intervened in Zarbon's attack, being the one who received Zarbon's spear hand, being pierced in the stomach by that attack. San. The dying Ginger tried to exclaim when she saw how her sister had saved her life again. How? Zarbon yelled, who was very confused by what had just happened. He had killed the wrong Scion, whom he believed to have killed before. However Yam, still pierced by Zarbon's arm, wasn't dead. It was just the opposite. Her eyes had never shone and burned with such determination. Ah! With that battle cry, Yam gripped the arm that pierced his body to prevent her from moving even a millimeter, and with his legs she caught Zarban's neck, performing a judo immobilization and strangulation from which for some reason he couldn't escape. "Nei-san. Why? I was supposed to protect you this time," Ginger thought through tears as she saw someone else, especially the one she loved the most and the one she had promised to protect now that she was affected by that curse, had sacrificed herself for her again. "I hate it. I hate being so weak. Who did you say you were going to exterminate?" Yam yelled as she spat blood from her mouth onto Zarban's face. Ag. Shit, I can't move or breathe. She got me. How is it possible? How can she be doing this? How can she still be alive? This is insane. Stammered and thought Zarban as less and less oxygen reached his brain. Ha. This is very funny. I can't end my own life, but I didn't even need to think for a second to sacrifice my own life for my loved ones. My pride as a Saiyan has been taken, but my warrior blood burns through my veins like never before. I cannot kill you nor allow others to kill you, but I will gladly leave you half dead while I lose my life to make sure that someone else kills you without my preventing it," Yam said as she spat blood from her mouth in each sentence with a totally insane face and gaze. She was in a state on the border between the madness produced by her desire to kill and revenge, and the rectitude produced by the genuine desire to protect her sister and her beliefs at the cost of her own life. "Nei-san, no. Stop, you still can," Ginger cried out in tears as much as she could, even though her broken ribs were piercing her lungs and could barely breathe. "Ginger, if I don't kill him by accident after I knock him out, even if you have to crawl and bite him off, do it. You are my dear little sister after all, I know you can." "Please," said Yam, who kept spitting blood at the same time that she kept ruthlessly strangling Zarban, saying goodbye to her sister with the kindest and most touching face that she had ever shown to anyone. An unnatural face in this moment of gore and tragedy. Fuck. Zarban thought, that due to the lack of oxygen reaching his brain he almost lost consciousness. And thanks to that momentary disconnection of his brain before reoxygenating slightly, his transformation was interrupted, returning once again to his original form. Bwaj ahing. And when the transformation was cancelled, Zarban's body also shrank, thus being able to free his jammed arm and escape from Yam's deadly grip, which lost too much blood because she lacked the plug that covered her deadly wound. "No. HHHGGHH," Ginger shouted with true despair and sadness as she spat blood upon see that her sister's noble sacrifice was also useless. And while Zarban tried to catch his breath, AGGHH wag. After getting fresh air, he returned with his hate speech, "Fucking monkeys. I will not forgive you. I'm going to break your useless sister in front of you before you bleed to death." But before he could try to do what he stated, bam! He received the impact of a key sphere in the back. It was Rashi, with his stomach also pierced because of Zarban. That's what was popular that day, who after seeing Yam's heroic spirit couldn't stay stretched, lengthening his agony. So from the ground he used most of his remaining energy to stab an enemy in the back, an enemy who considered him dead. However, that little energy was unable to finish Zarban despite his injuries and energy expenditure. "Ah. Are you also alive? Damn roaches, I'm going to," Zarban yelled as he pointed his hands at his two pierced and dying enemies to incinerate them finally with an energy attack, with the firm intention of killing both at the same time. But for the umpteenth time that day, there was another last-minute interruption. Kienzan. Garlic Cannon. One of them was Krillin, who after seeing that he was unable to do anything in the battle against the Jinya force, came to where Rashi was, arriving just in time to cut off Zarban's arm with which he intended to kill his sensei. And at the same time and in an almost synchronized way, Vegeta, who had just killed Kiwi far from there as in the official version, and after that he came to this place where to his surprise there were old friends and enemies. Therefore, he decided to be of help to his former allies, disintegrating the distracted Zarban with his most powerful attack at that time. Aha! Heroes are supposed to appear at the last moment. Sorry, Krillin, Rashi said as the light in her eyes gradually faded, knowing that at least one of his friends had survived and had even extended his life for a few more seconds. Master Rashi. This is a nightmare. You too. Krillin shouted with tear-filled eyes and the feeling that his heart was about to stop. Such was his desolation that he even ignored the presence of Vegeta, who also ignored him, since he had more important things to do. Hell, lo, Yam said, dying from the ground, using all her remaining strength to speak with Vegeta, who saw how her life gradually faded with every word that came out of her trembling and bloody mouth. Yam, you better not talk, Vegeta said when he saw that one of the people that he had minimally appreciated died in front of him, realizing that he was somewhat sad about that after what happened on Earth. But Yam ignored that useless advice. She knew she would die whether she spoke or not, but at least she wanted to die with the least possible regrets. Vegeta. Tell me. Have I been a shame as a Saiyan? You me. Not. You defended our honor until the end. Well done, Vegeta said, being kind and considerate for the first time in his life. But the truth is that he wasn't lying either. After what had happened on Earth due to Gohan's curse and supposed betrayal, Vegeta had practically banished Yam from his mind. She had become useless to him, a broken toy incapable of breaking other toys. The only reason he didn't remove her from the list of people not to kill was because of the ferocious Yam who still lingered slightly in his memory and certain male instincts. But after witnessing and hearing thanks to the tracker all that Yam had accomplished despite having Jin's deadlift, Gohan's curse, and fighting enemies stronger than herself with such courage, brutality, and determination. With some sadness and bitterness, Vegeta found impossible not to admit that he was wrong. Yam was and always would be an incredible Saiyan warrior. Glad to hear it, from you, Yam said, dying with a sad smile on his face. Nei-san, no. Don't leave me, I'm sorry I couldn't fight alongside you. Forgive me. No, I am the one who has no forgiveness, Ginger cried as she crawled across the floor, being practically unable to move, trying to reach her sister's corpse. This was a completely bleak picture. On that battlefield, 4 corpses lay on the ground. 2 of them belonged to 2 heroes, who died sacrificing themselves for others to live, and next to them, kneeling in front of their bodies, 2 friends' relatives mourned their loss and sacrifice. Only 2 people were left standing. One of them Vegeta, who was trying to prevent Yam's death from affecting him, so, without forgetting his objective, he tried to turn the page and focus on the future. Hey you, bald dwarf, if you're here that means that. Plath. However, he wasn't able to finish his sentence, since when he tried to see the sad and scared Krillin face, it was replaced by a blood geyser, which gushed out from his neck. What? Vegeta yelled in terror as he realized someone had been beheaded in front of him and hadn't even realized it. I told you wouldn't run away, little. Although you have been very fast with that ability of yours, said Berter, who chased Krillin as promised and without further ado ripped off his head at full speed while making his appearance. And seeing that tall, ugly, and blue character in quite distinctive armor, Vegeta realized that this was an extremely risky situation. Shit, the Jinya force. I have to. Plash. But he wasn't even able to finish that thought or put himself in combat position as his instinct told him, since he was pierced in the back by Berter and his extreme speed. No, it can't be, I didn't even see him move, Vegeta thought as he watched Berta hold his heart in his hand and crush it, dying insignificantly in the process. Yes, Toriyama hates Vegeta and I follow his will. Okay, 2 less, Berta said as he wiped the blood off his hand and pointed the other at Ginger, who didn't even notice that 2 people around her had died. Boom. I wanted to say 3 less. Ha ha ha. And now go back to the others. I hope they aren't done with all the fun yet. You how? Jinayu force. Berta shouted while making a ridiculous pose for the umpteenth time and disappeared from that battlefield to return with his companions. On that same planet. Something far from there but not too far. Boom. Pam. Plash. Palm. Rack. Pam. Plash. Palm. Rack. Pam. Plash. Palm. Rack. Pam. Plash. Palm. Rack. Boom. Goku and Frieza had their combat the same as the others, also fought in different places on the planet. Ho ho ho. Nothing bad. I admit that you are quite strong. If I had fought against you with my other involutions, I could have had a very bad time. You should be proud. You have made me use 20 of my power, Frieza said with his usual arrogant and evil smile, with which he mocked Goku and magnified himself despite making it seem like a compliment. I see. Broly told me several times that you were much stronger than me. But I didn't know that the difference was so great, Goku said, trying not to let Frieza's words and arrogant attitude affect him. Both fought for a short time, but very intensely. In this short time interval they exchanged hundreds of blows, using various strategies to corner, weaken, reveal the limits of the opponent and even finally defeat their enemy. Especially Frieza, who enjoyed using unorthodox and imaginative strategies to hurt Goku using his tail, his psychic powers, and his energy attack launched from his finger. The only reasons why Goku had survived until now was thanks to the multiple Zenkais he received after the fight against Vegeta and the intensive training he had on Broly's spaceship, which managed to raise his base power to 1,000,000 units, a huge amount compared to the 80,000 with whom he arrived on the planet Namek in the original version. And of course thanks to the Kaioken, which he managed to master perfectly in a very short time, using it to its maximum power x20 only in small intervals of time. A small time slot where he used the maximum multiplier of the Kaioken only to attack and defend himself efficiently, virtually reaching the power of 20 million. However, that was nothing compared to Frisia's maximum power of 120 million. Ho ho. It is good that you have noticed, even if it is late. Well. What should I do with you now? Should I consider you a real threat and quickly end your agony, or should I kill more time until my subordinates kill your friends? What do you prefer? Frisia said, feeling generous and even magnanimous when giving him to choose the way in which he would be killed. But at the time when Goku was about to answer with some ingenious comment, since in Dragon Ball Z he wasn't completely stupid like in Super, where he suffered a boring involution. He felt a disturbance in the force. Chaos. 10. Goku yelled, realizing that 2 of his friends had been exterminated. But that wasn't the end of his worries. Soon after, he also felt the death of 2, not 3 Namekians who were with them. And that caused him to change his priorities. Shit. Piccolo, Krillin, I'm coming, Goku thought as he tried to use a great burst of speed to get away from this fight to help his friends. However. Wow. I think letting you escape wasn't among the options I gave you, said Frisia, who immediately caught up with Goku after ceasing to suppress his power so much. And giving him a brutal kick, which crashed him precisely in the same place where he was before when Frisia asked him that question. And now. It's your turn to answer. Ho, Frisia said, which landed right on top of Goku's head, crushing him against the ground, giving one more example of how sadistic and cruel it was. I can't waste my time fighting him. Goku yelled as he increased his strength with the Kaioken and used another of his secret abilities. Genki Dama Broly version. Goku had taken advantage of the continuous pauses in which Frisia stopped fighting to brag and demonstrate how powerful, cruel and intelligent he was, to collect energy and store it inside his body to use it at the right time. However, Goku didn't imagine that he would use his last alternative to escape from one fight to join another. Oh my, do you still have unused strength? Frisia said, surprised to see that Goku was getting up even though he was using more force than he had estimated to prevent Goku from raising his head. Plash. And Goku, thanks to his impressive explosive speed created by the superposition of the 2 techniques, managed to free himself from Frisia's immobilization and hit him in the face. Crash. And after having used Frisia's spherical head as if it were a volleyball ball and throwing it against some mountains a kilometer further, Goku started the flight back to where Chaos and Ten's ki had disappeared. Piccolo and Nail are fighting another one very strong guys. Mutant Rashi is with those 2 Saiyans. And Krillin is going to where they are. And that Ki, Vegeta. What is he doing here? Things are getting too complicated. But after flying several kilometers it stopped, colliding with a kind of wall. It was as if he had trapped in a force field, as if he were inside a golden sphere. Fighting against me is so boring as not to show your true capabilities and try to run away at all times. Not. I don't think it's that. You are also one of those people capable of feeling the combat power without trackers, right? Maybe you have noticed that things are not going very well for your friends and that is why you want to help them. Very moving, ho. But if this is all the power you have, as I feel, I'm afraid you won't even be able to see their corpses, Frisia said as he locked Goku in his imprisonment ball while playing with it as if it were a soccer ball while Goku was trapped inside. Frieza. Goku was screaming, trying to escape unsuccessfully from that telekinetic cage. Using the Kaioken to the maximum, his power was 20 million, and adding the energy he had managed to collect by the Genki Dama Broly version, which was being consumed while using it, had only managed to increase his power to 45 million due to the low energy contained in this dying and uninhabited planet. Oh no. Master Roshi. Damn. Planet that became more dying and uninhabited for Goku after realizing that his sensei had also died. Frisia got tired of playing with him, so he detonated the imprisonment ball. An explosion that wounded Goku, but hadn't yet lost his fighting spirit despite the harsh circumstances. Oh, you're still alive, what a pleasant surprise, Frisia said as he invited Goku to fight against him one more time. Goku had dared to hit him in the face, causing him to bleed slightly from the nose. So he wanted to make him pay for it with much pain. Ah. Pam. Plash. Palm. Rack. Pam. Plash. Palm. Rack. Pam. Plash. Palm. Rack. Pam. Plash. Palm. Rack. And Goku, who understood that this monstrous dwarf wouldn't let him leave without fighting, tried to continue with the combat. Pam. Plash. Palm. Rack. Pam. Plash. Palm. Rack. Pam. Plash. Palm. Rack. Pam. Plash. Palm. Rack. However. Wog. Poem. Ought. Off gag. It was useless. Frieza had released the vast majority of his power while Goku was running out of his. His only hope was an instant Zenkai that would make him increase his power to the maximum available for a Saiyan, which was 3 million, and then transform into a Super Saiyan, and that his enemy would give him time and opportunities to do all that in the middle of an invasion or deathmatch. No. Cricklin. But. Flash. Ag hi. In this world where Akira Toriyama didn't have that much influence, those absurd and convenient conveniences don't exist. Fighting against you has been quite satisfactory. I haven't practiced in a long time. I was pretty untrained. Although unlike inferior beings like you, I have never trained, Frieza said after firing a ki beam from his finger, piercing Goku's stomach. Goku was seriously injured and had little strength left. But he refused to fall to the ground and feel completely defeated. It can't be, you too, Piccolo. But his situation and the death of his colleagues was destroying his morale. And before Goku could take a senzu bean that he had stored in his pocket. It is a pity that you don't belong in my army. I would offer you to work for me. But after the betrayal of Vegeta and his lackeys, I have reconsidered. There is no longer room for Saiyans in my ranks. Goodbye. Frieza stopped playing and threw a mortal ball at Goku, the same technique with which he destroys planets. Ah. BOMM. Completely disintegrating Goku and tens of kilometers of swamps behind him too. Well. And now I think it is time for you to tell me where the Dragon Balls are, Frieza said to Broly after cleaning the dust he had raised with his explosion of energy from his white body. Chapter 168. It is a pity that you don't belong in my army. I would offer you to work for me. But after the betrayal of Vegeta and his lackeys, I have reconsidered. There is no longer room for Saiyans in my ranks. Goodbye. Frieza stopped playing and threw a mortal ball at Goku, the same technique with which he destroys planets. Ah. BOMM. Ah. Where am I? Have I died again? Will I have to see Emma again? Goku asked, which went from watching a giant energy sphere crash into his face to find himself in a very strange place. A completely white place that seemed to have no end. White place that strangely reminded him of a certain room that he supposedly used when he was little, but that was obviously invented for the convenience of a script in the Cell Saga. If they had had such a convenient room, they would have used it already before, when others tried to kill everyone. Yes and no, said Broly, who appeared in front of him by surprise to scare him. And at the same time Krillin, Rashi, Chaos, Ten Shinham, Piccolo, Ginger, Yam, Vegeta, Nail and the other filler Namekians also appeared behind him. Goku, I can't believe you're dead too, Krillin said when he saw that even Goku, with his numerous and powerful power-ups, had been killed as well. He was stronger than I thought. Sorry, Goku replied in a not very serious way, accepting having lost. And you, Broly? Why didn't you do anything? Reproached those who felt helpless and violated, while Broly, the most powerful being, simply saw them being tortured and killed. I already did things. See how pathetically you lost, just as I predicted would happen, resurrect you all and bring you to this dimension of mine, Broly replied emphatically, criticizing the criticism of his friends. And before almost everyone protested again when they saw the incredible passivity and indifference that Broly had for their lives, did you think everything would turn out well as long as I was around? Did you think that I am your fucking guardian angel that only exists to solve your problems, shield you as if you were babies unable to survive on your own, give you everything you want and resurrect you when you've screwed it up? Is this how you see life? Letting Broly solve all the problems, and if Sir Broly isn't available, let Goku take care of it. And then we will use the Dragon Balls to camouflage our mistakes and stupidity. And you dare criticize me for letting you minimally expose yourself to the dangers you chose when I warned you about the consequences? Broly said, acting like the typical funny and understanding teacher when he saw that his class had abused his kindness. Harsh words that left the Z-Warriors speechless, since deep down they knew that Broly was right. They had become too accustomed to depending on others and using magical methods to solve all their problems, uselessness and irresponsibility. So no one said anything, they just ducked their heads and nodded. Except Vegeta, who arrogantly dared to criticize the Z-Warriors as well, although with some reason, since if it had not been for Broly and his intervention during the invasion to the Earth, a lot things would have been very different, huh? Right. You really are. However, why Broly immediately silenced that cocky student who believed that he could show some kind of moral superiority before the rest of the classmates and scold them like his teacher. Shut up, Vegeta. The only reason I have resurrected you and those two girls that I like much more than you is because I owed you a resurrection. As with all of you. Wait, you mean? He tried to ask Piccolo in a hurry, since thanks to his incredible intelligence could intuit what Broly would say next. Yes. This will be the last time that I revive you for free. It is evident that you have ceased to have enough appreciation for your life and for the lives of others, since the price to correct your mistakes is quite cheap. And this will also be my last free lesson for you. The following will have to pay the right price and you'll have to beg me. Broly said, showing his anger as he could read the thoughts of everyone. The thoughts they had during the invasion on Earth. The thoughts they had when he explained the great danger of coming to the planet Namek. The thoughts they had during the training trip to the planet Namek. The thoughts they had during the confrontation against Frisia and her acolytes. And of course the thoughts they were having now after having lost miserably. Clash. And with a snap of his fingers. Where are all the others? Goku asked upon seeing that everyone had disappeared except for Broly and himself. I have moved each of you to a different place for your training. A training that will last a year for all of you, although for those who are out of here it will only take a second. Does this remind you of something? Broly said, explaining the situation to the ex-protagonist. It is true. No wonder this place was so familiar to me, Goku said, remembering hyperbolic time chamber. Perfect, I will avoid the explanation with you. For 1 year you will only train, sleep, eat and relieve yourself. Have I explained myself well? Broly said, heavily involved in his role of strict sergeant. Why, yes sir. I will make sure to make myself as strong as possible to beat Frisia. Sir, Goku said, forming as if he were a recruit on his first day. Good, I like it. Despite the speech from before, you are one of the best. You are one of those who have complained the least. So I've found you a very interesting playmate, Broly said with a smile as he snapped his fingers again. Oh yeah. So will this be my playmate? Said a sinister voice, that surely belonged to a person who suddenly appeared behind Goku. Ah. You are. What are you doing here? No, wait, you look like him. But you are not him, Goku said, that when he turned around almost had a heart attack upon seeing who was behind him. You are very intuitive. He is Frost, let's say he is the Frisia of another universe. Years ago I defeated him and now he works for me. Since you have to face Frisia a year from now, I thought that fight against his version of another universe could be a good form of training, Broly said as he patted Frost's round head, something that made the former villain feel quite uncomfortable, who was trying to play the tough guy in front of Goku. From another universe? Goku yelled for not understanding that disturbing information. So just like you told me, I only have to fight him all day except for the scheduled breaks to eat, shit, recover and sleep. I can also kill him, right? Frost said in a somewhat sadistic voice and expression. Yes, but remember that the objective of this training is for Goku to improve. You will have to give him a bit of an advantage, Broly said, hurting a little the feelings of Goku, who felt at that moment as if he were a child with a disability with whom they should be condescending. Yes, no problem. You know I like to play with my victims. Hoo, Frost said with the characteristic macabre and cruel smile of the Frost demons, either from this universe or from another. FIU. Splash. Ag. Plum. And without warning Frost pointed his finger at Goku's heart and launched the characteristic energy attack of the Frost demons, killing him on the spot. And after 1 second. Arise. The hole in Goku's heart healed and he came back to life. And at the same moment in which he regained his consciousness. Ah-wah-ha. Hack. Ki-aj. Goku felt an indescribably excruciating pain all over his body, as if millions of worms had just hatched inside his body and were feeding on his flesh. Search in YouTube for mango worms. In order for you to understand that the resurrection is not a resource that you must abuse, I have made each resurrection come with an indescribable pain. I hope this gives you a little incentive not to die. And to make sure you don't get used to the pain, which could make you lose certain incentives, the pain will increase as you get used to. I hope you don't get to the point where you die of resurrection pain, thus creating an infinite loop of death and resurrection. Ha, Broly said, explaining his terrifying way of encouraging his students as Goku convulsed and cried heartbreakingly while trying to self-injure to somehow camouflage the pain that Broly was causing him with his own, which was more pleasant. Ho ho. This is gonna be fun. You had a great idea, boss, said Frost, who was delighted to see another living being suffer. And after a few seconds, when the pain disappeared. I see. You want me to put my body and mind to the limit. Will we all train like this? Goku asked, trying to get up even though his legs still wobbled while worrying about his friends. Each one will have a personalized training, but specifically the other Saiyans will follow a training similar to yours. So you better take it seriously if you don't want to be left behind. They are quite motivated and competitive. This will be a training that will destroy your bodies countless times to force your Zenkais by someone not as kind as me, nor as strong as me either. It's okay to fight someone as strong as me, since it forces you to improve, but if it is an unattainable goal you can lose some motivation. Anyway, I will be reviewing your torture. I mean, training. See you later, Broly said as he disappeared from that room, leaving behind Goku, who introduced himself to Frost. And to Frost, who looked at Goku as if he were a small herbivore devoid of claws and teeth with nowhere to escape. At that very moment. Elsewhere on the form realm. HIATUS. Kia. Auk. Wojaj. Krillin, Ten Shinhan, Chaos and Mutant Rashi were dying on the ground in the middle of a huge pool made of their own blood, convulsing as if they were being electrocuted. No, I can't believe it, he has beaten us with our own techniques, who the hell is this guy, the 4 ex-corpses thought after remembering the traumatic event that preceded their second death that day. And in front of them. There was a middle-aged man, tall, incredibly muscular and with long wild black hair that danced in the air. A man with menacing eyes decorated by intimidating scars with which he looked at the human Z-warriors with extreme disappointment. Come on Midora-chan. I told you not to be especially hard on them, said Broly to one of his favorite henchmen, Midora, who had volunteered to help train the group of Earthlings. If you wanted mercy, it would be better if you had brought a Chiryu, not me, Midora answered dryly as he continued to look at the Z-warriors with apathy. Ha ha ha. We both know that in the end he would have too much pity on them. I was forced to choose the lesser of the two evils. In addition, you are infinitely more apt for what I want to teach them, said Broly, excusing his choice for quite cruel and disturbing reasons. Broly, where did you find that monster? Ten Shinhan asked, who was completely overwhelmed and helpless before Midora. It was as if he were in a completely different universe from him. Chapter 169. Broly, where did you find that monster? Ten Shinhan asked, who was completely overwhelmed and helpless before Midora. It was as if he were in a completely different universe from him. That doesn't matter. The only thing you should know is that he will be in your charge for a year. And I have to be honest with you. You will never beat him. And believe me, this is not reverse psychology to force you to improve, you cannot do it, you have already spent almost all your potential. The Patriarch already told you, he managed to get all the potential hidden in your body, Broly said, devoid of any empathy to the group of humans. Humans who began to assimilate that in the eyes of Broly and other of the many monsters that populated the universe they were only clever ants. However, despite that, not everyone wanted to accept that obviously correct opinion as an absolute fact, but you said. Yes, I know what I said, but no matter how much you improve your techniques. Even the best trained and skilled rabbit is incapable of defeating a normal bear. In the same way that every race and individual person has biological limits that you have already reached, the techniques also have certain limits. Limits that will be impossible to exceed and that will make you lose when you have to face someone with a biological capacity far superior to yours and with a lower, equal to or greater technique than you. Accept it, you've practically hit rock bottom, Broly said, showing them once again the harsh reality. Almost everything has a limit and not everything could be overcome with a positive attitude and effort. So, what is the point of this suicide training? If we are not going to improve, what is all this for? Krillin asked, who was very frustrated and angry at everything that was happening. Was Broly just making them suffer so that they accepted once and for all that they had become ex-characters? Was he doing that to laugh at their weakness? To enjoy their pain? Because even though you have reached your physical limit, you still have possibilities to improve your skills and learn some new ones. That is why I have left you in charge of Midora. He is capable of learning any technique in a short time, and I have advised him to defeat you with the same techniques you use to make you understand how to improve them, Broly said, explaining why he had chosen Midora for this job. And this training will be able to achieve that some rabbits like us can beat a bear? Asked Mutant Rashi, who was still self-conscious about that comparison. Maybe yes, maybe no. But at least it will help you sharpen your little teeth. And who knows, it is quite difficult, but if many rabbits join forces, work as a team, complement their techniques well, use their heads well and know how to find the weaknesses of the enemy, they might even be able to injure a powerful bear in the eye. Anyway. Every time you have made remarkable progress as a team, you will be rewarded with a new technique, which you can choose. As a welcome gift, you can choose the Kaioken that Goku uses. I leave you the instructions on that table. Midora, they are yours, Broly said, materializing virtual reality glasses in the restroom near there from where they could at certain times download knowledge of this universe directly into their brains. Yes, I will try that when they leave here they do not die without even having been able to fight, Midora said as he continued to look at the group without even blinking, intimidating the 4 even more than before. And the Z-warriors, with a bittersweet taste on their palates, swallowed and stepped forward to once again face the unbreakable wall called Midora. But this time they would face him with other ideas in mind. Thanks to Broly's speech, they had understood what to do and what to improve. Learn, improve and coordinate with each other to hunt like a herd, just like the ancestors of humanity did with prey bigger and more powerful than themselves. At that very moment. Elsewhere on the form realm. Poem. Wog. Poem. Ought. Off gag. Two green silhouettes moved at an imperceptible speed in the white landscape of the form realm, being only minimally visible in the short time interval in which they collided. Poem. They collided with violence, creating thunders and flashes in confrontation, as if they had created a storm around that infinite white landscape. Poem. Until finally that storm stopped. Hey Piccolo, how many times have you lost already? And you haven't won a single time, right? Broly said with a mocking laugh as he ate fries and photographed with his Brawlophone trademark another defeat of our favorite Namekian. If you already know, what are you asking me for? Piccolo shouted, who for obvious reasons was very upset with everything that was happening today. Piccolo-san, are you alright? Nail asked, who landed in front of Piccolo offering his hand to help him up. Ah. Since you fused with the other three, your power has become ridiculous, Piccolo said, accepting the help Nail had offered him. After Broly had explained to the 5 Namekians as well as the 4 Earthlings the obvious biological limitations they all had, depressing all of them in the process. However, he gave them a personalized training method. And unlike the Earthlings, Broly explained to the Namekians a way for their race to overcome their biological limitations. And that tactic was fusion, an assimilation technique where Namekians are able to permanently join themselves with other members of their race. When this is done, one of the Namekians serve as the base and gains the skills, memories and many of the personality traits of the other. And in the case of Nail and the others, they all decided to merge with Nail, thus increasing their power in a spectacular way, reaching the not inconsiderable number of 81 million units of power as seen in Dragon Ball. This type of merger multiplies the power several times without a specific logic. Therefore, Piccolo, with less than 100,000 power units, was unable to do anything against Nail, even though he was courteously lowering his power level a lot to fight Piccolo in more or less equal terms. Are you really still insisting that you don't need my help? How many more times do they have to beat you to be satisfied? 1 million. Said Broly again, mockingly while tweaking Piccolo's photo to make it resemble Yamcha's defeat against Cyberman. But suddenly Piccolo faced him and replied, do you think I'm not realizing your intentions? You're making me lose over and over against the fused Nail to convince me to use this stupid fusion too, right? If you want me to merge with them, forget it, and if your intention is for me to merge with Kami again, I think you can also forget about that stupid plan. Furthermore, I doubt that he agrees to merge with me, and I have serious doubts about what would remain of me after the fusion. Ha ha ha, you caught me squarely. Don't worry, I didn't mean for you to merge with Nail and his team. I know you would not accept that unless you were in a very screwed up situation and they promised you 100 that you would be the administrator. As for Kami, it would be great if you reconciled. In this way you would become a first-rate Super Namekian, with a combat power not much different from Frisia's. If you also decided to join Nail, and I'm only talking about Nail, you would far exceed Frisia, even a normal Super Saiyan. Although I have to be honest, if you don't merge with Kami before he dies due to his advanced age, you will also die, so I advise you not to discard that probability, for your own good, Broly said, turning off his Brawlophone to talk more seriously with Piccolo. If I join Kami, will I be stronger than the boss of those monsters? Much stronger than Goku? Stronger than that character of legend that scares so much that army of monsters? Piccolo asked, who was beginning to rethink the possibility of merging with others. Yes. But if you follow my advice, you may be even stronger than that, although you will need to wait some years for that. So I will ask it one more time, and I warn you that it will be the last. You need my help. Believe me, I have never insisted on something so much to anyone, much less for something that only benefits him, Broly said, giving an ultimatum to the best babysitter of Dragon Ball. And Piccolo, who was starting to get annoyed that everyone was getting stronger except him, succumbed to the temptation to make a pact with the devil. Okay. I guess nothing bad will happen to listen to you. You're going to give me a strange ability like Gohan or one of poorer quality like the others. You finally say something nice. No, none of that. I'm just going to give you some advice so that with your own abilities you can reach almost an infinite potential. You are just such an idiot that you haven't even noticed, Broly said in a rather derogatory way, using a somewhat risky teaching method on a rebellious student. However, this rebellious student, despite having been offended by his words, really needed to learn that supposed method, so he tried to ignore certain comments and decided to ask again, and, what's that method? Oh, don't you know? Do you want me to give you a clue? Broly said, teasing Piccolo in an insane and exhilarating way as Nail watched the disgusting and irritating face Broly was making when asking what. Spit it out. You are the one who wants to say it. Piccolo shouted with great anger for more than obvious reasons. Okay, if you insist so much. You know the method by which Namekians reproduce, right? Broly asked as he began to reveal the secret with the Socratic method. Of course. We can reproduce by spitting out an egg through our mouth. What does that have to do with your method? asked Piccolo, who calmed down after that outburst of anger, but he began to believe that he would repeat the same scene if he didn't get a quick answer. Easy, easy, you only need to think, answer and think again. And why don't Namekians generally lay a lot of eggs? If you have such a convenient method of reproduction, shouldn't there be many more Namkians on the planet Namek after hundreds of years after the apocalypse? Broly asked again in a Socratic way. And question was the one that made Piccolo suddenly go into shock. HHGG. No, don't tell me what. And since Piccolo seemed to be catatonic and therefore was unable to say anything, Nail, who was still there, tried to answer. It is obvious. There is a price to pay every time a Namekian breeds. If it had not, it would be the most populated race in the entire universe, and one of the most powerful, something that would be against nature. Every time one of us lays an egg, we have to pay with our life expectancy. Correct answer Nail, 10 points for Namek. But, Piccolo, could you say out loud what you've already understood? Broly said, satisfied that he didn't have to explain everything. His saliva and time were valuable. Are you implying that thanks to my eternal youth there is no limit of eggs that I can hatch by creating an unlimited number of Namekians with whom I can then merge and become stronger without any limit? Piccolo yelled as he felt the dire need to make sure if that fucking madness was possible or not. He couldn't believe that such a convenient method existed right under his nose and that he hadn't used it before. Bingo! You are right, Piccolo. Thanks to the Dragon Balls that your technically half-father created and the wish that your technically father asked for, you have managed to spawn your own race. You just need to create a descendant like your old man, but without strange mutations. They will not be compatible with you, a Namekian descendant with good combat power but without any intelligence or personality. In short, a strong golem made of Namekian genes and put it to train. When it reaches a good level you just have to control it, make it merge with you. And repeat that process over and over and over and over again. Although you should not expect the same increases in power that Nail has achieved. Since they will be your direct descendants and since they have no soul, the increase in power will not be as substantial, but as a positive point you will avoid some compatibility problems and you will be able to absorb all you want as many times as you want. Although I advise you not to absorb many at once and train them beforehand or you will have problems in your body. It is like going through a surgical operation, you will need time to adapt to the new organs. There is also the problem that your body will get used to mergers, so merging with weak descendants will have no effect at some point, so you will need to train them better and for longer each time for the fusion to have an effect on your power level. Even so, in a matter of time you will be able to increase your power to unsuspected limits, and having eternal youth you have time to spare. In short, you have a greater potential than Goku, I guarantee that. Are you still envying his Zenkai? Broly said, explaining in greater detail the definitive power-up that was hidden in Dragon Ball and that Toriyama did not know or did not want to show. However, Piccolo was barely listening. The feeling of euphoria of knowing that him and only him had such amazing ability. And at the same time, the euphoria was partially offset by the stupid complex he felt towards himself for not having considered this method before. A wonderful method that could only belong to him, but unfortunately for him it had to be Broly who discovered it. With this method maybe. After a few years, I can become stronger than Broly. Wawa 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 wawa. Wawa 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 wawa. Wawa 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 wawa. Piccolo shouted like a mad genius who had had a great evil plan, that would surely fail. And after a few hours, when Piccolo stopped that crazy genius laugh, he started to get eggs out of his mouth as if there was no tomorrow. From those eggs approximately 10 copies of Piccolo hatched and without saying a word they began to train following Piccolo's orders. This is crazy. Nail yelled, having been in a catatonic state for a long time just like Piccolo before, but for somewhat different reasons. Yes it is. We better get out of here. She just became a mom, surely she will want to spend time alone with her children. Ha 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 ha. Her destiny is to be a babysitter, Broly said, laughing over and over at his own bad jokes. Okay, Nail replied as he reflected on the obvious moral and logical problems that were taking place there. And especially about the consequences that these events would bring to the world. Ha 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 ha. I will be invincible. Piccolo yelled, who seemed to have gone completely crazy. Namek planet. Moments after Frieza disintegrated Goku. Well. Now I think it is time for you to tell me where the Dragon Balls are, Frieza said to Broly after cleaning the dust he had raised with his explosion of energy from his white body. Yes. Why not? There is no problem telling you where I have hidden the Dragon Balls. It's what I had promised, Broly said, trying to hide his smile, a smile as or more evil than the one Frieza was using to speak to him. Chapter 170. Yes. Why not? There is no problem telling you where I have hidden the Dragon Balls. It's what I had promised, Broly said, trying to hide his smile, a smile as or more evil than the one Frieza was using to speak to him. Oh yeah. You're being very understanding and apathetic. I thought you would explode in fury and make things difficult for me. The person responsible for the death of your friends. You know, the feelings and stuff. Ho ho. Please keep going. I want to make my wish and leave this seedy planet, Frisia said, who was trying to enjoy that moment as much as he could, despite not knowing that his two loyal toadies had died, which bothered him for a second. Okay. Wipe the wax off your strange ears and listen well. Because I'm going to reveal its location, Broly said, changing the tone of his voice as if he were the presenter of a quiz show. And following that advice, Frisia eagerly awaited these answer. Bamp. 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 An answer that did not come, since Broly was deliberately delaying the situation to create expectation, perhaps in excess. And that was obviously exasperating Frisia, who started hitting the ground with his tail on the ground. And the answer is that the Dragon Balls are in a parallel dimension of mine, Broly said before eating popcorn again, as if that matter has already been resolved. Bamp. 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 Boom. And when do you plan to give them to me? Frisia yelled after breaking that silence, destroying a row nearby mountains with an energy sphere. The reason for that reaction was more than obvious. He was extremely furious and irritated by that extreme mockery. No one had humiliated him as much as Broly did today. Although Beerus technically did it, but at this time Beerus was not even an idea in Toriyama's head. Frisia wanted his Dragon Ball. And once he had them in his hands and obtained immortality, he would personally take care of skinning that supposed megalomaniac Super Saiyan. Hey. At what point did I say that I am going to give you the Dragon Balls? What I said was, I'll tell you where they are. I don't understand, why are you complaining? Wah 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 wah. Wah 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 wah. Wah 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 wah. You should see the face you're making. Wah 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 wah. Broly said as he laughed in the most exaggerated way he could while pointing to Frisia, the Emperor of the Universe, as if he were a faint-hearted idiot easy to cheat. Broly at the time felt like Nelson Muntz when he pointed to someone who had been ridiculed for his own stupidity. As if he were Kazutaka Hyde Kaiji seeing the suffering of the poor idiots who lost everything, including their dignity when losing in the rigged clandestine bets that he himself organized with that same objective. This situation is so fucking satisfying. GHGRH damn you. Do you think I'm an idiot? Do you think I'm someone you can make fun of without consequences? Frisia shouted with a hateful look as he launched energy attacks against Broly consecutively. Attacks that, like before, passed through him as if he were a ghost. Therefore, Frisia, tired of the superiority complex and teasing the mutant Saya enemy, decided to use his Pissquick powers against him. But it was useless, it didn't work either. And after that, he used his extreme speed to attack melee. FIU. FIU. Flap. PLOM. Even so, the result did not change. Frisia was still unable to touch him. What the hell? What happens to this guy? Is he really here? Maybe he is a projection. Frisia thought as he experienced the frustrating feeling of hitting something unreachable, like a cat chasing after a laser pointer. No matter how many times he hit, he was unable to touch him. Frisia was even beginning to wonder if Broly's existence was nothing more than a brilliant ploy made up of many tricks to confuse his perception. But... bam! When that ghost hit him with its tail on the forehead, almost losing consciousness. Boom! Frisia understood that his suspicions were perhaps wrong. Broly maybe was real, and if he really exists he is monstrously strong. Come on, don't cry. How about we make a deal? A second round. The same conditions as before, if you win I will give you the Dragon Balls. If you lose, well, worse for you, Broly proposed to Frisia, who was trying to get up from the ground after that tail blow. Therefore, Frisia decided to be cautious with Broly again despite his constant provocations. For now he would keep playing his game, at least until he got the Dragon Balls. Then he would try to kill him in cold blood in the most painful way he can, even if for this was necessary ask for the help to his father. Sounds good. But you should not only give me the Dragon Balls, you should also let me use them with total freedom, prevent any interruption and explain correctly how to use them. Oh. You have become very far-sighted. Learning from your mistakes, right? Not for nothing are you the Emperor of the Universe, although technically you inherited that title. Okay, no problem, Broly said, who was a little disappointed that he couldn't continue to fool this other villain. Not everyone in this universe was as idiotic as they seemed. And Frisia, partly praised for that phrase, but also offended by the part of the inheritance, continued to negotiate the terms of the bet. And how will the fight take place? Will you personally fight against me and my Frisia force? Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha. No, Broly said as he snapped his fingers once more to announce that he had just done something, although he didn't need to snap his fingers at all, but was cool. And right after the snap from the crater where Goku was vaporized by Frisia's mortal sphere. Why in such a hurry? You haven't even given me time to eat the dessert. Goku appeared as happy as ever, without any scratch on his body, which radiated with energy and the desire to fight once more, at the same time that he was cleaning the remains of food that he had in his mouth. Oh yeah. This is the first time that I kill someone personally and try to challenge me again. I don't know if I can get used to this. It will be the third time that I kill someone with the same appearance. It could become a habit. Frisia said, very shocked to see that Goku had returned to life and seemed not to be discouraged despite having been disintegrated by him a few seconds ago. However, Frisia was the emperor of the universe, he had to maintain his usual despotic and confident attitude he has a reputation to maintain. Well, I declare the start of the second round. Whoever wins wins, Broly said as he continued to eat from his flying chair. In a place not too far away on that planet. Ah! What has happened? The last thing I remember is beating Ginger when suddenly I felt a great pain in my head, Dodoria said, who got up from the ground very disoriented and for some reason that he did not know, with a great headache and neck pain. Dodoria? But how it's possible? Said Zarbon, who was a few meters from him and who, like his pink coworker, also did not know what had happened to him after he tried to kill mutant Rashi and Yam. However, what puzzled him most of all was that his coworker was alive despite being beheaded almost before his eyes. What the hell was going on? How ridiculous. This scum have also come to life. What a waste of time, said Vegeta, who despite being resurrected at the same time that his ex-coworkers, he was 100% aware of the situation. Vegeta. Damn traitor. So you really have come to this planet to find the Dragon Balls too, shouted Zarbon and Dodoria, interspersing phrases, as if they were a very well-blended couple. Ha. Obviously, however, I have nothing to say to trash like you. I'm going to settle my unfinished business with Frisia, Vegeta said arrogantly, although this time with some strength to support it, as he turned his back on them and flew to where he felt the greatest key of all. As if we were going to allow it. The two mini-bosses shouted when they saw that a player tried to enter the final boss room without first defeating them. And ironically, the same thing happened to them. You can do whatever you want. But before that, the three of us have an unfinished business, said Ginger, who interposed between them in a very badass way. And seeing how little Ginger, who a few seconds ago received a brutal beating from them, stood in their way as if she were John Wayne in a western to start a duel, they could not help but die of laughter. HUA. Ah. AIGHNNF. This is serious. You. Ha 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 ha. BOMM. But immediately the laughter stopped. What has happened? Zarbon and Dodoria babbled simultaneously from the ground. Both were very confused since a few moments ago they were laughing standing a few meters away of Ginger. But now, as if they had been hit by a gust of wind, both had been pushed several meters from their starting position. And in front of them. Everything they could see, the two sisters facing each other bumping their legs, as if they had kicked each other leg at the same time. I see, you still don't let me kill those idiots, Nay-san, Ginger said, trying to forcefully push her sister's leg with her leg. You know I would love to do it myself, but I can't. Sorry, Yam replied, trying to keep his sister from continuing her kick using her leg to push hers. And from that perspective, with that conversation and analyzing their situation, Zarbon and Dodoria began to intuit what happened seconds ago. No, it's not possible, it's a joke, right? But it was real. Ginger tried to kill them with two spinning kicks, executing them so quickly that they did not even notice that Ginger had moved from his place, but Yam, due to Gohan's curse, stopped both kicks, saving their lives. Even so, they were not able to avoid the entire blow, since the shock wave caused by the kicks of the two sisters thrown them several meters away, stunning their weak brains, which were unable to remember how they got there. Without even touching them directly, they had already been knocked out. What the hell would happen if they were hit by one of them? That question made them understand what terror was. No, this must be an illusion, it is impossible that they have become so strong in a few seconds. Thanks to Broly's training torture, in 1 year in the form realm they were able to reach their physical limit, which was around 3 million units of power. Compared to Zarbon and Dodoria, whose combat power was less than 30,000, Ginger and Yam were in a completely different dimension. Now they were strong enough to defend against any threat except Frisia, so they had little to fear in this planet. I knew you won't make it easy for me, Nay-san. But neither do I, I'm not the same Ginger you knew. I'll kill that scum no matter how much you stop me, Ginger said as she lowered her leg to the ground to begin a new assault on Dodoria and Zarbon. I would rather not stop you. But I'm glad to see you've grown. Well, not in all aspects. Yam said, hinting at a certain complex of her little sister. A complex that the increase in power and 1 more year of age had not been able to eradicate. What have you said? Ah. Ginger screamed like mad dog before disappearing from the sight of Zarbon and Dodoria. And with that war cry, hundreds of sound explosions echoed across the small island. Bimim. Pimim. Bimim. Pimim. Clash. Boom. 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 Bomb. It was as if a thunderstorm had been created with more thunder than lightning, as if hundreds of bombs were detonating one after another, creating terrifying destruction. Until. It seems that I have won for the first time, Hiner said, pleased to see how the torn bodies of Zarbon and Dodoria lay on the ground. They were like withered autumn leaves that had been shattered by collateral damage from the footfalls caused by two carnivores fighting. This was not a competition. Besides, we haven't even touched them, Yem said, fascinated. She also couldn't believe that they had become so strong as to kill those two guys unconsciously. Guys who had killed them before. And after a few seconds of silence in which they thought about the great change they had experienced in their lives. "Nei-san, are you going to go with Vegeta?" Ginger asked her sister inquisitively, and with ulterior motives. This. Yes. I guess so. It seems that he has changed a bit. I think we can give him a new chance. And you? You're going to go with those humans, Yim replied, who countered with a similar question. Evich. This. Yes. I guess so. Before he came to help us, it would be dishonorable not to return the favor. Also, now I'm much stronger than him. He will also pay me for what he did to me on Earth, Ginger replied as a stereotypical Tsudra. She was very embarrassed for showing her true intentions. And after a few seconds in which both looked uncomfortably, they wished each other luck and parted to head to a different battlefield. Chapter 171. Elsewhere on the planet Namek. On that battlefield 5 people were resurrected at the same time, one of those 4 being more disoriented than others, and nearby there were 4 other people, who were moving away from that place. However, at a certain point these 4 detected abnormal data in the trackers they had on their heads. Therefore, they backtracked to see what had happened. And when they got there they saw something incomprehensible. Those whom they had massacred had come to life. And besides that, I cannot believe it. Guldo is alive too. Jees yelled upon see that his green partner had been resurrected. What? I was dead. Guld exclaimed, who didn't realize that he had died in Dragon Ball. Sometimes there are people who remember the other world and other times not. I am very happy that you are well, Guldo. Now we can redo our charismatic team battle stances, Captain Genius said with joy, who had stated quite clearly that he only cared about the stances, the lives of his subordinates was secondary. Yes. All the members shouted in a synchronized way, despite the fact that they had just been told in a more or less subtle way that their only value lies in their ability to pose in a ridiculous way. Let's go, guys. Let's do a super pose of reconciliation. We owe it to ourselves. Genius shouted, very excited to be able to perform the stance presentation that was previously interrupted. Yes. Everyone answered at the same time. Ready. Goo. And without a logical explanation, a catchy music started playing. Special Force. Special Force. Special Force. Special Force. Special Force. Recom. Recom yelled, performing an extremely embarrassing pose to introduce himself unnecessarily, one more time. Berta. Berta yelled, performing an extremely embarrassing and unnecessary pose like his partner, one more time. J.E. Flaring Neo Kikaho. Boom. And once again a fairly powerful energy attack interrupted them. Damn. Again. Why the hell have you interrupted us again? Do you not learn the lesson? You should never interrupt the presentation to someone. The members of the Jinyu Force shouted when they were interrupted in the same way as a few chapters ago. Sorry. It's see you doing that is very embarrassing. We have let you make a fool of yourself until Mutant Rashi and Krillin arrived and they are already here, Ten Shinhan said, explaining why he had attacked now and why not before. Oh no. They have killed Guldo again, Rikum yelled when he saw that Gult had been charred to death a second time that day before he could use his incredible special abilities to stop time. You bastards. I hope he will be resurrected again, because if not, we will kill you again, in the MOG said, which perfectly matched her captain's moral priorities. He was also the most affected by these surprise attacks, since he was interrupted twice. He was even interrupted right now before he could finish his sentence. By decapitation. Shut your mouth. Listening to you is torture, Piccolo said while holding Jeest's decapitated head in his hand. What? The whole villain team shouted when they saw what had happened. Had they lost another partner? Yes, but that wasn't the most important thing now. The biggest problem was that nobody had seen how Piccolo approached them and decapitated his vice captain. Nobody. Among them were Berta, the self-proclaimed fastest being in the universe, and Jinyu, the self-proclaimed second strongest being in the universe. However, none of them were able to notice anything, until it was too late. Therefore, with litters of cold sweat falling from his veiny head, Jinyu used his tracker with great panic to calculate Piccolo's power. Plath. But the tracker exploded. No, not possible, this tracker can calculate up to 600,000 units. Jinyu shouted as he began to have an existential crisis. And while that was happening. Boom. Now it is not so tough. Sorry, I didn't mean to end you so easily or by surprise, but you shouldn't be distracted in the middle of a fight, Nail said after shooting an energy ball at Recom, killing him with one blow. Ah. This is bad, I have to escape from here, and inform Master Frisia. Exactly, I'm not running away, shouted and thought Berta upon see that only he and the captain were still alive. He had to report that those Namekians had come back to life being extremely strong. So at high speed he tried to escape from there. But. Before you go for a walk, you and I have a grudge that we must solve first, said Nail, who grabbed Berta by the shoulder. What? How did he reach me? Berta thought, terrified and without any confidence for having lost in speed against someone. Ah. And by self-reflection and fear, Berta, understanding that he couldn't escape, tried to face Nail, hitting him with his elbow. Flash. However, he hit the air. What? Where? Nail had disappeared from his sight, since at an imperceptible speed Nail moved behind him. This is for Yeno, Nail said as he hit Berta in the ribs, avenging the death of one of his friends, who were now part of him. Biomem. Ag. Berta agonized upon receiving that explosion in his ribs, which disintegrated, like all his nearby organs. This is for Zarfo, Nail said once again, hitting him with the same intensity once more in the ribs, but on the opposite side to the first blow. Biomem. Ag. Ag. And this is for. However, Nail couldn't finish his sentence or give the final blow to the head to kill him. Since Berta was falling from the sky. Those two attacks that Nail had softened a lot had killed him before he could metaphorically avenge Tamika. Plash. Sorry Tamika, we still don't moderate our strength, Nail said to himself as he watched his new green friend fighting near him. Boom. A few meters away, a few seconds ago. No. This can't be happening. I was supposed to be the second strongest in the universe. For some reason he forgets about King Cold. Seriously, Toriyama invented that character ladder without any logic. Not only today has the Super Saiyan appeared before me, the only existence Lord Frisia fears. Seriously, Frisia is supposed to know about Beerus King Cold 2-0. There are also two Namkians stronger than me. This is impossible. Jinyu shouted while having an absurd and exaggerated existential trauma upon realizing that Piccolo was much stronger than him. And therefore he kicked himself out of the top 3 most powerful characters in the universe, top that only existed in his mind. This guy has more than one problem on his head, Piccolo thought as he observed how incredibly stupid Jinyu was, either because of his postures, exaggeration or envy problems. But suddenly Jinyu started laughing, ha 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 ha. I reaffirm everything, he has a big mental problem, Piccolo thought with less doubts than before. I can't help but laugh when I think about how there's someone as strong as you. The mere fact that I, the great Jinyu, have come across someone far stronger, simply brings me joy, said Jinyu once again as if he were completely crazy. Undoubtedly, he's out of his mind, thought Piccolo once again. However, what he saw next upset him even more. Slash. Plash. Since Jinyu seriously injured himself, opening a hole near his heart. And before Jinyu could do or say anything else. Plash. Piccolo at great speed got behind him and with his whip arm cut off his head. Slash. 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 And then he tore the whole body into small pieces. I don't know what he intended to do, but it sure wasn't a good thing, Piccolo said as he wiped Jinyu's purple blood from his arm. Piccolo, despite believing and confirming that Jinyu was a guy with serious mental problems, didn't completely underestimate him. It was obvious that he was trying to do something dangerous and strange. Something he seemed very confident about. Something that could possibly be a problem for him despite the difference in power. So instead of waiting like a stupid moron to see what stratagem he could use against him and possibly be harmed by it, he mortally attacked him as quickly as he could, even though that would prevent viewers from seeing what Jinyu was capable of doing. Well, we have already eliminated this scum. Now it's time to go where Goku is and see as if he is still a rival to me, Piccolo said as he flew towards where Goku was still fighting. So also Nail, who had just killed Berta, went after him at a similar speed, towards the last enemy. And below them, there were several people who admired them with their mouths wide open, self-conscious and without moving an inch. Well, in the end our training has been useless, said Krillin, amazed by the comparative grievance between them and the aliens. At least 10 Shinhan has managed to kill one, said Chaos, who was still open-mouthed after seeing how easily they had killed those 4 monsters. I feel that beating this guy has no special merit, 10 Shinhan said being humble. He couldn't claim that merit after being left on the bench the entire game as if he were an inept substitute who only hindered the tem. Hundreds of years training and I haven't had a second of notoriety. It's very frustrating, Mutant Rashi said, who felt as useless as the others despite the fact that Broly had originally listed him in the group of those who could perhaps do something in this planet with Piccolo. However, that depression momentarily dissipated when they realized that someone was approaching them at high speed. Someone with incredible battle power. Someone who certainly they wouldn't be able to overcome. Wait, this key. Strangely that was a key that they had already felt before. Ginger. Everyone shouted with some concern when they saw Ginger appear beg. And it was normal for them to feel uneasy being near her. Despite the fact that this energetic, tsundere, crazy and even funny girl was an ally right now due to very special circumstances Broly, none of them forgot that a few weeks ago she was the enemy. An enemy that back then they were able to defeat without too much difficulty but that now thanks to the convenient Saiyan genetics had become monstrously strong for them. Damn it. We have trained in that hell for years and we have hardly improved. However, she and Piccolo in the same time frame have become thousands of times stronger than us. They thought as they cursed their earthling genes. She was a temporary ally who would one day possibly cease to be an ally. Oh my, you were able to beat the Jinyu force. That means you were also trained to death by the three-eyed monster and his minions. You have become monstrously strong, right? Ginger said as he landed in front of the group composed by bald, almost bald, bald by choice and ex-bald human. Obviously upon hearing what the Saiyan said, the Shinning heads couldn't help but think. What? We have defeated who? We are monstrous what? We have only looked. The Namekians had done all the work Guldo doesn't count. Obviously this was a misunderstanding, so Krillin tried to clarify it this. Actually. Yes, they weren't easy enemies. But, after a year of hellish training, these 5 villains have been no match for the incredible powers of the legendary Kim Senin and his students. Baby Mutant Rashi said lying in a shameless way to pretend to be cool in front of one of the few beautiful and single women with whom he had had contact in recent months. The Z warriors shouted in amazement and even disgust upon hearing the aberrant lies of Mutant Rashi, who was capable of anything for touching a tit. Really? Ginger asked inquisitively as she approached him, blatantly violating the minimum distance laws that in many pandemics it is advisable to have. Yup, I had to complain. Of course, Rashi replied, who reconsidered if he had exaggerated much with his lies. Lies that were extremely easy to refute. Oh, I see. I'm glad to hear that, Ginger said as her eyes darkened and she put on a rather hostile smile that was quite out of place with the words and cheerful tone she was using. Clash. Pam. Ah. And at lightning speed and without anyone there being able to notice. Ginger made a judo ki for Mutant Rashi, immobilizing him on the ground without being able to escape. Which obviously put his teammates on guard. What do you intend to do to him? The Z warriors screamed upon see that their lying friend had been instantly affected by his own bad karma. However, they couldn't be blinded by rancor and disappointment. He was their friend and teacher and was being attacked by someone he couldn't defend against. He was in great danger. Me? I just want to pay him in the same currency. Pay him for the things he did to me on Earth. Ginger said as she continued to grip Mutant Rashi very effectively with her legs. And released one of her arms. Arm with which seemed to want to attack him. Oh no. Mutant Rashi-sama, the Z warriors screamed in fear. Ginger right now had terrifying power. Any of her attacks had the potential to kill all 4 of them at the same time. In addition, if Broly was telling the truth they would no longer be resurrected by him. And they couldn't use the Dragon Balls to bring him back, as Rashi was previously resurrected when evil Piccolo Sr. killed him alongside Krillin. No. Krillin shouted upon see that Ginger's hand descend in slow motion but at high speed, with evident intentions to harm her victim at a vital point. Plash. Ah. And that vital point was his ass. This is for having touched my ass without my permission. Ginger screamed as she applied on Mutant Rashi the same type of corporal punishment her sister used on her. Although this time she believed that she was doing some kind of poetic justice with Mutant Rashi, since she was precisely with his ass the part with which he molested. Finally that perverted would pay for the sexual harassment to which he submitted her in her previous fight. For that reason, each vengeful swat felt incredibly satisfying to her. This is for touching my breasts. Splash. Ahog. This is for touching my ass. Splash. Oh. This is for scene where no one should have seen me. Splash. Splash. Ahog. Yes. Yes. Oh. Kaya. You are a disgusting pervert. Splash. 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 Ahog. Ahog. Oh. Yees. Kia. Disgusting. Disgusting. Stop enjoying it. Otherwise this is no longer funny. Splash. Oogfgag. I told you to stop. You are embarrassing me. Baka. Splash. Oh. Yees. And seeing this show more embarrassing than comical. This, boys. How about we go with Piccolo and Nail? Krillin proposed, who wanted to get out of there as soon as possible for obvious reasons. Yes, I think it will be the best. I suppose when they get tired they will stop, said Ten Shinhan, who was starting to suffer from a migraine due to that unfortunate audiovisual show. Yes, please, let's get out of here, said Chaos, who didn't want to be related to those two, despite the fact that the planet was uninhabited. Planet Namek several kilometers from there. In the middle of a deserted esplanade. Two people fought with the same repetitive cliché pattern consisting of making thousands of blows at an absurd speed that no one was able to follow with their eyes. Exactly the same pattern despite increasing power scale. BOMM. Plas. Zaspa. Crash. And as always used to happen in these situations. Suddenly everyone was able to watch one of them win in slow motion, throwing the loser onto the ground. BOMM. And in this case the loser. Kaioken X20. Kamehameha. Boom. Was Frieza. However, he wasn't the one who was losing. Damn it to hell. How can it be? That didn't have much effect on him at all. He wasn't bluffing this time either. He really hasn't been using any more than half of his power, Goku said, very tired and injured after having been fighting intensely against Frieza for a few minutes. And morally wounded by having used his most powerful attack on him. An attack that only managed to injure him but not seriously. I am impressed that a lower life form Saiyan has such awesome power. This is the first anyone has done this much harm to my body. But the game is over. Damn Saiyan. Frieza yelled with great fury as he progressively increased his power with the intention of reaching 100 of his abilities. The game was over. Chapter 172. The game was over. Frieza had an absurd problem to control all his energy and power. Energy and power that if not properly controlled would grow exponentially until exceed the limits of his body and explode. Theoretically. This was the reason why he had multiple involutions to naturally limit his power, also that was the reason why he wasn't using all his power against Goku from the beginning even in his final form. Frieza, after recovering his true form, progressively increased his power, something that benefited Goku during the fight, which with the Kaioken X20 and with no energy to absorb with the Genki Dama could only reach half the power of the mortal enemy of his race. However, as always used to happen, Goku didn't take advantage of the moment when Frieza was more vulnerable to finish him off. And obviously, that wasn't a very good idea, since by giving Frieza time, he was able to naturally increase his power to a level that Goku couldn't match. Fucking monkey. I'll make you pay 10 times over, no, 100 times over. Frieza yelled as he hit Goku over and over while grabbing his neck with the tail. Him. Ah. Komem. Kia. Chaffed. Block. Crash. Cuffed. It was as if Goku had become a living punching bag. What happened to all that energy you had a moment ago? Have you finally used up the last of your power? Indeed, the Saiyans are a lower life form, whose only talent is in fighting. Every loss one of you are fools. Killing you off was the right decision. Ho Frieza said as he continued to hold Goku's neck with his tail, looking at him with contempt, disgust and condescension. As if Goku were a limbless cockroach that was about to be stepped on. Goku was barely out of energy, he had used all his resources, was seriously injured, at the mercy of his enemy, and his morale was at a loss. However, someone near that place felt even worse than him. Vegeta. Yem sighed upon seeing Vegeta's bitter expression. She had been observing this torture for a few minutes and was unable to help Gohan's curse that forced her to help people in danger due to Broly's interference. Kakarot. You, even though I hated to recognize it, you have become strong, tens of times stronger than I am. And still. Can't you beat that bastard? And despite that, despite how strong you have become. You. Don't tell me this is the best our race is capable of. No, it can't be like that. It shouldn't be like that, Vegeta said, who began to ramble with great suffering, anger, pain and resentment. The rage he felt was so deep that his mouth and hands were even bleeding from the force with which he squeezed them. He didn't know how to calm this agonizing pain in his pride. To the pride of the Saiyan race, condemned to serve and perish at Frisia's hands, without being able to rebel and emerge victorious against him, Vegeta at this point no longer considered Broly as someone of his race. Pain and suffering that didn't go unnoticed by another person. Ayo Vegeta. I didn't know you could become empathetic and worry about someone other than yourself. Precisely of Goku, the one who beat you in such a humiliating way and let you live, which is even more humiliating. The low-class warrior who beat you up and who in all probability would give you another beating more easily than before. Damn Vegeta, I'm very touched. I thought you were a fucking scum. A grumpy dwarf with recessive hair with a lousy sense of humor. A heartless wretch who doesn't deserve even the air he breathes. A humanoid epidemic that everyone would want to get rid of. A fucking second fiddle, a sidekick destined to be humiliated forever by others to magnify them. But in the end it turns out that you're not such a bad guy, you're still scum in my eyes, but a little less. But don't worry, you still have room for improvement, Broly said, pretending to wipe non-existent tears from his 3 eyes while praising Vegeta in the most disrespectful way he could do. More than a compliment, it was an extensive list of insults. Appreciation that pissed Vegeta off even more than before. Shut up. Not even in dreams would I care about the life of that clown. Didn't you hear him? This is the guy who destroyed our home planet when we Saiyans served as his hands and feet, working exactly as he ordered. He killed all of us except us. Vegeta also killed quite a few, but we'll skip that part. Your father, my father, his father. He feared that a Super Saiyan would be born among us. And even so. Although you are sure that unstoppable monster of the legend that he fears. You have done nothing. Did you know everything for years despite being so powerful and just stared? You just stared even now without even blinking after all he has just saw yet. Is there not even a drop of Saiyan pride in your veins? Vegeta shouted, who felt completely desolate and desperate, and above all insulted by Broly's attitude in this situation. So much so that he was even starting to cry due to the great helplessness he felt in this situation. But especially for dealing with Broly and his annoying personality. You don't have to be such a tsundere, crying Vegeta, I know that deep down you love him. But no, I don't give a shit about that shit. My mind is too evolved to care about stupid tribalisms. If there is someone who is so stupid and racist, it is best to ignore him, especially the stupid frost demons, the scum of the galaxy. As for the dead Saiyans, I don't care too much. They had killed so many civilizations that the fact that theirs disappeared was even justified. Also, due to my mutations, no Saiyan considers me a Saiyan, even you don't either, Broly said, showing complete disregard for the emotional reasons Vegeta had exposed. Is this guy Gohan's teacher? The repabe boy of high moral stature who had put this curse on her? How could the contrast be so big? How was it possible that such a moralistic child have emerged from the training of someone so grey? However, unexpectedly Broly blushed a little, and trying to pretend he didn't mean to help from the beginning he said, although there were some good ones, like Goku's mother, and maybe his father too. Well, I guess I can't just sit around doing nothing. And it's a bummer just now that I had managed to sit in a perfect position. Finally, good news. Finally, Broly would do something other than physically, mentally, and verbally abuse them. This was something that both Yam, Vegeta, and even Piccolo, who had just arrived a few seconds ago, celebrated with passion. Broly would finally get his hands dirty to help them. Or so they believed. Za Warudo. Limited version. Because at the precise moment that Broly got up from his chair, time stopped. He stopped the fucking time. But for some reason they were able to see, hear and think, but not move. So they had no choice but to look like mannequins how Broly slowly advanced towards Frisia. What the hell is this? Why can't I move? Why can't I kill this pathetic monkey? Frisia thought as he continued to hold Goku, and watched as Broly approached them as if he were a retiree who was walking through the park watching the flowers grow. Something that terrified him. He in some way had left him completely unprotected, and despite being aware of the situation he couldn't even move an inch of energy in his body. Impossible. This guy, what does he intend to do? Frisia thought as he reconsidered once again how dangerous Broly is. But this time he didn't try to sweep in his favor by believing that Broly was just a sneaky wizard with a strange technique to momentarily increase his power. He is monstrously strong. Maybe more than him. Maybe Broly really wasn't lying when he said that the Emperor of the Universe was nothing before his 3 eyes. And unceremoniously, Broly pulled Goku off from Frisia's tail and grabbed him in the same way with his sand tail, but from the waist. Broly didn't want to strangle him and put him at his height so they could speak face to face. Goku, it seems that you have received another brutal beating. Okay. I have become a specialist in this in recent years. Hehe, Goku responded by masking his pain with some humor by remembering the beatings Broly and Frost had given him in a consecutive year almost uninterruptedly. Quite well-fitting funny commentary, unlike Marvel's which are usually out of place, so Broly couldn't help but giggle as he remembered the huge Prozenkai beatings Goku had received until now, hahaha. I'm glad to see you still have the energy to joke, that means that maybe you could continue fighting. But as the referee and doctor of this match I must make sure that you can continue. So. Look me in the eyes. And by saying that not only Goku. Everyone in the vicinity looked into Broly's eyes. Not because Broly had hypnotized them to obey his orders. But because it was impossible not to look at them. It was impossible to look away of those eyes. Because it was impossible to understand what was happening. Since Broly's eyes began to mutate in a very shocking and mysterious way. This was definitely not something normal. Not even for Broly, or so they believed. In his eyes, ripple pattern that spreads over the eyeball began to form, his iris turned a light blue color, with what looked like a floral pattern that overlapped with the ripple pattern. But most fascinating of all were the 9 red tomos that continuously circulated between the ripples of his eyes, as if they were a propeller. This was the Rinne Tessie Sharingan. The perfect fusion between Rinnegan, the Tsugen and Sharingan, thus creating the most powerful Dojutsu in the world of Naruto. A Dojutsu that when being contemplated, whether that person from the world of Naruto or not, it was impossible to avoid being impressed and feeling fear. This guy really is a Saiyan. What the hell are those eyes? All present thought when they saw those eyes, which instinctively inspired fear in their hearts. However, their sight didn't linger for long in Broly's sinister eyes. Since something equally shocking seemed to be happening with Goku. Ahai! Goku suddenly screamed with anger and hatred and his eyes went blank. His energy and power were increasing in an excessive way and his muscles also tensed, becoming more rocky and bulky. However, what stood out the most was his hair. His characteristic black hair, impossible to comb, between flashes was turning blonde and pointy. And his aura also changed to that same color and shape. Ahai! And with that change of look and power, the time went by again in the normal way. What the hell did just happen? What has Broly done to Goku? Shouted Ginger and the Earthlings who arrived very recently after time resumed its course. This power. Damn Goku, you've outdone me again, said Piccolo, who was somewhat furious to see that Goku had won him again with an unexpected power-up. I will have to increase my production of mini Piccolos and train them hard if I want to overcome him in a few years. Appearance change that filled Yam with anticipation, which tried to contrast with Vegeta. If what was happening is what was really happening, Vegeta, that's. Yes, there is no doubt. It is the same as in the legend. Goku is the legendary Super Saiyan, Vegeta said, who was in parts pleased to see that the legend was real, and extremely furious and envious because he wasn't the Super Saiyan. What? The Super Saiyan, did you say? Impossible. Besides, wasn't that other monkey supposed to be that supposed Super Saiyan? What is this joke? Frieza said with great frustration and headache as he saw the Saiyans around him becoming rarer, unpredictable, irritating and possibly more powerful than him. How do you feel? Better than a few seconds ago. Broly said as he dropped the Super Saiyan Goku on the ground after having succeeded with his plan. But nobody expected what was going to happen next. Since Goku, instead of facing Frieza after a few not too important and somewhat obvious questions, hugged Broly with great joy and sadness. He was so emotionally affected that he couldn't even help crying a little. Broly. This is a dream. I can't believe you're alive. Egg? WTF. Everyone exclaimed, including Frieza, upon hearing this unexpected nonsense. Becoming a Super Saiyan makes you more stupid? That wasn't explained in the legend, Vegeta and Yam thought, in addition to the general surprise that everyone shared. Broly, what happened? I'm in, this is Namek. I cannot believe it. Krillin, Roshi, Piccolo. Frieza. You are all alive. I don't get it. What happened to Rotobask, the annihilator of universes? I was fighting that bastard. That bastard who killed everyone. And without you there and without the Dragon Balls, it was impossible to resurrect them. What is happening? This is a dream or an illusion? Goku said, very upset and anxious, as if he had thousands of things to say and millions of doubts to answer and very little time for it. Goku, all of that was an illusion. We are at the moment when you were fighting Frieza on the planet Namek, Broly said as he tried to calm Goku. What the hell is going on? Everyone else asked, they weren't understanding anything at all. What? Goku shouted for more than obvious reasons. We are on December 24th, 762, in your battle against Frisia, at the moment when I stopped time, held you with my tail and you looked into my eyes. At that time I made you have a pretty long illusion in the span of a second. Yes, I know, I am incredible, so you would be very angry about the loss of your loved ones and thereby become a Super Saiyan due to that rage, Broly said, explaining the use he had given to one of the most powerful Taijutsu. The most powerful, cruel and horrible technique that has ever existed in the world of Naruto. The Infinite Tsukiyomi. A terrifying ability that created infinite filler chapters from minor characters that ceased to be relevant before Shippuden. What? Wait, now I remember this means. Have it been 10 years? I have been 10 years in an illusion, Goku shouted while counting with his fingers the years that had passed after Frisia's defeat. Yes, 10 years and 1 day. Merry Christmas, Broly answered atypically, as if it wasn't important. Are you crazy? Why have you put me in an illusion for 10 years only for me to become Super Saiyan? It's totally unnecessary. Goku questioned it out loud for completely understandable and obvious reasons. Well, I needed to create a good context in which I died in a credible way despite being totally immortal, with a good character development to make my death memorable and heroic. Saving the multiverse, for example, and not in any way, it must be a death that made you cry. I needed to die so that you would stop depending on my resurrections and my ability to solve everything. In the same way, I also needed wait some years after my death until a new threat to your lives appeared, otherwise it would have seemed very suspicious or forced, so I had to leave a few years of margin between conflict and conflict. Years in which I tried to hone my film director skills that I will need in the distant future, creating different types of family situations, ones in which you try to be a better father and husband and of course learning to work. You will thank me. Until the final villain appeared, who would kill everyone but you, thus destroying the Dragon Balls, leaving zero possibilities of resurrection, thus awakening the Super Saiyan. What will you use to beat Frisia right now? Broly said to justify his overly long genjutsu. And as expected, Goku, who had lived 10 years in a lie, tried to make sure and believe that something he lived was real. Then wait. The anti-spiral being that merged with the universes and tried to destroy them to end everything, the one you merged with, dying in the process to counter his ego and prevent the destruction of everything. Was. Yes, was a genjutsu, Broly replied almost automatically. And incredulously, not losing hope, and Rotobask the Annihilator of. And without being able to finish, Broly replied automatically, he was also a genjutsu. But Goku didn't lose hope that something was real, and my award for best father in the world in 768. A genjutsu too, of course. I made up that contest with a cash prize so that Chi-Chi could force you to participate. I even rigged it to give you an advantage. It was all an illusion. Broly answered bluntly so that Goku wouldn't ask any more repetitive questions. This cannot be real. Everything has been an illusion. But it was so real. Wait, am I still in an illusion? Is it possible that our life is nothing more than an illusion? Goku thought aloud, making visible the great existential crisis he was having right now, so much that he even began to philosophize just like a marijuana addict in a slump. And as his permanent and temporary allies listened to his conversation, understood its content, and began to fear once again the power, lack of common sense, exaggeration, madness, and stupidity of his mysterious, super powerful, and unpredictable guardian. FIU. FIU. 2 laser beams flew in the direction of Broly and Goku's head. Kia. One of them was rejected by Goku with a slight movement of his fist. Chaff. And the other was devoured by Broly, as if it had been a fried potato thrown into the air. The attacks were avoided. Something that frustrated Frisia a lot, but at least that was better than the indifference. How long did you plan to ignore me, you bastards? Frisia said while attacking with ki attacks to demand attention like a little kid. Well, Goku. What do you think if you take care of that inept first and then I answer to you and the others? By the idiot face he's making, I bet he wants to know more about the Super Saiyan, Broly suggested while pointing to Frisia with his thumb and Vegeta with his tail. Yes. I think a good fight that I didn't finish in my illusory life may help me clear my mind, Goku said coldly and violently as he looked at Frisia. The fight continues. Chapter 173. On planet Namek. On December 24th. At approximately 6:32 and 13 seconds p.m. With clear weather. Without much humidity or wind. BOMM. Slash. Plash. Ah. Fucking monkey. Goku's Super Saiyan and Frisia fought rampant as they exchanged insults and other unnecessary appreciations as everyone else watched this legendary showdown. Vegeta looked at Goku with envy as he tried to understand in that battle what was the secret behind the Super Saiyan, like Yam, who tried to understand that power-up while watching with some pleasure how Frisia suffered before a real Saiyan. Broly doesn't count. Much like what Piccolo was doing, watching how Goku had become stronger than him, for now. Then there were Krillin, Ten Shinhan, Chaos, Mutant Rashi, Nail cheering on Goku, and even Ginger also joined the group of combat fans as she continued to punish Mutant Rashi for his past offenses. And obviously Broly, who continued to sit comfortably in his luxurious flying chair observing the combat eating delicacies so exquisite that not even the gods would imagine their existence, and observing and commenting on the combat, although nobody had asked him. And sometimes it also answers some of the typical questions that supporting characters ask while watching a fight. It is impressive, since he transformed he completely changed the course of the fight. Goku, how strong have you become? Krillin said, asked, seeing how his friend and former rival had become much stronger than him once again. Specifically, the Super Saiyan multiplies the base power of the user in x50. Considering that the normal base power of a normal Saiyan is 3 million, in which both Goku, Vegeta, Yam and Ginger are stuck, the power of the Super Saiyan is 150 million, Broly said, kindly explaining the advantages of becoming a Super Saiyan. Rash. I will repeat it one more time, the Saiyan race is too convenient, said Piccolo, who still felt a certain envy towards the Saiyans' convenient and instant power-ups to become strong when is necessary. Does the comparative grievance still hurt you? Come on Piccolo, you have impressive potential thanks to my valuable advice. Or maybe your body is getting too used to assimilating your clones and you are gaining less power with each assimilation, in the same way that occurs when a drug loses its effectiveness when it is continuously consumed. Is this frustrating you? Broly said to mess with Piccolo affectionately in the same way he did with his relative Kami, but in a more sophisticated and inspiring way. TCH. Shut up. I don't have so little patience, Piccolo protested at Broly's mockery, as he swore to himself to be patient and train his mini-me's to absorb them later to become a little stronger over and over again in an endless process. HIA. Eat this. It's Ussel's Frisia. Splap. By the way. What did you do to make Goku transform into a Super Saiyan, and what the hell were those eyes? I've never seen anything like it. Can all Saiyans do that? You are very weird, Nail asked, who practically already felt integrated into the group, and was obviously curious about the strange abilities of Broly and his fellow Saiyan, although he couldn't complain either, he's a Namekian. And obviously that derogatory comment to the Saiyans made Vegeta react, and no Saiyan can do that. Broly is the only freak. Both are a professional secret for now, Broly replied without answering as he continued to eat and enjoy the show. Plash. FIU. FIU. You will die here. Ki-aj. Guaj. Kamehameha. Boom. Boom. Wow, they are both pretty even. I can't say who is winning, Ginger said as she continued to strangle Mutant Rashi, as he were a cushion to squeeze when watching a thrilling action or suspense movie with lots of plot twists. And Mutant Rashi, upon hearing that statement from Ginger, who kept harassing him while his friends and disciples watched them embarrassed, tried to feel superior to her in some way. It shows that you still don't know how to feel the key, if you know it, UHH. However, that was counterproductive, because Ginger, somewhat embarrassed, squeezed him even stronger than before to prevent him from finishing the sentence. Shoo. Some of us want to enjoy this free violence. If you want to fuck, go to a motel. Broly yelled, scolding a certain part of the public for disturbing his enjoyment. Wahahahat. Ginger and Yam shouted, one due to extreme shame when hearing that comment and the other due to outrage and fear upon hearing that this could happen. But be that as it may, thanks to that Rashi was released from his grip and that the rest of the audience behaved like Vegeta, keeping quiet and watching only that exciting final fight. UGH. Biom. GGH. Fucking monkey. Plash. UAGH. Clash. Wagi. Palm. Ugh. Komem. UMG. Komem. Bogm. Biomem. Awk. Biomem. How's that, you damn monkey? It's that all? You cocky son of a bitch. IHH. IHH. Biomem. OGUH. You fucking monkey. You are just a Saiyan. Fucking Moki. Ha. Biomem. And seeing that Goku had acquired a great advantage in this fight, since he seemed to be playing with Frisia. Some dared to ask. Broly-sama, do you have any of those popcorn left over? I haven't eaten for hours, said Chaos, who tried to be brave by asking the invincible monster for something, as he took refuge behind 10. Yes, of course, serve yourselves. The fight is about to end and obviously Goku will win. Sorry for the spoiler. Do you also want some club of serious and quiet guys with hardly any sense of humor? Broly said as he materialized a flying table full of different stacks while addressing Yam, Vegeta, Piccolo and Nail in a somewhat offensive way. You are the one who said to be quiet, those affected thought, who ignored the snacks for a matter of pride. I can't believe how good this is. NSFW. You have to try it. You will not believe it. Ginger yelled as she brought food from Toriko's world to her sister, whom she practically forced to devour all of that. It's useless, Frisia. You can't against me. Your power has decreased. Fighting against you is no longer fun. Get out of here. Don't commit evils again and don't show your face in front of me again. Don't you screw with me. Don't you screw with me. I won't lose. Mortal Disc. And since Broly had announced the match and seemed more relaxed, some dared to ask again. This Broly. Why doesn't Goku use the Kaioken to multiply his power? If he did, he could have defeated Frisia in one fell swoop a long time ago, asked Krillin, who wanted this conflict to end as soon as possible. He just can't do it. Let's say that the Saiyan bodies have the incredible ability to easily adapt to forced increases of power. That is the reason why Goku, unlike you, has been able to learn to use Kaioken so easily, when you are still incapable, although Rashi is very close to success. The Super Saiyan is something similar but without so many negative side effects and with extra advantages. Once a Saiyan manages to reach his biological limit power and therefore to its maximum energy tolerance and has awakened the S cells. The S cells under certain circumstances are activated and becomes a secondary source of energy that naturally nurtures and increases the power of a Saiyan. Thus creating the Super Saiyan state, a state that once again pushes the Saiyan's body to the limit through that power multiplier. If you are somewhat clever, I suppose it will not be necessary for me to explain what would happen if Goku forced himself to exceed that limit with a technique as tyrannical and not very compatible like the Kaioken. Right? Broly said in a Socratic way for his friends and the public. That his body would explode or be seriously injured, Yam replied, who for the first time in a long time felt interested in a conversation coming from that group of madmen. Bingo. Also, it wouldn't multiply his total power, just his base. It is totally inefficient, dangerous and ineffective to use the Kaioken with the Super Saiyan, Broly replied, very happy to see that he didn't need to explain everything. Then, how about 2? You just don't get it. FAUU. FLA. FAUU. FLA. FAUU. FLA. FAUU. FLA. FAUU. FAUU. BOMM. UHH. Plaska. FAUU. FAUU. The fight was almost decided. Frisia had little energy left and Goku seemed to have a plan to counter Frisia's deadly and convenient technique, which Krillin looked with special enthusiasm. However, despite the fact that this was a unique, celebrated and humiliating moment, since the one who would defeat the enemy of his race wouldn't be him. Vegeta couldn't help but think again and again about the conversation from before. So Vegeta, despite taking the risk of missing the moment Frisia died, decided to ask, wait a minute, before you said that there was a limit in our body and that Super Sa. Shut up Vegeta. This is the most interesting part, but Broly for more than obvious reasons interrupted him, the only one, since Goku was about to win. FAUU. Slash. Oh no. Goku had cleverly got Frisia to cut himself in half with the mortal disc. Yes. Goku has won. Finally. The group of intimate friends shouted excitedly, in which Ginger was also included, hugging Rashi with great happiness, who could barely breathe, but he was happy. Kakarot. Well done insect, Vegeta said proudly and somewhat angrily too, as Yam laughed at his expression. Heh. He has used his head to fight, Piccolo said as he complimented and despised his still rival, since thanks to Broly there were hopes that he wouldn't become a secondary without practical use from now on. However, the fight wasn't yet over. Frisia, as if it were a cockroach, wasn't dead despite being cut in half. And despite being half a body he still had energy left. Can you still move? Goku asked arrogantly, looking over his shoulder at Frisia. Normal, he was on the ground broken in half, he was short before, but now. Defeated by an insignificant and filthy monkey. Impossible. Frisia screamed as he tried to get the idea that he was completely screwed. You should have accepted my offer before. Now even I have less desire to continue beating you now that you're so scared. Live with the humiliation of being defeated by one of those monkeys that you hate so much, and don't make too much noise if you don't want me to give you a warning again, Goku said as he turned his back on his half-enemy and flew slowly towards his friends, who waited for him with a big smile and many snacks. Goku turned his back on an enemy which he now considered insignificant in his eyes. And that enemy, because of that, he felt more humiliated than ever. That enemy that he considered insignificant few minutes ago had left him in that state. That monkey had belittled him, had told him that he was afraid of him and had also spared his life. believing himself superior to him. Frisia couldn't bear such humiliation. You fucking monkey. I'm the greatest in the universe. The Emperor of the universe, Frisia. That's why. However, before he could continue his sentence, someone approached from behind. Your newt line will be a fucking monkey like you. No. All of you must die by my hand. And Frisia, practically at the same time that person spoke, said, a fucking monkey like you. No. All of you must die by my hand. Obviously hearing that in that circumstance terrified the half Frisia what. However, the fact that someone was reading his mind or seeing the future didn't terrify him as much as seeing Broly behind him, and more terrifying was that Broly used his telekinesis to lift Frisia's half-body and grab him by the head as if it were a basketball. Your next line will be. Why did you intervene? Didn't you say you wouldn't do anything in our combat? Broly said while performing a JoJo pose and spinning Frisia out of his head like a steel ball run iron ball. Why did you intervene? Didn't you say you wouldn't do anything in our combat? What? Tried to scream Frisia, which was spinning at exorbitant speed on Broly's finger, and he was obviously surprised once again by the fact that he knew what he was going to say. The answer is. Because the combat has already ended with your defeat, and because you tried to destroy the planet with the energy you had left to kill those idiots. Being you and me the only survivors, since we can survive in space, Broly replied as he gripped his head tightly like a stress ball with the spin still activated. Ah. Something that obviously hurt, especially if you were dizzy, about to vomit from dizziness, full of wounds, and you only have half of your body. I will respect Goku's wishes and I will not kill you. However, I think we've seen your filthy round face enough already, Broly said as he looked up at the sky and gathered energy in the arm he was holding Frisia with. No. Do you pretend? Frisia exclaimed as he sensed Broly's intentions. Ignition. Broly yelled as he threw Frisia as if he were a ball. Toward space. Ah. Fu. Akakyu. And in a few seconds both his terrified voice and his half-body completely disappeared from the atmosphere of the planet Namek. Arigato, Yiro, Broly said in a melodramatic way to conclude that spin launch. Outer space. Near the planet Namek. Several minutes after Frisia was thrown. Frisia regained consciousness, and thanks to his ability to survive in space and despite having his body half-cut, his physical state was the same as that of a few minutes ago in Namek. However, her mental state had gotten worse in a terrifying way, and not because of space. Ah. 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 How do you dare? How dare you do this to me? If only you. If that damn Broly had never appeared. If he didn't exist, I would have killed all that scum. Frisia thought. In space the sound is not transmitted while observing rampant hatred the planet Namek. The same planet he looked down on a few minutes ago upon arrival. Only one more planet in his long list of conquests. But now it had become the planet he hated the most in the universe. No. I will do it. I'll do it right now. Frisia thought as he gathered all his energy to launch a desperate attack. A giant sphere of purple energy with which he intended to destroy the world from space. I should have done this from the beginning years ago. I should never have left any Saiyan alive. Frisia thought as he watched his energy sphere get closer and closer to the atmosphere of the planet he hated the most in the universe. A planet that would disappear forever, and hopefully, with all the annoying beings that inhabited it. In few seconds. However. FLAU. The entire planet suddenly disappeared from view, but not due to his attack. What? What the hell just happened? What is this? Frisia thought, who could barely process what had just happened before his eyes. However, when he could minimally rethink who had been responsible for his desperate attack a second time, he could only think of a single culprit: GRRJJ. Broly. Chapter 174. Namek Planet. Seconds after Broly turned Frisia into space junk. Broly, without explaining why or what he was doing. Clash. Snapped fingers. And without apparently changing anything. Apparently. Our Z warriors, and especially the Namekians, sensed that something had happened. Broly, what did you just do? Piccolo asked, feeling great fear asking that same question. Question that greatly disturbed everyone here. Since it was likely that nothing had happened. Maybe. Nanny? Am I unable to feel Frisia's ki? What has happened? Goku said, who didn't understand the situation at all. Was then when almost everyone understood that what Broly had done was of such magnitude that from his limited and small point of view were unable to perceive it. So polite and casual Broly replied, that. I have moved the planet from place to another solar system, which I had to create from scratch to perfectly accommodate the orbit of this planet. The slightest variation could have caused another cataclysm. For this reason I had to create the new solar system, otherwise I would have put it to another more or less similar. You've done what? Absolutely everyone shouted upon hearing such surreal outrage. Surreal outrage that destroyed their already disturbed sense of logic and reality. We will discuss that with the Patriarch, Broly said as he snapped his fingers again to teleport everyone towards the big slug. And seeing how the whole group except for Nail's colleagues, who were now fused with him had returned safe and sound, he said, I see that you have one. I became worried at a certain point when I stopped feeling your presence, but it seems that I worried about nothing. Thank you. You're welcome, it was easy. By the way, do you want something to snack on? I know you don't eat anything, but damn it, we have to celebrate it, Broly replied, very satisfied with his work. You almost have done nothing. The others shouted mentally, who had been the ones who had fought and died against the aliens. Wait, don't change the subject. What do you mean when you said that you moved the planet to another solar system? Nail asked, who urgently needs to know what the hell was going on. He have done what? Shouted the Patriarch, who almost gave a heart attack when hearing that so surreal and scandalous fact. Ah yes, that. You Namekians never care about my snacks. It is obvious. Thanks to Frisia's army connections, now everyone knows about the Dragon Balls and Namek, therefore more ruffians would come to cause the same problems. If you had not moved to another world, something for which I see you little reluctant, it was only a matter of time before this story repeated itself. So I created a new solar system trillions and trillions of light years away from here in a hidden way and to accommodate this planet. Thanks to my incredible contribution you can enjoy a lot of intimacy again, Broly said, trying to pretend to be humble. Oh okay, yeah, everyone exclaimed, pretending to have understood and accepted what Broly had done. We will pretend that this is possible and that we shouldn't be scandalized or ask how the hell did you do it, Krillin said in amazement as he tried not to think too much about the repercussions of what he had just heard. As we always do, said Ten Shinhan, who was beginning to suffer the same symptoms as Krillin. Yes, as we always do. Aish, I'm too old for this shit, clarified the young mutant Rashi. Always? What kind of supernatural monster we were trying to kill? Nail, the Patriarch exclaimed in thought, and especially the 3 ex-enemy Saiyans, who couldn't believe that at some point in their lives they had thought about killing this abomination. Yes, you're welcome. And aside from that, I think it would be better to bring your children back. I hope Kami didn't mind having his relatives at home for a little while, Broly said, snapping his fingers once more to perform a space-time action. Clash. And instantaneously, in front of the Patriarch's mansion, all the Namekians except Kami were teleported from planet Earth. Obviously, that instant and unannounced change of location caused hundreds of different comments. Some very normal, in which he wondered about the abrupt teleportation. Others asked about the outcome of the fight, and some began to comment about some of the stories that Kami had told them, in which Broly was always the bad guy. However, our protagonist ignored those comments and continued with his to-do list, for what he said to the Patriarch, Nail and the entire litter of Namekians, and now I would like you to accept this gift for the inconvenience we have caused you. Inconvenience? Not at all, quite the contrary. If it hadn't been for your help, I would have died knowing that everything I fought for would disappear, said the Patriarch with great education and appreciation. But Broly insisted once again, as if Broly and the Patriarch were fighting to pay the bill for a dinner knot. It's our fault, well, Piccolo's fault, that these guys came to this planet for the Dragon Balls. So I will try to make up for the inconvenience we have caused. In my way. Don't worry, I'll repair your house ladder. Just saying that, Broly broke the Patriarch's house as it were made of Lego blocks and looked at the sky while gathering energy in his body. My instincts tell me that we are about to see something unusual again, Yem said as he looked at Broly without blinking. And she was right, something incompressible happened again. What the hell is that? Ginger yelled upon seeing something extremely bizarre once again. Behind Broly, a very large, muscular, 3-eyed ghostly anthropomorphic monkey that constantly changed color as if his fur were made of rainbows appeared, imitating Broly's movements. This, you guys are also capable of doing something similar? Nail asked upon seeing that strange and intimidating appearance that seemed to have some kind of relationship with the Broly's tail. No. We cannot. Far as I know. I don't know what to believe anymore, Vegeta replied, who no longer knew what to believe about his race, since Broly technically belonged to it. At that moment the mouth of that humanoid ape opened, launching into the sky a huge torrent of energy as if it were a super volcano erupting. Gourmet Demon Son Brolyong. Gourmet Spice. Energy that reached the extratosphere, and that due to gravity, the energy began to distribute throughout the world, falling like rain in all parts of the almost deserted planet. And every time that energy rain hit the ground. Look! Some young Namekians shouted as they pointed everywhere. This is a miracle, the older ones said between tears when they saw the landscape around them. Why were they so excited? Because where the rain fell the grass and the flowers sprouted again, the marshes became crystalline and full of beautiful fish and the deserted places became dream forests with millions of fruit trees. It was as if their poor and desert planet battered by a cataclysm a few hundred years ago had become a paradise in a few seconds. Wow, Goku sighed upon see that non-combative but impressive technique. Like the rest of those who witnessed that strange miracle. It seems that I can finally die without any remorse, said the great patriarch, crying with happiness upon seeing how his planet glowed even more than in the past. He wasn't the only one who cried, although he was the one who made it louder. What was that? Ginger asked with his mouth and eyes wide open, which like his companions hadn't been able to assimilate everything that had happened again. That ape is the appetite demon that I created for myself by merging the black, white, red, blue and green gourmet cells together with my mutant S cells and genetics. Basically I transformed part of my energy into gourmet cells using my appetite demon as a medium to repopulate this planet where no one eats with legendary ingredients. In this way they will take care of them for me and I can then collect everything since they only eats water. I'm a genius, right? Broly said, explaining his peculiar ability, and that he always had an evil plan hidden in every good deed he seemed to perform. What? Ginger replied, without changing her facial expression at all. She hadn't understood anything at all. Neither she nor anyone else. Honey, for your own mental health, stop asking too many questions. It is a difficult beginning, but you will get used to this, mutant Rashi said, giving good advice to the newcomer. Yes, I see, Ginger replied, still without changing her facial expression at all and ignoring due to shock the term by which Rashi had referred to her. Advice from mutant Rashi that became generalized in the sparse population of that planet. So after receiving ovations from the entire population, attend the patriarch's succession ceremony and his sad and emotional death. Our heroes and anti-heroes said goodbye to the kind and humble Namekian people to return to their planet. I hope the next time we see each other it will be in more pleasant circumstances, Nail told the Z warriors, who were about to leave. I hope so. It may happen that I pick up a couple of things from time to time and these irresponsible people may ever ask you to use the Dragon Balls when the Dragon Balls of Earth aren't enough to mask their failures, Broly replied as he warmly shook Nail's hand. Although that comment offended many people. Piccolo, aren't you going to stay and live with them? Asked Ten Shinhan, who already treated Piccolo as another of the family, even though his father technically nearly killed him and killed his best friend. No thanks. This place is very boring. Let's go, I want to get to Earth and continue my training, Piccolo replied, who tried not to give an honest answer. Piccolo dear, Broly said as he tried to hold back his desire to laugh. By the way, where had we parked the spaceship? The landscape has changed so much that I don't know how to locate it, Chaos asked as he tried to orient himself in that world so different from that of a few hours ago. But Broly saved him the trouble of searching for the luxury spacecraft. We'd better forget about the spacecraft for now. I have moved this planet so away from any other place that even with my incredibly intelligent and attractive girlfriend's super spacecraft it would take a decade to return to Earth. So the best thing will be to resort to the old and reliable teleportation. What? Teleportation? Don't ask yourself too many questions. It's for your own good, Piccolo said, who kept wondering what the hell were the dimensions in which Broly had trained him. With that said, Broly snapped his fingers again. He doesn't need to, but he likes to stage his powers, and instantly Chaos, Krillin, Ten Shinhan, Mutant Rashi and Piccolo disappeared from the planet Namek. Being teleported into Master Rashi's house, and obviously they were wondering where Broly, Goku and the others were. And not only them. Broly, where are the others? Why are we the only ones staying in Namek? Goku asked as he pointed at Vegeta, Ginger, Yam and himself. It is because you have to do something else before returning to Earth, answered Broly. And upon saying that, Broly summoned one of his clones, which began to open a space crack with his hands. What the hell is that? Are there two of them? Why do they seem just as powerful? Vegeta yelled after understanding the implications of what he was witnessing. Pay attention to others, don't ask yourself too many questions if you don't want your head to hurt, replied Goku, who suffered the same migraines at one point in the past. And what is he doing? Gyner and Yam said upon see how they were dividing the space with their bare hands. What is this? A portal that leads to many answers and questions. Answers and questions you need but don't know what you want to hear. Answers and questions that frame your past, present, future and reality. You fate itself. If you decide to cross this portal, many things may change from now on. Especially yourselves, Broly said in a very mysterious, ambiguous, crazy and intimidating way. What? Broly, are you drugged? The four answered in unison. That if you don't get inside my fucking portal you will have to walk back to planet Earth. My other body will stay here, I need to close certain businesses of certain ingredients, Broly said as he grabbed the 4 Scions with his tail and threw them into the portal. Ogh! The 4 Scions screamed as they entered inside that unknown portal. Portal that possibly led to some extremely dangerous place. Chapter 175. The same day. Or rather, night on planet Earth. ZZZMMZZ. Gohan slept peacefully in his bed, from which he did not want to part, since when he woke up the next day he would continue to be sentenced to life in prison by his mother. A situation that he did not like too much, obviously. But luckily or unluckily destiny had something different prepared for him. Hey, Gohan, wake up. I am talking to you. Do you want me to throw a bucket of water on your head? Hey. Broly-sensei. What are you doing here, at this time? Weren't you with my father at Namek? Gohan asked as he woke up surprised by the sudden appearance of his sensei. Especially when after rubbing his eyes to remove his eye boogers to check the time on his alarm clock it was 5 o'clock. You see, I would need you to come with me for a moment to a certain place. Don't worry, it will be just a moment, Broly said as he continued to give her little shoves to wake him up and get out of bed, something that Gohan refused to do. He was too sleepy. I can't, Broly-sensei. I'm punished, I can't leave the house, Gohan said as he closed his eyes to go back to sleep until 8 o'clock, when his mother will force him to study things he already knew. He had already had too much troubles with his mother and did not want to accumulate new ones. However. Sorry, but it's too late, Broly replied as he stole his cushion. Fact that forced Gohan to look up and realized something disturbing. He was not in his room. What? Where I am? Gohan shouted upon seeing that he was in a very strange place. It was as if he were in a space observatory from which stars, galaxies and planets could be seen from all sides. Or not. It was as if he were in a kind of bubble floating in the middle of space. And in that bubble of reality someone said to him, hey hi son. Have you also been thrown into a crack in space? And that someone was obviously Dad. Gohan upon seeing his father Goku in that strange place. But Goku was not alone in that strange place. It's that damn brat. Nay-san, let's attack him now that he's half asleep and we're stronger. Don't talk nonsense, little sister. And those people were obviously Vegeta, Ginger, and Yam. What are you doing here again? Have you come for the rematch? Shouted Gohan, who jumped out of bed, transformed into true Saiyan and put himself in a fighting stance upon detecting the great increase in power that his former punching bags had experienced. Sirai. Shoo. Shut up, mentally retarded, addicted to expired LSD. I will not allow anyone to interrupt my class. Broly yelled while scratching a crystal, causing an incredible ear discomfort that stopped the possible fight. Class? Vegeta asked, who didn't understand anything at all of what was happening. What class? What the hell are you talking about? Goku also asked, who firmly refused to study at this point in his life. And obviously Broly answered in a vague and unnecessarily empty way, for now history class. Something necessary before talking about the future. And with that answer the bubble they were in moved at surreal speed through space, so much so that the landscape around them completely changed. Until they slowly arrived in front of a planet. A planet that 3 people there knew perfectly. Wait. That is Planet Vegeta. What the hell is going on? Ginger, Yam and Vegeta shouted upon seeing that the destroyed planet Vegeta was before their eyes totally intact. And upon hearing screams in his class, obviously Professor Broly had to ask for silence once again. Don't interrupt. It's just a movie that I've created by analyzing data from the universe in that part of space-time. And yes, it is the planet Vegeta, previously called the planet Sadala. Whose name changed when a certain filthy, stupid and criminal family took the throne. What have you said? Vegeta yelled indignantly upon hearing that derogatory comment to his lineage. The fucking truth. Shut up and listen to the video I created. Broly said, asking for silence again. And as Broly said, a film narrated by himself began to be broadcast in perfect 3D surround. A film that explained the recent history of the Saiyans, where everyone could appreciate their uses and customs, how their society was ranked, what they ate, what kind of technology they used. But above all, their multiple crimes. It was shown and narrated how the Vegeta lineage sold their entire race to King Cold Planet Trade Organization for them to be used by him in his evil business of extermination of other races in exchange for protection and technology. using that technology to send the most powerful too difficult to conquer planets, and the weak newborns to distant, unprofitable and weak combat-level planets. Business strategy that continued when Frisia inherited the throne from his father Gold. These guys, no doubt they are despicable. How can you be proud of being like this? Shouted Gohan, who despite knowing the criminal history of the Saiyan race, seeing the atrocities they committed in this documental made his blood run cold. Opinion that his father shared 100, and with me they did the same. Due to being weak I was sent to planet Earth on an almost suicidal mission to kill everyone. I have to say that I was lucky to be born weak, lucky that my biological parents discarded me, lucky that I came to Earth and Grandpa Gohan adopted me. But above all, that I forgot absolutely everything I was before meeting him thanks to that blow to the head. Otherwise, I would be a monster like them, or I would be dead, Goku said as he watched with hate the movie, in which was conveniently shown how dozens of Saiyans babies were launched into space to kill things in that precise moment. Like his son, he was completely disgusted by what he saw. However, unlike him, Goku was a direct descendant of a race of monsters without kindness and empathy. He had been a time bomb implanted on Earth to kill all who were now his friends. And not only that, he had really killed his grandfather. Surely the first living being who cared for him. The person who changed his life for good and led him on the side of justice. And his arrival on that planet and his damn Saiyan genetics were the cause of his death. A death that would have come regardless of whether Goku had lost his memory or not. He couldn't forgive himself, he couldn't be proud of what he was. What nobody expected is what Broly would say next. This is the case in the absolute majority of cases. But not yours. What do you mean? Everyone present in that bubble exclaimed, especially Goku, who did not understand why he was supposedly special. But immediately Broly set out to explain it. With another movie. Specifically with his own movie, which was released in theaters in 2018. I started this novel before the XD movie. And more specifically with the beginning of the movie where we could see the official version of Bardock. Yes, the old version was a TOEI animation version, but I prefer the old version. That's me. Goku said when he saw Bardock for the first time walking the streets of one of the cities of the planet Vegeta. No. That's your father Bardock. Stupid. You will appear shortly, Broly shouted to Goku, which was he typical idiot who did not know what was happening in the movie and asked constantly, something very annoying. My grandfather and my father are like 2 drops of water. Wait. Is that girl my grandmother? It seems kind, how strange, Gohan said upon seeing the conversation between Bardock and Jin at the butcher shop. Gohan also lived the movies too intensely, at least the ones about his family. GRJJ. You two are just as loud. Vegeta protested at not being able to hear what Ginger and Bardock were saying due their noisy descendants. Shut up Vegeta, I want to see the fucking film. Broly protested furiously as he threw a packet of popcorn at Vegeta's head. Something that the proud prince obviously didn't like at all. Why does he only mess with me? Furthermore, you make more noise than anyone. In addition, that's the movie you made. However, was normal for Vegeta to be upset with Goku and Gohan this time, since he was seeing the final moments of his own planet. He was watching the final moments of a visionary who was able to anticipate something that his father, King Vegeta, was unable to foresee. Bardock realized that Frisia was planning something. Something that was probably related to the extermination of the Saiyans. Not only that, he was also right about why Frisia wanted to exterminate them. The birth of a Super Saiyan. So following his intuition, that night Bardock and Jin stole a spaceship. I still can't believe any of that, Jin said as she followed her husband across a desolate wasteland. We'll go rescue him if it turns out wrong, Bardock replied as he carried a spaceship with the little cockroach inside. Why don't all 3 of us run away together? Jin asked again, proposing something very coherent. No, their scouters would find us right away, Bardock replied, giving a good reason why they should stay and perish if they wanted to save their son, unlike the case of Superman, who had no logic. But why do you have to go to these lengths? It's not like a Saiyan man to worry about his child, Jin asked upon see that unusual behavior in Bardock, although they were already a rather unusual couple. I suppose that after endless battles I have the fickle urge to save something now. Especially if it's my low-level warrior son, Bardock said, who after experiencing some peaceful life next to his peaceful wife was positively influenced, and felt the urge to do something good. I've programmed it for a distant planet called Earth. The race there has a low technological and combat level. Even you should be able to survive there. Bardock told little Goku that he was crying inside the spaceship as his parents spoke to him from the other side of the glass. Besides, it's not worth much, so the Frisia army probably won't attack it. Bardock is just being paranoid, so we'll come get you right away. Stay alive, no matter what. Jin said with great concern and sadness to the little Goku, who had stopped crying for some reason. Instead he looked at the painful expression of his parents, who did not want to take their eyes off him. "See you later," Bardock said, putting his hand on the glass of the spaceship. And Goku reciprocally also put his hand against the glass, trying to reach his father's hand. Phew! A hand that was still placed on the glass of the spaceship as he watched the father and mother whom he tried to reach, move further away of him with each second. Kakaroto. Being his mother, covered in tears, screaming his name, and the last thing he could remember of his escape from the planet Vegeta. Memories that were buried in the history. Until today. My father, and my mother were, Goku muttered as he tried to touch his biological father and mother by putting his hand on the glass, in the same way that in the past he tried to do to reach them. And just like in the past, without any success, couldn't help but crying. "This, that," Vegeta muttered, who couldn't believe what he had just seen and the implications that all this had. "Do you understand what this means? You were never abandoned and sent to planet Earth as a sacrifice to exterminate its inhabitants on a suicide mission. It was just the opposite. Nobody gave you orders to kill anyone. Your parents, who really loved you, sent you there with the sole purpose of saving your life. A mother who cried desolately for your departure and by the fact that she would probably never see you again. A heroic father who against all odds was ahead of the catastrophe and thought of you before his own life, and who until the last second was the only one that fought against Frieza with the only desire to see you again. A Saiyan father who sensed Frieza's fear towards the Super Saiyan and saved his insignificant son from that planetary destruction by taking him to an insignificant planet, and that ironically years later. With his same appearance, that weak and insignificant little baby returned as the Super Saiyan that Frieza feared to fulfill the wish that he could not. After this, do you still believe that being a Saiyan is so negative, Kakarot?" Broly said as Goku watched without batting an eyelid how Bardock fought unsuccessfully against all of Frieza's soldiers as he attempted to make his way towards him, only to be destroyed in a futile attempt to reject the energy sphere that would eventually destroy the entire planet. And Goku, as he took his son Gohan in his arms and hugged him, who also cried a little when he saw the representation of what had happened in his father's childhood, he said with great inner peace, "No. I think not. There are always good people, even in the most horrible places. This is absurd," Vegeta said upon see how capricious destiny was, destiny that kicked him in the ass. "Your father was a great warrior," Yem said, seeing the great courage Bardock showed in his last moments. "A great Saiyan," Ginger said, seconding his sister. "At least he was in the last moments of his life, although he was always better than you with your stupid Saiyan pride. Pride that consists of being genocidal psychopaths. A shitey ideology implanted by the most criminal lineage in the history of the Saiyan," Broly said while looking with hostility and disgust at Vegeta. "Enough!" Vegeta yelled, very offended by the constant insults directed towards his person, race and family lineage. Vegeta was so angry that he forgot that Broly could disintegrate him with a single blink, and that he had never shown any sympathy towards him. Chapter 176. Enough! Vegeta yelled, very offended by the constant insults directed towards his person, race and family lineage. Vegeta was so angry that he forgot that Broly could disintegrate him with a single blink, and that he had never shown any sympathy towards him. "You have no idea. My family took power when because they were the strongest and the smartest. The most worthy and legitimate to lead the Saiyans. Something that was recognized by our entire race. So much so that was decided to rename planet Sadala to planet Vegeta in our honor." Vegeta the Fourth shouted, defending the honor of Vegeta first. And obviously Broly further exacerbated his infamy. What does that matter? Even scientists put their name to venereal diseases. Which is something very similar to what your ancestors did. Gur. Do you know what the Saiyans were before my ancestor led them? They weren't much different than brainless, techless beasts trapped on a single planet, killing each other for food. It wasn't until my ancestors agreed with King Cold that we managed to be what we are now, Vegeta yelled, protesting again at Broly's accusations and insults. Be what? A race of slaves under the command of a tyrant who makes a living by massacring innocent people. An almost extinct race by the hand of the one with whom you prostrated yourselves. Broly said, mocking with extreme sarcasm of Vegeta and his arguments. Sarcasm and contempt that didn't make Vegeta hesitate for a second in his mission, defend the honor of his family and the pride of the Saiyan that his family had indoctrinated in his population, yes. Through massacres. All race. All civilization. All progress. All the glory is grounded over the corpse of millions of enemies and innocents. All our glory, power and recognition in the universe, we owe it to my ancestors. Thanks to them we are the most feared race in the universe. So much so that Frieza treacherously killed us for fear that the legendary Super Saiyan legend would come true. For fear that someone like you, someone like Kakarot, could be born among us. We only needed some more time to dethrone him. We just needed a little more time to be the absolute rulers of the universe. Ha 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 ha. Lovely. Do you really believe that, Vegeta? If I, the most powerful being born in all the universes, had demonstrated my power, you and your father would have tried to assassinate me or banish me from another planet before I mature for fear of dethroning you before killing Frieza. As for Goku or you becoming a Super Saiyan. Ha! If Goku had grown up under the system your family, he would never have become the Super Saiyan. Stop making excuses. Insect. Broly said as he got up from his luxury flying chair in a somewhat forced, furious and intimidating way as he looked at Vegeta. He looked at him as if he wanted to break his jaw to make him unable to speak again. And everyone, including Goku and Gohan, went on alert when they saw Broly's hand. A hand that was about to snap fingers. Everyone here knew that when Broly snapped his fingers the world changed radically. And this time his hand was pointed at Vegeta. Wait! Yam yelled, which came between Broly and Vegeta to prevent that his dwarf and with recessive hair were attacked. Clash. The snap had happened. And despite them nothing had happened to Vegeta or Yam. They hadn't been injured, turned into a tuna or had contracted diarrhea. Which meant that whatever had changed hadn't been them. Hey, where are we? It seems the same place, but we are no longer within that sphere, said Gohan, who looked around to try to locate himself. Amazing. I detect some very powerful keys. As powerful as? No. Impossible. Goku said as he took flight without asking Broly for permission or waiting for his son or former enemies to reach his destination. Wait, Papa, Gohan shouted as he followed him as if he were a baby duck. Therefore, as if they were migratory birds, Broly, Vegeta, Ginger, and Yam did the same. And while they were flying. Vegeta, have you noticed too? Yam said as she flew and observed the landscape around him with great amazement and concern. Yes, this place is very similar to planet Vegeta. Too much, Vegeta replied, who believed like Yam that they have become crazy. Look, a city. And it seems that there are people and some are very strong, Gohan said while landing. And the closer they were to that city the greater was the amazement of our group. Those people, are they human? Gohan asked rhetorically when he saw a city full of people so similar to him. No, they are Saiyans. But without a tail. How is it possible? Bro, Broly actually created a new planet, Vegeta and Saiyans. It's impossible, right? We're still in the movie, right? Ginger screamed with some fear at the thought of that great impossibility, while trying to find a reasonable explanation. Reasonable explanations that were very unreasonable too. Those clothes. It is the same as the Saiyans used before joining the Cold Army. And that city is very different from the one we lived in. Is much more habitable. Yam said, who looked from one side to the other trying to understand what was happening too. However, Goku and Vegeta, despite finding all this very strange and listening to the conclusions of their companions, they kept going in search of those powerful keys. Some keys located near the training fields on the other side of the city. Bam. Komem. Ki-aj. Ah. Boom. That place was one of the few places where fighting was allowed on that planet. A place where dozens of elite Saiyans trained daily fighting each other without affecting the city's infrastructure. Bam. Komem. Ki-aj. Ah. That place was one of the few places where fighting was allowed on that planet. A place where dozens of elite Saiyans trained daily fighting each other without affecting the city's infrastructure. Bam. Komem. Ki-aj. Ah. That place was spectacular and huge. Hundreds of Saiyans were fighting at the same time. However, the most shocking thing wasn't seeing the number of Saiyans fighting, nor the spectacular battles they were having between them, but the appearance of the fighters. So shocking was that Goku and Vegeta exclaimed with their eyes wide open and their mouths disjointed, what? How's that possible? There are many Super Saiyans. And so it was, in that place there were around 200 Saiyans, of which 82 were transformed into Super Saiyans fighting each other, training, discussing strategies and even teaching other younger Saiyans how to fight and transform into Super Saiyan. How is this possible? It's supposed that the Super Saiyan was a legendary being that only appeared once every 1,000 years. Why were there more than 80 in this place? How is it possible? I knew you would make that stupid face, but I didn't expect that for so long, Broly said as he approached the groundbreaking Goku, Ginger, Yam and Vegeta, who couldn't barely vocalize and move after that big shock. What's all this? What is happening? Where we are? Is this an illusion? Another joke of yours? What have you done this time? Vegeta asked incessantly to Broly as he tried to stay calm and not faint. Where we are? We are on the planet Sadala. Well, the planet Sadala from Universe 6 another universe where the Vegeta family never existed Broly replied as he sat down to enjoy the fights of the Scions of Universe 6. Planet Sadala. Universe 6. Other universes? Everyone asked as they hyperventilated for being aware of the crazy situation they were in. Stop joking. Do you really expect us to believe a hoax like that? Yelled Vegeta, who was unable to assimilate that shocking revelation. But Broly without taking his eyes off the fight, almost nonchalantly replied but it's true. There are different universes. Our universe, where all of us were born is the number 7, and the one I just teleported to us is the number 6, its brother universe. A universe in which Namekians, Scions, cold demons, earthlings, and many other things are the same as in ours. With certain changes and one of them is that the Scions were never part of the Cold Army and later in the Frisia Army. I can't believe it. This is too much Vegeta said, who was trying with all his strength to continue denying the obvious although it was becoming increasingly difficult. But, how is it possible that there are so many Super Saiyan? Ginger asked, who accepted Broly's explanation as she found it more realistic than all the other theories she had formulated in her mind so far. Obviously Broly gladly answered that question that he already expected to be asked by guiding them to this place why. Precisely because in this universe the Vegeta family never existed. So under the Sadala lineage the Scions became the space police. Warriors who fought to maintain order and arrest criminals who sowed chaos and violence on other worlds. They catch criminals like the Scions of the Universe 7. Wow, in that place the Scions are the good ones. An infinitely stronger Gohan said, amazed by this unexpected turn of events. And Goku, who had experienced the Super Saiyan understood what Broly meant and continued with his explanation I get it. To become Super Saiyan one must reach the limit of his power and have a gentle spirit. If those conditions are met after feelings such as strong anger or sadness one can become Super Saiyan. And the reason why there are so many Super Saiyans is because the Saiyans in this universe are good and kind people who help others. Right Broly? Oh ho, I see that from time to time you can think sensibly Goku. Exactly. Broly replied as he stroked Goku's head as if he were his student Gohan, whom he praised from time to time when he answered his questions well. That answer emotionally sank Yam and Ginger, but especially Vegeta, who fell to the ground on his knees, no, that. But Broly had no mercy despite the fact that the 3 ex-evil Scions realized what Broly wanted to say by bringing them here, he decided to finish them off verbally I see that you have also understood Vegeta. In this universe the Scions took a completely different path. A path that has made them the most respected, powerful, noble and admired race in the entire universe. A race that is kind to each other, that help their fellow man and try to live in peace and protect the peace of those who dare to threaten it. This is what has made them grow stronger and fulfill the necessary conditions to become Super Saiyan. Quite the opposite of what happened to your family, the greatest criminals of our race. Which deprived the Scions of this glorious future by turning them into homicidal monsters. Monsters that would never become Super Saiyans for behaving like scum. Reason why I never wanted to know anything about you. Reason why pus comes out of my ears every time I hear you speak about you fucking Saiyan pride. If you are proud to be scum, which is precisely what has made us weaker, pathetic and almost extinct as a race, do us a favor and kill yourself silently. Hard words. Harsh words that devastated the half-broken spirit of Ginger, Yam and Vegeta when they had no other choice but to recognize that everything they had done in their lives until they met Broly was a mistake. Everything they had believed that was the correct way to live as Saiyan had been nothing more than the greatest possible heresy. And although Yam and Ginger had given a little thought over the past few weeks, the corroboration that they had been going against the interests of their race until now and that in the bottom of their hearts they hadn't completely abandoned that path completely devastated them. And as for Vegeta, it was as if he had lost his soul that he lost along with his pride. Although those same words had the completely opposite effect on Gohan and Goku, who after having witnessed how their family weren't cruel monsters and verify that the Scions as a whole were an incredibly noble race that shared their same values and motivations. For the first time they were proud to be a Saiyan. Hey Broly, can I go fight one of them? I'm dying for a good fight Goku said asking Broly for permission to fight with one of those Super Saiyans who were training nearby. So much talking and listening had numbed him. He needed to fight to regain his spirits. Okay, you can go play, but only 1 hour. Then we will return to the planet Earth of Universe 7 Broly answered as if he were a teacher allowing his students to go out for recess. Well. Come on Gohan, we will have fun together Goku said as he carried his son in his arms towards the training ground. In this way the minutes passed. Minutes in which Goku was having fun fighting other Saiyans and Gohan towards new friends his age whom he wouldn't kill with a light touch. Minutes in which Yam, Ginger and above all Vegeta tried to assimilate everything that happened so far, trying to escape the depression in which they were sunk. Minutes in which the scions of that place noticed the presence of someone famous. Oh look! It's Broly! Broly? That Broly? What other Broly could it be? Only he has a tail and 3 eyes. Oh! The legendary Broly is here. I will ask him to sign my limited edition Broly doll. Do you think he has a girlfriend? Even if he didn't have one, I don't think he would ever notice you. Wow, such muscles. Is he really a scion? I can't believe it, the great hero who revolutionized the lives of the scions. We owe it all. I think I'm going to pass out, I can't believe he's here. I still have chills when I remember that I tried to fight against him. The great hero who unmasked the evil Frost. He seems stronger in person than in the statue. He is the strongest in the universe. The one who defeated the legendary Hit. And also a fat purple cat that seems stronger than Hit. He is the greatest. Obviously the crowd went crazy, so much so that they rushed towards Broly in order to touch their great hero. The hero who defeated Frost, unmasking his criminal plot, defeated Hit, the strongest assassin in the universe, faced the god of destruction and showed the entire planet how to transform into Super Saiyan. Transformation that was easily overpowered by the kind scions of the Universe 6. Thus creating the Golden Age of Scions. And granting Broly a great status all over the planet in due to his great contribution. Statues that Vegeta noticed. Broly, what are you? Vegeta asked upon see everything he was capable of, everything he knew and how the scions of that universe admired him. They admired him more than a king, more than his father, more than any other scion ever admired him. And now he knew that he never deserved their admiration. Me? I am the true legendary Super Saiyan. Baby Broly replied, who didn't receive the final ovation he expected from his beloved public, who kept asking for autographs and other revalued bullshit to resell in the space Amazon. So he tried again, slightly changing his method. I am the true legendary Super Saiyan who invites everyone to beer. Broly said as he materialized millions of beer jars around the entire training ground. Greet. All the surrounding scions shouted euphorically, especially those with alcohol addiction. Am I the best, right? Broly shouted as he received the deserved ovations from a whole planet full of Super Saiyan, who nodded and chanted his name as if he were a rock star in a concert. Yes. Broly. 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 Can we leave now? Vegeta asked as he drowned his sorrows in one of the beer mugs Broly had materialized. Broly. 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 Chapter 177. Hours later. As the party got too long, they all returned to planet Earth. And among all of them, there was someone very excited about what had happened to HIA. It has been awesome. Frieza first, then those Super Saiyan. I never thought I could fight such strong guys in one day. Broly, can you send me to Universe 6 once in a while so I can train with them? Goku said as he begged Broly like he was a little boy asking his parents to go to Diny World every weekend. I am afraid it is not possible. Traveling between universes is not something to be taken lightly. Illegal intra-university immigration is somewhat serious. If I exceed myself, they may come to complain about me. But if you behave well I will let you fight against my friends in my dimension, Broly said, crunching Goku's dreams, but also giving him new goals to focus on. Okay. By the way, where's Gohan? Asked Goku, who noticed his son's absence after a minute. I have put him back in his bed, replacing him with the fake Gohan that I put in his place in case Chi-Chi woke up and paid him a night visit. It is the least you can do when you kidnap a child in his bed at night to take him to another universe on Christmas Day, Broly replied, showing a certain degree of responsibility. And what will we do with those 3? Goku said, pointing to Vegeta, Ginger, and Yam. Which were? Give me another. Ginger, you shouldn't drink that much. You have drunk as much as I have, sister. Because you have put the beer directly in my mouth, otherwise I would have been unable to drink. Good children don't drink alcohol either. My whole life is a failure. Our whole life is a failure, Vegeta. It comforts me to know that being the youngest of all I have been the one that less waste. Shut up, Ginger, or I'll fuck. I keep doing and saying the same thing in this way I'll never become a Super Saiyan. They are fucking drunk. I will take them to Mutant Rashi's house when they start having a hangover. In the meantime, I'll enjoy asking them hard to answer questions, and then I'll make loud noises to cause them some headaches. You go home with your wife and your son and learn something of my illusion, please, Broly said, subtly reminding Goku that this extremely long illusion had a didactic purpose. Hee hee. Yes. I'll try to help a little more at home, when I'm not training. It will be difficult to return to normality for me. More than a decade has passed, Goku said as he scratched his head in search of his memories of the year 762 and tried to eliminate all the others he stored from Broly's infinite Tsukiyomi. For your own good, you better do it. You promised your wife to do a lot of things before you went to Namek. Goodbye, Broly said while snapping his fingers. And instantly, Goku was forcibly teleported somewhere. A place seemed too familiar to him. I'm in. And the screen behind him instantly confirmed his suspicions. Goku? Have you already arrived? Why haven't you knocked on the door to enter? What? Chi-Chi. Goku yelled as he encountered the most difficult enemy to beat that day. However, Chi-Chi had some mercy with her husband, whom she hadn't seen in months and was surely tired after a long journey. Well, doesn't matter, it's too late. Go to bed to rest, but not too much mercy either, because tomorrow you have a lot of pending tasks that you promised me to do. Besides that. What's wrong? Chi-Chi asked as she observed her husband's strange expression, who got very close to her and didn't blink as he watched her face. Goku had been living for over a decade in Broly's Tsukiyomi. From his point of view, it is as if he had traveled more than 10 years in the past, and obviously this was reflected in the appearance of Chi-Chi, which he watched with great attention and fascination. Wow, your skin is much softer and thinner than I remembered, Goku said as he touched and caressed Chi-Chi's face with both his hands, with his face just a few inches from her. Unconscious tactic that made the angry beast blush, and almost mute. Oh. Goku. What are you saying? And also misunderstanding Goku's intentions, although after a month of absence this wasn't something entirely crazy either. Have you missed me so much these weeks? This. Yes. Goku replied affirmatively upon seeing that his wife had calmed down, for whatever reason. And upon receiving that affirmative answer, Chi-Chi momentarily separated from Goku and approached Gohan's room. And after checking that everything was still the same as a few minutes ago, she returned to Goku's side, which she grabbed by the hand. Come on, let's go to bed, but in silence. Gohan's still sleeping, it wouldn't be nice if we woke him up. Hi, Chi-Chi said, guiding his husband to bed with a perverted look that says. We are going to fuck right now. This, okay, Goku replied, who still didn't know what was happening. Thanks to this convenient unexpected situation, our unconscious hero was able to reassure his bossy wife, and Chi-Chi managed to get her husband to pay attention to her in a quite productive and pleasant way. Oh. Yes. Oh. Fuck. Oh. Goku. Where have you learned to do that? This? You taught me how to do it when? Wait a minute, maybe it was Broly who taught me. And Gohan, who had pretended to be asleep until now, since having traveled to another universe would keep awake any restless child with a lot of energy, lived a night that he would never forget. Although it is what he would like. Came house. The next morning. Broly, Mutant Rashi, Krillin and Yumagame were quietly arguing on the sofa, enjoying the cake and fruit juice that Broly had made for them. Let's see if I understand. Are there other universes? Yumagame asked as he drank some of the juice served from a bowl. Yes, Broly answered elegantly while eating a piece of cake with the elegance of a Prussian king. And did you travel to another universe where Saiyans exist and are not evil? Krillin asked, eating a strawberry that fell from his piece of cake. Yes, Broly replied as he crossed his legs like a British queen. And precisely because they are not evil, many of them are Super Saiyans just like Goku, Mutant Rashi asked while wiping the crumbs of cake from his face. Exactly, Broly replied as he crossed his fingers as if he were Mr. Burns. Very good. But what I still don't understand is, why do we have to host Vegeta, Yam and Ginger in this house? Don't you remember that a few months ago they tried to kill us all? Krillin protested on behalf of his teacher, with more than logical fear despite having fought circumstantially on the same team the other day. Come on, it's not that terrible. Everyone has promised to behave well, otherwise they will not be able to become Super Saiyans, and Yam has no other choice. In addition, they will almost never be here since they will be training or using one of my spaceships, which they will pay me in installments, to train in space, with more complicated climates. Also, they may end up moving out soon. And they have promised to bring money home to pay for expenses or help with household chores while they stay here. A bargain, Broly said, recounting only the good thing about hosting those intergalactic criminals. And why don't you take him into Bulma's house? It's bigger, said Yumagame, providing a quite respectable argument. However, it wasn't for Broly. Are you crazy? That is not my house and I am trying to establish a good love relationship with Bulma. Having those 3 bachelors would be an hindrance. And that's why you're handing them to us, everyone thought except Broly. Ah. What remedy? I can't refuse to accept a favor from you. I owe you a lot so far, Mutant Roshi replied, agreeing to Broly's terms and conditions. Broly had helped him a lot until now, such as giving him back his youth, increasing his power, bringing delicious food, giving him a virtual reality machine for porn. Okay Roshi, I knew I could count on you. Hey guys. They say yes. Enter to meet your new tenant. Come on. Don't be timid, Broly yelled as he peeked out for sale. And obviously out there on the beach were Ginger, Yam, and Vegeta, waiting next to Broly's spaceship. TSH. I'm not going to go in there, Vegeta said with his usual good humor while crossing his arms. Despite what he had learned on planet Sadala, it was difficult to change overnight. Besides, he didn't want to associate with those weaklings. Okay, I'm going, but don't scream so much, my head hurts, said Ginger, who was moving towards the interior of the Kame house suffering the negative consequences of drinking excessively, the hangover. Okay, go, we will go alone, Yam said as she tried to look away, since she wasn't very happy about the situation. What? How? Do you agree with this? I thought, Vegeta exclaimed in amazement to see that the overprotective Yam allowed her sister to maintain social interactions with those idiots, abominations, and extreme perverts. I have my complaints, but Ginger is no longer the weak girl from before. It's almost as strong as you and me, I don't need to protect her as much for now. She has to make her own decisions and I have to respect them, or at least tolerate them, for now. Also, at least some of us should try to get along with them, I think, replied Yam, who after experiencing all those situations, tragedies and revelations the last months plus a year, she decided that was time to really try to change. That curse is affecting you more than I thought, Vegeta said covered in cold sweat as he thought about how dangerous Gohan and his ability to manipulate people is. Some method that is not in the list of prohibitions that Broly has given us. So dress like an earthling so as not to create suspicions, Yam said as he entered the spaceship to change his clothes. And of course she also threw some clothes at Vegeta, who refused to enter. Because, above all, he refused to wear a shirt and jeans that weren't designed for combat. What? You expect the Prince of the Saiyans to dress like? But Yam, without giving him time to continue with his speech, out of place in these circumstances, she reminded him of where they were and what situation they were in. If the Prince of the Saiyans wants to continue living on this peaceful planet, become Super Saiyan, defeat Kakarot and possibly one day defeat Broly. You should listen to me and integrate yourself as best as possible into this society that has given birth to two Super Saiyans. And that starts with dressing like them. Vegeta yelled with extreme frustrations and pain by not knowing how to contradict those arguments in any way, no matter how hard he tried and wanted. Am I really doomed to wear this? First, put on your pants and shirt. We have to earn enough to buy a separate piece of land on which to park the ship and stop living near them or anyone else. Regarding work, we will prioritize high-risk independent jobs with high monetary compensation. You don't have enough time, regularity, or patience, especially to accept someone's orders. In addition, we have to train, so we cannot spend 8 hours daily working, and obviously we should take advantage of our power to make a profit. Maybe we could be bounty hunters, treasure hunters, fighters or something like that. We should be able to earn a good living, Yam said, dressed in shorts and a tight top. Broly's selection, as she began to make future plans for them, taking into account all the variables, but without taking into account Vegeta's opinion. Since she had determined and with very good judgment that Vegeta wasn't in the capacities to take reasonable decisions about his life right now. Damn, Vegeta kicked, seeing that he had lost all initiative in this relationship, which was no longer from leader to subordinate. Chapter 178. Inside the Kame house. Oh. This cake is delicious. Is all the food on this planet that good? Is this your secret? Ginger shouted with great enthusiasm and happiness after tasting part of the cake that Broly had brought. More or less, but what Broly does is on another level, Yumagame replied, trying to be nice to the new temporary tenant. Wow. A talking turtle. Ginger yelled when she saw that strange animal talking. Yes. I had recently introduced myself, you wasn't paying attention. Sure, Yumagame lamented upon see that from years ago he had ceased to be relevant in this story, if he ever was. Hey. Are you going to eat that bald dwarf? Ginger asked intimidatingly as if she were a criminal to Krillin, pointing to his piece of cake. My name is Krillin, answered Krillin, who obviously felt intimidated, self-conscious and looked down on by Ginger's attitude. What does that matter to me? Ginger replied as she devoured the portion of Krillin's pie without permission. As if she were an extremely happy, adorable hamster. Subarashi. Thus creating a great contrast to her bravado from before. Mutant Rashi-sama, are you sure about this? She is practically like the blonde launch but infinitely stronger, so much that she can destroy you with a single finger and eat like Goku. But this one, when she sneezes, doesn't turns a good girl, Krillin whispered to Mutant Rashi, expressing his obvious concerns. Krillin, don't make it harder for me, Mutant Rashi replied to his student as he tried to reply with a euphemism of, I am thinking with my penis, that didn't too negative for him. I'm starting to like this place. By the way. What is that machine? Ginger asked, pointing to the pornographic virtual reality machine. This is nothing. Mutant Rashi yelled with evident panic as he prayed for someone to interrupt that embarrassing and critical moment. Girls. I hear someone inside. That crap and his dwarf and bald minion are back. Great. Sisters. Let that crappy sexist, machist and patriarchal oppressor that do manspreading hear us. His prayers were heard. However, they weren't well interpreted. Oh no. It's that army of orcs again. Is incredible. It's been over a month since that, and are they still coming? They have nothing better to do. Mutant Rashi said as he watched in disgust as dozens of orcs invaded his beach. Bald dwarf minion. Krillin protested once again by the contempt that was beginning to affect his self-esteem. Outside the house, from their boats and on the beach, the feminists began their invasion while shouting and singing shitty songs. YLA culpa no era mia ni donde estaba ni donde vestia. El violator iris too. El violator iris too. That's all we need now. They have started singing and dancing. And it seems that they are camping, said Mutant Rashi, tired of hearing those brays and see lilac-stained underpolished armpits dancing in the air on his island. What the hell is this noise? Ginger asked, who obviously didn't know what's happening. Let's say that after the fight against you, these girls come every day to annoy Mutant Rashi-sama, and try to change the world for better in this way. This month I have been able to hide and camouflage myself like a normal turtle, but now, Yumagame replied, who wanted to feel himself useful. Do you intend to change the world by singing and dancing? These guys are idiots. And how long will they be here? They are very annoying, Ginger asked again while looking out the window. They can be doing this for hours, Mutant Rashi replied, showing great exhaustion, thinking that he would be martyred for hours again. Hours? Is it possible to know why you haven't thrown them out? Ginger asked once again, not understanding that absurd nonsense. Question that obviously caught Krillin and Rashi by surprise. They had all the means available to drive 100 or millions of feminists off by force. Well, you see. We don't. But obviously I couldn't. They were too chivalrous, and these were normal women, more or less. TSCH. What a lack of balls. Get away, I'll take care of it. Ginger said as she walked out of the front door, as angry as the women protesting outside. Oh no. She is going to kill them. Krillin and Mutant Rashi shouted with obvious fears more than justified. It's women time. Millions of men. Why animal test? Chop the cock. And as the orcs continued to scream, someone opened the door. And that someone is a woman. Then is a sister coming out of the door of that house of terror. How is it possible? One of the protesters shouted, who didn't understand why a woman was on the side of those guys, since in her head she believed that all women think or should weigh the same as her. Impossible. She is not one of us. She is beautiful and doesn't dye her hair. Shouted a protester who dressed, cared, and combed to be as ugly as possible for stupid political reasons. She is alienated. Go for her, girls. For the sorority. One of the queen bees of that hive of annoying and murderous wasps screamed for them to carry out her will. But before they could release any more expletives or do other stupid thing. Shut up your fucking mouth for once. Gringer screamed, mixing that sound wave with his key to make the sound wave incredibly powerful. So powerful that echoed even though they were in the middle of the ocean. So powerful that broke the windows of the boats in front of her. So powerful that destroyed the eardrums of almost all the protesters. So powerful that they all flew into the water or ships due to the blast wave. It was as if a non-combustion bomb had exploded in the middle of the island. An explosion that knocked everyone out. And after a few seconds in which those who remained standing managed to process what had happened and regained part of the sense of hearing. Ah! Some of the survivors shouted, loading their nearly dead companions onto the ships to run away from that island and possibly not come back upon seeing that the other party wasn't going to tolerate their stupidities anymore. Relax, you can go out. I haven't hit anyone. I'm not a violent girl anymore, Ginger said to Mutant Rashi, Yumagame and Krillin, who had some broken crystals on their faces. You almost killed some despite that, Mutant Rashi answered as he went outside to see the great mess. They have asked for it. I'm not going to let anyone ruin my new quiet life where I'm going to live from now on. Or let them mess with my new friend. Ginger replied as she crossed her arms and kicked the few protesters that were near her towards the shore. Then, from now on, aren't you going with your sister and Vegeta? Asked Mutant Rashi, who didn't expect the supposed temporary stay to become a permanent one. Well, I'd rather leave them alone, you know what I mean. And, well, this house is beautiful, and it is in a quiet and beautiful place. You have delicious food. And I heard that you were the master of the Super Saiyan Goku, so if I'm close to you, I will probably learn how to become one too. And I need someone to help me learn to detect the ki of others. And besides, you did all those indecent things to me. So, take responsibility. Baka said Ginger, very flushed and embarrassed, in definitive, in Sundra mode over 9,000 multiplied by over 9,000. So much so that even idiots like Mutant Rashi and Krillin understood what she was trying to say. Krillin and Yumagame shouted upon C and understood what was happening without understanding very well why they were seeing what they saw and understanding what they understood. He was Master Rashi. This couldn't be happening. Jejejej. Yees. My second youth is not over. Mutant Rashi shouted with great happiness at the same time that he was bleeding from the nose. I think this is the moment when I should seriously consider looking for a girlfriend, Krillin thought when he saw that almost all his close friends had or were leaving the single life. At Bulma's house. At the laboratory. Hello Bulma. I'm already at home, Broly said as he walked through the door to the lab. Oh hello darling. How was the meeting about the company's new products? Was my father nervous? Bulma asked, who was making adjustments on a huge spherical machine. No, that body is still in the meeting with your father, and everything is fine. I mean, I have already returned from Namek with the boys, Broly replied, who really never left the planet. One of his bodies always was with Bulma, Gohan and the others. And one of those things was to enter Capsula Corp as a partner and engineer, from where various machines of extraterrestrial and multiversal technology were distributed, of which he had appropriated and invented to collaborate with the family business. Ah, I see, we have so many bodies lately that I don't know what you're doing. Everything went well then. Pass me the torch please, another Bulma answered, who wasn't at all not very interested in what had happened in Namek. She knew that everything would be solved in some way. Really? Weren't you worried? Not the slightest surprise or curiosity. Broly asked, pretending to be a little angry for that pacifism. Darling, you can stop time, revive the dead, you have parallel dimensions and many other things. The fact that you have gone to another planet with a spaceship that we built together and have motivated the team to defeat a group of evil aliens, I find it even normal coming from you. I don't think any of that can surprise me at this point, said Bulma, teasing her boyfriend while continuing to modify that spherical machine. Really? Nor are you surprised that I have changed a planet's position in the universe, that I made life sprout on it and that it took Goku, Gohan, Vegeta, Ginger and Yam to another universe where the Saiyans are good and stronger? And that Vegeta, Ginger and Yam have redeemed themselves and now live on Earth? Broly asked with obvious sarcasm. Okay, that is interesting. How about you tell me everything once I'm done with this? Bulma asked, who was especially interested in the other universes of the new Saiyans residing on Earth. And what do you think if after that explanation your bodies and my bodies try to create more bodies? Broly asked as he multiplied and stood behind all the Bulmas inside the lab in an obviously suggestive way. Why not? I hope the explanation is not too long, the Bonsa replied conscientiously. Elsewhere in the universe. In an operating room. After multiple and strange interventions. Someone surrounded by multiple surgeons, engineers and scientists who didn't wear a gown in general. He got up from the bed. Frieza-sama. The staff shouted when they saw how the Emperor of the Universe rose once more to commit evil plans. We'll be going to Earth next, Dad. So that we can kill the Super Saiyan and that fucking abomination called Broly, Frieza said right after getting out of bed, not even saying thanks for the rescue and resuscitation. Chapter 179. Chapter 180. Planet Earth Universe 7. August. A year and a half had passed since the group returned from the planet Namek. And obviously in that period of time nothing important happened. Namek hadn't been destroyed, so the refugee Namekians didn't live in Bulma's house for a while so that every 130 days they could make wishes to resurrect the Z-warriors who hadn't fallen in combat. Goku wasn't lost in space or other alien planets, so he continued training and being unproductive but somewhat more productive than before, and obviously that caused Chi-Chi to have hundreds of arguments with him, which Goku immediately forgot. Gohan by not having Broly constantly supervising him to train but his mother forcing him to study subjects of university level, obviously he neglected his training as he used to do in every time skip. Ten Shinhan and Chaos were still training as hermits somewhere. Piccolo trained seriously at the same time that he also created his army of mini-selves, trained them and assimilated them constantly with the aim of becoming stronger than Broly someday. Vegeta and Yam followed the same routine consisting of training daily, although unlike Piccolo they didn't raise children to absorb them. They tried to have a minimally respectable life and with profits arresting wanted criminals in exchange for good rewards, hunting difficult and dangerous treasures to find to maintain a good train of life. As for Rashi, Krillin, and Ginger. Kamikaze. Krillin and the young and muscular mutant Rashi to train shot Kamehamehas towards the waves as if they were Kojir Hyuga of Captain Tsubasa without worrying about completely destroying the world. Since mutant Rashi in Dragon Ball with a power a little higher than 100 points was able to destroy the moon with one of these. Or in this case the great tsunami that they had caused and that was about to engulf the island where their humble home was located. Kamehameha. But luckily on that island there was someone else capable of destroy that aquatic threat. BOMM. And prudently after destroying that big wave Ginger, who launched the Kamehameha diverted the rest of the attack into space so as not to create a second tsunami or something worse. You're welcome. Wawa wawa. Ginger said, asking to be praised for her feat. However, Krillin and Mutant Rosie weren't in the mood for that. Damn. It's no use at my level I don't even hold a candle to Goku. Broly was right I'll never catch him again Krillin said, lamenting his lack of power and potential as he remembered how a few years ago at some point he was even stronger than Goku. It's easy for you to say. There was a time when I, the great mutant Rashi-sama could be hailed as the greatest under the heavens for over 100 years. And in a matter of weeks the person I beat became thousands of times stronger than me, and in a year he has learned almost all my techniques. But fortunately now she is my girlfriend now mutant Rashi said very depressed about how he had been relegated to a secondary or tertiary role in the story. But happy to have become a secondary or tertiary character with a girl by his side. Don't complain so much, it's been a year and a half and I still haven't achieved anything. It's true that now I'm better using ki, I know how to detect it, I'm more efficient, I hit better, I've learned better techniques. But I still unable to transform into Super Saiyan or increase my combat power in the least. Plus. Who the hell is your girlfriend? Ginger yelled, very embarrassed and angry upon hearing that bold statement from Mutant Rashi. ASH. You, obviously. You told me yes a few months ago replied Mutant Rashi, who didn't understand why Ginger was scandalized when she admitted it in his memory. Urusai. Urusai. Don't say those when there are more people ahead. Baka. Besides, I just said that I would think about it when you were able to defeat me. Ginger shouted flushed in her usual tsundere mode as she comically chased Mutant Rashi, who fled in terror from the pursuit of his short, almost flat and violent girlfriend who couldn't be honest with herself. But I already defeated you, it's recorded, Mutant Rashi yelled as he fled in circles around the island. Urusai. Urusai. Baka. Ginger replied in a cliché way. And while Krillin watched that embarrassing and stereotypical scene, said something to try to stop that nonsense well. I think it's about time we went to Bulma's house. Oh it's true. Today is that thing that Broly calls Mammoth Steak Festival Mutant Rashi said as he was affectionately beaten by his new and possibly the only girlfriend he could ever had. Although despite hitting him with affection he had bruises, and some blood. Oh. It is true. I had almost forgotten. Today was that day Ginger exclaimed as she stopped non-sexually abusing her boyfriend. Situation that is only funny and allowed on television when the aggressor is a woman and the victim is a man. Yes, it would be better to go a little earlier. You know how obsessive he is with punctuality. I think he goes crazier than usual when he organizes barbecues Krillin added, still remembering how overwhelming annoying he had been at the last barbecue he organized last August. Although everything was extremely delicious. Bulma's house. A few minutes later. L.A. Barbacoa. L.A. Barbacoa. Como me gusta L.A. Barbecue. And in this way, humming a catchy song from his past life, Broly entered the family laboratory, where the hundreds of Bulmas hadn't left for 2 days. Give me a moment. I am almost about to finish a project of more than 2 years. The one that will be the most important invention of my life and the beginning for the next best one said the body of Bulma closest to Broly. You told me that 5 hours ago. Come on, you have 100 bodies. You only need one to eat the wonderful grilled meat that the person who loves you the most will prepare Broly said as he grabbed one of Bulma's body and carried it in one of his muscular arms in the same way he carried the meat with the other. Obviously with their respective complaints wait. Leave me on the ground. Whenever you organize a barbecue, you do the same. Okay. Take me to the shower first. Little by little the guests began to arrive. And they were obviously greeted by the cheerful and jovial Panchi, the MILF from Dragon Ball. Oh hi Yamcha, Puar and Oolong, I haven't seen you around in a long time. How's everything? Fine, I think I'm fine, Yamcha replied, who found it quite violent to see his ex-mother-in-law again, who was holding his arm in an excessively affectionate way. But Yamcha and the little transform animals wasn't the only one to arrive early. Hello. We arrived late. Yam asked, who walked through the door followed by Vegeta, who followed her like an angry as an antisocial elementary school boy addicted to video games that was forced to follow his mother to do the shopping on a Saturday morning. And they were also received. No, you are just in time, just now I was about to prepare the embers. You can have some snacks while I make the meat, said Broly, who was so happy that he forgot to bully Vegeta. I hope it's at least as good as last time, Vegeta said, trying to be nice, but with his usual attitude. Vegeta, remember what we said, Yam repressed Vegeta. I know, I try, Vegeta said, crossing his arms, angrier than before. And in this way little by little the others were arriving, like Ten Shinhan and Chaos. Piccolo, who just upon arrived stood up in a corner and said nothing, as always. And Ginger, Krillin, and Mutant Rohis, who caused quite a stir upon their arrival for various reasons. Ah. Sun Quan is always the last one. I'm sure he's been training and that's why he's late, Bulma said, somewhat annoyed while looking at her wristwatch. That clown, Vegeta protested as always as he drank, and above all ate some snacks. And as if it had been announced. Goku, Gohan dressed very formally, Chi-Chi and King Onsen suddenly appeared in the middle of the garden teleporting. Wow Papa, where did you learn to do this? Gohan asked, very surprised to see that teleportation ability that his father had used for the first time. And Goku answered, quite surprised by that question, what? You don't remember? After the anti-spiral crisis I was training at Yadrik for 6 months and... Ah yes, it is true, that was an illusion. Don't listen to me, son. It's so embarrassing. Despite being able to do this, we have been the last ones, Chi-Chi said, somewhat embarrassed. Damn Kakarot. Not only are you able to transform into Super Saiyan. Do you also have strange techniques like that monster? Vegeta thought, who felt more envy of Goku again, envy that hurt his pride a lot. And before everyone started asking questions, complaining about lateness, or other highly unproductive comments. Boys. Everyone at the table. In 2 minutes 43 seconds 03/10 the first round of Regal Mammoth will be ready. If you want to talk about something, do it while you are sitting and eating. Shout Chef Broly, putting order in his second annual barbecue. And remembering what happened the year before when someone ignored him, they all quickly sat down and started talking, drinking and eating. Regal Mammoth's meat was so beautiful and delicious that everyone, even Piccolo, repeated more than 6 times, while the Saiyans 36 and obviously the Saiyans by eating so much shone more than anyone due to the side effects of Regal Mammoth's meat. They became so bright that for a moment Vegeta cried with joy when he believed that he was transforming into a Super Saiyan. But it wasn't like that, so when he got out of his depression and everyone stopped laughing at him, they went back to talking about other issues. Mutant Roshi announced to the world that he had finally managed to settle down. This news obviously surprised everyone, who couldn't believe it was true, so they tried to believe that he had become senile again. But seeing that Yem tried, albeit unsuccessfully due to the curse, to tear out his tongue and that Ginger was completely flushed while hitting him instead of her sister. They all understood that this could be true, and they didn't know whether to be happy, disgusted or scared. Piccolo and Goku, who were the ones who were the most even in terms of power, spoke of training together, obviously leaving Vegeta aside, who was feeling self-conscious again, just like Yam and Ginger, but not to that extreme. Ten Shinhan, Chaos, Krillin, Roshi, and Yamcha spoke with some depression about the null progress they had made in their martial arts over a year. Ginger and Yam talked about their lives on Earth and their progress. Chi-Chi was complaining about her husband and praising Gohan while Bulma listened to her, but she wasn't paying much attention to her as she was thinking about her experiments, and Gohan had no choice but to be by his mother's side enduring that embarrassing situation. Broly continued in his small world full of meat with mother-in-law and father-in-law and the King Ox, who began to talk about old things while eating freshly cooked meat. And at a certain moment, something unexpected happened. Yam and Vegeta with great determination, seriousness and even hostility approached Gohan. What were they trying to do? Hadn't they become allies? Have they forgotten that this kid is strong, has a terrible ability, his father is the Super Saiyan and his master is an abomination that defies logic? Obviously that situation put everyone on alert, except Broly, who kept cooking, Goku who kept eating, Dr. Brief who was with his animals, even Ginger didn't know what the hell was going on. The situation became very confusing and tense in a few seconds. But become even more confused when Yam and Vegeta bowed to Gohan. Hey! Everyone exclaimed when they saw this unprecedented behavior, especially Gohan, who was starting to freak out. Gohan, please. Take this curse off me. I will be good, I swear, but this is too much. I can't fight bad guys properly, I get others into trouble without realizing it when doing things like a good girl, I can't eat or drink some things I like. And then Yam pleaded with great pain and humiliation in front of everyone as he bowed his head to the person who had made him suffer the most in his life. However, her pain was nothing compared to Vegeta's, despite not being directly affected by the curse. We can't even, do you know that? Please. I beg you. Oh God. What they had just heard and seen was extremely heartbreaking. Heartbreaking even for those who didn't feel much sympathy towards Vegeta and Yam like Yamcha, Ten Shinhan and Van Piccolo. Heartbreaking even for those who didn't reproduce sexually, like Piccolo. So heartbreaking that everyone joined in the pleading. Please Gohan. No man deserves that. Begged Mutant Rashi, who felt great empathy for Vegeta and all the men who for reasons beyond their control couldn't fuck. Please Gohan. At this rate I will never be an ant. Begged Ginger, the sister of the victim for obvious reasons. Gohan. What have you done to them? And Broly didn't help clear up the misunderstanding. Gohan. You are a horrible person. How could you do something like that to them? That is cruel even for me. And obviously this situation was too much for Gohan, so he exploded. Stop blaming me for everything. I already told you that I didn't like this skill. I never wanted to be a manipulator. It's all your fault, Broly-sensei. Ha 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 ha. Yes, it is possible. Go Gohan, exorcise the Kaien from her body. Now it's time to eat some end mammoth and then dessert. I don't want to see sad faces at my barbecues, Broly said in a good mood as he continued cooking. And Gohan, who didn't want to continue feeling guilty, undid the curse on Yam, who cried with happiness as she verified that she had really been freed from the curse. Cock. Pussy. Shit. Motherfucker. Bastard. Yes. I'm free. Everything had gone well, they had laughed, in the case of Yam and Vegeta they even cried, and Broly was about to serve meat even more appetizing than regal mammoths. One of the best moments the Z warriors had spent together. Until the most trained detected something disturbing. Can you also feel that, Ki? Ginger asked while fearing the worst. What? What the hell is that sinister, Ki, said Yamcha, who was almost shitting himself. It's overwhelming and evil, even I can feel it, said Bulma, who despite having little practice in this could feel that something bad was about to happen. It's awful. And it's approaching fast. This is the key of Frieza. Vegeta yelled as he recognized his former boss. No, not just Frieza's, there is someone else. Someone monstrously strong too, said the most veteran key detectors who had encountered Frieza before. And not only that. Frieza's key. It has become monstrously huge. No. I'm not sure if I'll be able to beat him again, Goku said, who covered in cold sweat expressed his worries. Worry and cold sweat that quickly spread to all those who attended the party. Except Broly, who kept talking and behaving as if nothing that had just happened had happened. Who wants ribs? There are succulent. Outer space. Near planet Earth. So, that's the Earth. It's a small planet. We could blow it away with one blast if we wanted, son, said King Cold, sitting on his throne. If we did that I wouldn't be satisfied and our hard training of a year would have been useless, Dad. I want to teach them a lesson now that I'm power up like this, Cyborg Frieza said as he looked at the Earth from the main window of his spaceship. That Super Saiyan guy and that abomination called Broly. I hope that guy is as strong and strange as you said. I hope it was worth it to have to move our entire army from all parts of the universe and train so hard for the first time in our life only to kill him cruelly, King Cold said once again in a bombastic way. I don't know how strong he is. But he had extremely strange abilities. The stronger we are and the more subordinates with special abilities we have on our side, the easier it will be to show those monkeys. Just who is the strongest being in the universe really is. Ho ho. Frieza said while laughing evilly like every stereotyped megalomaniac villain. In the meantime. Planet Earth. Near the rocky open field where the important fights always take place. This key. It's absurd. Did Goku really manage to defeat those monsters alone and without help? A mysterious young man with a sword on his back spoke to himself as he looked uneasily at the sky. Chapter 181. Planet Earth. Near the rocky open field where the important fights always take place. In the middle of nowhere, a group of people was teleported. Kakarot, I hope this situation teaches you that it is not a good idea to leave alive such dangerous and twisted people who swore to kill you and everyone. Especially if he almost succeeds, Vegeta said as he adjusted his combat uniform, which Broly was kind enough to materialize. Hey. But if I had done that, you wouldn't be here now, nor many others, Goku replied while tightening the belt. Broly also materialized. Shut up. Vegeta protested sharply. Goku, because of you we aren't enjoying my barbecue and that is something that I cannot tolerate, Broly protested as well, who was quite annoyed at having to temporarily suspend his barbecue. I'm sorry. Even though it was you who thrown Frieza into space, Goku apologized. Dad, Piccolo. Do you think that between the two of you will be able to defeat them? Gohan asked, who didn't place his hopes on Broly, since he had never helped them directly in battles. Oh. What is happening to my ear? I am listening to a certain student that due to his lack of training in the last year, training that I have offered him and that his mother didn't disagree as long as he continued studying, has excluded itself from the main fighting force because he's currently very weak, Broly said very sarcastically to Gohan, so sarcastically that even hurt to hear him. Sorry, Gohan replied, who began to feel very guilty about his lack of motivation to train if there is no direct external threat. Can you repeat what I always tell you? Say it loud enough for everyone to hear you, said Broly, who showed his anger and disappointment without trying to hide it in the least. There are always and will always be dangers that will threaten our peace. You have to always be prepared, that's why you have to keep training, Gohan said, feeling more guilty than before. It was evident that Gohan felt bad about it and that surely if he could back down he would have tried to do things differently. Everyone understood that he had learned his lesson in that humiliating way. However, for Broly this wasn't enough. Good. Now repeat it again in this way, maybe you will remember it in the future. Broly. Save the reprimands for later. Are you going to solve this problem or not? Bulma yelled, wanting to find quick solutions. Now that she knew how to feel the key minimally, she knew that Goku wasn't capable of defeating the enemy and that her boyfriend always chose not to intervene directly. She began to get a little scared. Yeah, I guess I'll have to do something. Otherwise the meat is going to lose properties, Broly answered, who calmed down a bit and stopped scolding Gohan, who already felt guilty enough. But do something normal for a change, Piccolo said, who didn't want to be involved in a strange situation again. Like for example a martial arts tournament with very ambiguous rules or a pitched battle with time skips, resurrections and second rounds. Shit. Those fucking sons of bitches have already landed. Fuck. Said Yam, who insulted and used incorrect language at any time and place after living more than a year with that ban. And this is strange. There is someone else near them, said Ten Shinhan, who had been monitoring the area the whole time. Let's go there. Let's not waste any more time, Goku said as he took off towards the spaceship. Is it necessary for us to go too? Yamcha asked, who knew that even if he went there he couldn't do anything like the other Earthlings. Come on, said everyone who could fly and at least had something of bravery, following Goku on his apparent suicide mission. Near the various spaceships that landed in the wasteland. A few seconds before. That too. It seems that they haven't yet arrived to receive us, Papa said Frieza as he looked around in search of his disgusting enemies. Shall we wait for him, Frieza? King Cold asked ironically, as if he already knew his son's answer. And Frieza obviously answered him in the most sadistic way he could. Of course we will, Papa. But for them to come out faster and more motivated, maybe we should kill all the Earthlings. Right? Ho ho. Great idea, son. But try not to destroy the planet. It's not bad at all despite its low gravity. Someone could give us a good quota if we sold it as a tourist destination or second home, said King Cold, who was still looking through the family business despite having retired technically. All right. Everyone spread out and kill off the Earthlings here, one by one. Go. Frieza said, giving orders to his henchmen. Yes. Shouted the fill-in minions, who took flight in search of cities to destroy. But. Slash. 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 Someone suddenly appeared and killed all the invaders who wanted to get away from there. Which surprised the duo of space tyrants quite a bit. Especially Frieza, who didn't remember seeing that technically powerful Earthling warrior on Namek. Can we help you with something, Earthling? Frieza said that despite being a recognized genocide, at first he always had good manners. And it is. I've come to stop you, said that mysterious lily-haired young man with a sword in his back. Okay, he's Trunks, evidently. In that moment. In the Desire Ream. On the Broly planet. In Broly City. At the Broly Mansion. In the Broly movie theater. Someone raised his voice. Just a moment. Trunks. Why is he here? Aren't you supposed to be dating Bulma? And obviously you're not going to get a divorce or allow Vegeta to sleep with her. How is it possible that he comes from the future when he's not going to be born? Asked Kamagawa, who saw a contradictory data and obviously had to draw attention of his boss. Because the timeline in which the Dragon Ball story takes place, in which I was forcibly inserted, is a timeline created by the Cell that traveled from the future after the trunks of that timeline traveled to the past of another timeline after destroying the androids with their own bombs. In summary, because of Cell's journey, the timeline in which I live and the timeline of the trunks that just appeared has been created, since he was predestined to come today. If you have more doubts, why don't you look at volume 3 of my story? Said Broly, solving the doubt of our dear shonen consumer but not a fan of shonen Kamigawa. And solved this doubt, that the author has explained mainly for readers who don't remember these data. They refocused on what was happening on planet Earth. And it is. I've come to stop you, said that mysterious lily-haired young man with a sword in his back. Okay, he's Trunks, evidently. In the original version Trunks said that he was coming to kill them, but, now he wasn't sure at all that he could do it, but he was sure of that he was capable of retaining their henchmen and buying some time until Goku arrived from space. What did he just say? King Cold asked his son ironically. He said he's come to stop us, Papa, answered Frieza, making his enormous father laugh. I sure must be nice to live in ignorance. Oh, I know you, all right. You're Frieza, aren't you? Trunks said to buy time until Goku arrived and could defeat that Frieza who had trained to become stronger. And obviously Frieza was surprised, but not too surprised, after all he was famous in the universe. There's no reason to be so surprised. I know everything about you. And I know that you will die here, Trunks said, making a big spoiler of his life. But obviously Frieza didn't take that comment well at all, but thinking that he was meeting an ignorant braggart, he didn't lose his good sense of humor and continued speaking. Oh. And who is his put that will kill me? An insignificant earthling like you? No, it won't be me. You and your father are stronger than I thought. That's Son Goku's job, Trunks replied, feeling less secure than in the original version in which Frieza and King Cold were insta-killed by him. Gur, Frieza growled upon hearing that nasty spoiler. Are they Goku? Who is that? Asked King Cold. That is the Super Saiyan name we have come to kill. And this must be one of his friends, Frieza replied. Plus. I have something to tell you, Trunks said as he pulled his sword from its sheath. The what? Frieza asked once more, lengthening that conversation. I am not a simple earthling. Like Goku I'm also a Super Saiyan. Trunks said as he began to release energy from his body. Until his transformation into Super Saiyan was completed, stoking the trauma that Frieza had contracted on Namek. But before our bionic and megalomaniac enemy could officially tremble in fear. Did you say my name? Do we know each other? Another Super Saiyan? I cannot believe it. Shouted Goku Super Saiyan, which arrived just now. Son Goku. Damned. Frieza screamed upon seeing another of his despised monkeys appear. Is he Son Goku? Wasn't he supposed to arrive in 3 hours? Trunks thought as he saw the one who was supposed to be Goku appear. I see the Saiyans with blonde hair and green eyes are the Super Saiyans. Interesting, King Cold said upon seeing another Super Saiyan appear and check their similarities. However, before Frieza started waving his hate speech towards the Saiyans and showing off his power-up without much sense. Oh, wow. An unregistered Super Saiyan. And also the loser of Frieza and his slaves, said Broly, who kept flying looking over his shoulder at everyone below him. You. Frieza yelled upon Broly, who believed himself infinitely superior to him once again. Who the hell is he? He has 3 eyes and is muscular. Is he Ten Shinhan? No wait, this one has hair and tail. Thought Trunks, who didn't understand the situation. The events weren't unfolding as his mother told him, and of course that guy didn't match at all with the description of any of her friends. What was happening? Who is this Frieza? A Saiyan with 3 eyes? He is also a Super Saiyan, asked King Cold, who seemed not to know who he had come to kill. Yes, Papa, that's Broly. The abomination I told you about, Frieza replied as he stood guard, aware that this would be the most difficult enemy. Oh. Did little bully Frieza lose in a fight and tell his dad to help him get revenge on the kids who gave him a more than deserved beating? As pathetic as ever, said Broly, despising and making fun of Frieza again. All of you attack him with everything you have. Papa, unleash all your power just like I will. I know you may not believe me, but we cannot underestimate that monkey, said Frieza, who began to completely unleash all his power from the beginning, contrary to what he did in Namek or would have done in a battle against Trunks. And King Cold, despite believing that his son was overestimating his rival, said, okay son. Hope this guy is worth training up to this point. Guys, aim and shoot with everything you have. Brahm. 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 Brom. 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 In a few seconds the sky was covered by thousands of soldiers who were targeting Broly with their energy attacks, and Frieza and his father began to release energy from their bodies, raising their power level in an insane way. Such was their level of power that, and so fast was the speed at which they increased it, that the entire Earth began to wobble, tornadoes to form, and even the planet rotation to accelerate. Ah! What is happening? Bulma yelled as she experienced this unscientific phenomenon. How is this possible? Damn monster! Vegeta yelled as he felt the abysmal level of power so that Frieza now had. Such was the shock that they even overlooked that there was another Super Saiyan nearby. Such was the threat they faced that even the brave Goku began to back away as he realized that Frieza was now far above him. Such was the threat that even Trunks completely forgot about the two androids that destroyed his life. Brom. 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 Ha 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 ha. Fear pathetic monkeys. Tremble before the most powerful being in the universe. Tremble before Golden Frieza. Frieza yelled as he and his father continued to shake the earth to perform their new transformation. Brom. 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 They both had levels that the Super Saiyan, the strongest warrior, couldn't reach. Although that was something that only those close to the power of a Super Saiyan were able to understand. Or for someone who was way above. Boy, Goku. Stand aside, I'll clean up the mess you've made. Although technically it's my fault. If I hadn't appeared showing how long my dick is, Frieza and his father wouldn't have decided to train so hard, and Trunks would have killed them with ease. Well, doesn't matter, that's something they don't know, said and thought Broly as he stepped forward and pushed Goku and Trunks back. What? Broly was about to intervene directly. From the beginning? This was something never seen before. Brom. 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 And in that instant. Broly began to release an overwhelming amount of Kaien from his body. A Kaien not mixed with godly energy, so that everyone, even the filler villain trackers, could appreciate how powerful the great Broly was. A power so overwhelming that countered the joint power might of Frieza and King Cold, stopping the earthquake completely. Two equal forces counteract. Until a new earthquake reappeared. Brom. 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 His power kept increasing. Since Broly was furious. Incredibly furious. So furious that for the first time he transformed into a Super Saiyan in front of all his friends. Brom. 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 A huge and intimidating Super Saiyan that, due to the great fury, his eyes lacked pupils except for the one on his forehead. A Super Saiyan like no other, which emanated apart from the golden light characteristic of the other Super Saiyans seen so far. A scary green energy. A green energy that was unlike anything they had seen until now. What the hell? Frieza and King Cold screamed upon witnessing this surreal phenomenon. Upon witnessing such a threatening appearance. None of them were able to read the key, and all the trackers of their subordinates, who had been paralyzed by fear, just exploded. But still they understood something. Broly was far stronger than all of them put together. They were screwed. Broly wasn't just a mysterious wizard with a decent battle power. He was a fucking monster in all his facets. As for those who could feel the key. This is crazy, Piccolo said, whose skin turned white due to the existential terror he was feeling. I can't believe it, Gohan said. He still didn't know how strong his teacher was. This guy, he's not human. Yamcha said as he fell to the ground, since his legs didn't stop shaking. I can't even believe he's a Saiyan, Vegeta said, who for the first time didn't feel envy when he saw another transform into a Super Saiyan, but disbelief. Is my future husband that strong? Said Bulma, who like Frieza until now believed that her husband's strong point was magic, not pure power. Brom. 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 But Broly hadn't finished releasing his power. It was as if there was no limit. It was as if his power was infinite. Choff. 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 Such was his power that just by being close to him and his KIEN that anyone to whom Broly showed hostility and that lacked sufficient power would automatically lose consciousness. So all the soldiers fell one by one from the sky, crushed by that imposing and terrifying presence. This cannot be happening. I am the most powerful being in the universe, Frieza said while trembling with fear, instinctively backing towards the spaceship to escape. No, no. Coming here it was a mistake, King Cold said while doing exactly the same as his son. But it was too late, they could barely walk due to the pressure that Broly was exerting on them with his pure power. But Broly's fury didn't subside despite seeing the pathetic state the Frost Demons and their army were in. His power and fury continued to increase until Broly transformed again. Increasing his height, muscles and changing the color of his hair to green. Transforming into the legendary Super Saiyan full power. And upon reaching that shape, the duo of tyrants now could barely breathe. But not only them, all those who witnessed that seemingly limitless form and power, be they friend or foe, whether they were on Earth or not. They all forgot to breathe when they witnessed an event of such magnitude that their brains could barely understand. I will not forgive anyone who ruins my barbecue. Legendary Super Saiyan full power, Broly said with a terrifying voice as he slowly advanced towards Frieza and King Cold. Floop. Insane, unreal, terrifying, catastrophic, apocalyptic. There was no way to define with only one word how Frieza and his father felt in those moments. They felt like moths trapped near a bonfire in the middle of a hurricane. They felt like people with good taste for music and cinema kidnapped in a disco where only reggaeton and trap could be heard and that at the same time they played the Twilight Saga. They felt like a half-price candy in a store full of rich obese kids with anxiety problems and without parental supervision. They felt like virgins and innocent nuns in a glory hole of gifted horses drugged with aphrodisiacs for whales. The simple act of infusing those words and intentions with his KIEN, which came into contact with Frieza and King Cold, caused both of them to age hundreds of years in a single second. Monster. Blomp. Those were the last words that Frieza could mention before a casual movement of Broly's tail, which moved at such a brutal speed and surrealistic speed that was able to destroy the physics laws and attack in the past. Attack before that attack had taken place with his tail stand that was mimicked with the Tachiens in order to transcend his own dimension, which increased in size until reaching several kilometers. With that, in a single blow Broly completely engulfed Frieza, his father, his subordinates, spaceships, and all the uninhabited mountains behind Frieza in the formless realm. A terrifying and surreal visual spectacle that overwhelmed all who were still standing, who couldn't take their eyes off the abominable Broly and the trail of destruction he had created. A trail of destruction they were unable to comprehend. Only some intuitively knew that Broly's strange tail which danced in the air had something to do with what had happened. But none of them were able to see when the attack started, when it hit or how he had attacked. They had never even imagined anything like this were possible. But it had just happened, it was real. Which reaffirmed once more in their agitated hearts and brains that Broly's power was beyond what they could comprehend. But especially for the only person here who knew nothing about him. Who the hell is this monster? Shouted Trunks, who had no idea what was happening in the already written past. Chapter 182. Who the hell is this monster? Shouted Trunks, who had no idea what was happening in the already written past. This suspicious dude that wasn't registered in the data that his mother had given him had transformed into a mass of infinite energy and had finished off those two other monsters and all his slaves as if they were flies devoid of wings and legs at a speed imperceptible for his eyes or senses. It was impossible not to be almost catatonic after seeing that feat of the hand, or the tail of a living being. But not only him, everyone, even those who had seen how an entire planet was teleported to another solar system couldn't help but tremble and point out the trail of destruction that had been created with their mouths splayed and their eyes wide open. Especially seeing how Broly looks. He seemed to be transformed into Super Saiyan but they had never seen anything like it before. And despite knowing that he was his ally, that mass of muscles, green energy, furious face and crazy eyes inspired real fear in their hearts. The time for my great performance has come, the moment to create drama, deflect suspicions, help everyone improve, and obviously have fun, Broly thought as he turned to look at Trunks and everyone else. And you. Who are you? This. I am Trunks stammered, who was too scared to answer, and he couldn't answer several questions, he came from the future, he couldn't change history anymore. Answer right now, kid. Broly said as he approached him little by little, destroying the terrain with every step. Something that didn't help reassure Trunks in the least, who began to fear for his life in the event that this unidentified monster mistook him for an enemy. But luckily for him. Broly. Back to normal. You're scaring him. Yelled Bulma, who tried to tame the Hulk from Dragon Ball Z. And us too, said Chaos, who took cover behind Ten Shinhan. UPS, I'm sorry. It has been a long time since I transformed. Who are you? Broly said, reformulating the question in his normal state, which by itself emanated a power far superior to that of the normal Super Saiyan. This guy, we are definitely not of the same race. Yam, Vegeta and Ginger thought upon feel for the first time some of the real power of that monster when he wasn't hiding it. This, I can't say, Trunks answered with a little more courage when he realized that his mother knew this guy and seemed to be able to control him. Oh, you can't tell. And where do you come from? Broly asked once more, despite knowing the answer perfectly. This, I can't say it either, Trunks answered once more, noticing that Broly was speaking to him in a somewhat hostile way by not answering his question. Oh. And how do you know about Goku and Frieza? Broly asked one more time. This, I can't say it either, Trunks replied again, increasingly intimidated by the obvious sarcasm of the most dangerous being he had ever contacted. Oh, I see, you can't say anything. Alright, no problem, everything is fine, Broly said, snapping his fingers with such enormous power and violence that sounded like thunders. Clash. And instantly everyone returned to Bulma's mansion, where her parents, Chi-Chi and King Ox were waiting for them. Everyone was teleported in one of the chairs, sitting at the large table where one of Broly's bodies had served End Mammoth's meat. And Broly, as he came up behind Trunks, served him a whole plate of meat at the same time that he slammed the cutlery into the steak hard to intimidate him a bit again and said, whoever you are, first of all you are going to enjoy MY barbecue. So you will eat, you will enjoy what you have eaten, you will say that it is delicious because only an idiot without taste buds would say otherwise. And during or after the meal you will tell us everything. Understood? Yes sir, Trunks replied, who didn't have the courage to contradict Broly despite the supposed time travel rules he learned from science fiction movies. And after a few minutes of relative tranquility in which everyone ate Broly's delicious meat and even cried with joy when tasting its exquisite taste out of this world, universe and reality. The round of questions begun one more time. Who exactly are you? How did you come to have such power? When you were trying to stop Frieza. You were a Super Saiyan, right? Gohan asked the same as Vegeta, but in a kinder way. That's right, Trunks replied, who couldn't deny what was obvious. Cut the crap, Vegeta shouted, who was very angry when he heard that infamy. Right. Counting me, Vegeta, Ginger, Kakaroto, that earthling half-breed kid and maybe Broly, there aren't any other Saiyan left, Yim said, defending his partner's point of view. Therefore, there's no way you could be a Saiyan. Vegeta said, finishing his partner's sentence. They were well in sync. But the fact remains. He really did become a Super Saiyan, increasing his ki in the same way my dad do when he transforms in Super Saiyan. Also, there may be many other living Saiyans throughout the universe who have distanced themselves from your planet and Frieza. Just because you don't know it doesn't mean they don't exist, Gohan replied, bringing a bit of common sense to this conversation. And you have clothes from our company. Are you an employee? Asked Bulma, who obviously recognized her own company logo on that young man's jacket. That's not entirely true, Trunks replied with some embarrassment when dealing with the younger version of his mother. Is that also a secret? So your name and age are also a private matter? Bulma kept asking in a polite way as she looked at Broly, giving him signs not to push him. I can't tell you my name, but I can tell I'm 17, Trunks replied without giving too many details. And obviously all this ambiguity was starting to make almost everyone uncomfortable. Not being able to tell us his name is a little strange, Ten Shinhan said, highlighting the obvious. Yeah, there's no reason for him to keep that from us, said Yamcha, who tried to pretend that he was still here. Yes, is really strange, Goku said, who was also surprised. And Trunks, seeing that he was making it impossible to keep his identity anonymous and that there were many unknown factors in his past, decided to continue with the initial plan to leave as soon as possible. This, Sun-san. I need to talk. Just the two of us. Hey. Why only with my husband? But before Goku could answer, the organizer of that event made a public announcement. Boy, whatever you want to say it now and here for everyone. I want you to know that I have the ability to read people's minds and that whatever you say on this planet or another will also be captured by my senses. The only reasons I haven't read your mind or forced to tell the truth through the use of force, mind control or the truth serum that Bulma took from my hands is because I have a certain but above all because I have noticed that you have no bad intentions towards us. But if you are going to tell something of vital importance to the most forgetful person on the planet, believe me that I will read your mind or him to find out what it was about. Appreciation for privacy. So, you have two options. Tell it all yourself, and I will know if you tell the truth. Let me tell everything after reading your mind. But I warn you, if I tell everything I will tell many details of your life. Many details, very very embarrassing and private, even with images and video. So choose wisely, said Broly as if he were a mob boss negotiating a land requalification or the Crusader of Indiana Jones 3. The last FIM of Indiana Jones, the fourth didn't exist. A mob speech that obviously intimidated and influenced Trunks. What? This is serious. And in that moment of doubt, the trusty Krillin, who sat close to him, whispered in his ear, if I were you I would choose option 1. Seriously, you don't know what this guy is capable of. And so did Ginger, who was also by his side. He's right. That guy is crazy, he's a bastard who enjoys bothering others and he's practically all-powerful. Don't make him do anything. We tell you from our own experience. And after seeing that Gohan from the other side of the table, he nodded energetically to everything that Krillin and Ginger said. He decided to reveal his secret. I'll tell you everything, but please, let me keep my name anonymous for now. I'll reveal it to you in a few years. Okay, I allow you that. Continue, Broly replied magnanimously. Okay. This may sound unbelievable to those of you in this era, but I've traveled back from nearly 20 years in the future in a time machine, Trunks said, revealing the great secret. From the future? 20 years. Time machine. Everyone exclaimed upon heard that cliché science fiction story. He's telling the truth, said Broly, who had used one of his infinite abilities, specifically one that allowed him to know if someone was lying or not. And after giving everyone time to digest that information since Broly authenticated it, Trunks revealed another informative bomb. If you're wondering how it is I can have Saiyan blood, the reason is because I'm the son of Vegeta-san over there. Eevich. Everyone yelled, especially Vegeta. But especially Yam, who started to get very nervous. And not only her. Anyone with a minimum of intelligence, observation and association skills could understand that something strange was happening. And when they saw Broly nod, which authenticated that information, everyone began to look for similarities between Trunks and Vegeta. It's true, they look a bit alike, but... However, I didn't travel back in a time machine just to tell you that. In roughly 3 years from this time, on May 12th, at around 10 a.m., on an island located 9 kilos southwest of Metro South, a terrifying pair of villains will appear. They will be monsters, both possessing a power so great, it will be unthinkable that they are of this world. Well, or at least that's what I believed until today, Trunks said, announcing a great future threat while remembering the immense power of Broly, which was certainly more threatening than the enemies he feared. Who are they? Aliens? Asked Mutant Rashi, who imagined how cute aliens with great attributes invaded the planet in one of his usual fantasies. Fortunately, Trunks quickly corrected his more than reasonable assumption. No. They are born of Earth. They are artificial humans, sometimes called cyborgs. They were created by a maniacal scientist, formerly of the Red Ribbon Army, named Dr. Gero. Red Ribbon Army? You mean the same Red Ribbon Army I wiped out? Goku asked, who by a pure miracle remembered those enemies from the past. And it is. The army itself was struck down many years ago by yourself. However, Dr. Gero survived, and continued his research, said Trunks, resolving Goku's doubt. What did he do it for? World domination? Asked Bulma, who was also partly present in that adventure years ago. No one is really sure, but I think Dr. Gero was after at least that much. However, those artificial humans, built to be the ultimate killing machines, also killed their own creator, Dr. Gero. In short, all that remained were the artificial humans, who liked nothing better than causing death and destruction, Trunks said, giving more details of the next enemies, although not enough, since Toriyama at that time didn't know very well how to create them. Someone who can transform into Super Saiyan is calling those androids monsters. Krillin said incredulously. He had also faced the Red Ribbon on some occasion with Goku and they weren't that incredible. Yes. I've stood up to them, but there's 2 of them, after all. Even one-on-one, it was all I could do just to escape them, Trunks replied once more in great pain and regret. Hold on, if there's 2 of them. Don't you have any allies? Gohan asked, very curious to understand this futuristic story. No. 20 years from now, I am the only warrior still alive. In the battle 3 years from now, my dad Vegeta, Krillin-san, Yamcha-san, Tenshinhan-san, Chaos-san, Piccolo-san and Mutant Rashi-san, were all killed. Son Gohan-san was just barely able to escape. Gohan-san served as my master and taught me everything I know, up until 4 years ago, when he, too, was. As you are already aware, with Piccolo gone, the Dragon Balls also disappear, so we were unable to bring anyone back to life. They're too strong. They're too strong. Trunks said, regretting everything that happened in the future, as if he was reliving a great and dark nightmare. Just a minute. What about me? What happens to me? Am I killed too? Goku said, anticipating the questions of others who also had quite serious doubts. You won't even fight. In a short time, you will become very sick. Soon after, you will pass away, said Trunks, making a big spoiler. What? They all screamed, but especially Chi-Chi, King Ox and Gohan, who believed that they would faint upon hearing this horrible spoiler. Until Chi-Chi really fainted. Ah, Curd. I'm going to die. What a rip-off, I wanted to fight them. Goku lamented something he didn't have to lament. But before everyone could ask any more questions about Goku's imminent death and wonder how little he valued his life compared to his desire to fight, someone who had wanted to ask something for a long time raised her voice. Cut the crap. Tell me. Right now. Who the hell is your mother? Yam yelled, who got up from the table, hitting it with her fist. It was at that moment that Trunks didn't know whether to shut up or not, regardless of death threats, since that could determine his birth or not. But Broly gave him information that at the beginning he didn't have. Don't worry about your birth or not. Anything you change in this timeline will have no impact on yours. The fact that you are not born here will have no effect on you. Oh, wow. I didn't know, said Gohan and everyone else, who believed that time travel was like in Terminator, Back to the Future or Jacuzzi to the Past. After that clarification, Trunks found himself with some confidence to reveal this secret to his own mother, who was technically not dating Vegeta at the time, although he didn't know. Okay. My mother is the builder of the time machine that has allowed me to travel here. She's Bulma. What? Everyone screamed in extreme surprise and panic. Extreme panic. A panic that Trunks could never have imagined would spread when he dropped that informational bomb. What? Me mating with that beast? Never. 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 Bulma screamed upon hearing that character development so unprofitable for her. What? Me dating with that vulgar woman? Never. Vegeta yelled, like Bulma hadn't even crossed his mind to get together with that crazy earthling, the couple of the biggest monster in the universe. But that wasn't Vegeta's biggest concern. Vegeta. You will be unfaithful to me. You're going to cheat me with another one, fucking shitty bastard. Yam yelled as she strangled Vegeta with obvious killing intent. Wait, Yam. This must be a joke. Or a vile lie. It is impossible that I have or will sleep with her, Vegeta said as he tried to breathe and push away his girlfriend, who was having a monstrous power-up. A power-up granted by accumulated sexual frustration, accumulated desire to kill and spite, which made her 50 times more powerful in front of her partner, without the need to become Super Saiyan. This has to be a lie, it can't be possible, it has to be defamation. Broly, tell her this is a lie. She is out of control, Vegeta said, who was counting on Broly to undo that misunderstanding that was threatening his life and stable relationship. However, he didn't count on that there was another person here who was about to get out of control too. Run. UID from here. Kiaj. Goku, Ten Shinhan, Chaos and Mutant Roshi yelled as they instinctively backed away to a place that seemed minimally safe. Since Broly, who was still sitting in his chair, crossed his arms while pretending not to be upset. He was transforming into true Legendary Super Saiyan full power, and due to it the earth was shaking again. Ah. We have to leave the planet. Shouted Ginger, who very scared grabbed Mutant Roshi like a princess and started running towards the nearest spaceship to flee. Dad. The Universe 6. We have to escape to Universe 6. Shouted Gohan, who wasn't as optimistic as Ginger. He knew that escaping the planet wasn't enough. It's impossible. I can't feel the key of anyone from Universe 6. We are doomed. Goku replied, who knew that his son was right, there was no place to escape. Only a miracle could prevent the destruction of the entire universe. Run, bitch, run. Oolong, Yamcha, Puar and Krillin shouted as they grabbed Trunks to flee. But fortunately for the universe and all its inhabitants, the only person who could prevent the Ragnarok sat next to Broly. Broly, calm down please. Calm down. Bulma said as she climbed on top of Broly to try to appease him and prevent him from getting up and destroy the universe. I am very calm. Ah! Shouted Broly as he shot from his mouth and eyes energy beams towards the sky, to then turn and say, right. Vegeta. Aitich. Vegeta yelled, more scared now than at any other time in his life, while hugging Yam for shelter in the same way that a child tucks himself in bed when he believes that there is a monster in the closet. Despite the fact that Yam continued to strangle him with the intention of killing him, not caring that the universe could come to an end. And that the monster was very real. Broly. The barbecue. You still haven't served the desserts or the coffee. You still haven't finished your barbecue. You must not ruin your own barbecue. Shouted Bulma, who was trying by all means to calm the beast. And luckily for everyone, that method worked. Ah. ISS. I is true. My barbecue, I can't ruin it. It must be perfect. Excuse me, I've gotten a little upset, Broly said while undoing his transformations, stopping the earthquake and tried to pretend that nothing had happened. The world had passed another apocalypse that same day, because of and thanks to the same person. I think, I shit on myself, Dulong said before passing out. And a few minutes after Broly faked that monumental anger, to take the delicious dessert that Broly had prepared, in which no one. Absolutely nobody said a single word for fear that something similar could happen or that the fury of Broly, Yam, Bulma, or Vegeta would be directed towards them. The coffee time came. And in front of everyone's gaze. Especially before Vegeta's deadly gaze. But especially the killing eyes of Broly. Clank, 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 clank. Trunks' cup was continually wobbling in his hands because of the fear, doubt and guilt he was feeling. Was everything delicious? Broly asked, pretending that he was pretending to be very very upset with Trunks' presence. Yes, Broly-san. Broly-sama. It was all too delicious, Trunks said with a very shaky voice, and not just his voice, his whole body trembled. And Broly, taking a sip from his cup of tea, replied with a bitter kindness, great, great. I'm glad you liked everything. By the way, what are your last war? But suddenly an elbow from Bulma made him modify the phrase he was thinking of formulating. Is there anything else you want to tell us about your future? And Trunks, who was freaked out but being half Saiyan and obviously brave despite facing death itself, spoke with courage. Well, I'd like to give Sun-san some medication for his future heart disease, but before that, I would like to ask you a question. Okay, replied Bulma, who had more desire to ask than to be asked but still found it difficult to say no to something so simple to this supposed son of the future that her current boyfriend had tried to murder. So Trunks, having received permission from his mother from the alternate past, began to prepare the ground for his question. There are things here that don't fit. Mutant Roshi never rejuvenated, Gohan had no tail at this age, there was no barbecue today, Frieza hadn't become that strong, and Goku was returning from space today after having survived the explosion of the planet Namek during the battle against Frieza. What? Almost shouted upon hearing this shocking revelation. A very strange, abnormal, and worrying revelation. Although some of the smartest among the group started looking at a particular person. And Trunks, fearing what he was thinking and was about to say, he continued his preparation of his question. There are many, many things that have changed in history. Many changes that have occurred even before I traveled to the past. And one of the biggest changes is that my mother Bulma never mentioned neither Ginger nor Yam. Not Broly. It's like you never existed in my past or future. What? No, it cannot be. What does this mean? Everyone yelled again as they conspicuously looked at the three mysterious Saiyans they had known for years while trying to keep their heads from exploding. Until finally Trunks asked the complicated question he had been trying to ask from few minutes ago. Broly, you. Who are you? And Broly, without changing his dominant and calm expression, taking the final sip of his cup of tea and with great elegance and presence, he coldly replied. I'm the guy who's fucking your mother. Chapter 183. I'm the guy who's fucking your mother. Unforeseen words that caused everyone who was drinking their coffee to expel it through their nose. Deadly words that froze the hearts and minds of all who heard them. Causing a long and uncomfortable silence. A long and uncomfortable silence that the person most affected by that comment was in charge of breaking. Clash. What the hell are you saying, stupid? Bulma yelled as she slapped her boyfriend in this timeline. A slap that almost caused a heart attack to the entire audience. Bulma had just hit the most dangerous guy in the universe. The guy who was so angry a few seconds ago he almost destroyed the world. And he almost destroyed the world upon discovering that a future alternate Bulma had slept with a future alternate Vegeta and they had had a child. Had she become mad? Luckily for everyone, Broly's reaction was much more pathetic than they imagined. But, honey, Broly said, turning to Bulma, making the same face as a child being scolded for something he didn't consider his fault. No, honey, for now. How you dare to say something so shameful in front of everyone? In front of my parents. In front of my supposed son who I just met. Bulma scolded Broly as if she was a bloodthirsty ogre, well, as if she was Chi-Chi. And Broly obviously tried to justify his excessive statement, but, honey, it's obvious that we've done it many times, we've been dating for years, and... But Bulma wasn't going to negotiate or listen to his explanations. Don't reply me. Wow. Only Bulma would have so much courage to do something like that, Krillin said, representing the whole group upon seeing how she had hit and was scolding the most dangerous guy they have ever met. I see. Even super abominations have their weaknesses, Piccolo thought, somewhat happier. It was the first time he saw the almighty Broly suffer, and that gave him indescribable pleasure and happiness. And some time later, when it seemed like the reprimand to Broly has ended. The expert in receiving and observing scolding Gohan asked something quite well-reasoned, Broly-sensei. So you also come from the future? A question that made everyone, even Bulma, look at Broly with inquiring eyes. No, I am not, and I am innocent of all charges. The gods already investigated me years ago, and it was shown that I am not a traveler from the future or from the past or from another timeline, said Broly while hugging the annoyed Bulma in the hope that she would forgive him. What? The gods? Yes. It happened when I was still a child, just when I traveled with your sister and Jacko. Some divinities of Universe 6 and 7 couldn't believe that I was so intelligent and powerful. So they thought I was a time traveler or something similar, so they did a hard, long and sloppy investigation. So after beating them up, showing evidence that I hadn't created a new time ring and using the Dragon Balls from Universe 6 to make sure I wasn't lying, it was deduced that I was innocent, Broly said, explaining one of his fascinating stories, but only half of it and telling only the information that seemed convenient, and lying. Did he beat up the gods? Does that have to seem normal to us? Piccolo thought, who more or less knew what that implied. What is a time ring? Trunks asked, who was unaware of the implications of creating one. A time ring is a device used by the gods to travel between timelines. Every time someone changes the past or the future, a new timeline is created and with it a new time ring. The gods are very touchy about this topic. They may not have done anything in millennia, but if someone creates one, puff, they get to work pathetically and blame the first super strong handsome guy with 3 eyes they find, said Broly, explaining a little the workings of the universe and partially a problem from his past. Wait. Does that mean that in each of those timelines there are others of us? Are there more Brolys like you? Yamcha asked, who began to feel dread when he thought that another Brolys could come to this earth. Not like me. Apparently this timeline was created by the first mad scientific who invented a time machine millions of years ago in another universe. Fleeing from the gods, he ended up in this universe and continued experimenting with other things, such as genetic modification. And it so happened that one of those recessive genetic modifications is me. Proof of that is my third eye. The other Brolys from the other timelines were also powerful mutants, but not as mutants or as powerful as me. And above all, not so smart or successful in life. As they were so strong, King Vegeta banished him to a seedy planet when they were babies because there was a possibility that they would overshadow his dwarf heirs, said Broly, explaining another great mystery of his life as he peeked at Vegeta again, this day. Wow, what a coincidence, Ginger said, highlighting the obvious. And that explains why you hate me so much, Vegeta said, which began to connect the dots. Although now I think he will hate you even more from now on, Mutant Rashi said, highlighting the obvious too. Not only him, Yem said with a murderous look, she was still very angry at that hypothetical alternative infidelity. Wait. I haven't done anything and don't intend to. How can you be so irrational? Vegeta protested for obvious reasons. And before the situation got out of control once again with another couple's argument, Bulma, who had studied time in almost all its facets for years, said, wait. But this still doesn't make sense. Let's suppose that everything my boyfriend says, whom I love very much and I'm never going to cheat, it's true, and let's suppose that Trunks belongs to a totally different timeline than this one in the future in which I end up dating Vegeta. Since not even drunk or crazy I'm not going to mate with Vegeta in this timeline, and I don't know what my other self was thinking when she did that. A timeline in which Broly by chance wasn't mutated, therefore he was exiled on a shitty planet and could do a lot of things before the planet Vegeta was destroyed. That's why Ginger and Yam are here, and many of the things that have happened are different because of Broly. It doesn't make sense for Trunks to travel back in time to come here, to this timeline. He should have created a new timeline based on his own timeline, where Broly didn't influence our lives so much. It doesn't have much logic. A fairly complete and complicated comment of which, our hero didn't understand anything. I think I haven't understood anything at all, Goku said while touching his head, which had overheated. Dad, I'll explain later, but what Bulma says makes sense, said Gohan, another from the Smart Club, consoling his father. Maybe this time machine is not just a time machine. Maybe it allows you to travel between timelines on a specific date and not just create a timeline based on the timeline in which the trip begins, said Dr. Brief, another of the smart people in the group proposing new theories. Thanks, father-in-law, if you say so, it makes me less suspicious, Broly thought, liking his in-laws more every day. Well. It's possible it's the first trip after all, and Mom warned me that time travel is something quite unpredictable, said Trunks, who more or less accepted his grandfather's theory. Broly-san. Didn't you say you knew everything? Why don't you try to find out with your super intelligence what happened? Piccolo asked, who was enjoy this moment like no other. For a simple reason, Piccolo. Because I don't give a fuck about it. Why the heck should I help my stepson from an alternate future? That's the responsibility of his father from the alternate past. I'm not even supposed to be here. I am just an accident that has broken a future relationship and prevented a life from being born. If you'll excuse me, I'll go clean the dishes. I know when to spare, he said as he fled the scene at high speed and excessively melodramatic while pretending to cry from his 3 eyes. A scene that impacted like a kamehameha on everyone's mind. Especially in Bulma. Broly. Come back. Don't be like that. You don't spare anywhere. Hell. How can you be so strong and smart and at the same time so jealous and childish? Said Bulma, who tried to follow him for a fraction of a second, but decided that it would be better to leave him alone for a few seconds to calm down. And obviously there was silence. No one had expected this reaction from Broly, and they didn't know for sure if they liked that side of him or not. Or what to do or say to resolve that situation. But someone had to break that awkward silence again. This. I think I do know when to spare. Sun-san, when you start to suffer the symptoms of your illness, take these pills. See you in 3 years. My mother won't believe it, Trunks said as he handed the medicine to Goku and fled there just like Broly. And after a few seconds. With the absence of Broly and Trunks, the rest tried to appear normality and began to make plans for the possible future that awaited them in 3 years. So in 3 years. We will have to train hard again, Ten Shinhan said, crossing his arms as he thought about how to improve his daily routine. Yes, this time the enemy is more dangerous than ever. And I don't think we can count on Broly at the moment. If you aren't sure of yourselves and your abilities, you better stay away, Piccolo said as he looked at the Earthlings, who obviously wouldn't be able to contribute anything. Rather they would be a hindrance. Yes, I suppose this time we will have to try harder, Krillin said, who despite being aware of how little he would improve in 3 years didn't want to be left out of the game yet. You are very right, Piccolo. You should stay behind and not get in the way, Vegeta said in an excessively boastful way, mostly to camouflage all the frustration he had stored up earlier today. You know, Vegeta. I can't get completely angry when a Super Saiyan tells me. Oh, wait, you're not a Super Saiyan, Piccolo said, who knew he was much stronger than Vegeta currently and had no problem showing it. And of course not offending Vegeta precisely with his biggest complex today. What have you said? I will be very soon and you will regret it. Vegeta yelled as he faced Piccolo, wanting to break his face somehow. Easy, easy, Goku said while trying to separate his new friends and old ex-enemies. It was at that moment when someone for a change made the most sensible proposal that had ever been made in the entire history of this manga. And that person was obviously Bulma. Hey, know what? I was just thinking. What if we get rid of this Dr. Gero, the one who creates the artificial humans, right now? Obviously that large and efficient solution surprised everyone for more than one reason. And Bulma, seeing that they were paying attention to her, continued to develop her idea. Even if we don't know where he is, we could use the Dragon Balls and ask Shenlong. He'll be sure to tell where he is. If we do that, then we won't have to bother going through all that agony in 3 years. Hey, yeah. That's right, Bulma-san. If we do so, we sure won't have to fight later. Great. Way to go, Bulma-san. Krillin said with great joy, who sensibly supported that idea, which would allow them to easily and safely avoid the apocalyptic prophecy. Unfortunately for everyone. There weren't many like him in the group. If you pull an uncalled for stunt like that, I'll kill you. You got that? Vegeta yelled as he threatened the woman of the most dangerous guy in the universe, the same guy that right now was very angry with him. Oh. Kill her. You wouldn't have been wrong and you actually meant. Fuck her. Yam yelled in a very threatening way to Vegeta, obviously she hadn't forgotten the Bulma-Vegeta alternative relationship. Please Yam, don't continue with that, Vegeta begged, not wanting to argue about something he hasn't done again. Hey Ginger, has your sister always been so spiteful and irrational? Whispered Mutant Rashi, who didn't fully know this side of her. Yes, always. I once ate her dessert and she hasn't forgotten it for 3 years. Day after day he reminded me, Ginger answered in the most discreet way she could so that Yam wouldn't hear her and remember about the dessert. But I agree with this cheater, it wouldn't be fun, Yam said to Bulma, even though he didn't want to make direct eye contact with her. What do you mean? This isn't a game, you know. The fate of the Earth is in the balance. Bulma yelled at Vegeta, outraged by how irresponsible they were being before turning to Goku for help, the most irresponsible of all. Sun-kun, you agree with me, don't you? Sorry. To be honest. I want to fight them. Besides that, this scientist hasn't even built anything yet, how can we take him out? Goku said, half apologizing to Bulma, since his instincts prevented him from doing something reasonable like ending immediate threats to his life and that of others before they happened. I agree with Goku. If we finish them off now I won't have the chance to show how strong I have become again, said Ginger, as excited as Goku to fight against strong enemies. And obviously that Saiyan unconsciousness despaired of Bulma. What? But. The rest of you. We don't have to go along with these Saiyans. They're just a race of fighting maniacs. I'm going to fight too. I want to see what I'm capable of. If I die then I'll conk that. That's all I could do, said Ten Shinhan, negatively influenced by the Saiyans and negatively influencing all the Earthlings, half-Earthlings, and Namekians who for a moment thought rationally. What? Have you become stupid too? I cannot believe it. Bulma shouted again upon realizing how unconscious all her friends were, especially the Earthlings, who were precisely the ones who were most likely to die. And from there another discussion began. And Gohan. Considering that Bulma was scolding her father and her mother was still passed out while her grandfather and Bulma's parents tried to revive her. And because he had an internal conflict due to his half-Saiyan genetics, decided to distance himself for the moment. This. I think I'll go see Broly-sensei. So without hardly anyone noticing, Gohan entered the house and searched several rooms in search of his gigantic teacher. Until he finally found him, where he should have gone looking for him in the first place. In the kitchen, cleaning the dishes, as he had announced previously. However, he wasn't cleaning the dishes. Broly was. Broly-sensei. Is it what it looks like, or? Are you projecting a movie onto the kitchen wall using your third eye as a projector while cleaning dishes with telekinesis? Gohan asked, describing what he was seeing. Strangely enough. Chapter 184. Broly-sensei. Is it what it looks like, or? Are you projecting a movie onto the kitchen wall using your third eye as a projector while cleaning dishes with telekinesis? Gohan asked, describing what he was seeing. Strangely enough. If you already know the answer, why do you ask the question? I already knew you were coming. You have popcorn next to the microwave, Broly said without moving a millimeter, while he continued projecting the film from his third eye. I didn't know you could do that. In fact, I don't even know why you do it, Gohan said as he ate popcorn, still fascinated by his master's useful and useless powers. Is that the only thing you care about? Obviously I do it because I know you would come. Shut up and watch, said Broly, pointing to the projected film with his third eye, which could be used for everything. After sitting down and grabbing the popcorn package, Gohan watched the movie with Broly. A film where two young men trained in a world in ruins. A training where the oldest trained the youngest with patience, kindness, enthusiasm and severity. But not only in combat, also in other aspects, it was as if that older boy with dark hair was something more than a friend or the trainer of the little boy with lilac hair, no homo. It was as if he were his older brother, his father figure, someone who could be trusted and worthy of imitation. Someone who looked a lot like. That's Trunks when he was younger. And is that boy, me? Broly, this is what happened in the future of Trunks. Did you create that movie with his memories? You said you wouldn't, Gohan asked, very surprised, confused and somewhat disappointed with his teacher while looking for answers precisely from his master. I couldn't resist. And yes, this is the future that he experienced, and the future that you too could experience, Broly said as he continued to play the movie, skipping parts that he considered unnecessary. Wow, I'm very big. Will I be like this in a few years? Gohan said, fascinated to see his future self, since like every child he wanted to get older. Poor idiots. Like him? I doubt it very much, Broly answered practically automatically. Why? Gohan asked, puzzled and somewhat offended. Because this is a Gohan very different from you. He is a Gohan built through adversity, tenacity, courage, sacrifice and righteousness. The androids killed all the fighters, except for you and Trunks. You were practically left alone in a world in ruins against enemies, monsters that even outnumbered him. And despite that, like a great man, you took the responsibility of saving this world. Training with all your being to become stronger despite not having results, facing those monsters thirsty for blood and destruction with all your might day after day despite hating to fight, training, helping and caring for Trunks so that one day he can fight by your side. And also, that in the event that you died in combat, hope wouldn't disappear, Broly said with an almost hypnotic tone of voice to stimulate Gohan's mind. A Gohan who kept watching the movie quite self-conscious while thinking about Broly's harsh words and their meaning. Tell me, Gohan. Is he different from you or not? And why? Broly asked once more. Yes, it is. It is because of everything he has experienced. Those circumstances made him mature, grow and act as he does. However, I am just a spoiled child who hasn't gone through a similar experience. And if we're lucky, I'll never experience it. So I will never be like him, Gohan answered, somewhat discouraged and annoyed with himself. And Broly's answer didn't help him cheer up, rather the opposite. Bingo. I see that you have only neglected your body. Your brain is sharp as always. So. Do I have to go through that same hell to become what you expect of me? Gohan said once again, feeling a very heavy load on his shoulders. A load tens of times heavier than the one he felt when Vegeta and company were going to invade the Earth. No please, what stupid ideas you have, Gohan. Listen carefully, there are 3 types of people in this world. The idiot, who make the same mistake over and over again. The intelligent, who learn from their mistakes. The wise, who learn from the mistakes of others. And now you have a golden opportunity before you. Be wise and smart at the same time. And the job of a good teacher, like me, is to make his student become wise. Seriously, if you become an idiot, you will be the first person I kill in my life, said Broly as he remembered with disgust the pathetic Gohan from Dragon Ball Super. Gohan yelled, retracing his steps when he felt that bizarre killer instinct that his lovely teacher was directing towards him. However, Broly continued with his speech, despite having scared Gohan for almost no reason some time ago. I helped you understand that there is nothing wrong with fighting for justice. And now I'm trying to make you see for yourself that peace is never lasting and that you always have to be prepared for anything. Always. Or it may be too late when the time comes and the only thing left is frustration and resignation, especially when you know you could have avoided it. While thinking about everything Broly was telling him, Gohan kept watching the movie in which his alternate self from the future faced those 2 androids with blurred faces, no spoilers, and lost over and over again, until Trunks had to confirm his tragic death. It was at that moment that he understood that he needed to evolve again for his own good and that of others. Broly-sensei. Please train me one more time. Gohan said as he bowed regretfully to his sensei, with whom he hadn't come to train for more than a year despite the fact that he had requested it. And despite all expectations, Broly answered, "No." A very unexpected and puzzling answer for Gohan, huh? Why? Because you can't pretend that I'm always helping you. You must be a little more self-sufficient like the Gohan of the future and learn to be disciplined with yourself and not thanks to others. But something more intelligent, answered Broly, who practically renounced his responsibilities as a teacher to teach his student the most important lesson of all. You have to strive for yourself and for yourself. Obviously that refusal despaired Gohan, who didn't know which way to go to achieve his goal. But you've already seen those androids. Not even transforming into Super Saiyan I could do anything. There has to be some way I can make myself stronger, and you sure? Why so serious? In this future you still have your father, if he takes his medication. Don't be fooled by his appearance and general intelligence, your old man is a true genius when it comes to fighting and training. He will come up with something, or rather, he is already thinking of something. In fact, you should be able to get it after what you've seen today, Broly said as he turned off the broadcast and glanced at Gohan. And Gohan, as if it were an epiphany, quickly understood what his master was referring to, while he had a flashback of the battle between Frieza, King Cold, and Broly. You don't mean to that transformation from before? More or less. Aish, you see Gohan, I can't help but be too soft with you. I always end up helping you, even if I try not to do it or not do it too much. I am partly to blame that you are so spoiled, although on this occasion, I may have given a poisoned help, and surely some will take the poison even knowing that it was poisoned in the hope of finding the antidote in the poison itself. Ha 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 ha, Broly said, flattering himself as usual, but feeling a bit ashamed for the reason, while feeling Gohan's head as if it were a puppy, as usual. Narcissistic and annoying customs that Gohan had missed so much, especially today. Yes, thanks Broly-sensei, Gohan said as he thanked Broly for his wise advice and left the kitchen. No problem. And don't think about being lazy or you will not be able to enjoy the rewards that will be unlocked when you meet certain requirements. Aish, I'm too good a person, Broly yelled at Gohan, who had already left the kitchen without being able to hear those last words. But there was someone who was behind the door from a few minutes ago, waiting for them to finish talking. Someone who could hear everything. Yes, I already know that you are a very good person. But very silly at sometimes. What about now? Are you still angry and jealous? Asked Bulma, who entered through the door and with a jump hung on Broly's back, as if she were a koala. No, I'm not. I mean. Yes, I'm still a bit upset, Broly said, trying to pretend that he was still angry, although it was evident that he was trying hard to stay angry. Come on, little bear. You know perfectly well that I would never cheat on you. True. Bulma insisted, climbing up Broly's rocky back to get his face closer to spoke to him. But still Broly tried to be tough. Yes, I know. But that doesn't change the fact that my presence here. That your presence here has changed a lot of things, and one of them is that Trunks won't born. Yes, I know, it's weird to think about this. But honestly, I think the only reason why my other self ended up with Vegeta is only because there was no one better around her. Something quite pathetic, to tell the truth. If you had been in those other timelines today, Trunks wouldn't have appeared, said Bulma, carefully choosing the words she knew would cheer up her scalable boyfriend. Yes, you are absolutely right, Broly said, a little more animated. It was getting harder and harder for him to pretend that he was still angry. Plus, no matter how many children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren or husbands of the future or other timelines come here in a time machine invented by me, I love you and I will love you infinite times. So change that face, give me a big hug and a good kiss, Bulma said as she tried to face Broly as she climbed from his back. But it was unnecessary. Broly grabbed her and did exactly what Bulma asked. I love you too. Sorry if I am sometimes a little jealous or childish. And Bulma, somewhat blushing, said, so you heard me. Hi, please promise me one thing. Whatever you tell me, honey, Broly said without thinking twice due to the magic of the moment he was living. Promise me you won't be mean to Trunks. Whether I want it or not, he is the son of an alternative myself who has had a very hard life. And Trunks doesn't seem like a bad boy, and he has had a very difficult life without a father to take care of him. Don't torment him with your jokes, please, Bulma said, almost predicting her boyfriend's intentions. It was at that moment when Broly for the first time in years accepted a constructive criticism, forgot his jealousy, his fondness for bad jokes, and he tried to be a better person. But not too much. You know what? You're right, the poor son of Vegeta has never had a father, and of course he deserves a much better one than Vegeta, although he is one of the best father in this anime, especially for what he showed in the Buu Saga and Dragon Ball Super. As long as I am in this timeline, I Broly will strive to be the best alternate past stepfather I and multiverse. I will be so good that he will prefer me to Vegeta. You will see, Broly said, misunderstanding Bulma's intentions and redirecting the bullying he was going to do to Trunks at Vegeta, as usual. Incredible statement that worried Bulma, but she tried to forget about it for her own good and talk about another topic. Well, try not to overdo yourself. By the way, did you hear what those idiots said when I proposed to kill the androids now? Bulma asked, showing the anger, frustration and disappointment she felt towards her group of friends. Of course, honey, I've heard it all. And I think you are absolutely right. By killing Gero and destroying his creations we could avoid that apocalyptic conflict and surely thousands of collateral victims, Broly answered his girlfriend, agreeing with her, but this time especially because she was right. Thank God. Finally a Saiyan who is not an idiot. I am so fortunate to have this endangered species in my arms, Bulma said through tears of joy as she hugged Broly and remembered the past events in which the mad Saiyans addicted to fighting had made her despair. I know, Broly said as he comforted her by stroking her head. Unfortunately I have already promised not to carry out that plan, those idiots were the majority. Nor can we involve you in this plan. Damn. It's so stupid to know who is going to attack you and stand idly by to give them time to do it. What happens if afterwards they can't beat them? Don't they think with their head? Bulma said, grumbling as she returned. She opened the fridge and began to drown her sorrows in homemade alcohol made by Broly. You are absolutely right, but there are other alternatives to your plan that don't necessarily involve killing Gero, and that would still allow those idiots to fight against their creations, said Broly as he offered him a glass so that she wouldn't drink directly from the bottle. What do you mean? Bulma asked, puzzled as she filled the glass to the brim. It is simple. Change your plan to eliminate the threat before it exists and focus on creating insurance in case those idiots fail to stop them by force, Broly said with an almost hypnotic tone of voice as he put ice in the glass and a slice of lemon. And that words along with the intoxicating taste of alcohol made Bulma begin to use her head in a more practical way to solve everyday problems. And insurance? You mean, until she finally understood how to resolve her concerns in a coherent and practical way. Oh yes. It is true. How could I not think of that before? We face androids, created by a human. A human who in principle could control them. They must have errors or weaknesses that he created on purpose, weaknesses that I can find and create countermeasures that allow us to defeat them without having to fight when those idiots are tired of fighting them or lost. And as you proposed at the beginning, you could use the Dragon Balls to ask Shenron to give you a magical method so that you can constantly access all of Gero's past and current work and research without him noticing. Since the investigation itself is no stronger than Kami, so it should be possible. In this way you can know everything about our biomechanical enemy. And since you are the smartest woman in the world and we are facing a technological danger, there is no one better than you to control this threat, Broly said while giving his girlfriend a shoulder massage while choosing the right words to positively influence her to do something rational, contrary to what was done in the original version. Appropriate words that made Bulma overly motivated, come out of her small depression and influenced a bit by drunkenness, throw the glass on the ground as if she were an Asgardian. Crash. It is true. Ha ha ha. Once again the time has come for the great Bulma to solve everything with her privileged mind. Right now I'll go find the Dragon Balls and make my first wish. In addition, there are 2.5 years until the arrival of those androids, so I can still use the Dragon Ball again for whatever I want. Hee 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 hee. And then I'll go to Kami's palace to use the hyperbolic room to finish my other precious project, which will help me better spy on Jero and his creations for a longer time. Hoo hoo. Bulma said full of euphoria as she imagined how idiotic Scions would kneel before her 3 years in the future after saving the lives from the hands of the evil androids they were unable to defeat. Well said. That is my woman. Try not to fall, that bottle was 40 alcohol, but due to some seasonings it tastes very sweet, Broly said as he cleaned up the mess that Bulma had created in the lab with telekinesis. Plosh. Are you okay? Broly asked Bulma, who had gotten too drunk, so much that she had fallen to the ground and was unable to keep her balance. Yes. I think I'll do all of that later, could you take me to bed? Bulma said before falling asleep. Desire Realm. In Broly Planet. In Broly City. At the Broly Mansion. In the Broly Movie Theater. Hey Broly, how much of what you have said and interpreted today is a lie? Hao asked, since he couldn't read the thoughts of others his curiosity had grown quite. I am also curious. The part in which you said you felt like an imposter that did not belong to that place and that it saddened you was also part of your lie. Asked Acacia, who was also an expert in the art of lying, especially to his family and loved ones. Let's say that 45 lie, 45 truth and 10 ambiguity, Broly replied while trying not to have eye contact with anyone. Chapter 185. While Broly tried to cure Bulma's drunkenness and hangover. In the garden the group of warriors continued arguing, since there were still snacks to eat. But they were almost over. Well then, 3 years from now. May 12th, 10 am at that island. We won't mind if you don't feel you're up to you, Goku said as he sentenced the discussion about the inefficient plan of training for 3 years and then fighting against those monsters. And once again the narcissistic braggart with an inferiority complex had to say his phrase Kakarot. Just because you can become a Super Saiyan, don't get too full of yourself, although without transforming into Super Saiyan, he already defeated you previously. I'm still going to beat the crap out of you sometime. Don't you forget that I am still the #1 Saiyan. Once again Broly wasn't counted as a fellow Saiyan. And upon hearing those statements. Ha 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 ha. What a ridiculous guy. Ha ha ha. Do he really believe the shit he says? Ha 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 ha. Broly, who was inside the house, laughed so hard that his voice could be heard throughout the city. Ha 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 ha. And that laugh spread a bit among all who heard him. And obviously this didn't like Vegeta, who felt humiliated once again, that day. Shut up. Kakarot, you train with a gravity X100, I will do it X300. I'm going to get over you. You, my bastard son from the alternate future. And also that doubly mutant monstrosity. It doesn't matter what kind of hellish training I have to undergo for it. Vegeta yelled in fury, swearing to the heavens that one day he would once again be the strongest Saiyan of all in his imagination. Ah. Yes, surely you will have a hellish training. I guarantee you. H-O-N-E-Y. Yam said in her hardcore Yandra mode as she cracked the bones in her hands, with clear signs of future domestic violence. Words and attitude that quickly changed the color of Vegeta's face and with it all the bravado that he had exhibited a few moments ago. In my opinion there is another Saiyan stronger than you right now, Piccolo thought as he saw the fear in Vegeta's eyes, fear that didn't dissipate even when these two flew together towards the spaceship that Broly sold them in installments and that they had almost paid. Nay-san. Just because you can kill now doesn't mean you should kill Vegeta. Have you heard me? Ginger yelled at her sister and possible corpse brother-in-law, who disappeared into the distance. Mutant Rashi. We didn't know, but Ginger is the less violent of the two, Krillin thought, who didn't know that the serious and trustworthy sister of the violent Sundra was actually a very spiteful ultraviolent Yandere. We're leaving too. See you in 3 years. Bye-bye. We're leaving too. See you in 3 years. Bye-bye. Daijin, Ten Shinhan and Chaos as they took off to train in the mountains as hermits. Chaos, show up really strong now. Ten Shinhan, come up with some new incredible techniques. Krillin and Mutant Rashi said, cheering on their now weak companions. Piccolo-san. Why don't you come train with Gohan and me? I want to spar and stuff, Goku asked Piccolo, the person with whom he was most equaled and who were now good friends who didn't think about killing each other. Sounds good. I was hoping to myself, Piccolo said, happy with his best friend's proposal. It was fine to increase his power little by training his mini-selves, but he also needed real combat to sharpen his instincts and efficiency. But before the three of them could close the deal, the devil, who until now had been passed out upon hearing the keywords Gohan and train, woke up in a fury. No. I have had enough. You gotta be kiddin'. Goku-san, how long are you gonna stand in Gohan-chan's way before you're satisfied? He has to study every day to maintain good habits. And now you want to take him training with you to strengthen up. You just butt out. You can just train Piccolo by yourself. And Goku-san. You never do any work, you can't take care of Gohan-chan. Have you ever earned even a penny in all the time we've been married? Chi-Chi said with her usual anti-martial arts speech despite being a martial artist who had never been seen going to school, nor working either. The weakness of all Saiyans is their woman. And why do they all have such character? Piccolo thought, reaching quite coherent conclusions. And Gohan this time, remembering the words of Broly, his future self and the need he felt to change for the better, before this discussion generated around him generated more couple problems, he consciously had eggs for the first time in his life and confronted his mother-mom. I'm going to train with Dad and Piccolo. It doesn't matter what you say. Obviously this act of disobedience or adolescent rebellion didn't please Chi-Chi, who shouted, Gohan, what are you? However, Gohan wisely interrupted his mother's row. He interrupted her precisely with a speech that he had prepared in his head for some time in anticipation of this inevitable discussion that he knew would happen. A speech in which Gohan tried to replicate Broly-sensei's constant success. Mom, please. Stop obsessing over me and my studies so much. I don't need you to force me to study to be a great scientist. I want to become a great scientist and I think I have shown at all times that I strive and deserve to be, in fact I can already be considered one. Train few hours every day will not deviate me from that path. I'm not Dad. Have I not shown you until now that I am committed to that goal? Haven't you seen how much I work without needing you to tell me anything? Don't you trust me? Gohan said with puppy eyes while giving coherent and somewhat manipulative arguments to make his technique more effective. Speech with many nuances that obviously caught Chi-Chi off guard, and she didn't know how to react. Gohan-chan. Of course he trusted you. It is just that. But Gohan knew that right now his enemy was weak and disoriented, he couldn't let him get up and start gaining ground in this dialectical combat, he had to keep attacking. Yes, I know. You care about me and want the best for me. But Mom, it is impossible for you to always know at all times what's the best for me. In the end, this is something that I have to decide, not you, not Dad, nor Broly-sensei. I know that you all want the best for me in your own way, but in the end I have to be the one who values what is best for me and what path to take and be responsible for my own decisions. And now I think the best thing for me, to grow up and stop being a spoiled child, is this. To become the man that this planet needs, the man that I need to be. A great scientist like Bulma, a great warrior like Papa, and someone who helps others in need, as you have always done with me, Mom. Please give me this opportunity. And luckily for Gohan, that dialectical attack was very effective on Chi-Chi, who began to cry, reflect on how incredibly psychotic and oppressive she had been. So in a way she tried to explain why she had behaved this way with Gohan. MFF. Okay, you're right, I can't always be on top of you, you're already a little man. But promise me that you will not become a trainaholic who only lives to fight like your father. And also promise me that you will study diligently to be a respectable man that will work in the future to support your family. Yes, Mom, I promise you. I promise that I will be responsible, hardworking, studious and also strong, Gohan said as he hugged his mother and savored his first and final victory over the entity with the greatest authority over his life, which would finally let him live with some more freedom. I don't know why I feel a bit attacked, Goku said while trying to understand the indirect message in Chi-Chi and Gohan's words. He didn't get it, but his instincts told him that they were saying something about him, and not good. However, Piccolo understood perfectly. I think it's becoming clear why Chi-Chi doesn't want Gohan to train or fight. Goku, you leave a lot to be desired in certain aspects, so much that you've created a trauma. Besides, that little imp. He has learned the same manipulation techniques that Broly uses, Piccolo said and thought, explaining to his friend that the reason why Chi-Chi was so strict with Gohan was to educate him in order not to resemble him in certain aspects. Well, leaving that aside. Goku-san, Piccolo-san, Gohan-san, do you mind if I join you to train? There are 3 of you, you will need someone else so that none of them sit idly by, Ginger said, trying to argue why it would be beneficial for them if she helped them train. When in fact it was she who wanted to join them. Eevich. Seriously? I thought you would go to train with Vegeta and Yem, Goku said, somewhat surprised by that sudden request from a person with whom he hadn't had much contact. And I thought you would train with us, honey, Mutant Rashi said with great sadness and disappointment, especially since he had bought a new training suit for Ginger. Not even crazy would I train with those 2 right now. Didn't you see how crazy she was about Vegeta's alternate infidelity? If I trained with the 2 of them, I would end up being the collateral victim of their couple spats. And we would still be odd. That is why I have proposed to train with you, don't get the wrong ideas. Ginger said to Goku and company in a somewhat tsundere way, to then address Mutant Rashi in a somewhat more affectionate and somewhat condescending way. And on the other hand, I'm sorry Rashi-chan. But without the intention of offending, you and Krillin are, how to say, very weak. I don't think I can improve on anything by being with you. But don't worry, after training I'll go home. Well, okay. I will feel lonely without you, Mutant Rashi said, while both he and Krillin felt quite offended and demoralized by the sad and harsh truth they had become very weak compared to the current scale of power. One more time. No problem for us. It will be very useful to have someone else. And you, Krillin, Yamcha and Rashi-sama? Goku asked his childhood friends, who at some point were as strong or stronger than him. No thanks, I think it has already become very clear that we will be a drag, Krillin replied, while he became depressed upon recognizing the truth for the umpteenth time that day. Okay then. Bye-bye, Goku said as the whole family, Piccolo and Ginger left Bulma's house. And seconds later Yamcha, Mutant Rashi, Krillin, Puar and Oolong did the same, returning once again to their painful lives of characters that were previously relevant, but no longer are. In this way they all began to do their homework for the tough exam that would await them in almost 3 years. Yam and Vegeta began their infernal training consisting of exercising and fighting in impossible gravitational and atmospheric conditions, especially infernal for Vegeta, who was attacked by Yam with a disproportionate fury due to the Trunks incident, being defeated many times. And due to those beatings the post-traumatic stress of having been overcome by Broly, Goku, Trunks and even Yam on his way to the Saiyan Naruto reference became more noticeable, but that only served as extra motivation to become stronger for the stubborn Vegeta. Goku, Gohan, Piccolo, and Ginger continued to train regularly to increase their powers. Gohan and Ginger became sparring partners, both with the aim of improving their kung fu and reaching the acclaimed Super Saiyan state, which were exchanged from time to fight against Goku and Piccolo and take private lessons with them. And on the other hand, Piccolo and Goku trained hard with each other at the same time. They focused on their particular goals. Piccolo to leave training his minions to absorb them later, despite the fact that this ability was giving him less and less immediate results, since his body had become accustomed to it, so the minions must be stronger in every absorption and consumed in longer intervals to take effect. Goku tried to further polish his technique and ability in his normal form, improve and get used to his Saiyan form, and according to what he had seen with Broly, try to overcome the limit of the Super Saiyan. Ten Shinhan, Chaos, Mutant Rashi, Krillin went to ask Mr. Popo for help so that he could train them again. Who knows, maybe they could improve with some divine luck. Yamcha, well, he kept playing baseball, we have to admit that at least he worked. Bulma at the end of the barbecue found the Dragon Balls on her own and made her wish. Shinran gave him a magic crystal sphere similar to the one used by the ancient Kaioshin, with which she could observe any place in the universe in real time. However, Bulma's was more powerful, as she could inspect the present and the past of whoever she wanted and wherever she wanted. With this new utensil Bulma used half of her bodies to collect all of Gero's research and began to assimilate it as if it were her knowledge at an alarming speed, while the rest of the bodies prepared to finish their other long-awaited project. As for Broly. Desire Realm. In Broly Planet. In Broly City. At the Broly Mansion. In the Broly Movie Theater. Broly, is this serious? Kamagawa asked upon seeing the development of this phase of history. Yes, why? Broly asked, not understanding why Kamagawa was upset. It is not obvious. If Bulma manages to create countermeasures against C-17 and C-18 as she did previously with the detonators, but with a radius that encompasses the whole world, the saga is over. Even without that, there are now 2 additional Saiyans. If they become Super Saiyans, they could turn the tables in a certain way during battle. You have shown them the secret of getting through the Super Saiyan transformation, so the androids may no longer pose a problem even if they don't reach Super Saiyan 2. With the method you have shown Piccolo, he is now almost as strong as a Super Saiyan. If he combines with Kami, he will surely be stronger than a Super Saiyan 2. It is likely that Goku now doesn't have serious heart problems, since his wife will force him to take his medication weeks before the appointed date. Not to mention Gohan, who if he manages to achieve the Super Saiyan transformation together with his true Saiyan transformation, he will gain a multiplier of 500. Be that as it may, most likely Cell will not be completed. And in the event that it is completed, it will not matter. Gohan will be able to defeat him more easily than before, and not only Gohan. What's more, if they destroy Gero and the fat android before Gear activates C-17 and C-18, which is likely if Yam and Ginger become Super Saiyan in the first confrontation, the saga will end even earlier. Not to mention that you are going to help them, as you always do, Kamagawa said, making a good summary of the possible scenarios. Come on, and that's my fault. Okay, yeah, it's all my fault, I know. But you can't blame me. As for Bulma, I have only influenced her to do what was the most logical and obvious. Hell, the only reason she didn't do it in the original work was because otherwise Akira Toriyama would run out of fights. Goku's heart disease will be something important but not decisive. The very idiot always lets his enemies get stronger, and I keep betting on his irresponsibility and his fear and disgust for the modern medicine. Yam and Ginger's intervention will not be overly decisive in a battle against C-17 and C-18. Being normal Super Saiyans, they will remain at a disadvantage against those infinite energy androids, especially if C-16 joins the team. The secret of overcoming the Super Saiyan, I doubt that any of them could be able to reach that state except for Goku, and what's more, maybe thanks to me he has or could misinterpret the correct direction of the Super Saiyan evolution. Piccolo, yes, I have to admit that he will become too strong, but it is not my fault. I wanted to see that bug in action as soon as possible. And as for Gohan, he will have certain difficulties in transforming into a Super Saiyan, difficulties that I also had. Broly answered every point. Madara said, who expected to see spectacular matches that were very close, like the ones he had with Hashirama before he got all the power-ups. Either way. This will hardly be exciting, said Madara, who was expecting to see spectacular even matches, like the ones he had with Hashirama before he got all the Deus Ex Machina power-ups of his fiction inner Pokemon, Red Eyes, Onion Eyes, and all use cells. Come on. Are you not interested in seeing how this saga would have developed if the protagonists were not mentally retarded? Well, not quite. You can never underestimate the chronic stupidity of this group of idiots. Despite having everything in favor, they will complicate everything unnecessarily. Anyway, enough spoilers for today. I am not going to intervene. I will be absent unless something gets out of control, such as the destruction of the world or something like this, Broly said, trying to cheer up his viewers, who wanted excitement and action, and some others more romanticism, food, and he didn't know why, but some wanted 1 or 2 harems. Let me guess. You are going to tell a big lie to excuse your absence, right? Asked Aizen, who was an expert in this strategy. Yep, obviously. In fact, I've been holding this lie for many years. There are few that are credible. It is a shame to spend it now since there is the possibility of having the obligation to help someone in a move of weeding. Anyway, these will be 3 quite relaxing years, Broly said as he pressed the skip scene button from his remote control. Chapter 186. Year 766, May 12th. The day that Trunks had prophesied had finally arrived. Our heroes, after almost 3 years of training, research, plagiarism and development. And also after some filler chapters in which Piccolo and Goku got their driving license. Krillin tried to get a girlfriend, but failed sadly. As usual, Marin in my heart was always real, despite being a silly version of Bulma. Mutant Rashi tried to sleep with Ginger, but she was preventing him in a Tsundra way with the argument that this would only happen when he beat her in a fight. According to her, the defeat of a few years ago doesn't count. Yam finally forgave Vegeta's alternative infidelity, more or less. At least she no longer had psychotic attacks. And last but not least, where Gohan started bringing money at home before his father. All of them flew on an island located 9 kilometers southwest of Metro South. And along the way some of them began to meet their old friends. Krillin-san. Mutant Rashi-san. Ginger-san. Look how big you're getting, Gohan. Krillin and Mutant Rashi said, greeting Gohan, who unlike his father grew at a normal rate. And after that meeting, Goku, Piccolo, and all the others greeted each other according to the usual regulations in shonens. However, Goku was struck by the expression of his friends. What's the matter? After all this time, aren't you excited to see us? We're just about to wage the fight of our lives against horrible monsters. How can you expect us to be cheery? We aren't a Super Saiyan, you know, said Mutant Rashi and Krillin, who were obviously somewhat concerned and knew that in this conflict they could contribute very little. But unlike them, Ginger was quite enthusiastic about it. Yes, you aren't. Hee, Ginger said, trying to hide her smile, as if she were a little boy trying to hide a secret. While talking about what they had done these 3 years, the 6 arrived at the meeting point. And after tracking the nearby keys, they found the rest of the group, who were waiting for them on a nearby mountain from where the city could be seen. There were Ten Shinhan, Yamcha and Bulma. We've been waiting for you. You guys are a little late. Now the only missing ones are Yam, Vegeta and Yamcha said with joy to see his friends after so long, although his last sentence was no longer expressed with such joy. Yes, it took a while. By the way. Where is Broly? Piccolo asked, worrying about the absence of the Deus Ex Machina with tail and third eye. Broly. I guess you will have to ask Bulma, said Ten Shinhan, who had already asked before. And once the eyes of Goku, Gohan, Ginger, Krillin, and Mutant Rashi were on Bulma, they were puzzled to see her after almost 3 years. Hey, why are you staring at me? Ah, I know. You can't believe how pretty I am, right? Bulma said haughtily, showing off her eternal youth and the new hairstyle of this week. Well, it's impossible to say no, but AISH. Ginger, don't pinch my arm. The truth is that it is impressive that you are still so young when you are in your 30s. But we imagined that by now you would have a little Trunks in your arms right now. Or at least an equivalent son or daughter of Broly. Some of the newcomers answered to Bulma. Let's see if you know who each line belongs to. Why did everyone think that would be what would happen? Very simply, they believed that Broly in his ultra-competitive and jealous eagerness would want to impregnate Bulma as soon as possible to completely avoid the already unlikely birth of Trunks. And with it mark his territory again. But, why hadn't it been like that? You're crazy. We know that on this day there would be a new apocalypse. This is not the time to take care of a child when I have to take care of you, said Bulma, who during these years reconsidered and realized that this wasn't the best time for that she could wait for the prophesied day to pass. Something that discouraged Broly a lot, as he wanted to do exactly what the Z warriors had thought he would want to do. Okay, makes sense. But what about Broly? Why isn't he here with you? Piccolo asked again. Unlike the others, he worried about what was important before an android invasion. Having a good team. Broly. I think you better see and hear for yourselves where he is, said Bulma while projecting a hologram of Broly from her latest generation watch created by Capsule Corp on sale soon. Hello friends, my dear Bulma, Yamcha and Vegeta. If you are seeing this hologram, it is because I had to leave due to a great setback and I still haven't been able to return. One of my contacts has warned me that in Universe 9 a special and extremely rare life form called yourself has been doing some pretty bad and disturbing things. A life form capable of perfectly imitating a person he has ever seen, his appearance, his memories and his powers, although they can only do it once in their life. And it turns out that yourself copied me one day when I went to Universe 9 to buy tobacco. Even though I don't smoke, don't ask why I did it. In short, there is someone just like me and with my same powers out there, but surely not as good or responsible as me. So I have to go to stop him before all the universes are in danger. Or what is worse, my reputation as an exemplary citizen. I'm sorry I can't help you with the androids, but I have to face myself. And I can't underestimate myself. Good luck, said the hologram Broly as he said goodbye to those who were watching him. And in this way the broadcast was cut off, and obviously this message didn't leave anyone indifferent. Another guy like Broly? This is terrible. Krillin said, who changed his fear priority. The android apocalypse no longer seems so worrisome. This is serious. Goku, Mutant Rashi and Ginger asked with almost as much fear as Krillin. This is a joke. Right, Bulma? Gohan and Piccolo asked, who after so many years of living with Broly felt that this was perhaps a fairly well-posed excuse to sneak away. I can't tell you if it's true or not. Or if I prefer it to be true or not. But it seems that this time we will have to solve this problem without him, said Bulma somewhat annoyed as she turned off the hologram. After that episode that created more questions than answers, the group tried to kill time before the androids arrived, explaining what they had been doing these years and other conversations without much relevance or importance. Hey Mutant Rashi-sama, how are things going with Ginger? Some progress? Hee, you know what I mean, Yamcha asked with a perverted face as he elbowed his half-teacher in a suggestive manner. I'm afraid it's not quite right. She don't let me, you know what I mean, Mutant Rashi said very discouraged as he watched Ginger, who stood next to Piccolo and tend to look at the city in search of those supposed androids. And on the other hand. Dad, take the medicine, Gohan said handing him one of the pills that Trunks brought from the future for his future heart disease. Hey. Why? If I'm fine, Goku protested, since he had a pathological fear of injections and medicine in general. Papa, we know very well that you will suffer a heart attack around this time since you couldn't fight the androids. So before you have a heart attack, you better start taking your medication. That's why I've been telling you to take one a day this whole week, Gohan said once more, almost putting the pill in his father's mouth, who seemed to refuse to take the medicine as if he were a small child or a pet. But it tastes awful. And it's hard to swallow. Goku said as he tried to get his face away from the pill. Dad. It's your health. Take it at once. Don't protest. Shouted Gohan, who transformed into True Saiyan and immobilized his father to force him to take the pill while the rest of the cast laughed at that comical situation. Until a flying vehicle approached their position. It was Yajirobe, who had come to deliver a few senzu beans here. I'm dropping off these senzu, Karen-sama sent Yas. My hero. You can always count on Karen-sama. Despite everything Broly says, Goku said happily, taking the big sack that Yajirobe was handing him. Well, best of luck to Yas. I ain't like the rest of you idiots, I don't want to die, Yajirobe said in a cowardly but intelligent way, distancing himself from danger while others fought for him. And as Yajirobe fled with his tail between his legs, our brave and foolish warriors began to grow impatient, since the hour that Trunks announced had come and there was no trace of any modified human. You don't suppose what he told us isn't true, do you? I mean, we're not sensing any strong ki. If they're really that strong, we should be able to sense them anywhere on Earth, Yamcha said. That as always, he was a jinx. Boom. What happened? Everyone screamed at the same time they heard an explosion near there. And what exploded was Yajirobe's spacecraft in flight, which crashed into the sea. Look! There's someone there. They attacked him. Piccolo said, pointing to some mysterious humanoid silhouettes, which were close enough to see where they were and how many there were, but also far enough not to recognize the physical characteristics of those assailants. Assailants who with great speed descended towards the city. And seeing what had happened puzzled our Z warriors for several reasons. And one of them was, how can it be? I didn't sense any ki at all. Goku said, puzzled by not feeling the ki of his enemies. It was as if they didn't exist, and this was something very bad for them, since both to track and to fight they used their ki detection. But what worried the whole group the most was, that isn't the most important. Did you see it right? There were 7 people. I couldn't see their appearance, but they were definitely 7 and not 2, as Trunks had said. Gohan said, very concerned about this change in history. If only 2 androids had been able to destroy Trunks' future, what could the presence of 5 more androids mean? 7 androids stronger than Trunks, who had a power similar to Goku and had no ki. Everything had become very complicated and confusing. They had too many questions and the answers would surely not be pleasant. And what was worse, they had no one to ask. Or so they believed. Yes, Dr. Gero's androids have no ki. They use another type of energy to replace it, and the reason why there are 7 and not 2 is because this timeline has been quite modified by the presence of Broly and Trunks. And obviously these changes have caused certain alterations in future events, such as the increase in androids. But this, I warned you that ending the problem before it started was the best solution. But you never listened to me, said Bulma, quickly answering their questions and reminding her friends that her warning from years ago. Warning that she remembered at every annual barbecue that Broly organized. Obviously that Bulma knew all that intrigued our Z warriors, who were more or less satisfied with the answers. Bulma, how do you know all this? Unlike certain idiots who only think about enjoying fights, I have taken the future of the planet seriously. That is why I have done my homework and I have investigated our enemies, said Bulma, answering their questions as she took a capsule out of her pocket and threw it on the ground. Palm. From that capsule a huge container appeared, to which Bulma approached and pressed a button that protruded on the surface. Inside were several trackers similar to the ones that Frieza and his lackeys used. Bulma, what is all this? Goku asked, who couldn't intuit the usefulness of these trackers. It is not obvious. They are trackers that I have prepared exclusively to detect androids. These devices don't detect the ki, but they do detect the different types of energy that the different types of androids that Gero has created. If you don't know how they work and you don't want to waste time consulting the manual, ask Ginger, she can teach you how to use them as you search them, said Bulma, handing Ginger a tracker bag. What happened? Why do you look at me like that? Everyone was staring at her with their mouths wide open, in awe for witnessing this astonishing level of preparation and knowledge about their enemy. Preparation and knowledge of the enemy that raised countless questions and concerns. So many that they didn't know how to react. Do you want my trackers or not? Said Bulma, insisting again as she delivered the briefcase, this time forcibly placing it in Ginger and Gohan's hands. Yes, it would be better to have that thing than to look for them blindly. Although I am not going to use one of those gadgets similar to the ones Frieza, Vegeta, and the others used. Let's go quickly to the city before something bad happens, Piccolo said, accepting Bulma's gift on behalf of all the Z warriors. Piccolo's message had been very clear, even to the most idiotic. They had no time to ask questions or decline this help, they must leave as soon as possible and find those androids in the shortest possible time. If you don't mind, I'll go look for Yajirobe, Gohan said, who separated one of his power, creating in this way a clone that would go looking for his fat, rude and cowardly more or less friend. Okay. Bulma, keep the senzu bean for us, Goku said, passing the responsibility of saving their second lives to someone who wouldn't participate in the conflict, as happened in the original show. Why the hell are you giving them to me? The ones who are going to fight are you. In the event that you are seriously injured or need to recover energy, the most logical thing is that you have them well distributed, Bulma said, handing the bag back to Goku in an attempt to make others use the common sense. You're right. Yamcha, do you keep them? Goku asked, throwing the bag at Yamcha, who accepted that responsibility. Also, you don't need to give me senzu beans. Last year I went to Karen's tower to get hundreds of them to do some experiments. I had brought a few in case you had forgotten, Bulma said, to show who's the brain of the team again. Wow, you've thought of everything, said Goku, amazed by the foresight of his first friend and traveling companion. Guys, stop wasting time. Those 7 androids are inside the city, said Ginger, who had time to put on the tracker, show Gohan and Krillin how to use it and locate the androids. Okay. Let's go for them, Goku said, announcing the start of that expedition. And in this way our warriors descended towards the city in searching that known but at the same time unknown enemy. Desire Realm. In the Broly planet, in the Broly city, in the Broly mansion. All of Broly's henchmen observed in real time the events carried out by the true protagonists of the original story. 7 androids. What the hell happened? There were only supposed to be 2 those who watched the Android Saga weeks before in Crunchyroll. Meroman doesn't make money from this publicity, but I am open to negotiations, exclaimed. Yes, 7. Don't you know the concept of the butterfly effect? Broly asked his reviewers rhetorically. Yes, but this change is too big, Kamagawa, a strong defender of the official contents of the Shonen Jump, protested. Don't be picky. Didn't Trunks Cella's arrival on this timeline change things? In the future of Trunks C-20 and C-19 never appeared, they were C-17 and C-18, and C-16 wasn't there too. Butterfly effect. Although well, technically that wasn't a butterfly effect. Akira Toriyama wanted the android C-20 and C-19 to be the evil androids of the future of Trunks, but his editor didn't agree that an old man and a fat man were the bad guys of the saga. That's why later they created C-17 and C-18, a boy and a pretty girl. But then the editor didn't like that either and they invented Cell, the typical evil monster of each saga. The fact is that my presence has changed many things. I warned you not to get bored, said Broly, explaining a little of the hidden history of Dragon Ball and also about the current, present and future. You mean you already know what will happen? Yawatch asked, who despite being able to see the future couldn't see that far into the future like Katakuri. Obviously, but I'm not going to do spoilers. Just enjoy the movie, said Broly as he materialized his classic movie pack. Chapter 187. In the center of a very normal city on a very normal day. A group of 8 quite abnormal people descended flying in a very abnormal way towards a group of 7 people who weren't very normal either. A group of 7 people made up of an emaciated old man with a rather ridiculous hat, Jero C-20. An extremely pale fat man, C-19, who mysteriously looks like Kim Jong-un with a very ridiculous hat. A tall, slim man with sunglasses, dressed in a rather elegant suit but with a strange and very ridiculous afro hairstyle, android C-21. Yes, the C-21 of the video game don't exist here, the movie of the C-13 either. A short, middle-aged woman, not very pretty, dressed like an office worker and wearing a rather ridiculous metal beret, C-22. A huge, muscular man with a mentally unbalanced face, dressed as a Mad Max character and wearing a World War II helmet, C-23. A rather short, thin boy with an idiot face, dressed like a sports suit and wearing a ridiculous metallic baseball cap, C-24. A fairly attractive young woman, with good proportions, dressed in a long white coat that covered her entire body and with a ridiculous white Soviet hat on her head, C-25. There, said Ginger, who pointed with her finger at the 7 presumed guilty people of being modified humans, and she didn't seem to be wrong, since it was the most picturesque group that was nearby and they were 7. And in the same way these presumed modified humans also pointed to the presumed Z-warriors. So they are the abnormally high energy level humans that were poaching, said C-22 in a robotic way. My data agrees with the appearance and power of these subjects. They are Son Goku and his companion, said C-19 while his eyes flickered, something that indicated that he was using his internal computer to search for information. Are you the artificial humans? About time you showed your faces, said Piccolo, who has always talked excessively in front of the new enemies. And obviously that free information created some concern among the androids. Strange. How did you know we were artificial humans? What's more, you seem to know we would be appearing here on this island. Why don't you tell me how you knew? Said Dr. Jero, asking very coherent questions given the circumstances. Follow us and you will know, said Gohan, who intelligently indicated to all his companions that they should get away from there as soon as possible without negotiating with them a change of location to avoid collateral damage. Some of them were killer androids that had wiped out millions of life in Trunks' future. It wasn't wise to ask them for something like that, since it was very likely that they would do the opposite. So, without further ado, neither Goku, Piccolo, Ginger and the other filler Z warriors followed Gohan, who was flying away from the island. What do we do, C-20? Do we follow them or do we collect energy from these inferior humans? C-25 asked Dr. Jero, who didn't know what to prioritize. The initial strategy of getting stronger by devouring thousands of weak humans or going after Goku and the others. I think it would be better to follow them. Killing Goku is our main objective, the reason why we were created, said C-21, which was very loyal to his programming. I don't like the idea. Wouldn't going after them be equivalent to doing what they want? C-22 said, showing some reluctance to chase them. Come on C-22, absorbing their energy will be more efficient than that of all the humans on this island, said C-24, being quite consistent in his approach. Besides, they can't beat us, said C-19, with great confidence in his abilities and those of his mechanical brothers. Very well. We will follow them. We let them choose the place where they die. When we arrive, use the combat pattern H-14, Dr. Gero said, as it was programmed into the brains of those energy-absorbing androids, they should always obey his orders. So they activated their anti-gravity devices and followed Goku and the others, who hadn't strayed too far from the island to make sure that the 7 robots were following them. It seems that they follow us without major problem. Good job Gohan, Piccolo said, very glad that Gohan's improvised plan achieved the expected result. It was nothing, Gohan replied humbly as he tried not to blush. By the way Gohan, how about Yajirobe? Did you put him safe? Krillin asked, worrying about those weaker than him. Obviously Gohan replied quickly, yes, I already left him where Bulma was. Now my one clone is in hiding, watching those 7 to see what they plan to do. They seem to have some way of locating our energy just like Frisia's trackers and have started to fly to follow us. Answer that more or less reassured everyone. The 7 assassin monsters were leaving the city without causing any ruckus. Great. However, that tranquility disappeared in an instant when he saw Gohan's face, who suddenly yelled, "OHNO. Boom! Ha ha ha. Do you want us to go somewhere else? I think now there is no problem fighting here now," C-23 said, laughing like a psychopath. Damn bastards. Gohan and Goku yelled upon see what had happened. Just when the 7 androids had taken flight, C-23 turned towards the city and launched an energy sphere at it. A sphere of energy that completely destroyed the island on which the city is situated, vaporizing all the people living there. And among them was the one clone of Gohan, who was able to see live how the island disintegrated. Island where 2 of his friends were still. Oh no! Bulma! Yajirobe! Everyone shouted with great anguish and desolation as they considered the possibility that their 2 friends, especially Bulma, had died in that explosion. Anguish that turned into extreme fury, especially for Goku and Gohan, who would have instantly attacked the androids. If it wasn't because... Don't worry, Yajirobe and I are fine, although Yajirobe is a bit upset. What the hell was that? Said Bulma, who was communicating through the trackers she had given them as Yajirobe yelled near her. Bulma? Are you really okay? How did you survive that? Gohan asked, very relieved and puzzled at the same time. That attack had disintegrated his one clone, a clone that was initially stronger than the poorly trained Bulma. What the hell was happening? And Bulma once again answered to reassure her worried and bewildered friends, yes, I'm fine, don't worry about me or Yajirobe, I'll tell you what happened later. And instantly the reassuring message turned into an extremely loud and annoying lecture. But get those monsters away from here. Or from any other inhabited place. And for the record, I warned you. I warned. I told you there would be collateral victims and you didn't want to listen to me. How many thousands of people have died because of your stupid selfishness? If you had followed my plan, none of this would have happened. But of course, you always have to do what you want. And blah blah. Lecture that obviously began to annoy our heroes, who couldn't stand Bulma's piercing screams one more second. Ginger, how do you turn the volume down on this thing? Yamcha asked, who more than anyone was against receiving another lecture from Bulma. And while they wondered how Bulma and Yajirobe had survived, the androids approached them. So Goku and company, suppressing their desire to fight right now to avenge those thousands of deaths, they decided to find another place to fight. Yamcha-san, give me a senzu bean please, Gohan said as they flew to nowhere. Why Gohan? What's happening to you? You are injured? Yamcha asked, who didn't understand why Gohan asked to eat one of those now. Yes and no. The technique of the multiplication of bodies that Broly taught me allows me to divide up to 100, each of those parts with a certain power. In this case, the clone they just destroyed was one of my power. In the event that one of the clones is killed, I will automatically receive the damage and lose the part of power that that clone had received in that percentage. So by being disintegrated I have lost part of my energy and I have also received damage, Gohan said, explaining the inconveniences of this version of the Kage Bunshin. I see, it's not a perfect technique then, Krillin said, who didn't know all the details of this miraculous ability that only Gohan, Bulma and Broly used. In the middle of the exodus, while Gohan recovered from his injuries, Goku and the others intelligently tried to find a completely uninhabited and flat place, without mountains, rocks, trees or anything else that would serve those androids to hide. But Jero wasn't stupid and he realized the intentions of his enemies in not Son Goku. How far were you thinking of going? Right here is fine. I'm making this the spot. You have no claim over us to choose the location. The seven descended vertically towards the island below them and the Z Warriors this time were forced to follow them, contrary to what had happened a few minutes ago. A tableland, but surrounded on all sides by rocks. If it becomes necessary, they figure they can fight us while hiding among the rocks. These guys have thought this out, Piccolo thought as he landed, checking that this location isn't favorable for them. Before we kill you. How is it possible that you know so much about us? I think we have been very careful all these years not to leave any traces or create any suspicions. How did you know that we were modified humans and that we would appear this day in that city? Jero asked, showing that he was in command of those 6 other androids. And seeing that C-20 and the rest believed themselves far superior to them and looked at them arrogantly. Piccolo tried to extract information from them at the same time that he told them how they knew about them with the strategy of his half-teacher Broly, mixing the truth with the lie. We have many magical and unconventional ways to know about you. We have become quite wary of possible threats after the invasion of Vegeta and the others, and then Frieza. Although we didn't expect that, the next threat wouldn't come from space, but from planet Earth itself, Red Ribbon. Although it is curious, we believe that you would only be 2 androids and not 7. Well thought, Piccolo. Everyone thought as they witnessed the incredible psychological move of our favorite babysitter. I see, they aren't going to confess how they knew about us, C-25 said, disappointed to see that she would be unable to satisfy her artificial curiosity. Interesting. You thought that only 2 androids would appear today. This means that your prediction method is unreliable or that you haven't updated it, said Jero, who began to theorize based on what they were explaining. What do you mean? Asked Ginger, who didn't like riddles. Sending only 2 androids was Dr. Jero's initial plan. However, almost some years ago he detected a level of power that his most accurate detectors of that time were unable to calculate. And apparently that same source of energy collaterally also destroyed the miniature grub-like spy robots that kept us informed of the situation, power and weaknesses of Goku and all his friends, said Dr. Jero, that like every evil genius he loved to explain his evil plans. That had to be when Broly defeated Frieza and his father. Or when he found out that Trunks was Bulma's son. Or when someone asked for a salad in his first barbecue. His incredible key may have destroyed those spy robots, thought those with good memory and agile mind. That source of power puzzled Dr. Jero, who determined that Goku wouldn't have large increases in power. So he used those spy robots to watch over Broly, the only person for whom we didn't have precise data and that unfortunately we have never had even today. Broly, who is also the first suspect of destroying the spy robots and of having that high combat pow and that later also destroyed the other spy robots by accident. Every time Jero continued recounting, who loved to hear the sound of his own voice. Although he was unable to hide how much the existence of Broly bothered him. This guy suspects well. And I'm afraid that all the changes in the story are due to Broly, everyone thought at the same time for more than obvious reasons. The fear that Broly had a power far superior to what was believed and the fact that due to that energy explosion another of Dr. Jero's spy robots, who was in charge of another project, was also destroyed. Forced Dr. Jero to allocate all his resources in the creation of androids that would be able to face that unknown threat in Goku. And that's why we are 7, said Dr. Jero, who continued to recite his monologue of genius of evil with certain material difficulties. Yes, there is no doubt, it is all Broly's fault, everyone thought all at once one more time, dispelling any doubt about who should they blame for the changes in the story. Dr. Jero was a bit anxious about the unknown Broly data, but after an estimate of his maximum capabilities and a simulation of different scenarios the computer determined that the probability of our defeat was less than 5. Also, from what I can see today, Broly is not among you. This turns our probability of defeat to 0. Resign yourselves to die, said Dr. Jero, ending his monologue. I see. So did you guys spy on me during the fight on the planet Namek as well? Goku asked seriously, a Goku who was hyperventilating and sweating a lot, as if he had trouble breathing. Most likely they couldn't. If they were there and they had seen how Broly moved an entire planet, the percentage of defeat wouldn't be so low, Piccolo thought, still trembling in fear due to that galactic feat. There was no need. After your fight with Vegeta we had a complete knowledge of your strengths and abilities. Of Kuruz, should you become more powerful still, taking into account your age it was calculated that there could be no more tremendous increases in you power. There was a chance that you could use your son's ape transformation or even the enigmatic Kin, but none of that would put you on our level. Our only concern was still Broly, on which we focused almost all our efforts, Dr. Jero answered, explaining why he committed an unnecessary irresponsibility. The irresponsibility of underestimating his mortal enemy by not collecting all the possible information during his training. Although this time it wasn't 100 his fault, almost all efforts were focused on Broly, who was destroying his budget on spy drones. It looks as though you failed to investigate the most important thing about me. You guys lose. Goku said confidently, despite the fact that a few seconds before he was hyperventilating. K. Yelled Dr. Gero in a rather unnecessary way. It will cost you lives not to have known about the Super Saiyan, Ginger said, who took a step forward, standing next to Goku to also have prominence. Besides underestimating me too. If you determine that I wouldn't improve, it means that your machines don't work correctly or that whoever programmed them was an idiot, Piccolo said, who threw down his training cap and cape. I think the same, Gohan said, distancing himself from the humans to side with the alien team. Super Saiyan. Said at the same time several androids, which didn't know about this alien concept. But at that moment, Goku made the demonstration about the Super Saiyan. Ah! Surprising friends and foes. What an incredible key. Can his power really be this great? Ten Shinhan said, representing all the humans on that island, who will once again feel aggrieved by the difference between them. You certainly have achieved quite an increase in power. However, it is still not enough to overpower us, said Dr. Gero, that didn't want to recognize that he hadn't done a good data collection. You three stay out of this. It would appear I'm the one they want the most, after all, said Goku, who wanted to finish once and for all what he started when he was a child, in addition to taking all the fun for himself. Don't even dream about it, Goku. Come on, there are too many, I want to play with one of them too, Ginger said, showing her typical rowdy nature of a pure-blood Saiyan. Same here, Goku, it's better that we keep them entertained in case they decide to do something weird. You are their top priority after all, who knows what they are capable of in order to kill you, Piccolo said, worrying about his best friend and the father of his adopted son. Dad, I have trained hard for 3 years with you. Everything for this moment. You can't tell me not to do anything, said Gohan, who was glaring at the androids with hatred as he transformed into true Saiyan. I see. This will be a group match, said C-24, who expected to have an individual match against Goku, as if this were a tournament. C-20, despite having verified that our data wasn't entirely correct, determined that we must follow the previously combat pattern. Asked C-21, who seemed to be quite farsighted. For their reaction it will be better not be overconfident. Use the combat pattern Z-69, Dr. Gero ordered after listening the advice of his war machines. The maximum efficiency pattern, all the androids except for C-20 said at the same time. Chapter 188. The war was about to break out. Goku watched his enemies, waiting to see who would be the first to volunteer to play with him. Piccolo was carefully observing the movements of C-20, the one who looked like the leader. Gohan was trying to work out a strategy in his mind, even though he didn't know what he was up against exactly. The humans tried to pretend not to be scared to death and that they have some reason to be here. As for Ginger, she was preparing for war in the most showy way possible. He. You better look at me with wide eyes. Goku is not the only Super Saiyan. Ah! Transforming into a Super Saiyan. Something that greatly surprised Roshi, Krillin, Yamcha and Ten, but not Goku, Gohan, Piccolo. Incredible. This ki is as immense as Goku and Trunks. Now I have more confidence that we can win. Damn, these Saiyans are on another level, the four Earthlings thought at the same time, sharing their thoughts in a very synchronized way, anime magic. Although one of them imagined who had some additional thoughts. Wow. My brunette Ginger is beautiful. But my blonde Ginger with green eyes is also gorgeous. I don't know which one I prefer, classic brunette or blonde dilemma. He. Ginger, since when can you do it? Mutant Roshi asked after getting rid of his perverted thoughts. I have been training for years with a Super Saiyan, the strange thing would be that at this point I couldn't become one. Also, I wanted it to be a surprise, said Ginger with great pride and satisfaction when she saw the surprised faces of the crowd, who didn't stop looking at her with their mouths wide open. She loves to be the center of attention. I see. Gohan, can you also transform into a Super Saiyan? Krillin asked, who no longer cared if everyone became stronger than him. He wanted everyone to become Super Saiyan and finish them off soon, before more unexpected events could happen. No, for some reason it hasn't been possible. But don't worry, with my Kin, my true Saiyan and Kaioken, I am much stronger than a Super Saiyan. Don't worry, Gohan said, who understood Krillin's concerns and wanted to reassure him. However, it wasn't a very smart move on his part. I see, thanks for that valuable information, said Dr. Gero, who made some gestures with his hand. And at that very moment, boom, a great flash completely blinded our warriors. It was as if from their eyes those androids recreated the solar flare of Ten Shinhan, but thousands of times more powerful. Ah! My eyes! screamed all our blinded heroes at the same time as they rubbed their eyes. Everyone lost their vision. After losing their main sense, some tried to locate their enemies with their key detection until they regained their vision. It was a reflex action that they activated despite knowing that this method wouldn't work against androids that had no key, so they couldn't use this method to orient themselves in the dark. Although luckily or unfortunately that method gave them some very bad information. What the hell is happening with the ki of Goku, Ginger, Piccolo, Gohan and Yamcha? It's decreasing enormously every second. This is not normal. Thought Mutant Rashi, who by not wearing his characteristic sunglasses couldn't avoid that blinding attack. Something strange was happening, and the only one among the protagonists who knew for sure what was happening was Gohan. Gohan, even though he rarely did, this time he used En, creating a circle of aura around him, a circle of aura in which he could feel the shape and movement of everything around him. Thanks that skill he realized that 2 androids had immobilized him and that in some strange way they were absorbing his ki very quickly. And worst of all, he was unable to move properly or use his ki as he would like. And the exact same thing was happening to Goku, Piccolo, Ginger and Yamcha, who were being immobilized and sucked by those leech androids. Damn! They had everything well planned. They have left us completely blind and are leaving us without energy. And surely they are getting stronger with the stolen energy. They have gone for the strongest from the beginning, and for Yamcha also with this objective. Damn! I was too overconfident. Gohan thought as he tried to get rid of that huge android and the small android that were devouring his energy. When analyzing the situation, Gohan took a quick plan of action. The first step was obviously to break free of that immobilization that had drained much of his energy. What happened? Gohan's energy has decreased too much in a very short time. And... Another Gohan? The 2 androids that were immobilizing Gohan thought, who quickly realized that something strange had happened. The Gohan they were parasitizing had lost a great deal of energy, and instead another Gohan had emerged from him with all the energy they considered lost. It was obvious what had happened. Gohan had used the body multiplication technique Broly taught him, separating 99 of his power and remaining energy, sacrificing the other one, which was still being drained by the 2 androids, who took a few tens of seconds to realize the distraction of Ninja. At that moment Gohan activated his Kaioken X20. Adding the multiplier of the true Saiyan and the Kaioken, Gohan had achieved a pseudo-transformation with a multiplier of X200. A multiplier that doubled the power of Super Saiyan 2 that Gohan achieved in this saga in the official version. Adding to that the incredible power of the Kaien, Gohan in theory achieved the power of a Super Saiyan 3. But unfortunately for Gohan, those 2 androids, as if they were African mosquitoes, drained more than half of their energy in a short time. Energy that served to enhance that enormous power. Energy that was in great discrepancy with the maximum power he could achieve. A Super Saiyan had a power multiplier of X50, but at the same time also energy reserves equivalent to that multiplier, but that wasn't the case with Gohan, who only had an energy multiplier of X10 to support a power multiplier of X400. And worst of all, a lot of that energy had been drained. I have to act fast or it will be too late, Gohan thought, who was aware that for both him and his friends the situation was disastrous. Gohan, knowing that he had little time left before he ran out of energy and that he needed to rescue his friends and family quickly before they died drained and the enemies grew stronger. He made a dangerous and difficult decision. Divide his body even more in order to free his companions, who were spread out in different directions. For that he divided his body into 3. One with 25 of his abilities remaining was sent to help Piccolo, who was on his left. Another with 25 of his remaining abilities was sent to help Goku and Ginger, who were on his right. And finally another with 49 of his remaining abilities was sent to help Yamcha and the others before they were killed or taken as hostages. Why did he use his 50 of his power to rescue useless humans? Because very close to there were the other 2 androids that were sucking his one clone, because one android already had Yamcha as a hostage and because another one was near the others. Gohan needed to be prepared in the event that he had to face 3 or 4 of those leeches while rescuing and ensuring the safety of useless characters. FAUU. FAUU. The 2 Gohan against all odds managed to locate with great precision the 2 androids that they were immobilizing and draining 2 of their father figures, and he kicked them in the face, throwing them away from there. Him. Piccolo. Help me with Yamcha and the others. Dad. Help me with Ginger. However, they weren't very helpful. When everyone regained their vision due to a flash of light, they realized that everything was black, as if they were in a totally dark room without windows. Piccolo immediately realized what was happening. These bastards, they have created an extremely dense smoke screen. They have known how to use all their advantages and our disadvantages to face us. They are very crafty. My only alternative is to follow Gohan's ki and sharpen my hearing. On the other hand, the Gohan 1 had been completely destroyed almost instantly and the androids had realized what had happened, so they switched targets. Top priority: take Mutant Rashi and Krillin as hostage. None of them can be resurrected by the Dragon Ball again, said one of the androids with a very specific objective. Damn! Shouted the Gohan 49, which was chasing C-25, the android that was draining Yamcha, which upon realizing that Gohan was heading towards him began to fly in circles while using the almost dead Yamcha as a human shield. Therefore, upon hearing his dark intentions, Gohan had no choice but to divide his body 49 in two again, leaving 15 to go after Yamcha and 34 to prevent them from capturing Krillin and Mutant Rashi. Gohan could only pray for Piccolo and his body 25 would arrive as soon as possible to join him. However, C-25 detected that Piccolo and another Gohan were rapidly approaching her, or there are artificial androids, a Gohan that decided to use all his power to increase his speed and reach her. So when Gohan got close enough to her, close enough to hit her on the head despite holding Yamcha. Chaff. C-25 pierced Yamcha's stomach with his hand, and with that same hand she shot at Gohan 15 with an energy beam. Phew. Boom. Energy beam that took him completely by surprise and hurt him badly. Wounded enough to knock him half out of action and for C-25 himself to take him as a hostage. Hostage whom he could continue to parasitize until death. Damn! Shouted Gohan 25 upon see that inside that smoke screen things were going from bad to worse. At the same time he charged against C-25. Ha ha ha. Stupid kid, you're going to fall into the same trap twice, thought C-25, who put the palm of her hand on the back of Gohan 15 to repeat the same strategy as before once Gohan 25 was close to her. What she didn't expect was that the Gohan 15 would separate again by 1 and 14, sacrificing again a one of his body. What? C-25 yelled upon verifying that her plan had failed. Plash. However, that distraction was fatal, and thanks to it Gohan 25 pierced his own body 1 to destroy C-25. Super punch. Boom. They had finally defeated one of those monsters. At that moment Ginger was released from C-22's grip by the other Gohan 25, who went to the rescue the other Gohan 25, who was now fighting C-23 and C-24, who managed to absorb his energy by resorting to very dirty plays. Goku continued to fight C-19 blindly, although the fight wasn't going very well for him, but thanks to the training he had received as a child dogging lightnings he was more or less able to follow his undetectable enemy. Ginger immediately returned to fight against C-22 with the help of her tracker, seeking revenge, and this made C-20 suspect, who didn't understand how Ginger was able to locate C-22 with such precision. Piccolo, who had followed a Gohan, again faced C-21, who had followed him. In addition, Gohan 14 very injured and about to die, combined with Gohan 25 to not waste all the energy of this body, despite the fact that this implies sharing the damage received until now. The Senzu Bean I must take one to regain my 39 power and my injuries. And also save Yamcha, Gohan thought 39, who barely advanced towards Yamcha, who was still alive but was very weak. Gohan needed to take the sack of Senzu Bean that Yamcha was carrying and use them to recover. But... boom! The body of C-25, which was lying next to Yamcha suddenly exploded. Exploded, vaporizing Yamcha, the Senzu Bean he carried with him, and also the badly wounded and without energy Gohan 39. That explosion was so powerful that even the dense smoke screen that covered the entire island was completely dissipated. Did you think we would let you regain energy so easily? Why did you think C-25 prioritized attacking Yamcha? It's because we knew he was carrying the Senzu Bean, said Diargero as he took his hand out of his pocket with a cruel and arrogant smile on his wrinkled face. Wrinkled face that everyone was able to see except Yamcha, thanks to the dissipation of the smoke screen. A dissipation that helped our warriors to orient themselves and thus be able to fight against their mechanical opponents. But also to be distracted. Yamcha! The humans screamed, seeing that their useless friend had perished. Father! Gohan 20 and 35 yelled upon see that his father was losing, something wasn't right with him. It was like he was weaker than usual. For that reason Gohan 25, who went to help his 35, changed his objective and returned to help Goku. For that reason Gohan 25, who went to help his 35, changed his objective and returned to help Goku. However, Gohan! Yelled Piccolo, seeing that Gohan 35 was in serious trouble. Due to the lack of energy, that he couldn't always have the Kaioken activated, the fact that C-23 and C-24 were playing dirty trying to attack Krillin, Mutant Rashi, and Ten Shinhan, and seeing their father lose. Gohan lost focus on his main threat. I have you. Now C-24 C-23 yelled, which grabbed Gohan and absorbed his energy again. Not in dreams, yelled Gohan, who released a large amount of energy in his back, creating an explosion that destroyed the entire trunk of C-23. With this, Gohan had destroyed his second android despite all the adversities he had gone through. However, C-24 in a coordinated way, and despite paying the price of losing a hand. Slash. Cut off Gohan's tail. That caused him to lose his true Saiyan transformation, dividing his power by 10 and also his energy. Gohan. Hold on. Shouted Piccolo that after a hard battle he also managed to destroy C-21, thus leaving 4 androids available. Piccolo without hesitation for a second went to help Gohan 35, who had lost his tail and with it his great combat potential. He was in danger, and before him was another android. An android that killed him. No, Gohan. Piccolo yelled upon seeing what they had done to his disciple. Piccolo quickly turned to the 20 Gohan, the last one left and the one who went to help Goku. However, something happened to him halfway. Suddenly his body was filled with wounds, he seemed seriously fatigued and had even lost his tail, thus ending his transformation. It was as if that Gohan had suddenly received all the damage that the other Gohans had suffered. However, something was clear, Gohan, the strongest of all of them, had lost his ability to fight, and on top of that C-24 was after him. Gohan, I'm coming. Piccolo yelled as he charged towards C-24 to protect Gohan, who had become totally defenseless against a one-armed C-24. On the other hand, Ginger continued to fight C-22, which managed to absorb a lot of his energy at the beginning, leaving Ginge dry due to, among other things, that she wasn't making very good decisions. Death of a fucking leech once. Ginger yelled as she joined her hands to perform a powerful energy attack on C-22, which she had managed to corner. Golden Death. Ginger launched a giant energy sphere at her enemy, who she believed was totally unprotected against her final attack. However, surprising everyone. Glung. Glung. Glun. C-22 devoured that attack with his hands. What? Could they absorb energy like that too? Ginger yelled in surprise and frustration upon realizing that she had missed her best chance of winning. And a lot of energy too. Yes, and now I will devour all the energy you have left. Ha ha ha. Said C-22, which charged towards Ginger and began to drain her one more time. And Goku was even worse than Ginger, Gohan and Piccolo. My heart. Damn. Why right now? Goku thought as he clutched his chest, which ached as if someone were sticking thousands of burning needles into him. And C-19 obviously took advantage of that moment of weakness to beat him up and drain his energy in the same way that C-22 was draining Ginger. Goku. Ginger-chan. The 3 remaining humans shouted and stepped forward to help, unconsciously forgetting that they were a hindrance. You cannot proct 1 centimeter further than this. If you are not idiots, you should enjoy every second of your miserable and insignificant lives. Seconds in which you can see how Goku will perish, before you can follow him to the other world along with Yamcha. Ha 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 ha. Said Dr. Gero, who came between Krillin, Ten Shinhan and Mutant Rashi, who were paralyzed by fear. They were aware that they couldn't do anything against them, moreover, their death could be a distraction for Piccolo and Gohan, who hadn't yet fallen prey to those energy-devouring androids. But at this rate, Sun and Ginger will be, said the useless ones as they looked helplessly as their best friend, former rival, friend, student and supposed couple were about to die. When suddenly, Pimim. I'll be the one to kill Kakarot. You flea market mannequins have no place in this, Vegeta said after making a last-minute triumphant and unexpected entrance, kicking C-19's face and saving Goku from certain death. Take your metallic hands off my sister. Ginger, no matter how many years pass and how strong you become, I always have to save your ass, Ginger said after making a last-minute triumphant and unexpected entrance, kicking C-22's face and saving Ginger from certain death. Vegeta and Yam. Shouted Dr. Gero upon see that new enemies appeared. Desire Realm. In the Broly planet, in the Broly city, in the Broly mansion. Broly and his acolytes continue to watch the live broadcast of Dragon Ball Z. Why is Yamcha always the first to die? Asked Obito, who was beginning to feel some pity for him. Pure coincidence, Broly replied as he moved his eyes from one side to the other in a very suspicious way. Wow. If they hadn't been so arrogant, things would have been very different, said Ichiryu, who analyzed the fight with a bit of interest. As always, they are confident idiots who think that others are going to play by their rules. Although it must be recognized that these androids have been quite efficient. They have come up with a good plan to defeat them, regardless of the opponent's battle power. That Gero really got ready to deal with you, Broly. I would have liked to have such practical slaves to kill the Joestar family, said Dio, praising another villain with loyal and not so loyal subordinates. You had them, Dio, but you made the classic mistake of sending them one by one to kill a team of protagonists. If you had sent almost all of them at the same time with a good plan instead of fucking with Pucci and prostitutes to have at least 4 sons, you would have won, Broly answered with an incontestable logic. Anyway, thanks to my student they have survived for now. I have taught him well. Too bad he didn't react in time. If they hadn't stolen his energy at the beginning he could have killed them by himself without the need to divide. Although surely he would have had to divide equally to defend those hindrances. If it weren't for them they would have already won. It seems that due to my changes the killer androids are unscrupulous and use whatever means necessary to achieve the best results. Anyway, Vegeta and Yam will take center stage now that the others are in poor condition. Chapter 189. What? Vegeta and Yam? Shouted Dr. Gero upon see that new enemies appeared. Vegeta! Shouted Piccolo with hatred and disdain upon see the face of his hated almost ex-enemy. Nay-san! Ginger shouted with joy and somewhat embarrassed upon see her sister appear in that much-needed but at the same time embarrassing situation. I saw everything. You let yourself be captured as real idiots. And you even realizing there was something wrong with yourself, you went ahead and turned Super Saiyan. Stupid. Doing something like that only assures the disease will progress that much faster. My second life's goal, no matter how long it takes, is in you, Kakaroto. Vegeta said, kicking Goku quite gently for Vegeta's standard. Father. Goku. Hey Goku, hang on now. Gohan and the Earthlings shouted upon see Goku's almost comatose state. Ginger, you are still fighting without using your head. The transformation into Super Saiyan gives you great power and energy, but if you don't dose it well and let it be stolen it is useless. Rest, I take care of the rest. Watch and learn, said Ginger as she faced the C-22, which was looking at her as if she were a delicious dish. The usual Sergeant Yam. Damn. I wanted to brag about being a Super Saiyan and I made a fool of myself instead, Ginger thought as she grouped herself with the others, who were still deciding who would take Goku to the hospital or home. I will carry him with one of my remaining power. My mother will be more reassured if I'm the one that carries him. Dad, I told you to take your medicine, Gohan said, who split up again that day and carried Goku home. Meanwhile in the distant C-24, devoid of a hand spoke with his creator C-20. What do we do? Are we going after Goku? We are only 4 and they are stronger than we thought. And Vegeta and Yam aren't tired. It was while C-24 with C-20 that Gohan took flight to take Goku to a safe place that C-19, C-22 and C-24 made the feint to follow them to kill their main target. But they were immediately stopped. C-19, C-22, C-24, let him go. There's something to be said for having the best for last. Let us take care of these other annoying insects first. I admit that there has been a miscalculation on our part in underestimating your abilities, specifically Gohan's and Piccolo. And also that technique called Super Saiyan. Those miscalculations have allowed you to destroy 3 androids, but that doesn't matter, you're finished. Ginger, Gohan and Piccolo have almost no energy, Goku is out of combat and the others are just a nuisance. We have already defeated 3 Saiyans. Collecting the energy of 2 others will not be a problem, Dr. Gero said once again, making excuses for his failures and giving orders to his pets. C-20, if you please, allow me to finish off Vegeta, C-19 said as he bowed to his creator, asking for permission to eat. C-20, if you don't mind I'll take care of Yam. I've already beaten her sister, I think I'm the best one to kill her, said C-22, doing exactly the same as C-19. Very well. In exchange, I will take all remaining others. C-24, you are injured, stay alert but don't fight if it isn't necessary. When we get to the lab you have to be repaired, the more destroyed you are, the more difficult and expensive it will be, replied Gero, giving his dogs permission to eat while taking the easiest task of all. Yes, C-20, the 3 repeated. So Gero stared again as his creations fought. C-19 faced Vegeta just like in the original version, since he wanted to win where Goku had failed. And Yam faced C-22, to defeat the bad girl who had hit her little sister. Your sister has given me a lot of energy. I hope you are as good as her, C-22 said with great arrogance and perversity while making the gesture of grabbing Yam's neck with her hand. Oh yeah. Your trick to steal the energy of others by playing with your hands. It isn't a bad trick if you have never seen it, however, when you know about it it's not so impressive anymore. And me and Vegeta have been watching. Well, hearing from the beginning Yam answered more arrogantly than C-22, implying that she didn't consider C-22 an enemy to be reckoned with. You may have been observing us all this time, but there's one thing you haven't heard yet. Yam, I know everything there is to know about your fighting style, said C-22 with unjustified bravado in view of how untrue and up-to-date the information they had about them was. A comment that Yam found quite funny, although it was a bad joke that after a few seconds it stopped being funny and became offensive. Don't make me laugh. The only thing you have shown is that you are parasites who only know how to win with circus tricks and dirty stratagems. Plus, you don't know anything. And obviously moments after saying that, Yam and Vegeta, who also had his boastful speech with C-19, both became Super Saiyans. They too yelled C-20 upon C that once again he was wrong in his predictions, but still remained calm. Never mind. C-19 has absorbed a lot of energy from Goku and C-22 from Ginger, they have to be stronger than those two. And that obviously amazed the impressionable Z-warriors, who used to overreact to everything until the Majin Buu saga. Vegeta-san and Yam-san also turned into a Super Saiyan. Damn! Why am I the only one who can't do it? How can that be? How could they be a Super Saiyan? I thought if you didn't have a calm, still heart you couldn't become a Super Saiyan, Krillin said, taking into account the official theory. Exactly. I can believe that Ginger and Yam could accomplish it, but Vegeta? That's impossible, said Ten Shinhan, who will never forgive Vegeta for trying to kill them all. My heart was calm and still. Still and pure. However, it was purely evil. The only thing I desired was to grow stronger. I put myself through much fierce training. The time came when I realized I was at my limit. And then, from the anger I felt toward myself, the Super Saiyan within me suddenly awoke. Vegeta said in a cool, imposing and epic way as he had many flashbacks of hard training in which he almost lost his life in an unnecessary way. In my case, one day I was transformed by the anger I felt knowing that Vegeta had been unfaithful to me in a different timeline, Yam said without much elaboration. That's enough of your rambling. C-19, C-22, kill them, shouted Dr. Gero, being a hypocrite, since he had been the one who had bragged the most so far. And following the orders of their creator, the two androids attacked. C-19 advanced towards Vegeta with the same tactic in the original version. As for C-22, solar flare. Ah, my eyes, Yam screamed in pain as she covered her eyes. C-22 started the same as before, trying to blind her enemy, advance towards her, immobilize her and absorb her energy until she runs dry. Oh no! Ginger, Gohan and Rashi screamed upon C that Yam was in danger just like them seconds ago. Pero. Pimim. What? Shouted Dr. Gero and C-24 with some terror, which were dividing their attention between Vegeta and Yam's fight like everyone else. They and the Z-warriors were stunned to see what had happened. Yam, who seemed to be blind, suddenly recovered and punched C-22 brutally in the face, a punch so brutal that destroyed almost the entire northeast part of her head, from which a red liquid was coming out. Yes, I don't understand why the androids bleed. A blow that would have been fatal if his enemy had been biological, she would have died instantly. How is it possible? I should have blinded you for a few seconds and you can't feel my ki. How? Have you pretended that you were blind? Yelled C-22, very hurt and terrified due to the disadvantage she was in right now. As I already told you. I already know your tricks, I will not fall for them. And now. Come here, piece of junk. Yam yelled in an extremely belligerent and sadistic way, as if she had become the cruel and ruthless Saiyan that she was before. Grh. Damn. I have almost all the energy of your sister and mine. And I'm going to kill you with it. C-22 yelled as she launched a huge energy attack at Yam with both hands. Energy attack that Yam evaded at high speed. But C-22 knew that could happen, so she ruthlessly advanced to grab her and absorb her energy. However, Yam expected her to try something like that. Pam. PLAF. Pam. PLAF. Komem. And Yam intelligently moved, positioned and attacked precisely in the android's blind zone created by the decisive blow she had previously struck. My sister's energy? You haven't absorbed enough. My sister uses energy very quickly, it is one of her few shortcomings as a fighter. She's very impatient, so surely you won't be absorbed even at 30, Yam said as she pointed her hand at C-22's head from her blind side. And from Yam's hand a sphere of energy began to form, and that sphere of energy quickly changed shape. Until it became an energetic drill that rotated at an alarming speed. Mortal drill. That's it, the Z-warriors shouted with joy when they saw that this attack could destroy another android. Only 3 left. However, reality wasn't so convenient for our heroes, as C-22 ducked in time to avoid this attack that was trying to pierce her head. What? Yam yelled, seeing that her ultimate attack failed. The worst thing is that Yam didn't seem to have a second plan and had been left defenseless against a counterattack. I've got you. I won't let you go until I've absorbed all of your energy. C-22 yelled, which quickly pounced on Yam, immobilized her and began to suck her energy. Oh no, damn. My energy. Yam yelled, trying to break free from C-22's absorbing grip without success as her energy was drained. Oh no. She caught her. That fucking bitch is going to eat up all her energy and become more powerful. NSFW. Yelled the team of good guys who more or less cared for Yam, while C-20 and C-24 observed the situation with great joy, optimism and satisfaction to know that another enemy had become their food. All your energy is mine. You are death. C-22 yelled, which kept immobilizing and draining Yam. His victory was near. He was getting more energy and soon he would be much stronger and help C-19 to finish off Vegeta, who wasn't making it easy for C-19. Or so she believed. Ruum. Crash. Since neither she nor anyone else expected that the energy drill that Yam launched earlier was a remote-controlled energy attack, which soon returned to the same target, the blind part of C-22, which was brutally pierced, completely destroying the android's head. You have your tricks and I have mine. And I take advantage of yours, Yam said while destroying the metal body that had stuck to her at the same moment in which C-22 lost her head. Yam knew that the android, in the event that the energy attack failed, C-22 would try to grab he to absorb its energy. Therefore, when her new attack failed, she let herself be immobilized and pretended that was finished so that C-22 would lower her guard. Then C-22, with her hands occupied and with her attention focused on Yam, would be an easy prey of that attack, which she wouldn't see, and that would destroy her head. And at the same time. Take this. It's Super Vegeta's Big Bang attack. Vegeta killed C-19 in the same spectacular and impressive way he used in the original version. A way of fighting as fierce, cunning and brilliant as Yam's. Something that earned the praise, admiration and even fear of some of our favorite warriors. These two Saiyans. They have an incredible talent to fight. They are very clever, said Piccolo, who quickly analyzed the strategy of both and couldn't help but be amazed. If they could use this intelligence in all fields, thought a large part of the public. However, while the Z warriors were having a good time, for the androids it was the opposite. I have miscalculate. Let's go back to the laboratory. Dr. Gero ordered upon predict that his plan was about to fail. Chapter 190. I have miscalculate. Let's go back to the laboratory. Dr. Gero ordered upon predict that his plan was about to fail. Vegeta and Yam were very strong and hadn't fallen prey of their robotic stratagems. That's why the villains needed to quickly hide and plan their next move with the dodgy data they now had. And this time he didn't stay up to see what happened, there were too many unforeseen variables. Therefore, he and his last remaining lackey footman fled to the rocks, where Gero thought he could avoid being followed by the Z warriors. Oh no! They're running away. Vegeta. Yam. You have to follow them. They will escape. Gohan yelled, giving a pretty coherent message given the situation. Although Vegeta didn't consider it in the same way. Don't give me orders, boy. Now that you don't have your tail, neither your father nor your monstrous teacher, you are nothing. I can crush you with one hand. Try it if you can. Said Piccolo, who didn't hesitate for a single moment to protect his beloved student and almost son from some arrogant psychopath. Silence, everyone. We may not look like it, but those bastards have stolen a lot of our energy. It is not wise to pursue them in this state. Don't you have some of those senzu bean that allow you to regain energy and heal wounds? Yam asked, who wasn't as uncompromising as Vegeta. I'm afraid not. Yamcha wore them all and, well, he was charred in an energy explosion, Krillin said, who regretted not having taken some of them as well in case something like this could have happened. Wait. Bulma had senzu beans. She said it before on the island. Gohan said, who was attentive to the speech that Bulma gave in previous chapters. It's true, now I remember. We have to contact her and ask her to bring them here as soon as possible. Said Mutant Rashi, who happened to be listening at the time. Bulma? Vegeta and Yam yelled at once upon hearing the name of the person moderately responsible for their most direct couple problems. And Gohan, ignoring Vegeta and Yam's reaction and seeing that Ginger's tracker was destroyed during the battle, asked to borrow one from Krillin, who hadn't used it until now. I will try to contact her with the device she gave us, which we silenced because she was scolding us. You will not believe it, but this device allows us to. This was a call that could be very important and therefore everyone should listen. FAUU. FAUU. However, Yam hates Bulma for alternate infidelity, and Vegeta fear of interacting with Bulma in some way and being killed by Broly or Yam, didn't intend to hear explanations of anything mentioned that could have some relation with Bulma. We don't care about what that bit. We will chase them and kill ourselves, Yam said, as they flew in the same direction that Gero and C-24 had fled. They plan to follow without energy some guys who absorb energy and are untraceable in such difficult terrain. It doesn't seem like a good idea, Piccolo said after doing a little analysis of the situation and being surprised at how stupid they are for always exposing themselves too much to danger. NSFW. Vegeta. Listen to them. It is important. Yelled Ginger, who was trying to make those two stubborn, proud and spiteful Saiyans reason a little bit. However, before Ginger took flight to catch her usual genocide squad, Mutant Rashi grabbed her hand to prevent her from joining the actual suicide squad. What the hell are you doing? Ginger shouted, very annoyed at having been momentarily held against her will, surely to protect her from herself in a paternalistic way. As if he were treating her like an irresponsible child who only knew how to get into problems from which she didn't know how to resolve. Ginger, take my tracker and go with your sister and her unbearable boyfriend. If they confront them blindly on their turf they may get into trouble, Mutant Rashi said, giving to Ginger the tracker that he put in his pocket in previous chapters. Despite looking young, deep down he was an old man who didn't know very well how the new technologies of alien origin worked, and that is why one decided to use it. Okay. Don't follow me, you just would get in the way, Ginger replied as she picked up the tracker, feeling quite ashamed for misinterpreting Rashi's intentions. However, like all proud and powerful Tsundere, she wasn't able to express an apology in public. Therefore, he masked those feelings with more bad mood. Something that hurt Rashi a bit, who believed that they already had a lot of trust in each other. Enough trust to avoid situations like these. And meanwhile, not far away another choleric woman was traumatizing another man, or more than one. How dare you silence me in the device that I have lent you? Next time I will make one that I can forcibly activate. I won't care about your privacy. Bulma yelled from Krillin's communicator, emitting a sound so loud and unpleasant that even the powerful ears of the Z warriors couldn't bear. This Bulma-san Sama. Yamcha is dead, and with him all the Senzubin. Could you bring us a few? We have faced some androids that absorbed our energy and we are quite injured. Pretty please. Krillin said, almost kneeling before the tracker, imploring Bulma to save them. However, those shows of respect didn't make the beast calm down. She continued to attack verbally with more force than before. I already know that Yamcha is dead, I can't feel his Ki. And I know you have faced energy-absorbing androids. And that's your fault. If you had done what I said from the beginning this wouldn't have happened. Ag. You are all. But before Bulma kept reminding them that she was right over and over again, Gohan tried to bring order. Sorry Bulma. We know that you are right and that we have been idiots. We will let you lecture us all you want later, but we are really in a very complicated situation. We need the Senzubin as soon as possible. Okay, I understand. Right now I just left Yajirobe at Karen's tower, I'll be there in a few moments. You can move as much as you want in case you have something to do. I have installed some locators in the trackers, I will know your location all time. And don't turn off the broadcast this time, Bulma replied while flying. You could even hear the voice of Karen and Yajirobe, who seemed very surprised. Also, if you have reconsidered, do you want to hear more important information? I was against before, but I guess at this point it is better to stop some nonsense and know what we are up against, Piccolo answered, who realized that everyone was begging him with their eyes to accept Bulma's proposal. Did you kill C-20, the android that looks like an old man? Bulma asked from the spot as she kept flying towards that direction. No, he is one of the two who have escaped, Ten Shinhan replied. Then you must catch it as soon as possible if you want to avoid future problems, said Bulma from the transmitter, who kept flying in that direction. Why do you say that, Bulma? Is he stronger than the others or does he have a special ability? Well, he looked like the leader, but he never fought against us, said Krillin, who began to worry more about this matter. Of course he is the leader. That android is Dr. Gero himself, the creator of androids. And as you can see he has turned himself into an android, replied Bulma. What? Everyone shouted upon hear that shocking informative bomb. Exact. So don't let him reach his laboratory or he will activate other androids much stronger and more dangerous. Some androids that Gero didn't want to use because they are so strong that they could get out of his control, said Bulma to finish scaring her friends, promising an even greater misfortune. Seriously? This is very dangerous, we have to tell Ginger so that she can tell Vegeta and Yam about it, answered Mutant Rashi, who like everyone was in favor of that idea. Excepto. You better not tell her anything, Piccolo said, who seemed to be moving in the same direction as Vegeta and the androids. Piccolo. Where are you going? Gohan asked upon seeing that someone was going to do something other than stay and wait for Bulma. And that someone was Piccolo, to a double surprise. I'm going to follow them, I don't trust those Scions. They sure do something stupid, it's very typical of them. We have to finish them off before it's too late. And it is better not to tell them anything about what we just heard. Cooking Vegeta, he may not like the idea of destroying them while they are deactivated, Piccolo replied as he started to fly. But you are very exhausted, and Bulma, Mutant Rashi said, who worried about the son of who killed him, his teacher and most of his past companions and friends. Don't worry about me, I recover much faster than you, and Bulma will find us if we carry those things. It's better than staying here doing nothing while everything gets worse, Piccolo replied, who was partially right. Yes, I guess, everyone said as he followed him. Neither wanted to be treated as a coward. Except for Yajirobe, who wasn't even here. A few seconds later. In the rocky area. Yam and Vegeta were chasing the androids, without much success. Damn rats. Yam yelled as she surveyed the rocks around her. Damn it. They're using to this advantage, all right. In this case, I'll just have to drive him out. I'll just blow all of these rocks away. Shouted Vegeta, who got tired of playing cat and mouse with the two androids, who were hiding between the rocks. So Vegeta tried to flatten the entire terrain with a powerful energy attack with the ability to kill people as strong as Krillin or Tenshinhan. Although technically it doesn't take too much energy to do that. Mutant Rashi destroyed the moon with 100 or less combat power points. Did he plan to destroy the entire planet? But in the anime, Vegeta seemed to make a very powerful attack. So powerful that even Gero risked absorbing it to make himself stronger. Ah! Ha 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 ha! Shouted Gero, who after absorbing Vegeta's attack hit again like a sewer rat. Shit, I've lost sight of him. He is faster than I thought. The best thing would be to use multiple energy attacks at the same time to destroy the terrain without having time to absorb them all. But I don't have so much energy to spend, said Yam, who didn't see where Gero escaped and tried to find solutions. However, the ideal solution came to her easily and in a timely manner. Ne-san, the who seems to be the boss, is only 200 meters from you. There. Ginger yelled, which arrived at the right moment with Bulma's tracker. And that pointing worried Gero a lot, who began to shed cold sweat all over his body even though his only organic part was the brain. What? How the hell did she know my position? Yes, there is no doubt, is the tracker. It's that damn tracker. I should have destroyed it before. What do you say, Ginger? And what do you do with that tracker? Wait, don't tell me that, Yam asked, who begun to understand how her sister could know their location. BOMM. But unfortunately that indecision allowed C-20 to attack with a treacherous energy attack, which hit Ginger's face. An energy attack that wasn't fatal, which only caused minor burns and the destruction of her tracker. Bastard! Yam yelled, which flew at full speed towards where C-20 was before he sneaks away again. However, C-20 used the same smoke screen that they had used previously, filling the entire area with black smoke to escape again. Damn! That insect has escaped again. Vegeta yelled upon see what had happened from a distance. Well, without that tracker I still have a chance. I wanted to avoid it as much as I could, but there is no alternative. I will have to go back to the laboratory and activate those two. C-24, try to entertain them as much as you can, I will come with reinforcements, thought and said C-20, who fled with more haste than before. At your command, C-20, replied C-24, which intended to use guerrilla tactics to gain as much time as possible. However, Vegeta. Yam. They are there. Don't let the old man escape for anything in the world. He's Gero. The guy who built the androids. Gohan, Piccolo, and the hindrances arrived on the scene, using their trackers and point out where the escapees were. Damn. How did you know? C-24 charge against them, Gero shouted upon C that everyone was chasing them with great precision. C-24 obeyed his master and flew towards the Z-warriors, who were prepared to tear him to pieces like all his factory brothers. However, they didn't know Gero's sinister plan. It's a pity, C-24, you were one of the ones I liked the most. But it is better that you die in my hands and also killing all of them with you. Wah 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 wah. Gero thought as he reached into his pocket and pulled out some kind of remote control with the names of all his androids on each button. Unfortunately only 2 people realized what this meant, the only 2 people that know something about technology. Guys, beware. He's plotting something. Shouted Trunks, who came from afar at the right moment and could sense that this could be suicide attack. Oh no. Stay away from him. It was evident what he was trying. C-20 wanted him to explode when he was near them. Another new guy just arrived. Who is this one? I have no data of him at all. Well. That terrible miscalculation doesn't matter, if he doesn't die in the explosion C-17 and C-18 will finish him later, Jero thought as he pressed the red C-24 self-destruct button on his remote control. Oh sure. Some of those who realized that this was a suicide attack thought, which caught everyone with little energy to withstand it. Fuck. They realized that was an energy explosion that could end their life if they were exposed. Boom. An explosion so powerful that made Trunks retreat due to the shock wave, which was at a safe distance, a distance in which he saw how his alternate father and the one who was his father figure in his timeline died once more without him being able to do anything. Dad. Gohan. Damn. I have arrived late. The future has changed, but for the worse. They have all died. And Gohan Tio. This is my fault. Trunks shouted in despair upon seeing how that explosion devoured those he had come to save as he looked with tears in his eyes towards the cloud of dust that explosion had raised. Chapter 191. Dad. Gohan. Damn. I have arrived late. The future has changed, but for the worse. They have all died. And Gohan Tio. This is my fault. Trunks shouted in despair upon seeing how that explosion devoured those he had come to save as he looked with tears in his eyes towards the cloud of dust that explosion had raised. A cloud of dust that began to dissipate. And when it was completely gone, all Trunks could see was absolutely nothing. There wasn't the slightest trace of his father, Gohan, and his friends. It was as if they had all been completely disintegrated by the explosion. No, Trunks babbled desperately as he contemplated the final result without any kind of censorship, blurring or dramatic ambiguity. They had all evaporated. There was no trace of them. Trunks still had some kind of hope that once that smokescreen was lifted, the next thing he would see would be everyone alive. Surely saved at the last minute by someone he knew. However, unfortunately it wasn't like that. There was no one here. He was completely alone. Again. What would you do without me? If it weren't for that familiar voice that resounded throughout the rocky wasteland thanks to the echo. What? Trunks said as he raised his gaze from the ground, a gaze still clouded by tears, which made difficult to see what was passing in front of him. And despite wiping tears to see clearly, he still didn't believe what was seeing. MOM. His mother from the alternate past, Bulma, had magically appeared where the explosion had happened. And around her were Gohan, Vegeta, Piccolo, Krillin, Yam, Ginger, Ten Shinhan and Mutant Rashi, fully recovered. They took the Senzu bean while Trunks cried, looking at her completely open-mouthed and with their eyes out of their sockets without being able to pronounce one word correctly due to the shock. The same stunned face that Trunks was making right now. What the hell just happened? Very different from Bulma's face, which was full of pride and satisfaction. Oh. Trunks. You were here. Why are you crying? You are so excited to see your young, beautiful, intelligent, responsible and powerful mother. Bulma said, overly excited and euphoric as she greeted her alternate son from the future and told him to come closer. What the hell just happened? Who were those androids? Where is Sun-san? What the hell just happened? Trunks asked, who approached the group with a special emphasis on the latest events that made him lose and regain hope in record time. This. Father has had a heart attack, but we are medicating him, he will surely improve. The androids, because Broly exists, there have been 7 and not 2 as you said years ago. And as for what just happened. Bulma appeared out of nowhere and put us in an invisible barrier and saved us. Gohan said, trying to answer all of Trunks' questions with a short summary that even he didn't entirely understood. And that summary obviously made Trunks happy, terrified, and completely upset. What? My mother did that? Wait, 7 androids and... Luckily his father from the alternate past was there to support him. Shut up, Trunks. That doesn't matter now. Shameless woman. What the hell was that? Another of Broly's gifts for her favorite girl. But his mother from the alternate past was luckily more understanding and kind. I will ignore that comment on your part, Vegeta. But I agree, I'd better explain it myself, and I'll explain it at my own pace. Due to the existence of Broly, Dr. Gero, whom you know as C-20, since he turned himself into an energy-absorbing android, built many more energy-absorbing androids in order to defeat an enemy with an undefined energy. For that reason and because he knew that he couldn't properly control C-17 and C-18, that if I'm not mistaken they must be the power-modified humans with infinite energy that you met in your future. Right, Trunks? Yes, it's all true, mother, Trunks replied, more impressed and confused than before. Wait. Are there other androids stronger than that junk? With unlimited energy? Asked Ginger, Vegeta and Yam, who loved that news, finally rivals worthy of their Super Saiyan mode. Bulma, I've been wondering for a long time. How the hell do you know all this? Krillon asked, who had been wondering for a few minutes how it was possible that Bulma could be so knowledgeable about their new enemy. And Bulma, ha ha ha. Because when you went to the barbecue 3 years ago, I gathered the Dragon Balls and made a very simple wish. I mean to spy on Dr. Gero and learn about everything he has done in the past and present. With that I was able to obtain all the data of his investigation, know who Dr. Gero was, anticipate various scenarios and to create countermeasures. Thanks to that you have those trackers and I have managed to become so powerful. Incredible, replied Krillin, who hadn't once again been impressed with the scientific capabilities of Bulma and her family. Wow. This is the most intelligent wish I have ever heard, said Mutant Rashi, who was finally beginning to understand that the Dragon Balls had more uses than to bring to life irresponsible Z warriors and collateral victims as a result of their irresponsibility. Become more powerful. Wait. Now I understand. Bulma, have you also transformed into an android just like Dr. Gero using his research? Gohan asked, very surprised, scared, impressed and even a little happy to see that there was another person who could directly help in combat. And obviously this deduction unleashed chaos and confusion among our unschooled warriors. Mother, is that true? How could you do something like that? Trunks said with great fear that his own mother had turned into a monster. One of those cruel sadistic monsters that he had been facing since he was born. She has become into the thing he only wanted to destroy. What? Have you become a cheap junk heap with no reproductive capabilities? I'm glad to hear it, asked Yam, who kept showing in small doses that she hadn't forgotten about a possible future infidelity. No. I have used a similar method to C-17 and C-18, which are still biological humans, but genetically modified with certain chemicals and with a few mechanical additions. But unlike them I don't have any controller chip tied to a bomb in my heart, neither I have a mechanical infinite energy generator and I keep my key. I have improved and adapted those processes based on a postponed investigation of Gero. Thanks to that I have unlimited energy that automatically converts that energy into ki and distributes it throughout the body, so I am still 100 human, but improved. And it is not to show off, but right now in a numerical way I am stronger than a not Broly Super Saiyan without the need to train. Even so, don't ask me to fight, I'm still a delicate woman that must contribute to the world with her head and charm, not her strength. That is why I have created this latest invention that feeds on my infinite energy and allows me to create the barrier that you have seen. A barrier that curves and isolates the space, so that everything within that barrier is invisible, undetectable and unreachable for anyone. As if it didn't exist in that place. Therefore, there is no threat that can affect me. Science is amazing, right? I'm amazing, right? Ho 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 ho. Bulma answered, making a demonstration of how she could raise barriers that made invisible, undetectable and unreachable who was inside them. At the same time that she released her enormous ki obtained by scientific means to demonstrate her great achievements. Great achievements that once again impressed everyone who listened to her, and even Dr. Gero, who detected another unknown ki other than Trunks with his radar, which made him hurry up even as he fled to his laboratory. Place where he planned to reformat his battle simulator with a baseball bat. Impossible. It is true. Your ki is overcool. Ten Shinhan and Mutant Rashi yelled as they witnessed that all their great efforts to become stronger always had been in vain. Bulma had become monstrously stronger than them without the need for training. Fascinating, Gohan said, realizing that his scientific knowledge could also be applied in this area, something that he hadn't considered. Don't fuck with me. The Saiyans shouted upon see that they had a new competition in the new scales of power. This is cheating, Piccolo said, who didn't want competition in this little world of increasing his own power through unconventional methods that have nothing to do with training. What envy I feel, Krillin said, expressing in a simple way what he had been showing throughout this saga. His best friend and his elementary school's son were far, 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 far stronger than him. That was something he had already assimilated with pain and sorrow. But for Bulma to surpass him too. Not even in a nightmare after catching the biggest drunk of his life preceded by a hallucinogenic smoking marathon would he have imagined something like this. Mom. You never cease to amaze me. It doesn't matter where or when you are. In 2.5 years have you managed to do all this? Trunks asked, who was trying to recover from all that surprises and appeared to have normal mental state. After all, his young mother was a person destined to create a time machine. Surely there was nothing impossible for her. Maybe. Yet all of this in 2 years was, too for him. However, Bulma had even more surprises to reveal. No, it hasn't been 2.5 years. Technically it has been 38 years. Surprises that once again upset the common sense of our Z warriors, who felt like they no longer knew the most useful ex-non-combatant in the history of Dragon Ball. What? And those screams of surprise were like heavenly music in Bulma's ears, who had been waiting for years to see all those reactions. Ha ha ha. I knew you would be surprised. You see, after Broly came into my life and helped me acquire 100 bodies in one mind, I have had a lot of time to diversify and deepen my projects. First I focused on improving the gravity compressors, something that was very easy for me, since I come from the family that created the space compressors, the famous capsules that everyone of Earth and soon the whole universe will use. With so much time, resources, and the help of an intelligent, hardworking, responsible and thoughtful boyfriend, I was finally able to dedicate myself to the subject that always fascinated me. And as everyone will suspect with the arrival of Trunks, it's time. So thanks to old experiments of a friend of my sister, a special room that exists in the Kami Palace, the machine that creates matter and my incredible brain, I managed to create after a hard work of 5 years a time compressing room. An installation with all the comforts that compresses the time so that 1 second outside that room equals to several minutes inside. With which I have had plenty of time to improve myself and carry out other projects. And since I don't age thanks to Broly's eternal youth and my biological improvements, I keep this beautiful appearance. And obviously everyone was speechless again after this revelation, despite the fact that they were already a bit immunized due to all that happened today. I don't know whether to surprise me or not, Piccolo said, who was beginning to fear that woman as much as he feared her couple. Awesome. Does that mean training one day there is equivalent to when? Ginger said, quite excited to learn that there was such a practical and impressive technological prodigy at her fingertips. Although that euphoria quickly disappeared due to the furtive glance of her sister, who had not forgiven Bulma for what she hadn't done and will not do in this timeline. Don't join my enemy little sis. At first yes. That was more or less the limit, similar to the one in the Kami Palace room. But after many years inside the compressor I have managed to increase the limit. Right now one day can be compressed into 6 years. I hope I can raise the limit even more, said Bulma, trying to find fault with her creation to seem somewhat modest. Yes, that device you describe is quite useful and interesting, but you have lied about one thing. You haven't achieved any of this by yourself. If it weren't for Broly, nothing you have done in these years would have been possible, Vegeta said, who had a kind of indirect vendetta with Bulma because of everything Yem had put him through these years. In addition, he felt a bit insulted by the difference between the Bulma from Trunks' future and the one from here. Not being together with him has made Bulma's life so much better. Was this an insult directed at him? Was he such a bad husband compared to Broly? And although he was partly right, Bulma, who didn't like him at all, she had prepared a counterattack for his arguments. I wouldn't be so sure. I created a radar that allows me to track Dragon Balls when I was a teenager. With this I just need to look for them, make a wish and repeat the process every year to get what I want. With that I could have wished for an unlimited time room like the one in Kami's palace or the knowledge to create it, which is obviously not outside the limits of its power, something similar to what I have created. Or ask for a matter creator, who is also not outside of Kami's powers, who can use materialization magic. And of course I could also learn a multiplication skill, since Kami can do something similar. You see, although Broly has helped me, as every good boyfriend should do with his girlfriend, I would have achieved all this alone thanks to my unsurpassed intelligence. An explanation that had some small script errors, but that surprised the general public due to its great solidity. I see. And thanks to that I didn't need to make a second wish last year, just the method to spy on Gero. Thanks to that I have saved the Dragon Balls in case we urgently need them for something in this situation. In fact, I don't know why I haven't been doing this all these years. Seriously, I don't know why I've been such an idiot. There are a lot of useful wishes that we could have asked for all these years to live better, to become stronger, richer, smarter. What a waste, said Bulma, ending her speech by doing a bit of self-criticism and criticism in general. For years they had been fooling around in view of all that they could have accomplished. Something that made reflect to all the native Z warriors on Earth that knew the Dragon Balls for decades and had used them for any practical use to improve their lives. The truth is that you are absolutely right. Although surely you have realized that thanks to Broly, right? Asked Krillin in a bastard way, almost knowing what the answer would be. Well, maybe, ha, Bulma replied somewhat blushing. This time she couldn't refute that argument. There was an obvious change in her way of thinking before and after meeting Broly. It was something that couldn't be hidden. I hate to admit it, but he's an impressive guy in many ways. Thanks to him I also realized that I had been wasting time, Piccolo said, referring to his mini Piccolo's absorption routine method. It was evident that he owed Broly a lot, and because that he had some sympathy and affection for him due to that. Although he was still a pain in the ass on many occasions. Yes, I miss Sensei, surely he would have solved all this. In his own way, in an exaggerated way, and involving us in ways that we wouldn't like too much. But he would have solved it, Gohan said, who was trying to enter the form realm with his free premium pass right now to see his sensei, but it was impossible. He has saved us many times, he is a great friend, and he cooks very well, Mutant Rashi said, who would never forget how much Broly had helped him. He restored his youth, gave him a pornographic virtual reality machine, thanks to him he had a kind of girlfriend, and he always invited him to his barbecues. Yes, I didn't think he would say something like that, but I wish he were here, Ten Shinhan said, that despite distrusting strangers, Broly had earned a place in his heart. Especially because he also had 3 eyes, thanks to that he didn't feel so strange when he was there. And obviously Trunks realized that his alternate stepfather from the past was much more loved in his mother's group of friends than his own alternate father from the past. I see, my mother has changed a lot because of that Broly, he may be scary and weird, but there is no doubt that he is someone who everyone trusts and respects. By the way, where is Broly? And obviously his mother replied, you won't believe this. He's. Although his father interrupted him enough wording. Where is Gero's lab? I'm going to scrap them. You are right, you can explain more about your discoveries later, Bulma. We must reach the laboratory before Gero and prevent him from activating those 2 androids of unlimited energy that Bulma has mentioned, Piccolo said, who had radically changed his mind from what he said 3 years ago. He was no longer so excited about fighting the androids. Unfortunately, not everyone reflected on their mistakes. Never. Vegeta said bluntly. What? Almost everyone yelled, especially Trunks when hearing that nonsense. We wouldn't do such a cowardly thing, said Yam, who was almost as stubborn and proud as her partner. I just want to be first in line to put the others away with my own 2 hands. The androids we just took on gave us such a poor fight, after all, Vegeta said, proving once again that the Super Saiyan had gone to his head and believed himself invincible for absurd reasons. Absurdity that Trunks knew how to identify immediately and tried to stop him in the least effective way, trying to reason with him. You must know. You underestimate the androids. As Piccolo-san said, we should destroy them before they are started up. If we're too late to do that, we should avoid battle until Son Goku-san has recovered from his illness. We don't need to wait for Kakarot. Yam said, showing quite hostility towards the bastard son and illegitimate alternative of his partner. Can't you tell? We've become a Super Saiyan too. With both him and I turned Super Saiyans, my elite skills obviously place me several steps above him. Just like Yam. Vegeta said, showing for the umpteenth time that his pride was leading to his downfall once again. Now Bulma, tell us his location. Yam yelled, who wanted to get out of here as soon as possible, finish the job and not see her again. Obviously this attitude on the part of Vegeta and Yam and how they were completely avoiding reality, Bulma didn't like it, and she tried to warn them, in her own way, Vegeta, Yam. Have you not heard that you are no match for those modified humans of unlimited energy like me? Obviously this attitude on the part of Bulma and how she believed she was completely avoiding reality, Yam didn't like it, and tried to warn her, in her own way, I will ignore the insolent statement that a rookie like you claiming to be stronger than a Super Saiyan. A fight is not based only on the level of power, someone inexperienced like you wouldn't last 2 seconds against me. Oh no. This could end badly. Nay-san, remember that Broly can come back, Ginger thought, feeling the urge to stop her jealous and spiteful sister before it was too late. Hey! Trunks shouted to stop that kind of confrontation that could end in a fight between his mother from the alternate past who would no longer have him and his stepmother from the alternate past that hated him. It's okay, Trunks. Do as you like, Bulma said as she tried to ignore that provocation and threw a capsule on the ground. Poem. And from that capsule came something that looked like a huge container in which there were several briefcases. Here are some trackers for you, there you will find the location of his laboratory. However, I warned you. Don't blame me if you die, Bulma said, gently handing sarcasm to Yam a briefcase with some trackers that had come out of her capsule. This brings back old memories, Vegeta said as he put on one of the locators on his head. Yes, but not very pleasant, Ginger said to calm the atmosphere, he knew what she meant. They had finally calmed down, they had already given them what they wanted. They would finally stop yelling and threatening them. Boom! What nobody suspected is what the pair of pure and proud Saiyans would do next. FIU. 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 In a fast and synchronized way, they destroyed the container of the trackers that Bulma had taken and those that the Z warriors were carrying except for Ginger's. Nay-san. Vegeta. What the hell are you doing? Everyone shouted, very outraged and alert in case these 2 guys taking advantage of the fact that Broly was her could reveal against them. This way you will not find the laboratory before us or without our help. Things will be done in our way. Hahaha, Vegeta said as he began flight and looked in the direction of Gero's laboratory. Follow us if you can. Ginger, are you coming with me? Yam said, imitating Vegeta as she grabbed Ginger. Which was forced to obey her sister. Although her intentions were the same, fighting the androids she wasn't entirely comfortable with the method they had employed. BOMM. 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 And in this way the three pure Scions flew at full speed towards their objective. Ginger. Mutant Rashi screamed upon see that one more time her crush had chosen her sister and Vegeta before her. Those bastards, they will never change, said Ten Shinhan, who always hated and will hate Vegeta and Yam. Father, Trunks said with great disappointment upon see that his father was behaving like a real violent idiot. But Trunks wasn't the only one disappointed with his attitude, his alternate mother was too. Seriously. I don't know what my other self could see in that guy. I must have been very desperate. Chapter 192. Vegeta and Yam destroyed the other trackers, almost kidnapped Ginger and disappeared from the crime scene at full speed while everyone looked at them with some contempt. Trunks, are you sure Vegeta, Yam and Ginger won't be able to fight them? Piccolo asked, who wanted to be sure from someone who had faced those two instead of Bulma's scientific assumptions. I can turn into a Super Saiyan as well. However, there isn't any way I could match up against him, not even with Gohan. They have unbelievable strength. I'm going too. He may be a jerk, but I'm not going to let my father die again, Trunks said before taking flight to catch up with his alternate father from the past, his lover, and his lover's sister. Gohan, how are you? Can you give us a hand? Piccolo asked his student, who under normal circumstances but for a limited time and with risks he was by far the one who had the highest combat power among them. I'm afraid I won't be of much help. I have recovered all my energy thanks to the Senzu beam, although only the 99, since the other one that is currently with my father and mother. However, without my tail I don't think it will be of much help. I can't even reach the strength of a Super Saiyan now, Gohan said, apologizing for not being able to be of help in those moments, regretting having lowered his guard so much in the previous combat, in which he lost the best weapon they had. What? It is true. Haven't you regenerated your tail with the Senzu beam? Krillin asked, who was eager for answers, and for immediate solutions. Senzu beam don't regenerate everything, only what is considered a wound. And the loss of the tail doesn't consider it as a wound, rather it is like having lost hair. This is why suddenly your shaved hair doesn't grow when you eat one, although was cut from your body, Bulma replied, revealing some of the results of her research on Senzu beam. Let's talk about what's important again. Bulma, do you have any more trackers? Ten Shinhan asked, that although he would love to hear more about these fascinating details, he hadn't forgotten that they were in the middle of an emergency. Unfortunately I have no more in stock. And those two beasts have destroyed the remote control that was stored in that container to destroy the androids in case you couldn't defeat them. I'll have to go back to the lab and make another one, said Bulma, lamenting that the bad kids in the yard broke her toys. What? Did you have something like that? Everyone shouted all at the same time, once again surprised by Bulma's foresight. Obviously, I need to have some countermeasure in case you fail. Now you will have to hold them for a few minutes until the remote control is ready, Bulma replied. Okay. I'll send another one with Bulma, to let her know what the situation is in real time. Then we will also go with my father, said Gohan, proposing a logic idea so that everyone could have accurate information in real time. Well, we better go after Vegeta and the others. Again Piccolo said, who was in charge of leading the team one more time in Goku's absence. Dr. Gero managed to reach his precious laboratory hidden in a cave without incident much earlier than in the original version, since this time Gero flew at high speed at low altitude instead of running and jumping stupidly through the rocks. Moreover, just like in the original manga, he activated C-17 and C-18 to save his shiny, metallic ass. However, the brilliant doctor was fooled like an idiot by the two twin brothers, and while he naively believed that those two were obeying him, they took away his remote control of biologically modified humans with some robotic parts. Obviously after destroying that remote control the two androids had nothing to fear anymore, so they stopped acting and started doing whatever they wanted, such as declaring that they wanted to reactivate C-16, something that Gero strongly disapproved of. But finally the Z-Warriors reached the door of Gero's laboratory. After unnecessarily rambling about what to do from now on. And since they were unable to open a fucking door despite the fact that they could destroy entire planets with ease. Out of the way, you jackasses. They decided to enter, destroying the door with an energy attack. BOMM. So for the first time our heroes and Vegeta could to see the terrifying sexy androids that Trunks hated and feared so much, but Krillin seemed to like them in a way, and for some strange reason they too. Those are the friends of Son Goku that I told you about. Don't take them lightly. C-17, C-18 take care of them immediately. However, the brothers were more interested in touching what they had been forbidden to touch, for example. Freeing a new android that it seemed very dangerous due to what Gero was saying for reasons that we still don't know, he only wanted to kill Goku and take care of little animals without disturbing anyone. The existence of such a powerful and dangerous new android terrified Trunks excessively, terrified many of them, the prudent ones like Krillin, Rashi, Ten, Gohan and Piccolo, made a few reflect why Ginger, and that excited a certain arrogant idiot upon see that he could demonstrate his Saiyan's superiority against more obstacles. And as for the androids, they had other things in mind, but above all, kill Jero. C-17WIU. I'm the one who made you. A prophesied murder of a fucking scum that apparently caused a great impact on our protagonist. Seriously, Trunks already told you that they killed him, don't be so surprised, but more shocking was that they were about to release C-16. And obviously Trunks didn't want any more unknown androids, so he tried to destroy the lab with everything inside. Boom. However, he achieved nothing with that attack, only losing energy. C-17 and C-18 had managed to activate C-16, the quiet giant that we all love and respect, and they went in the direction of Goku's house, taking stupid detours to make the situation more fun. Let's take out time and enjoy ourselves as we go. There's no reason to hurry. Let's go by car. Before long an automobile should pass by. We'll go in that, proposed C-17, who at this point had as much or more ego than Vegeta, but without looking excessively arrogant. You boys sure do like this pointless stuff, said C-18, which said a quite sexist phrase, but since that phrase only left men in a bad place, no association of people obsessed with gender equality boycott the show. And the Z-Warriors, after stupidly rambling about what they should do and having Vegeta and hit Trunks for insisting over and over again that they should wait for Goku to recover before going after the androids, being Vegeta who was leading that expedition. So after a few seconds, thanks to the tracker of Bulma, although it is not known how he found them in the original show, they don't have key and didn't make anything flashy, he was able to find them easily. I didn't expect to find you dallying around here like this, Vegeta said, landing in Super Saiyan mode in front of his three new enemies. What's this? There's a different kind of air about you than you had earlier. And also our hair has turned blonde. Haven't you noticed that? Said Ginger, who believed that at least that detail would surprise them. You are heading directly to Goku's house from what I feel. True. Yam asked to make sure the assumption were correct. That's right, we are going to kill him. Was it so obvious? Answered C-18. So we were right. You won't be able to make it there. That's because I'm going to put you all away, Vegeta said with an excess of arrogance that went off the scoreboard. And that obviously seemed funny to the two brothers, who didn't feel threatened by Vegeta and his bravado. Is that funny? Laugh all you want while you still can. Saiyans are so overly sure of themselves. Son Goku seems to be the same way. Because of that pride, the more unprepared they are, the sooner they die. C-17 said, that at this moment his level of arrogance was certainly higher than the Saiyan prince of the arrogance. Oh, Ginger said with some concern, since she knew that comment was more or less taboo for her two companions. I really want to destroy that pretty doll face that you have, Yem said with great hostility towards C-17. You spout that ridiculous blather quite well for a puppet. I'll smash you to bits. Which one of you is first? The kid? The woman? The big dunce? Vegeta shouted in great anger at having heard that racist comment directed towards his race, that because they weren't considered an oppressed minority by people who use identity politics for political purposes, no one went out to protest, take out shops and burn the streets. We are three and you two. C-16, I want to see your power. What do you think if each one fights against one of them? Asked C-18, who wanted to see the dangerous and huge C-16 in action. I declined, replied the pacifist C-16. Looks like that one has at least figured out our ability, said Vegeta, who never stopped believing in himself. I think that's not it. This guy is just weird, said Yam, who hadn't stopped looking at C-16 since she learned that he was an unknown android for Trunks. He's a strange one. Says he declines. It's a pity, this way we won't be paired. One of them will have to watch or one of us will have to fight 2v1. C-17 said somewhat disappointed, he wanted to have individual matches in which the best of 3 won. Well, if you want to fight so much I will fight with you, or if you want you can come all three at the same time, said C-18, who was as arrogant as his brother for now. And that made Vegeta even more angry, the most arrogant in the universe. Damn whore. The three of us against you. You're kidding. It is quite the opposite, I am only enough to turn you into scrap. Wait. Yam, do you want to fight her? Vegeta asked, who in a mysterious way and for various reasons offered Yam to fight C-18 first. Why? Because she's a woman. Are you afraid of hurting her? The typical saying of the ladies first. No, you're not that chivalrous. Are you afraid that I will become jealous if you touch her? Don't worry about that, I'm not that possessive, Yam replied to Vegeta, who was beginning to regret suggesting that pairing. Meanwhile, Ginger felt like a chandelier and regretted having followed them. Okay. I haven't said anything. Vegeta said, quite angry and annoyed, especially by the denial of the attacks of jealousy that he had been suffering these years. Will you fight or not? Asked C-18 that it was starting to bother her to waste so much time. Let me warn you now. I won't be pulling any punches just because you're a woman. Then again, you're an android. You aren't a woman, are you? After you I will take care of the kid, said Vegeta, the first advocate of true gender equality in anime. Okay, then I'll wait my turn, if it comes. Although I doubt it a lot. Don't worry girls, I'm not going to intervene unless you do it first. So if you want to fight me officially, you'll have to wait for Vegeta to lose and for C-18 to do it too. Something quite unlikely, said C-27 as he took this fight to the death as a game and competed in arrogance with Vegeta, but in a less irritating way. Oh, how nice. I'm starting to want them to knock each other out, Yam said sarcastically while showing great hostility towards C-17. While, Ginger tried to hate C-16 too, but I couldn't. It puzzled her quite a bit that he was looking at the birds like some kind of idiot. And instantly the blonde fight started. Pam. 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 Pom. 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 With the typical pattern of frenzied Dragon Ball attacks in which both hit each other repetitively to save animation frames. Crash. Until at one point during that monotonous exchange of blows, Vegeta managed to dodge one of C-18's punches, grab her arm and throw her against some rocks, something that shouldn't hurt too much. She can take worse things than nuclear explosions. Collide with some rocks must be something trivial. Crash. Obviously all that noise scared the birds, who fled due to the noise, something that worried C-16, who followed them with his eyes. Really? Does that android like birds? Why would someone design him in that way? Gero robots have random personalities? Ginger wondered, who couldn't take her eyes off C-16 even though Vegeta was fighting. Surprising. He's got a much greater strength tan in the information Dr. Gero provided us. Not too bad, C-17 said, seeing the great advantages of the Super Saiyan without knowing what the Super Saiyan is. There's no way I can tell if you wind up mannequins suffer damage or not. As such, I'll just have to blow you to pieces. Enough so that you'll never smile again, Vegeta said as he aimed at C-18, prepared to launch his Big Bang attack. What none of them expected and didn't care is that at that moment a truck driver would arrive and complain that they were cutting off traffic. Obviously this was a setback that Yem tried to warn Vegeta, wait, you have to. But Vegeta didn't care, he shot C-18, destroying everything in his path, including the truck and the trucker. But who outraged this the most was Ginger, who had taken the strategy of peacefully living with humans more seriously than anyone. Vegeta. Have you gone crazy? You cannot. But Vegeta wasn't the least bit interested in someone lecturing him on things he didn't give a shit. Shut up, Ginger. And after shutting up his sister-in-law, he continued to brag in front of C-18, who had easily dodged that attack. You're veer fast. You haven't been giving me your all, have you? I haven't given it my all either. You'd better give me your best while you can, or you'll regret it later. Well then, I will, C-18 replied, which instantly when saying that. He flew at high speed towards Vegeta and gave him a brutal headbutt on his large forehead, which made him bleed on first contact. Damn bitch. That was something he didn't like too much, so he flew at high speed towards her to punch her in the stomach. However, he didn't reach her. Before that, C-18 had already hit him hard with a kick in the same area that he wanted to hit her. Something that almost made the arrogant prince lose consciousness. And then. Bam! With only one punch he was embedded in the wall, creating a tunnel in the shape of his silhouette. Without a doubt, that show of strength and skill surprised the two sisters. This woman. It is very strong. Vegeta is in trouble, Ginger thought, as she looked at her sister's concerned face. It seems that Trunks wasn't exaggerating, they are quite strong. So the other two are as strong as her. This can be problematic, Yem thought, who for a moment put her renewed Saiyan superiority aside and began to analyze the situation without ideologies involved. It was then that Piccolo, Trunks, Gohan, Krillin, Roshi and Ten also arrived to see how Vegeta was being overcome. Let's go OU of here, Vegeta-san, Yam-san and Ginger-san. If you get killed your pride won't be worth crap, Trunks said upon arrival, insisting over and over on trying to make Vegeta reason correctly. Ginger, please listen to him, Roshi insisted with Trunks, who was beginning to understand that the Saiyans couldn't defeat those models of unlimited energy. If you want to run you're free to do so. We don't have any interest in that, which Fleas said C-18, that she didn't consider them a threat nor did she want to get her hands dirty fighting them. Don't be ridiculous. Why should I find it necessary to run when I'm about to beliterate you? Get this straight, if it come down to fighting alongside Earthlings, or Namekians. Or Kakaroto, or Gohan, for that matter. I'd rather fight by myself and die. Vegeta replied, showing once again that he was delirious due to the self-image he had of himself and that he wanted to have of himself. Delusion that had been increased by the accumulated inferiority complex that he had for years towards Kakarot, Gohan, Piccolo and Broly. Very nice commentary. Hello guys. C-18 and your friend are fighting right now. I hope that like your other friends you respect the one-on-one duel format, otherwise I will be forced to interfere, said C-17, warning the newcomers about the rules that had been set by him. These guys are cowardly pacifists. You don't have to trouble yourself for them to stay out of it, Vegeta said, once again despising those who had helped him so far. C-17, I have a question. Was it you who have destroyed that vehicle? Was someone inside? Asked Gohan, who had found indications on the ground that a vehicle had been destroyed by the combat of C-18 and Vegeta, since he had found certain charred pieces that had been scattered by the explosion. Yes, there was a very noisy guy inside. But it wasn't us. Vegeta did it alone. We haven't even provoked the situation. Your two friends will be able to confirm it, replied C-18, who obviously didn't want to be blamed for something she hadn't done. Wah! The newcomers screamed upon hearing that accusation, especially Trunks, who still had some hope that his father wasn't the monster he was beginning to believe he was. But Yam's face of regret, but especially Ginger's, which was more expressive, confirmed the obvious. Vegeta had killed someone innocent again. And that was something that filled the Z-Warriors with hostility again. Bastard, Gohan said, who could barely resist the urge to join C-18 to beat Vegeta for everything he had said towards them, but above all for what he had done and planned to continue doing. A urge that everyone was repressing for their own good. Shall we keep going? Asked C-18 with indifference and arrogance, to quickly end their combat, end their mission and decide what to do once their programming had run out of objectives. Chapter 193. Once again at the Desire Realm. The vast majority of the villains and antagonists that Broly was collecting from the different shonen worlds were gathered one more time in a room of his mansion, all sitting in a circle looking at each other. To carry out an activity somewhat peculiar. Hello, my name is Aizen, Aizen said as he got up from his chair. Hello Aizen. Almost everyone in the room shouted in unison. In my world I had everything under control. I planned for hundreds of years my great ascension and strengthened myself as much as I could. With this, I reached the top in Ryatsu, in Kido, and in all possible disciplines. I had the most annoying and powerful Shirkai of all with which I could deceive everyone's senses, so powerful I didn't even need to show my Bankai. I assembled an army that rivaled the army I belonged before, which I was able to divide and neutralize thanks to my great plans, minions and skill. I created countermeasures to stop Yamamoto, the most powerful Shinigami besides me, without even having to lift a finger. I even evolved thanks to a forbidden invention to divine limits that no one in my world except for Urahara even theorized. But nevertheless, when I had achieved everything, when my goal was right in front of me, a fucking 15-year-old boy, who until a few months ago did not even know what the Shinigami were, who barely had control over his abilities and transformations and who until a few hours ago could not even win against my subordinates alone. He had a power-up without explanation or logic through training, became stronger than me and defeated me, said Aizen, remembering with apathy and resignation how Ichigo beat him. Thanks Aizen. It is very similar to what Yawatch experienced, something that shows that Tite Kubo always follows the same pattern. Now please give a warm welcome applause to the newest member of our team and the Therapy Association. The fucking protagonist beat me thanks to the power of the script or last-minute power-up. Therapy group we are in now so he can open up to us. Frisia. Hello Frisia. Almost everyone in the room shouted in unison again. This is ridiculous, Frisia protested, who didn't want to be here. Frisia, you don't have to be ashamed, everyone here understands you except me. Aizen and Yawatch, millennial, calculating and almost all powerful beings in their universe were defeated by a 15-year-old boy whose power was 100 were infinite depending on the situation or the new race that he discovered that belonged. Madara and Kagaya, also centuries old, and millennial beings that calculating and almost all-powerful in their universe were defeated by teenagers with gifted and exaggerated powers at the last moment. Acacia, the gourmet god with hundreds of years of experience and ingesting all known foods, with the strongest and most powerful appetite demon Neo, was easily defeated by his almost teenager son, thanks to the fact that he ate the same menu as him, and because without any explanation he had 3 appetite demons in his body and one of them was incompatible with Neo. Ihiko, another millennial being, that even destroyed the goddess Najimi with extreme ease, was defeated by a busty teenager and her group of friends thanks to convenient power-ups created in the same saga that perfectly countered him. Dio, a centennial vampire, was defeated by a teenager who seemed to be 30 years old because in the last chapters it turned out that they shared the same power. And even worse, Kars after reaching the perfect life form was defeated by sheer luck thanks to a volcanic eruption that conveniently took him off the planet. "You can talk to us," said Broly with glasses and folder, disguised as a group therapist. And Frisia, seeing that he did not have many other alternatives with great disapproval, also participated in this act. "Grrjj. My name is Frisia and I was the emperor of my universe. Because I feared the legend of the Super Saiyan, I destroyed their planet with everyone inside. Except for a few, which I kept in my organization for profit. But years later 2 Saiyans." But before he could continue, he was briefly interrupted by Broly ahem. "Not counting the version in which I defeated you, please. But years later a Saiyan I was ignorant of came to Namek, where I intended to become immortal. My underdog wounded him to death and he survived. He fought against me, I gave him a beating. I could have killed him whenever I wanted. However, suddenly he became Super Saiyan and he beat me up. And to make it worse, when I returned to Earth with my father and his army, Vegeta's son, another Saiyan that I was ignorant of became Super Saiyan and defeated me in an even more humiliating way. What now? Are you satisfied with this fucking psycho?" Frisia said and screamed with great frustration at having to relate the 2 of the most humiliating moments that his character had suffered, especially because Broly made them relive again and again with his Tsukiyomi. He didn't want him to just remember the time he defeated him. "Frisia, this is necessary for your self-esteem and for me to laugh from time to time. You have to know that it was not your fault, at least not 100, that you lost, but that you were destined to do it, but now thanks to me you don't have to be defeated in a humiliating and senseless way the next time. In addition, there will be no cake until we finish," said Broly, who was trying to justify this nonsense. "How can you handle this?" Frisia asked, who did not understand Indian as the rest of his companions could be so calm or resigned. "The cake is worth it," Najimi replied, who only came to these sessions for the sweets. "And now give a moderate applause to Jero, the new member of our great family who has just been abducted right now." "Sorry Frisia, you are not the newest anymore," Broly said while snapping his fingers. And then in the only empty chair in the room Jero appeared. "What is this? Where the hell am I?" "Broly!" Jero yelled, not understanding what was happening at all. His last memory was that C-17 killed him. And immediately he was in a room, with people he did not know at all, Broly and a giant cake in the corner. "This is hell." "Hello Jero-chan. Say hello to your boss and your colleagues," Broly said in a friendly but creepy way. And that strange information confused Jero more, who wanted concrete and immediate answers. "You? My boss? What the heck?" Nevertheless, Broly interrupted him before he could ask for more. "Come on Jero, you've always been working for me, you just didn't even know it. I could have kidnapped you at any time to make you do research in my lab for me. But if I had done that, the android saga would not have taken place and I would not have had the opportunity to see what those idiots would do without me. So I waited for you to be killed to resurrect and employ you." "What?" Jero screamed in existential terror upon hearing that his death was part of his plan and that he was somehow trapped in an unknown place, forced to work for Broly. "But I have to say that for now you have little use for me. My plans for you were simple, to advance your human body modification technology to give infinite energy compatible with the other types of energy to all my subordinates. Since I need them to be ready for a certain day. But all that has already been achieved by my beautiful, intelligent, charming, and possibly angry by the time he sees me Bulma. Sorry, you have been surpassed," Broly said, explaining that his position was no longer as important or necessary. "What?" Jero yelled in outrage. Was he telling him that Bulma, a girl under 30 years old, had surpassed him in his specialization? That was impossible. It was outrageous. Even more dignified and impossible than being resurrected and being forced to work for your enemy in an unknown place. "Kars, this is your new intern, take him to the lab and make him produce," Broly said to one of the heads of the RD department. "Wait. What is happening here? I do not understand anything." No, Jero yelled as he was dragged down the hall by Kars. And once they left, Broly continued with his therapy. "Okay, now it's Orochimaru's turn. The genius Sannin, who was defeated by the adolescent he tried to possess, who was later evangelized by him, became his personal assistant and sent his son manufactured in a laboratory to be his daughter's companion, Broly said while showing slides of the fall of Orochimaru as a relevant villain in Naruto. When you say it that way, you make me look like an idiot, Orochimaru replied, quite annoyed with Broly's description. But the most annoying was that everything he said was true. Yes, Kishimoto treated you very badly. Naruto's Orochimaru instilled fear and respect. Shippuden's was pathetic and disappointing. And Boruto's, well, who's hungry? Said Broly, as depressed as Orochimaru while serving the cake. Chapter 194. Shall we keep going? Asked C-18 with indifference and arrogance, to quickly end their combat, end their mission and decide what to do once their programming had run out of objectives. Of course we will. Vegeta replied, wanting to go up his pathetic result. That's my boy. Said C-18 sarcastically. My boy. Bitch. Yam thought as he suppressed his urge to strangle that cute robot and maybe Vegeta too. And instantly the fight started again at high speed thanks to a tackle from C-18, who didn't even take a fighting pose to despise Vegeta even more. Plom. Throwing her against the rocks again. If it didn't work the last time I wouldn't insist with this strategy. Slash. Bram. And then Vegeta launched an energy attack towards the rocks where he threw his sexy enemy seriously. Such an attack can destroy the planet easily, but it does or not depending on the context. However, C-18 didn't appear to be injured, only her clothes had been destroyed and she had gotten a bit dirty from the dust, but her clothes didn't rip erotically like in HIATUS. This is an anime from the 80s to 90s. You're getting me irritated, pretending like nothing has happened, Vegeta said, still believing that he had a 100 chance of winning. You surprise me. Even being an alien I didn't think man cows push me this far. Is the man Son Goku even stronger? What about Broly? C-18 said as she took off her tattered clothing that prevented her from moving properly non-erotically like in Kenichi. This is an anime from the 80s to 90s. Don't be absurd. He may have pulled ahead for a while, but now, as it should be, I'm stronger than he is. As for Broly, you'll never know, Vegeta replied, showing once again that this exaggerated superiority complex was derived from one of inferiority. You don't say. Then you're not all that great, either one of you, C-18 said, mocking Vegeta, who continued to ignore the reality like a socialist for the umpteenth time. Something that our arrogant prince didn't agree. What has that? And once again they stopped talking to beat each other monotonously. Yes, I criticize the Dragon Ball combat pattern. Pam. 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 Palm. Pam. 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 Palm. Pam. 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 Palm. Pam. Pa. Pam. Palm. Pam. 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 Palm. Pam. 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 Palm. Pam. 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 Palm. And as always, the rest of the cast watched the match, commenting how the match was developing. Well, it seems that Vegeta has already warmed up. Right, Yam? Said Ginger, wanting to bring some optimism to her sister, who seemed a bit worried, and angry and jealous. However, Yam didn't answer, she only looked at the fight with a frown. Yes, he's actually holding his own against one of those terrible androids. Said Trunk, that due to his paternal complex he tried to idealize his father in something, even if it was only in fights, since in everything else he was scum. At least for now he was. No, it's the opposite, Vegeta is going to lose from one moment to another. He is weaker than her and each time the difference is greater. Gohan said that due to having trained with Broly so many times he knew well when someone was pretending to lose and not. Gohan is right, said Rashi, who began to shed cold sweat as he understood the consequences. What? Yelled the others, who were sometimes idiots and other times not. It's just a little bit each time, but the android is starting to get the upper hand. His opponent hardly loses nay power, but for every move Vegeta makes, his stamina drops proportionately. Piccolo commented while everyone conveniently saw that Vegeta was being progressively beaten by C-18. Until. Crash. C-18 broke his left arm with a simple side kick. And Vegeta for some reason writhed in pain despite the fact that in his fight against Goku he suffered from worse things and hadn't yelled or shown pain. BOMM. Og. Vegeta. Yelled Yam, which flew to his aid. Something that she had wanted to do for quite some time, seeing that C-18 was taking the lead. And in the same way Trunks also flew towards his Dad. BOMM. Og. Or that's what he tried, since before Trunks could transform into Super Saiyan was hit in the stomach by Gohan, preventing his suicide attack. Hack! Gohan! Nobody move from here. Think with your head. Gohan said not only to Trunks, but also to all his friends, who were behind him. On the other hand, Yam had charged at C-18 to punch him in his beautiful face. Palm. Palm. However, C-18 noticed thanks to the shout, if you want to attack by surprise, don't scream, and punched Yam's fist with her own fist. Medition. What the hell are these androids made of? Yam thought as she tried not to complain about the pain she felt in her pained fist. So much so that she believed for a moment that her fist was going to break. And at that moment C-17 kept his word, so he flew towards Yam to punish her meddling in this battle. Not so fast! Yelled Ginger, who tried to cut off C-17 so her sister could focus on C-18. But nevertheless. Plomp. Plaff. In less than 7 seconds of the fight, the two fell to the ground. The two sisters, alien sisters, were no match for the android twins. Can't be, they've beaten Yam and Ginger so easily. They are both Super Saiyan. Thought Krillin, who couldn't help but tremble upon the great discrepancy in power that existed between them, and at the same time with himself. Ginger. Yelled Rashi, who like Trunks also had the urge to help an irresponsible Saiyan. Sorry. Clash. And in the same way as with Trunks, Gohan forcibly stopped him, this time with a blow to the neck that knocked him unconscious. Gohan. What are you doing? This was a totally unusual behavior for him. Precisely, he would be the first to offer to help. Even though the one who was in trouble was Vegeta. Stop. C-18 has been playing with Vegeta all this time. It's like Trunks said, they're too strong. Don't put yourself in danger, none of us have anything to do with them right now. And there is still that guy. Don't move, especially you, Trunks, Gohan said as he made sure none of his teammates did another stupid thing, and watched as the androids beat up the three rioters. And in the same way, but without knowing exactly why, the others followed his advice. Palm. Komem. Crash. Ahh. Oh. Ouch. Palm. Komem. Crash. Ahh. Oh. Ouch. Meanwhile, Vegeta, Ginger, and Yam stood up again and again to fight Lapis and Lazuli, their real names, regardless of the injuries, regardless of fatigue, regardless of the disadvantage to which they were subjected. Their pride was practically the only thing that moved them. Plash. Plosh. Although that only led them to feel more pain and humiliation. Ah. Ah. Especially Vegeta, who was being tortured by C-18 quite enthusiastically. Looks like I'd better make sure you can't use your other arm either, C-18 said as he stepped on Vegeta's arm that wasn't broken. Yet. Ahh. Vegeta yelled like a despicable and pathetic lower-class warrior. Seriously, in the past he had suffered much worse beatings and didn't complain. And obviously seeing this torture and how his father behaved like a crying girl didn't like Trunks at all, who was recovering from Gohan's blow, but could barely get up yet. Gohan-san. Do you want us to just sit here doing nothing while my father and his friends are being tortured? Yes, exactly, don't do anything yet. The situation is not as bad as you think. Besides, they are only torturing Vegeta. Gohan replied, that although he felt some pity for the injuries received by Yam and Ginger, he felt absolutely nothing for Vegeta. How can you say something like that? Trunks protested and Krillin also protested a bit, even though he had no intention of coming down to help. Trust me, there is a reason why I'm stopping you, said Gohan, trying to reassure his companions. However, none of them could be calm in that situation. Those monsters were too strong and they were beating the three Saiyans, who together with Goku were their current greatest combat potential. If they didn't do something they would kill them, and then those two would have no rival on Earth. Goku couldn't fight them alone, Gohan had lost his power, Piccolo was still not strong enough, although he would be in some years, and Broly still didn't appear. At this rate we're just minutes away from Trunks' prophecy coming true. They didn't understand what Gohan was trying to do or not to do. Only one person tried to understand Gohan's behavior. Thanks for cooling my head, Gohan, Piccolo said, who after analyzing the combat and Gohan's phrases understood that it was better not to intervene. Even so, it wasn't necessary to hit them so hard, said Ten Shinhan, who was trying to wake up Rashi with Krillin. It was then that C-17 and C-18, who had finished having fun with Vegeta, Yam and Ginger, went in front of those who were still standing, even though two of them were still on the ground. Ah! Now they're going to beat us up, Gohan. Krillin yelled in fear as he and Ten Shinhan backed away. Oh no! Trunks tried to shout, who made efforts to get up from the ground so as not to be even more defenseless against the androids that destroyed his life. Don't worry, Krillin, Trunks. They've only been knocked out, said Gohan, who stepped in front of them to make sure no one did another stupid try. What? Aren't they dead? Trunks thought, since due to his trauma he believed those androids had taken the lives of the 3 genocides. How did you know they had no intention of killing them? Can you read minds like your teacher? No, wait, they are robots, he can't read their minds. Or maybe yes. Krillin thought, as he looked at Gohan with some surprise and admiration. Oh, finally someone smart. So much as to recognize that you are no match for us. Although it wasn't necessary to knock them out, we would have done it anyway. We are only interested in Goku. Hurry and feed them those senzu-watsits. They should recover completely, C-17 said while turning his back to the group, since it was clear that they didn't want to fight and that they weren't a threat to them either. Tell them that if they manage to toughen up any, we're willing to take them on again. Especially that arrogant prince. Bye. C-18 said that after fixing her hair for the umpteenth time that day she went with her brother towards C-16. Are they really going to just let us go? Ten Shinhan asked rhetorically, who couldn't believe how lucky he was, at the same time that he felt deeply insulted, embarrassed and useless in this situation. It's just as I thought. They're playing with us, Gohan thought as he watched his 2 or maybe 3 enemies leave. However, both Gohan and the others were surprised by the conversation and attitude that those 3 were having. The big man seemed to be a very calm and kind animalist, and the other 2 wanted to get a car and new clothes. They were speaking quite harmoniously, they didn't resemble the villains they had encountered so far, much less the monsters Trunks had described them. This is very strange, Gohan and Piccolo thought when trying to analyze the personalities of those supposed monster. And by now they weren't the only one who realized that. Gohan, don't hit me, I don't want to fight. Wait. Krillin said as he covered his head preventively and advanced towards the androids. Gohan exclaimed, somewhat offended. Now everyone believed that he was someone violent. What is he trying to do? Trunks said as he supported the weight of his body on his sword to get up. What is it you guys are after? Are you just out to kill Goku? Or are you just out to turn the world upside down? Krillin asked the 3 androids of unlimited energy before they left. For now, we're going to defeat Son Goku. We'll think about what to do next after we're done, C-17 replied, that loved to have a lot of prominence. But why? Why go after Goku? You guys killed Dr. Gero when he was the one who hated him. Krillin asked again. Dr. Gero doesn't figure into this. This is all just a game, C-17 replied, that since he believed he was the strongest and was somewhat childish, Gero stole their childhood, he took everything as a game. A game? That's the only purpose for all this? Krillin asked, feeling somewhat insulted to see that murdering his best friend was a game for them. I said we didn't need to ask you where Son Goku was, right? This is the reason. Looking for him is part of the game, C-17 replied, explaining once again the rules of his own game. Suppose, then, I were to ask you to stop. Would it be any use? Krillin asked once more, trying to reason with some guys who didn't seem so bad at first, at least 2 of them were good looking. It wouldn't be any use. We were created to kill Son Goku, C-16 replied, demonstrating why Gero preferred to go out and fight alongside artificial androids built from scratch. Like he said, remarked C-17, who even seemed proud of that. And then. The most unexpected, incomprehensible and meaningless scene of all this magnificent series. A scene that filled with hope to the short and bald boys when they were small and not so small. Mwack. The kiss on the cheek of the beautiful and powerful C-18 to the dwarf, bald, ugly and weak Krillin. See ya, she said to everyone, but especially to Krillin as the 3 of them took flight. And after a few seconds in which, due to that last scene, almost everyone forgot that today they had been about to die and that those guys could kill them. Okay. I didn't expect that at all, Gohan said, as Piccolo, Ten Shinhan and even Trunks nodded. You are very lucky, Krillin, said Mutant Rashi, which was coincidentally the first thing he saw and said when he regained consciousness. Gohan, can you explain clearly? Why did you do that? Piccolo asked now that they had recovered from the initial shock. Piccolo had a hunch about Gohan's motives, but preferred to hear it straight from his mouth. Okay, but before that. Are you okay? Especially your Trunks, I had to make sure you didn't do something irresponsible, Gohan said, trying to apologize and worrying about the harsh measures he was forced to commit to ensure everyone's safety. Yes, I'm fine, don't worry, said Trunks, who was more or less already recovered from the elbow in his belly and head. Okay, now we will have to cure them before explaining. So I can tell you all at once, Gohan said as he divided once more to feed a senzu bean to the 2 unconscious sisters. Which recovered from their injuries quickly. However, her mental wounds not. Damn. That was Ginger said as she hit the ground, when in reality what she wanted was to bury her head underground. Losing twice in a row on the same day that she wanted to show how powerful she had become thanks to the Super Saiyan transformation. It had been a brutal low blow to her self-esteem. Humiliating, Yam finished the sentence, feeling as humiliated or more humiliated than her sister. At least Ginger wasn't so loud and arrogant in front of everyone. However, some test tubes kids had beaten her. She hated herself. Gohan, aren't you going to give Vegeta one? Trunks asked, seeing that Gohan hadn't bothered to give a senzu bean to his alternate father from the past. Rather, it was as if he had ignored him on purpose, as if he hated to look at him. I don't know why I should, didn't he say that he would rather die than receive our help? He replied, that he didn't forget how stupidly arrogant he had been a few minutes ago. Nor did he forget that he had killed someone innocent without any need. Could someone like that really be trusted? Was wise to keep him by their side to fight the androids? This guy is a time bomb that could explode at any moment, taking thousands of life with that explosion, something that happened in the Buu saga. Did the possible benefits of having him around justify the risks? That was something that couldn't be known at 100. However, it was clear that for Gohan right now Vegeta was better lying on the ground. Although this opinion was also influenced by the many, varied and cruel criticisms that Broly dedicated to Vegeta in front of his favorite student. Please Gohan, Trunks insisted, who practically bowed to Gohan, begging him to give him a senzu bean for his father, even though he knew he didn't deserve them. To that plea was added Yam, who after pathetically losing his ego was deflated a lot, enough to reason again in a sensible way. I know I have no right to ask. But. However, Gohan was still Gohan. And considering that he had beaten Trunks hard before and forced Yam to live a living hell for several years, he was forced to give in. Here, Gohan said as he threw Trunks a senzu bean, with which he would immediately feed his unconscious father. Explain. Why did you stop us, and how were you so sure they wouldn't kill them? Piccolo insisted again upon see that all the Saiyans were awake and traumatized. The what? Yelled in surprise all those who hadn't understood anything yet. First of all, Trunks. Are you sure these are the same androids you encountered in the future? Gohan asked, who was still reluctant to answer until know all he need. But before he could answer. Vegeta left without saying anything to anyone, very angry with himself and with everything that wasn't him too. And obviously Trunks, who was crying out for parental love, tried to follow him. But luckily Piccolo, the best nanny, took that stupid idea out of his head. Boy, leave him alone. So Trunks thought back, forgot about his evil father who detested him, and replied to his past teacher, yes, there is no doubt, it is them, I would never confuse them. However, they were also somewhat different from the androids I knew. The ones I know didn't have this kind of unbelievable strength. I was able to at least hold my own against their strength. And his personality is something different, less sadistic. And instantly Gohan nodded, as if that was the answer he was waiting to hear. As I thought. There are 2 reasons why I have advised you not to fight. Advised? You almost killed me. Mutant Roy and Trunks thought as they remembered Gohan's sleeping and paralyzing blows. The first is because the strength of those androids is far superior to ours for now. According to what Bulma has been telling me along the way, due to Broly's interference, those 2 androids were training for a long time to defeat that enemy of unknown capabilities, and because of that they became stronger, much stronger than us. Winning was impossible, Gohan said, remarking what was evident in view of the fact that they easily defeated the 3 Saiyans, the most powerful for now. I see, Broly again, everyone said at the same time with obvious discontent. But despite the not very happy faces that surrounded him, Gohan continued with his explanation. The second reason is because those modified humans didn't have any kind of killing intent. They just wanted to knock you out and make Vegeta suffer for being. Well. Vegeta. How do you know with such certainty? Asked Mutant Rashi, who wanted to know if that hit on the was never worth it or not. You all know about my Kien technique. Be a good boy. Truth. Gohan asked his friends if they remembered it, although he would prefer that no one remembers, although he didn't want to explain it either. Yes, how can I forget, Yam replied, who reopened old wounds that she believed were already closed. Gohan knew that at least one of them would never forget it, so with some shame after remembering his ability, he explained the reason for his super intuition. One of the secondary skills derived from this ability that I have acquired during these years is to understand the evil intentions of others. Perhaps it has been Broly's interference that has created a strange butterfly effect that has made them kinder. Or if by not being able to fulfill the objective of killing my father, his personality was completely upset, becoming psychopaths due to their programming. But it is clear that they are different. Then why didn't you let us fight if they didn't mean to kill us? Trunks asked for obvious reasons. They may not want to kill us, but the difference in power is very great. What if by mistake you were hit with more force than you can bear? You could have died by accident in a stupid way. Also, even though we have enough senzu bean, we cannot waste them uselessly, Gohan said, because he was worried that another unforeseen event could happen on this day full of unforeseen circumstances and accidents. I see, said Ginger, who no longer felt so offended by the fact that one of her fellow sparring for the last 3 years didn't help her. And that big guy is also very strong. He's dangerous. Krillin asked, who like Ginger couldn't help but look at the silent giant who was being surrounded by birds. It's what surprises me. I haven't been able to detect any evil intention. Maybe it's because my ability doesn't work on him because he wasn't built from scratch without biological matter. Or maybe, he's as a pure being, Gohan replied, that like the rest found hard to believe that a mad genocide scientist had created by mistake a such android. You're kidding, right, Gohan? Didn't you hear what Jero said about him? Said Trunks, who was unable to believe that good androids could exist. That is not at all important now. Gohan, the priority is to carry your father to a safe place. Those guys are going after him, Piccolo said, proving once again that his villainous days in which he only wanted to kill Goku were history. And we'll also need that remote control that destroys androids from Bulma. That way we will only need to press a button and... Broly's barbecue, said Mutant Rashi, who felt he was too old for all this shit. He wanted to end the nightmare of the androids as soon as possible, resurrect Yamcha and return to his life full of tranquility on his tax-free island. Don't even think about it. Ginger and Yam yelled energetically in unison upon hearing that proposal, so much so that they transformed into Super Saiyan due to how much that solution angered them. What? Didn't you come to your senses even after that beating? Trunks and all the humans yelled at the same time except Krillin, who looked at his friends without knowing very well what to say or if he should say something right now about that matter. His brain and his penis weren't coordinated, so he was unable to agree with himself and give his opinion. Do you want us not to take revenge after what happened? No way. Ginger yelled as she faced Mutant Rashi, who was cowardly backing away. If those guys don't become scrap through kicks, punches, and energy attacks, they won't become scrap. Do you understand? Yam yelled, also wanting revenge. You haven't learned anything. Those guys have the power to turn this world into hell. And you can't beat them, they are too strong, Trunks said, with his classic anti-android speech. I don't care about the world. We will get stronger with more training. Yam yelled in a very irrational way, like almost all crazy and violent women in anime and not anime. And what happens if those guys kill you? Mutant Rashi said, as he faced Ginger, who was being just as irrational as her sister. I don't care if I die if I have to carry this humiliation with me until I die. Not again, Ginger shouted, as she faced Mutant Rashi, being much more irrational than anyone would believe. But I do care. Shouted Mutant Rashi, who was already tired of enduring that attitude, but above all the little importance that she gave to everything, including his life and her own life. Heated discussion that practically turned into a couple's fight that could flare to an irreconcilable point if someone didn't do something quickly. Luckily there were many people there. Pretty nosy people. Calm. I've already taken Mom and Dad out of the house so they can't find him, and we're going to meet up with Bulma and my other body. We will put Papa in Bulma's spaceship and we will leave the planet. In this way they won't find him no matter how hard they search, Gohan said, giving good news and stopping that self-destructive spiral that his group was experiencing. Wow. Gohan, have you thought of everything? You are a born leader. Krillin said, who was happy and fascinated by the fact that that little boy who until a few years ago was afraid of fighting and needed the continuous pushing of Broly and Piccolo today would have led them in such an effective way. Is nothing. Is what anyone would do. He Gohan replied, very blushing due to Krillin's words and the gaze of almost everyone, especially Piccolo's, who looked at him with pride. I guess we'll have to wait for Goku to recover to see what to do next, Ten Shinhan said, who wanted to stop thinking about what had happened to focus on what to do next. I guess so, it's the wisest thing to do, Gohan said, who agreed with the idea of waiting. Those three just wanted to kill Goku, if they all disappeared at the same time they wouldn't know where to find him. So once everyone is ready would be the right time to attack. Don't count on us. We're going to train to fight those guys. If you ever think about destroying them with cheap tricks I won't forgive you. Yam said along with Ginger. Ginger, are you really going to continue this? Asked Mutant Rashi, quite defeated to see that once again that day Ginger was influenced in a negative way by his sister, and as a result she behaved like the stereotypical Saiyan that she hadn't been for years. Rashi-chan, don't meddle in this is beyond your capabilities. We'll talk later, Ginger said, once again belittling both Rashi's opinion and abilities. A very sad scene for everyone, especially for Rashi, but also for Ginger, who despite unconsciously realizing that she wasn't acting correctly couldn't back down. So with a somewhat bitter and thunder expression, she flew away with her sister, while Ten Shinhan and Krillin consoled the poor Rashi, who felt lonely and abandoned again. Piccolo-san, what will you do? Are you coming to see my father? Gohan asked, who once again tried to camouflage a very uncomfortable situation with his innocent and jovial attitude. No, Gohan. I have other things to do while you guys are away. Say hello to your father once he wakes up and tell him that he will have to train again to catch me, replied Piccolo, who didn't want to give too many details about his plan to become stronger. I see. You have a plan to get stronger, huh? Come on, tell us. We are friends, asked Krillin, who was quite interested in seeing how his strategist intended to deal with this situation. Friends? I'm not going to say anything. You'll see when the time comes, Piccolo replied in a more or less kind way, since this time Gohan was here. Okay, Piccolo-san. Don't do anything dangerous. In the event that you need our help, increase your ki level a lot, we will not be very far from Earth, so we can feel if you need us, Gohan answered, who despite not knowing what Piccolo intended to do. He only knew that in these moments his substitute teacher wanted to be alone. I will do so, take care of yourself, take care of your father and train a lot, Piccolo said as he said goodbye to everyone and took the flight to a distant place. And after a few seconds after Piccolo left, Gohan told all the characters that have a 100 terrestrial origin, to create a cliffhanger. Okay, only we are left. Follow me. I have something to propose to you. Chapter 195. After the humiliating defeat of the Z-Warriors at the hands of the kawaii androids, just like the Beatles, they disbanded. The Earthlings and hybrid Earthlings went in search of Goku and Bulma, trying to do something minimally intelligent and temporarily get away from the danger. Ginger and Yam went to train in a desert, being Yam the one who as usual decided the training plan. Vegeta isolated himself from society and froze while staring at a fixed point, having occasional outbursts of rage in which he further destroyed the desolate landscape. As for Piccolo, he returned to his parents' house, as every young Ma who has had a stumble in his life does. You must know why it is I've come to this place, Piccolo said just after arriving at Papa's house. Yes, I know. Originally, me and you, or more accurately, your father, were a single person. I imagine I understand what it is you are thinking, Kami answered, who after having been spying on him came to that conclusion. That was something that made Piccolo quite happy, although it didn't seem so. In that case I won't waste my breath. Quite honestly, I didn't think the day would come that our destinies should come together again, Kami said ironically. We won't be fusing together. You will serve only as the means for a super power-up for Piccolo. The only justification you have for your existence anymore are the Dragon Balls. Piccolo said so as not to create misunderstandings and point. Useless Kami is right now. Your words are true indeed. Before I had realized it, you had opened up a great difference between our powers. As you faced one great opponent after another, my powers were becoming all but inadequate, Kami replied, who despite acknowledging his uselessness tried to say it subtly. Kami-sama, that not true. Kami-sama has duty as Kami-sama. Said Mr. Popo, maybe out of love or blindness. It's quite all right, Mr. Popo. I can't do anything anymore. I couldn't do anything against my evil half, I couldn't do anything against the Saiyans, I couldn't do anything against Frieza and his father, and I can't do anything against the androids either. Even when Son Goku recovers from his affliction, he will likely meet with similar results. God, I miss Broly. He would have fixed all this mess, giving me a heart attack in the process, but he would have everything under control, Kami said, lamenting his lack of power and that his least favorite, but most effective champion wasn't there to ask him to save the world in his name. Yes. You don't know what you have until you lose it, Piccolo said, who strangely agreed with Kami this time. It appears the time for Kami and Daimao to become one again has come after all, Kami remarked, in case there is still any doubt on the part of the spectator of what his plan was. That's right. What the Earth needs right now is no Kami, it's me, coupled with the superpower I need to defeat those guys. At least until Broly returns, Piccolo remarked, in case there is still any doubt on the part of the viewer about the justification for this merger. However, Kami wanted to delay selling her body to the son of his evil self provided that we observe events for a short while longer. What's that? Observe. Correct. To determine whether or not those three will bring harm to the Earth, Kami replied, giving a more or less convincing excuse to be able to continue being himself. Excuse that our dear Piccolo didn't like at all. How can you say such a leisurely thing? After the way you were the ones who picked that fight. Besides which, they didn't attempt to kill any of you, as Gohan explained, Kami answered with a typical father phrase. You disgust me. While you were up here, looking on at the world from afar, did you not hear what Trunks came to say? He told us that the future lies in ruins because of them. Piccolo said, trying to convince him of something he wasn't entirely convinced of. I also heard that the future android that Trunks knows are somewhat different from these current androids. The last judgment I make as myself will be if they are the monster that Trunks says or the thugs that Gohan says they are. Then I would like a conclusive reason to proceed, Kami said, sentencing the discussion with his half-son. You worthless coward. Fine, very well then. I'll be waiting right here, waiting until the irrevocable happens, and you finally make up your mind, Piccolo replied, knowing that sooner or later it would suck him up. So Piccolo sat down to meditate next to him and waited for his old man to make a decision. The same day. In a spaceship that was situated much higher than Kami's palace. Our heroes of Earth descent tried to relax a bit after a very hard and long day. Once again in this luxury spaceship. I have very good memories of this place, the last time we used it was to get to Namek. I wouldn't mind staying here for a few more months, said Krillin, who immediately sat down on his favorite smart heated sofa that perfectly fits the shape of your ass Broly product, distributed by Capsule Corporation. It was a great idea to move into space, those three won't find us here, said Ten Shinhan, who despite not liking the idea of hiding had to admit that this is a great plan. Obviously it is a good plan, I have participated in it. But no, this is not the spaceship that you used to get to the planet Namek, this is a new model, although it looks a lot like the old one since the distribution and decoration were already perfect, said Bulma, who entered the room in which almost everyone was gathered. Haha. Bulma as humble as ever, said Mutant Rashi, trying to say something funny. You know how I am, guys, Bulma replied with all the humility she could. Mom, Bulma-san. Is the device to destroy C-16, C-17 and C-18 already repaired? Trunks asked, who obviously wanted to end this at once, go back to his past and destroy C-17 and C-18 from his timeline with the same method. Almost everyone exclaimed upon hearing that question. Some exclaimed due to the possible consequences of using this method to rid themselves of this threat, mad angry scions. While another yes, Krillin exclaimed for a very different reason. Bulma however wasn't one of the people who exclaimed, although she also showed some concern about the question. Don't worry, you can call me Mom if you want. Yes, it is built, but we're not going to use it, Gohan said suddenly, finishing Bulma's sentence as he studied under the supervision of his strict and melodramatic mother. This refusal was obviously not to Trunks' liking, so the latter expressed his disagreement despite the explanation that his teacher had previously given. What? Gohan, please, you have to reconsider, these guys. And obviously Gohan had to answer, Trunks. Unfortunately his mother was there to interrupt him in an extremely unnecessary and stupid way. Gohan, you have to study. But luckily this time Gohan stood up to his mother so that she would stop behaving like an eccentric lunatic. Mom, please, I can study when the world is not in danger, which is 99 of the time. There are times for everything and this is not one of them. Do I need to explain why? Okay. You win, son, but then you will study twice, Chi-Chi answered, who more or less understood that she was being very incoherent in this situation, but she didn't completely throw in the towel. This woman is incredible, everyone thought, impressed by her obsession with Gohan and his studies. And since Gohan continued to negotiate and argue with his mother, Bulma, who had already spoken to Gohan previously about this matter, explained it for him. Trunks, guys. I agree with Gohan for now. For now I don't think it's right to destroy those guys if they haven't done anything wrong, and it's not their fault to be like that. One of them was created out of thin air to accomplish a mission and the other two were kidnapped, modified and partially brainwashed. I don't think we should kill them until they become a real threat. And for the record, I was the first to propose to end them preventively. Thanks Bulma, Gohan said, who already managed to reach an agreement with his mother. But Mom. Gohan, it's probably only a matter of time before they start killing people once they get bored with their game. Still, you already heard them right? His goal is to kill Sun San. They were programmed with the aim of killing him and nothing will stop them until they do. As long as they are still alive your father's life will be threatened. And no matter how strong Sun San becomes, he will always have three guys who can become stronger as well waiting for the most suitable opportunity to kill him. Don't you care about your father's safety? Trunks said, giving a rather eloquent and rational speech. A very rational speech, but for which Gohan was partially prepared to answer well. Although my father might like the idea of having strong guys to fight for many years. Neither me nor my mother like that idea, obviously. But that doesn't mean that we have to kill them to solve this problem. What do you mean? Everyone yelled at the same time with great confusion, except for Krillin, who screamed with joy for some strange reason. It's simple, if Gero programmed them to kill Goku, the solution is to take that programming away from them and make them peaceful citizens, Bulma answered as she sat on the sofa in a very proud way. What? Yelled the rednecks without computer or robotics culture, who hardly knew what she had explained. Amazing Bulma. Can you do that? Asked Krillin, very enthusiastic about that solution. Of course. Is there something I am not capable of? Bulma replied, with a pride comparable to that of Escanor himself. Make Vegeta less proud. Make Goku more responsible. Make Rashi-sam stop being so perverted. And make Broly not do strange things, said Chi-Chi, who found certain feats that neither Bulma, all the technology in the world or the Dragon Balls were capable of fix. Ha 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 ha. A funny comment that caused laughter throughout the room. Yes. It seems I have some limitations, Bulma replied with some humility as she wiped the tears from her eyes. I don't know if I can agree with this idea. Mom, Gohan. But I'll try to believe in you for now, Trunks said, that due of how serious the situation was for him he couldn't laugh as much as the rest. But after considering that this was a valid option, that he was a guest in this timeline and that this solution was being proposed by the people he trusted the most in the previous timeline, he decided to grudgingly accept. Don't worry, Trunks, we know it is difficult for you, but as you have verified the situation has changed regarding your future. Maybe we can rehabilitate those three and make them allies, Krillin said, comforting Trunks for losing in this debate. By the way, Krillin, why do you seem so excited about not killing the androids? Asked Bulma, who found this behavior unusual in Krillin, since he used to be one of those who preferred to end the problems as soon as possible once he saw that they weren't under his control. Is it because of the kiss from before? Gohan asked. Question that practically answered itself due to Krillin's change of expression. He was like an open book. Yes, that android is quite cute. You have a good eye, as I expected from my disciple Mutant Rashi said to increase the embarrassment that Krillin was going through right now. Shoo, shut up. It is not by. Well, maybe so, said Krillin, who was redder than a tomato as he tried to deny what was evident without much success. Something that obviously caused great laughter from the crowd, ha 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 ha. And once again it was Trunks who had to end the fun to talk about the Android Extermination Initiative. So what do we have to do now? How do you plan to reschedule them, Mom? Reprogramming complex minds is quite a delicate job, so you need to bring them with you so I can examine and modify them. And they will need to be still for a few hours until the process is over, Bulma replied knowingly that the reaction her words would provoke. What? Bulma, are you crazy? How do you want us to do that? Those guys are so strong that we can't even make them bleed, but you want us to knock them unconscious for hours so you can play with them? This doesn't make any sense, Ten Shinhan said, exposing the obvious flaws in Bulma's plan. A plan that was completely impossible. Do you really think Gohan and I would come up with this plan if there wasn't a way to carry it out? It is obvious that you are weaker than them, but that has an easy solution. Become as or stronger than them, Bulma answered. An answer that overloaded the minds of our weak fighters without certified studii. An answer that was quickly deciphered by Trunks, who didn't know what to think until now. Become as strong or stronger than them. Wait. You aren't referring to become modified humans like me? Yes, indeed, Bulma said in view that Trunks was having a hard time finishing her sentence. Wait, Bulma. Do you want us to become androids like those too? Ten Shinhan answered, that being an orthodox martial artist, he didn't look favorably on technology and modern things. Obviously. Do you need to think about it? With a little free surgery and intravenous intake, you can instantly become stronger than a normal Super Saiyan, have unlimited energy, eternal youth and the capacity of becoming stronger through training with great progression. Are you really going to turn down an opportunity like this? Bulma asked, who didn't understand how they still have some kind of doubt. Had our Z warriors really never thought of undergoing the same surgical procedure of C-17 and C-18 to become stronger? All of them were humans who had dedicated their lives to martial arts, a discipline based on effort, sacrifice and learning with which make exceed their body and minds to impossible limits. However, C-17 and C-18 were normal humans who after some surgeries became thousands of times stronger than them. It was obvious that Krillin, Ten Shinhan, Rashi, Chaos and even Yamcha, rest in peace, they wanted to become stronger. Stronger to defend the planet from threats. Stronger to be able to fight side by side with the Saiyans, who had become unreachable. Stronger to stop feeling useless, unable to do anything. Did they really want to remain as secondary characters unable to do anything on this new scale of power? No, but accepting that operation would mean that all the work one life had been for nothing. Accepting that operation meant a defeat for their martial arts. A psychological defeat for their pride with which they could paradoxically feel proud of themselves again. When can we perform that surgery, Bulma? Said Mutant Rashi, who got up from the chair with great seriousness. Mutant Rashi-sama. The other Earthlings exclaimed upon hearing the venerable master. All of them believed that Rashi would be the one who would have the most trouble making a decision. For more than 100 of years he dedicated his to martial arts and therefore the one who would hurt the most to admit that science had defeated his discipline. Boys. How many times have we been told that we couldn't improve much more? How many times have we told ourselves that we were left behind? How many times have you understood today that we were a hindrance? I hate feeling like this. I hate this powerlessness. I hate not being able to do anything. Maybe that taking this option means betraying the hundreds of years that I have been practicing martial arts with which I wanted to save the world just like my teacher. But not taking this option would be the same as betraying the world, me and you. We need to be stronger, and this is a very low cost to achieve it, Mutant Rashi said, trying to encourage her pupil and half-pupils. Yes, you're right, 10, Krillin and Chaos said at the same time. Why the hell were they doubting? The greatest opportunity of their lives was before them. I'm glad to hear it. Don't worry, the operation is 100% safe, it has no side effects and you won't even notice that you have been operated. This operation and rest usually take a few weeks, but thanks to the different time compression rooms you can be operated in a few minutes. And since I can divide my body, I can perform different interventions at the same time. Would you prefer that I operate all of you at the same time? Asked Bulma, who put her white coat back on and split by 4 as she pushed the 4 Earthlings towards a different door. Wouldn't it be better to operate on Trunks first? With the strength he has now, if we add the operation to him, he should be able to subdue the androids with great ease, Krillin asked as he was pushed towards one of the operating rooms. Unfortunately, this operation for now only works with pure Earthlings. I still need to investigate how to adapt this process to normal Saiyans, since the S-cells that allow the transformation into Super Saiyan conflict with this genetic modification. And I haven't been able to test on Broly, since he is not a normal Saiyan. It would take weeks to test Trunks and Gohan and weeks to tailor a solution despite using my time compressor. I'm afraid that you two will have to get stronger the old-fashioned way for now, and that you 4 will have to do the dirty job this time, said one of the Bulmas, explaining why this power-up could only be used by Earthlings for now as she closed the door. I get it. I guess we will have to train hard as usual, Trunks said with a great moral dilemma. On the one hand he didn't want to become a modified human, but on the other hand he wanted to become stronger. And now that we have started operations, I have one thing to ask you, Trunks, Bulma said, showing by her expression and tone of voice that he had to ask something extremely serious. What is it, Mom? Trunks asked, getting serious too. Do you have the time machine with you right now? Bulma answered with another question. Yes, I have it right here, Trunks said as he showed that his time machine was inside a capsule. What I thought. A few seconds ago we received a statement in which they found an abandoned Capsule Corporation machine. A machine very similar to the time machine that you use, but it is damaged and it seems that it has been there for years, said Bulma, showing the photo that her father had sent her from home. What? That's impossible. My mother only made one and I have only used it twice. One to come here the day I met you and one to come back today, Trunks said as he took the photo that his mother showed him and examined it with great alarmism. We will take a shuttle to inspect that place. Also, I need to make a stop at home to pick up an object that can help us find out what is happening, said Bulma as she created another clone and indicated to Gohan and Trunks that they should set out. I don't like this. From what I see in the photo, this machine must have been abandoned there for many years. It must have arrived long before Trunks reached this timeline, Gohan theorized as he created a clone to stay here and followed Bulma and Trunks. This theory obviously froze the blood of our time traveler, who after remembering the explanation that Broly made about time travel began to release cold sweat from all the pores of his body. That means that someone from another timeline or from a future more distant than yours arrived before you on this timeline, destroyed the machine, abandoned it. And it's still here, Gohan said, who finished telling his theory. A rather worrying theory that created great tension between Trunks, Bulma and Gohan himself due to the possible implications of this event. A troubling and possible theory that only had one flaw. If it had been here so many years, how is it that they have found it precisely now? Trunks asked, who didn't understand this plot convenience. Luck, maybe, said Bulma, excusing this plot convenience. Meanwhile in Kami's palace, things continued as before. Kami looked down with concern, Mr. Popo looked at Kami looking down. And Piccolo looked the other way so as not to see them. However, from time to time he asked him sarcastically if he had decided to merge with him or not yet. Still peeping down on the lower realm? Can't say I approve of you little pastime. I guess that ability will likely disappear once you become one with me. Enjoy it now, while you still can, Piccolo said, mocking perhaps for the last time about old man and his more than questionable lifestyle. So, the uneasiness I've felt in my heart these last 4 years, it wasn't a result of the androids after all. I'm not sure what it is either. What did come back in that time machine? Kami said, who had just said something highly disturbing. Did you see a giant bug coming in a time machine years ago and didn't alert anyone? Was this another plot convenience or was Kami really utterly useless? What? yelled Piccolo upon hearing that worrying ambiguity. All I know is that there is a life form down on Earth somewhere, one that possesses an even greater power than even the androids, Cammy said, not answering his question, when it was something quite a failure to do. What are you talking about? Tell me what's going on. Yelled Piccolo, wanting immediate answers. To be sure, the day when I turn to Piccolo and forsake my office as Cammy, and we stand together as one has finally arrived. Very soon now, something terrible will happen on Earth. This is not the kind of crisis Earth has faced so many times before. I have a hopelessly dreadful feeling about his. Once you and I merge and become one being, you'll know what it is I saw. Right now what the Earth needs is not a Cammy, but rather, the mighty. You have changed. The evil in your heart has mostly disappeared. Once we merge, it is unlikely we will ever need to divide again, Piccolo. Thank you for all you help, Mr. Popo, Cammy said in another of his incredibly long monologues in which he never explained anything in a concrete and precise way. Cammy-sama, Mr. Popo said with teary eyes, knowing that in a few seconds he would stop seeing his wrinkled and green face forever. Come on, start. Not only do you love spying, you also love to chat, said Piccolo, who wanted his power-up and explanations of the situation now. And without further delay the merger process began. H. With that cry, Piccolo and Cammy became one, although at first glance it didn't seem that Piccolo had changed, he looked the same as always. So after checking that everything was still in place, he walked to the edge of the temple to leave. Farewell, Cammy-sama. Don't die, Mr. Popo said as he watched how what was left of his previous Cammy was heading towards a very dangerous mission. I am neither Kimmy nor Piccolo any longer, even though we have both suffered at the hands of Broly. Although Cammy has had the worst part. I'm a Namekian who has long since forgotten his name. So then, I'm off. Thanks, Popo said the new Piccolo, showing that not only had he gotten stronger. Something of Cammy had also remained in him. And with those words the strongest Piccolo in history descended towards the greatest enemy that until now had seen this planet. While some were about to solve the mystery behind that new enemy in parallel. While some continued their car excursion to kill a certain Saiyan. While some continued frustrated by having lost. While some trained hard to overcome their limits. While some were about to leave the operating room. While some forced one of their son to study. While one of them left his room. Chapter 196. On some abandoned mountain on planet Earth. Trunks and the clones of Bulma and Gohan arrived at the place where the supposed abandoned time machine was. And indeed, as they feared, that was the same time machine that Trunks used. However, it was broken and with a very strange and large kind of egg inside. They quickly reasoned that someone or something had put an egg in the machine, sent it to the past, and that what had come out of that egg destroyed the ship from the inside out. Obviously, after reaching this conclusion, they looked for the creature that came out of the egg in the vicinity. And in part they found her. It's huge. What made this? Trunks said upon seeing the strange, suspicious and giant insectoid creature they found. It's a shell that's been cast off, Gohan said, who seemed to understand about mutant bugs for some reason. Probably, this is from whatever come out of the egg back in the time machine, said Trunks, who came to that basic conclusion by relating the two strange elements. Yeah. It must have started growing, and then shed its skin, Gohan said, who kept demonstrating his great knowledge about insects to Bulma and her alternate son. A Bulma who, like all delicate women, was quite disgusted to see such a large bug, no matter how much power-up she had achieved. But her worry and bad feeling were much higher than the disgust he felt. This is. No, not possible, although. Do you know what this is, mother? Trunks asked, seeing her mother's worried expression. I think I have an idea of what it can be. But if it is what I think it is, not good news. Let me check it out before. I don't want to scare you unnecessarily, said Bulma, as she waited for her other clone to fulfill its mission. At that moment. In Capsule Corp. Oh. Hello, daughter, how has it been with the modified humans? When you have time we need to. Oh. Hello, daughter, I have made some ice creams with the Broly recipe, wanna? Sorry, Dad and Mom. I have urgent things to do right now. We will speak later. My next invention will be a pocket teleporter, said Bulma, who had just landed at her house and dodged her parents to go quickly to the laboratory where one of the most useful devices she had was stored. The magic sphere that Shinron gave her so that she could easily spy on whoever she wanted in this universe, even something that happened in the past. With this sphere Bulma tried to find out what happened to that time machine. And after a few seconds she saw everything. No wonder this seemed familiar. It looks like the long-running project that Gero ruled out for the moment to allocate his resources to the creation of new energy-devouring androids quickly. That thing is. Cell. shouted Bulma as she looked with one eye at the crystal sphere, in which Cell was emerging from his cocoon, and with the other she consulted the plans she had copied from Jero, in which some information about Cell. In Bulma's spaceship. Shortly after, someone came out of one of the doors of the spaceship. And that person is Dad? Gohan yelled, who threw textbooks to the ground to hug his father. Darling. Chi-Chi yelled, who did the same as Gohan, although she didn't like what her son had just done with the textbook. Goku. It was time. Hello guys, sorry for worrying you, Goku said with a carefree smile. Thanks to having taken some medication before the heart attack and having been resting in a room where time flows slower, Goku was able to wake up on the same day of the heart attack instead of 3 days later. Although, how is it possible that you have taken so long? According to my calculations, you should have left more than an hour ago at the most, protested Bulma, who didn't understand what he had been doing in there. Yes. It had been a long time since I moved, so I wanted to train a little. And in the end I have been more than a month. I'm sorry, Goku replied nonchalantly, telling one of his typical irresponsible excuses. You are incredible. Are we here concerned about your health and your training? Do you know everything that is happening? Shouted all those who heard that incredible negligence in a moment of extreme crisis. Those more than justified screams forced Goku to give an immediate apology. Sorry, it's my fault. By the way, Bulma, those keys that I feel are. You better ask them yourself, replied Bulma, who pointed towards the doors from where the 4 Earthlings had entered earlier. Since Rashi, Krillin, Ten Shinhan and Chaos came out of them, each accompanied by a Bulma. The operation had been a success. All of them had become last generation of modified humans. We will no longer be a nuisance, Chaos said with great joy. You can count on us again for dangerous missions, Ten Shinhan said with great confidence. At last I can regain my dignity as a teacher, Mutant Rashi said, crying with joy as he felt that he was once again the strongest man in the world. Ha ha ha. That's right, Goku, I'm still your rival. Krillin said, as he felt the nostalgia and confidence he had when he and Goku trained together at the same level. However, the 4 of them weren't the only ones who were happy about this impressive power-up, and that was obviously Goku. I'm glad to hear that. How about a little match? Pope. This is not the time for that. Shouted Gohan, who had to avoid at all costs his father and the others, but especially his father. Could do something stupid and unnecessary right now. Listen to your son Goku. We are in a state of emergency, Bulma also shouted, who joined the protest in favor of common sense. Why are you so worried? Didn't you tell us that with this operation we would become stronger than the androids? Asked Ten Shinhan, who until now was very confident in his new abilities. Also, we have plenty of time to train thanks to your time compressor to become even stronger if that is what worries you, Mutant Rashi said, bringing classic solutions with modern methods. Yes. Those guys will keep looking for Goku eternally without success since we are in space. Besides, they are searching him while riding a car. And although they can track us in space, I doubt that they can get to where we are, said Krillin, making a good analysis of the situation. It is true. We have everything going for us, Goku said, quite surprised to see that everything was under control. I fear that there is another last-minute problem. I would show it to you with my magic sphere, but while my clone, Gohan's, and Trunks arrive with her, you better watch it on television while I explain it to you what's happened, said Bulma with a very pessimistic tone as she turned on the television. But nevertheless, her explanation was a bit unnecessary. Since from the Earth our heroes detected a very powerful and impossible to understand key. One that also puzzled Vegeta, Yam, Ginger and even C-16, who were on Earth. Hey, what's going on? This key, Krillin said, who always used to be the first to be surprised. It's Frieza, and his father key as well. Shouted Mutant Rashi, who could never forget those sinister keys. Mine too, Ten Shinhan said. And mine too, Goku said too. What is happening? Asked Chaos. This is what Bulma wanted to warn you about. Listen, and after that don't do anything reckless or unnecessary, please, Gohan said authoritatively so that they would pay attention to him. On planet Earth. A few minutes ago. Super Piccolo had reached the place where Cell was, that dangerous monster that Kami and Bulma had detected. A monster that with its sting had devoured all the living beings of that city. A monster seeing that when he met Piccolo unleashed his ki. Proving that he was no ordinary monster. Now then, what exactly are you? Tell me. Let's have it all, shouted Piccolo, who after feeling all those different keys in the same being wanted to know the truth than before. That won't be necessary. See, you are about to become my meal, Cell said, who at that phase of his life seemed quite focused on that goal. So, you don't intend to tell me, then? Ha! In that event, I'll just have to squeeze the life out of you not knowing any more than I already do, Piccolo said, pretending to have no interest in Cell confessing now, during the combat or later. He. Does Piccolo Demao plan on killing me, then? Cell said mockingly, since with the information that he had the chances that Piccolo could beat him were below zero. And Piccolo, upon see that this arrogant thing began to reveal information about him and size he were underestimating him, decided to show the world his recent power-up for whatever reason. You apparently know who Piccolo is. However, releasing an absurd amount of energy, so powerful that destroyed what remains of the city despite the fact that in previous sagas Vegeta with much less power made the world tremble. He released such a powerful amount of energy that it caused great complexes and alarms in and out of this world. Gohan, Trunks, Bulma, Vegeta, Yam, Ginger, Goku, Rashi, Krillin, Ten Shinhan, Chaos and C-16. All of them detected his ki, and with this they realized who was without a doubt the most powerful Non Broly being in the world. There was no point of comparison between them and Piccolo. Thanks to his multiple mergers, Piccolo had surpassed them all. He had far surpassed the Super Saiyan. He had even surpassed Super Saiyan 2. Not even perfect Cell could beat him right now. Although Cell and the others didn't know. Piccolo was adjusting his power so as not to attract so much attention. He was only displaying a power greater than that of a Super Saiyan. A power greater than but not much greater than the one Cell displayed before. However, unfortunately for you. You're mistaking me for him, Piccolo said to baffle Cell with his new identity, although he continues to call himself Piccolo to his friends and the fans. Nanny. Cell screamed like every average Japanese or otaku that loves JoJo. Your having extinguished all the people of this city actually works in my favor, Piccolo said, bragging unnecessarily, if what you are facing is a disgusting monster that devours people. What do you mean by that? Asked Cell, who in her extra imperfect form wasn't excessively intelligent, despite having moments of quite enviable lucidity. It means I can go all out. Although the best thing will be to dose my strength. I need to keep him alive until he tells me everything I need to know, Piccolo said as he pointed his hand towards Cell, a hand that was gathering energy to shoot it towards his enemy. The combat had officially started with this energy attack. An energy attack that completely destroyed part of what was left of the city and created a powerful shock wave that could be felt hundreds of miles away. However, he was unable to harm Cell, who had prepared in advance to receive this attack. I will have to increase my firepower. Although I have to watch out not to kill him by mistake. I still don't control all this power and I don't know how far I can press him, Piccolo thought as he watched Cell fly in the air, and he seemed to be about to do something shocking. Nanny. However, Piccolo never imagined that this monster would attack him with one of his most characteristic abilities. Special Beam Cannon. Bang! Boom! Fortunately, that attack from our green villain was easily deflected by our green hero. However, seeing how that monster used one of his abilities so easily made him even more nervous and with more desire to know who the hell he was, who had sent him back in the time machine. If he had allies in his intentions, I have to make this thing confess. And the best way to make such an arrogant guy confess is Pam Pam. Pom Pom. However, while Piccolo planned his next move, Cell decided to attack melee, with the typical sequence of Dragon Ball. A sequence that would end with a slight advantage from Piccolo. Which catapulted Cell against the rubble of the former city. PUMB. PMB. Crash. Crosh. So that's what you've got, is it? I had you sized up as quite an abominable monster, and it looks like I was right, Piccolo said, trying to appeal to the pride of that monster, which was similar to Vegeta's. The objective? Make him felt confident and with that maybe more talkative and with some luck revealing new information. You do pretty well yourself. No matter that I haven't achieved my perfect form yet, said Cell, who fell into Piccolo's intellectual trap. Perfect form? You don't mean. So that's why you've been preying on these people? Piccolo said, exaggerating the surprise he felt so that Cell would brag again, giving him new information for free. And Cell fell again in his trap. I take them as the energy of life for myself. It seems that now he feels superior and with puffed pride. Now it will be easier for him to answer my questions. Answer this. Who was the one that sent you to this era in that time machine? Some ally of yours? Piccolo said, who feigned a bit of fear and exaggerated his tone of voice so that Cell would feel more arrogant. And everything went according to his plan. Cell once again boasted of his feats and abilities. I was the one who sent me. That time machine was too small for this body, you see. I had to revert myself back to my egg form in order to fit. In any case, it surprises me that you would even know about me and the time machine. But I doubt you already knew about this. And once again Piccolo was surprised to see the posture that Cell was doing. A posture that was extremely familiar to him, no, not possible. Kamehameha. Cell yelled as he performed the easiest technique to imitate of the entire show. A technique that shouldn't have surprised Piccolo too much, since Krillin, Yamcha, Mutant Roshi, Goku, Gohan and a wild squirrel were capable of performing them as well. However, between the surprise and the smoke screen, Piccolo was distracted, and that was used by Cell to immobilize him and Plash. Stick his stinger in his arm and started devouring him from there. And obviously Cell had to brag about his success as he clung to him like a huge tick while Piccolo screamed in pain. The outcome is still the same. I will take your powerful life's essence from you. But Cell didn't count on Piccolo knowing about the header attack. Kraz. A very effective attack with critical hit and with a recoil that managed to free him from the binding attack and drain life. Yes, I played Pokemon when I was young and not too young. You were lucky to get away. But not having use of one arm, it seems the advantage has been reversed. Cell said, who really believed that the winner had already been decided. It seems that he thinks he has everything won. Well, now is the time. Certainly true. My balance is thrown off like this, making it quite difficult for me. Unfortunately, it would seem you have won. Piccolo said, pretending he was really screwed up because he didn't have a gross enough regeneration ability. Really, Cell? You forgot that? He even lowered his ki considerably to give his situation more realism. And Cell, who sometimes proved to be smart like Vegeta and another idiot like Goku from Dragon Ball Super, believed in Piccolo's performance. Genetic is something complicated, Hagaga. Not even you can help admitting when you're beaten. Rejoice. Once I absorb the magnitude of your life's essence, I'll have drawn much closer to my perfect form. You will be of great service to me. Aren't you glad? This monster is as simple as Goku and as overbearing as Vegeta, the perfect combination for him to tell all his origin and his plan in a situation like this. Before I'm to be absorbed by you, you have to tell me something. What in the hell are you? Why is it you have Son Goku, Frieza and everyone's ki? Piccolo said, feeling with a 99 chance that Cell will tell him absolutely everything now that he felt infinitely superior to him. And once again our dear Piccolo was right, Cell was about to spit it all out. Very well. You're going to die anyway. I'll tell you. My name is Cell and Kamikaze. Flaring Kikaho. Boom. Boom. Plash. However, a wild mutant Roshi and Ten Shinhan appeared out of nowhere and brutally attacked Cell with their two most powerful attacks, creating a huge crater full of rubble, where Cell, who never expected that surprise attack, was buried. What the hell? Piccolo screamed upon see that Ten Shinhan, mutant Roshi, Krillin, Chaos and Goku had suddenly appeared at his location with two very powerful attacks. I see, Goku has recovered and has brought almost everyone with his teleportation when he felt my ki drop. Bad timing, Goku. Hey Piccolo, I see that you have finally joined with Kami, Krillin said, who deduced before coming here the origin of his green friend's power-up. You have become incredibly strong. Wow, I'm falling behind everyone. Goku said that by now he had become the weakest of his circle of friends. He needed a power-up quickly. Goku, what a relief, you have recovered. But, I can't believe it. How have you guys become so strong too? Piccolo exclaimed, who couldn't believe that such incredible ki came from the quartet of useless humans. Some of them were almost as strong as Cell. Bulma has operated on us as she did with herself. Now we are no longer a hindrance, you can leave this monster to us, said Ten Shinhan, who after years of not being able to be useful finally saw the opportunity to shine as much as his bald spot did. Meanwhile Chaos and Krillin looked around, looking for the ki of Cell, which seemed to have died from the surprise attack combined to the maximum power of two very powerful enhanced humans with inexhaustible energy. Apart from that. Why did you interrupt me? I was about to get the whole truth out of that idiot, said Piccolo, whose elaborate plan to make Cell confess was ruined by his dear friends. He had been hurt for nothing. We're sorry to interrupt, but we thought you were in trouble, said Mutant Roshi said, who had teleported precisely when they sensed that Piccolo might be in trouble. And also to show off after his power-up, just like Piccolo. It wasn't. That thing has stolen some energy, but... Ah. I can regenerate my arm whenever I want, said Piccolo, who tore off his limp arm and regenerated a new one in front of everyone in a rather unpleasant and slimy way, creating a great cringe among their allies, although this wasn't the first time they saw something similar. You don't need to question him, Piccolo. Bulma has more or less explained almost everything to us and we have already intuited the other part. That thing was Cell, eh? This. How did Bulma say? Goku said, that is almost always he had forgotten the technical details, especially those that had to do with technology. Something that didn't surprise his friends and acquaintances. It was expected that you didn't remember. Cell is a biological android created by Dr. Gero from the cells of the most powerful warriors that have ever stepped on this planet, among which are Frieza, Goku, or yourself. It is a very dangerous android that absorbs vital energy to become more powerful, and its objective is absorb C-17 and C-18 to acquire their final form, said Krillin, who had made an effort to memorize all that information in the probable case that Goku or the others forgot something. What? Yelled Piccolo, who was obviously shocked by this surprising revelation. That was our same reaction. Gohan, Bulma, and Trunks said that the reason why it traveled to the past is surely because when it was completed by Dr. Gero's computer in the future, C-17 and C-18 had been defeated by the Trunks of that time. Unable to complete on his timeline, he decided to come to this one. As for the Trunks of that time, we can only imagine the worst, Krillin said again, explaining the probable theories the intelligent team thought about Cell. Theory that convinced Piccolo a lot, especially if that theory had been devised by the group of intellectuals I see. It makes sense and agrees with what that monster has told me so far. I have no idea of the power that Cell can reach if it absorbs those two, but it would be better not know. Don't worry about it, Piccolo. Thanks to Mutant Roshi and Ten that Cell it is history, said Chaos, who had already eliminated Cell from his list of concerns. But not only him, everyone gave him up for dead, ha 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 ha. It's true, now we just need to take care of those 3 androids and Kraz. But nevertheless, Cell had only been hiding under the ground, waiting for the right moment to act. And the first thing he did was grab the furthest person from the group, really. And then, clash. He nailed the stinger in the spine, preventing any type of movement and resistance and causing indescribable pain in his victim Teen. Chaos. Everyone screamed upon see that Cell was alive and had caught his little friend in the worst possible way. At that moment. At the Desire Realm. In the cinema of Broly's private mansion. Holy shit! Exclaimed almost all the henchmen who cared more or less about what was happening in the Dragon Ball universe. Plash. Such was the frustration and shame that some reflexively hit his own face. You see. I told you that you shouldn't underestimate their stupidity, said Broly, who was hoping that something like this could happen. Chapter 197. Chaos. Everyone screamed upon see that Cell was alive and had caught his little friend in the worst possible way. Have. Chaos yelled in great pain, which was completely paralyzed from the neck down due to Cell's little needle. Damn. Not only have we not killed him, he has also masked his energy to ambush us. Goku said, who was able to do a quick analysis of the situation. He wasn't an idiot after all, Piccolo thought, upon see the great move of Cell. The joint attack of Ten Shinhan and Mutant Roshi had seriously injured Cell, but thanks to Frieza's cells that allowed him to survive very serious mutilations and Piccolo's cells, which allowed him to regenerate the maimed parts of his body. He was able to recover almost completely. Later he masked all his energy and hid among the rubble until they left. Or better yet, he managed to catch one of them and use him as a human shield. Damn, this time you will not escape, Piccolo said, who put 2 of his fingers on his forehead and channeled energy into them. The objective was obvious. Repeat the same play that he made years ago with Goku and Raditz. Wait, Piccolo, you will kill Chaos. He cannot be revived with the Dragon Ball anymore. Shouted Ten Shinhan and the rest to stop Piccolo and his plan full collateral damages. A protest that manifested in an oral and physical way, since Ten even grabbed his hand and Goku got in the way. Something that prevented Piccolo from being able to shoot. Ha ha ha. That's right. If you value your friend's life, you'd better stay away from me, Cell said, feeling again that he had the situation more or less under control while absorbing Chaos little by little. On the other hand, Chaos was being subjected to a brutal torture that not even a well-trained and modified warrior could bear. 10. Screams that shocked his friends, who didn't know very well what to do this time. The only one who was able to keep a cool head was Piccolo, who tried to make them see that they couldn't stay without doing anything. Do you think you can negotiate with that monster? Do you think that if we give in to his demands, he will return Chaos safe and sound? Insensitive comment that hurt the feelings of the rest of the Z warriors, especially Ten Shinhan, but on the other hand Piccolo was right and they knew it. But despite that, it's a pity, Piccolo is someone who doesn't get carried away by emotions. And I doubt they will let me absorb him quietly. Especially Piccolo, that ki that he had concentrated in his fingers was superior to all that I could have in this form. I have to think of something to get rid of them and enjoy this high container of energy at the same time, Cell thought, who was beginning to feel nervous and in danger due to Piccolo's power and that he didn't negotiate with terrorists. Luckily for him they gave him a free distraction. Goku-san, guys. Papa, Piccolo. Since Trunks and the clone of Gohan who had come down with him and the clone of Bulma to investigate the mystery of the abandoned time machine had arrived at the place of the fight. Trunks. So, then he also came to this era in the time machine. Well, what difference does it make? This may give me a chance, thought Cell, who pointed his arm at the two Mongol Saiyans not transformed into Super Saiyan with the obvious intention of attacking them by surprise with an energy attack that could kill them ipso facto. Viaj. Oh no. Everyone shouted upon realized that he had taken advantage of that moment of distraction to attack. Gohan. Goku and Piccolo shouted when they saw their favorite son in danger. Plom. Luckily for him and Trunks Piccolo he was able to deflect the blow. Although that caused Piccolo to separate too much from Cell. And this one took the opportunity to rise in the air, just under the sun. Ahahaha. Chaos screamed even louder, being sucked with greater speed and violence. Bastard. Everyone screamed upon hearing Chaos' agonizing screams and due to the surprise attack he had made earlier in which minors could have died. Thank you for your offering. I will make sure I digest it well. No matter how you may try to prevent me from becoming my perfect form, it will come to nothing. Cell said as he continued to consciously suck Chaos and put his green hands on his ugly face to perform one of the most effective and underrated techniques of the show. Tgthegood. Ah. My eyes. Everyone yelled while covering their eyes due to the glow of the Tgthegood. An ability with which he blinded everyone and with which Cell took the opportunity to escape, suck Chaos with great speed so as not to have a dead weight on his tail that could give away his position to the others. Strange. How is it possible that Chaos and the other humans have become so strong? This energy. It is evident that absorbing him I would gain more energy than with him that the other inferior humans. But. This is too much, it's hundreds of times what I could gather from Piccolo's arm. This is too much, I have absorbed almost everything without any problem. It's like, if Chaos was born to be eaten by me. With this power that I have now, would I be able to face Piccolo? No, it is better not to take any risk, I must concentrate on strengthening myself in the safest way possible. For now Cell thought as he moved away from that place as fast as possible and admired the power he had achieved just by devouring the weakest of the group. Moments later. When everyone regained their sight they can withstand nuclear explosions without problems, but the sun's rays are too much for their eyes. Dragon Ball logic. Curse. He can also use that technique. Krillin said surprised, although this technique was capable of being performed by anyone who has seen it a couple of times or only one. He has escaped. Mutant Rashi yelled as he searched the surroundings. He's suppressing his ki dissipation again. I can't find him. Goku said, if he could detect his ki, he would have teleported to his location to follow him. And the ki of Chaos has disappeared. No. Cell. You'll pay for this. Shouted Ten Shinhan as he swore revenge for his useless friend who fell in action. Damn it. I got careless. I already had him. I was about to make him tell me everything. I was about to easily kill him after he told me everything. Shouted Piccolo, that due to his fury he felt for this great failure. A great failure caused largely by the stupid intervention of the Earthlings, who has always made an appearance when no one had asked them and where they could hardly contribute anything. Incredible, Trunks said as he felt Piccolo's power from so close. Such overwhelming power that both Trunks and the others had to release practically all of their ki to withstand that turbulent hurricane of energy. Sorry Piccolo. We thought we could help, and Goku Super Saiyan said, who recognized that come here in this way without knowing the situation 100 wasn't a good idea. Due to his unnecessary intervention, lack of seriousness, distraction and little caution that monster had escaped, killing another of his companions and surely becoming more powerful. They had screwed up one more time. I think it's a bad time to tell them that I warned you that coming here wasn't a good idea, Gohan thought, who was also partly to blame for this misfortune for having come without undue need. Counting them there were only 3 more people left to join the talk. And they weren't far from there. Piccolo. It can't be. And that key was the Rashi, Ten and Krillin. How is this possible? Yam said, that just like Vegeta couldn't believe that those 3 humans had gotten so strong in a few hours. And whose was the other key? From Yumagame? Ginger said, that after seeing so much absurd power-up she had no choice but to take this matter with some humor. Vegeta, Yam, Ginger. Goku said when he saw the other Saiyans the weakest right now had arrived. Dad, Trunks exclaimed, who was still searching for the father he never had. Kakarot, I am glad to see you alive. What happened here? Ginger asked, who was the friendliest Saiyan invader and who had the most contact with the group. It's quite a long explanation, which I think Gohan and Bulma will be able to answer better, Mutant Rashi said, who wanted to talk to Ginger one more time. Although they tried to keep their distance and not look at each other too much. Especially Ginger, who was aware of her flaws, though she didn't want to acknowledge them. Yes, it would be better to go back to Bulma's spaceship, there we can better plan the situation. But I warn you that you will not like what you have to hear. Dad, can you teleport us all back? Gohan said as he grabbed his father's pants, as if he were a child asking for money for a candy. But Cell. However, Ten Shinhan, who had just lost his friend, didn't like that idea. He wanted to go after him to get revenge. And do it now. Fortunately, his friends like Krillin, Mutant Roshi and Goku tried to stop him from doing something stupid. Ten, I know how you feel, but I think we should be more careful this time. Because of us, things may well have gotten worse. Let's try not to spoil it even more. Okay, Ten Shinhan nodded, who tried to think rationally despite the hatred and thirst for blood he was feeling right now. Beforehand, I want you to answer me this. Are you really Piccolo, Ten Shinhan, Roshi and Krillin? How did you come to have all that battle power? Vegeta demanded to know, he needed to know why everyone was stronger than him now that he had become a Super Saiyan. Piccolo-san has once again merged with Kami-sama and Krillin and the others have undergone an operation to become modified humans with unlimited energy, Trunks replied, who kept trying to get his father to pay attention to him. What's this? Merged? Like Nail? Modified? So. Wasn't Bulma bragging? Yam asked, who still couldn't believe that in a single day and in such a simple way these poor guys would have surpassed them despite having been training for years to reach the Super Saiyan. Yes, that's right, Goku answered solemnly to the other 3 weak of the group. Just from that? I'm sure the battle powers I felt before was even higher than mine as a Super Saiyan. Impossible. They are just mere Namekians and Earthlings. Yam thought with great bitterness, as they had once again destroyed her conception of the universe in which the Super Saiyans were the strongest. What's this fucking joke? They dare to make a fool of me. Everyone is easily outspacing the Super Saiyan, greatest in the universe. That's absurd. What happened to the legend? Kakarot. Did that legend only refer to Broly? Vegeta thought with the same bitterness as Yam, who quite rightly began to doubt the real meaning of the legend and who exactly he was referring to. Bulma's spaceship. And that's all I know, said Bulma, who after a few minutes explained in detail what Cell was and what his goals were to everyone. That explanation obviously didn't leave anyone indifferent, the threat of the 3 androids of unlimited energy was now it was a minor problem. The real threat is the biological terminator that devour other androids. Things had gotten very interesting and extremely dangerous. If we don't prevent Cell, C-17YC-18 from merging, no matter the cost, things will get unbearable. Said Trunks, who was obviously the one who most wanted to kill androids, especially the ones that had killed him in another timeline. And not just for Earth. It will be terrible for all the worlds in the universe. Don't forget that he has Frieza and his father's blood running through him as well. Piccolo said, estimating the threat level of the new monster fairly well. Yes. And we can feel lucky that there were no Broly cells in that timeline, said Bulma, trying to relax the atmosphere with that almost humorous comment. However, no one could relax upon hearing that. Everyone's blood ran cold. Just thinking that a monster like that could even have a quarter of Broly's power and ability took away their appetite. Just imagining it made them sweat blood from every pore. This had been without a doubt the most terrifying relief they had ever felt, one that had left them speechless. However, Vegeta wasn't like the others, his pride in this saga was totally out of control. So out of control and out of touch with reality that even said stupid things like that thing have my blood too. You've got nothing but clumsy strategies. If he wants to merge with them, then let him. It'll reduce the number of opponents we have to beat and save us some trouble. I don't care what becomes of my enemy. I'll just kill them anyhow. Right, Kakaroto? Ginger. Yam. However, to his surprise, his greatest rival and the crazy man Goku, didn't share his opinion this time. Vegeta, I find it difficult to say this, but I think this time it will be better not to take unnecessary risks. An answer that the proud Saiyan Prince didn't like at all, you fucking coward. So he tried to seek support from his trusted Saiyans. Ginger, Yam. However, Vegeta would be disappointed one more time. You see, Ginger murmured, not wanting to express her discontent in the presence of her sister and Vegeta, but since a while ago she began to seriously consider what the best course of action would be. Vegeta. Normally I would agree with you, but I think we have already committed enough recklessness. Let's try to fix this problem consistently. We will have more opportunities in the future to prove that we are the strongest, said Yam, who was trying to make Vegeta think with his head and not with testosterone. Obviously this answer was considered a kind of betrayal by Vegeta, who no one supported in his folly. What are you insinuating? Are you cowering just because a Namek, some test tube humans, and a monster made from our scraps have temporarily outpaced us? Where is your pride of? Vegeta. Stop. I know you don't care about the Earth or anyone's life, not even yours, if for that you have to give up your stupid pride. But believe me when I tell you that your stupid delusions matter to all of us even less, Gohan said. Very angry and disgusted with Vegeta and his selfish superiority complex yet to be satisfied. What are you saying, dwarf? Do you want me to give you the beating that I didn't give you years ago? Vegeta replied, who had certainly lost connection with reality. Vegeta, Goku, and Yam said, to subtly let him see that he was raving. Try it if you dare, Chi-Chi and Piccolo said, who in an unsubtle way hinted that he would receive a little beating if he dared to touch Gohan. The situation was so tense that even Trunks and Bulma tried to mediate so that to avoid unauthorized fights in a part of the spaceship not prepared to withstand a battle between monsters. Gohan, you better. But Gohan didn't care, he had a lot stored inside him and needed to let it go at once before it seized in his throat and brain. Always the same. You are always saying the same things. That you are the strongest, that you are the prince of the Saiyans, that if your pride, that if. Ball. You are pathetic. You proclaimed yourself the strongest when you came to Earth. And what was the result? You lost against my father, you could have lost against me, against Piccolo, and Broly Senii did what he wanted with you. And you know what was the funniest thing of all? That you didn't proclaim yourself the strongest in the universe due to ignorance, since you were working for Frieza, whom you knew you couldn't defeat. Ha! Neither Frieza nor his strongest henchman. No. It wasn't ignorance, which may be excusable. It's stupidity, it's delirium. You really thought you were the strongest despite the fact that all the empirical tests contradicted it over and over again. I don't know if it was your father who put those ideas in your head, if you just convinced yourself by hypnosis or by a blow to the head. But it's not true. Recognize the reality. And once you became a Super Saiyan, what you always wanted, your delusion got worse. You took a legend created by fanatics like you literally and thought you were the strongest in the universe for that despite the evidence that you weren't. And with this added pretext that you believe yourself superior to all other Saiyans by reason of birth, you set out to prove to yourself and others that your delusions that had never been true were true. Putting us all in danger with it. Outcome. They beat you, they humiliated you. Again. And this is already the third or fourth time that the same happened to you. This is something that should have made you reflect and understand that you are not the strongest, that you have never been and never will be. Something that should have made you reflect on the danger we face. And, now you say that you are going to defeat a monster made with everyone's cells once it absorbs C-17 and C-18, which you couldn't even make bleed. I laugh, but it's not funny, it's pathetic. You are a complete idiot who wants to fall 5 or 6 times on the same stone. And what's worse, you want to throw us all on the ground with you for your stupidity. Stop insisting, Vegeta. You are the prince of a planet that doesn't exist, of a race half exterminated due to the stupidity of your family, and you have been surpassed by other Saiyans and even by Earthlings on various occasions. You are nobody. You aren't the strongest. And nobody cares that a being as despicable as you could be the strongest. Mature at 1 and go see a psychiatrist to get fixed what is wrong with your head. Hard words. Harsh words from a child tired of so much incoherence, irresponsibility, and bad behaviors around him. A child tired of bearing so much unnecessary stupidity. Go Gohan. Chi-Chi yelled, shocked by everything Gohan had said. Wow, exclaimed most of those present, who were fascinated with the analysis of Vegeta's delusions of grandeur. Even Yam and Vegeta were completely speechless and not knowing what to say before that explosion of criticism and psychological analysis. I'm sorry. If you'll excuse me, I'll go to training, said Gohan, who moved away from the group to calm down and get away from this environment that was making him completely mad. I think some of these phrases were heard from Broly, Bulma thought as she watched as Gohan entered a training room. It was evident that Broly had quite influenced his speech and his complaints towards Vegeta a lot. However, as Gohan put it, Vegeta's brain wasn't working properly, so he continued with his bombastic speech. Don't use that big shot tone with me, brat. I will go beyond, count on it. Beyond even Super Saiyan. Beyond Super Saiyan, said Trunks, fascinated with the idea of becoming stronger as a Saiyan. And seeing that he finally had some support in that room, even if it was his illegitimate son from the alternate future, Vegeta continued looking for support in that hostile place. Kakarot, you surely have thought the same. Right? On that day. That day Broly transformed. That was definitely something beyond the Super Saiyan. And Vegeta was right, he also had the same aspiration, only with a certain different nuance, so he wanted to communicate it to him. Yes, I thought so too, and I have a hunch. But. Shut up. You all do whatever you wish among yourselves. Kakarot, teleport me out of this spaceship if you don't want me to destroy it, Vegeta said, who due to his anger didn't let Goku finish speaking and threatened everyone stupidly, as always. Don't even think about it. Shouted Bulma upon hearing that this idiot was going to do something stupid like that. Calm, Vegeta. I wanted to propose to you, Ginger and Yam, to train here on this ship. You will not believe it, but one day here is equivalent to a year in some rooms of this spaceship. Not only that, there are options to increase the temperature. It's perfect for training, said Goku, explaining the existence of a very convenient room to train. What? Is there such a thing? Exclaimed Ginger, who was overly expressive when there were surprises. It is similar to the hyperbolic room of the Kami Temple. Was this the reason why you entered it twice, Bulma? Piccolo asked, feeling as if a business secret had been stolen from him. That's right, I needed data. I advise that just as in the Kami Temple room, only 2 people enter to train at the same time. The rooms aren't small and they take well the blows, but it is better not to overload them at the moment, said Bulma, explaining the correct methods of use. Wait. We had something so convenient and haven't used it before. Some of those who lived under the threat of various apocalypses asked. Okay. I accept your proposal, make sure you train hard too. After all this happens, you are the next one I'm going to beat up, and then your son, Vegeta said, as kind as ever. We'll see about that, Goku said, showing great confidence in his abilities over and above those of his self-proclaimed rival. Yam, come on, I'll need someone to train with, Vegeta said, indicating the way in which she should follow him. However, Vegeta would be disappointed this time I will train with Ginger. Like you, I also have an idea of how to overcome the Super Saiyan, but I doubt that Ginger knows how. Hey, don't treat me like a stupid child, Ginger protested, feeling a bit underestimated by her sister. Gur. Okay, do what you want. Trunks, come with me, you may be useful to me this time, Vegeta said with great anger towards his flirt, who felt in his own way that she was betraying him. So he tried to get revenge in the most absurd way he could think of, paying attention to Trunks, his illegitimate son from the future he had with Bulma. Yes, father, replied Trunks, who was very happy that his evil father finally paid attention to him. Don't call me that way. Vegeta protested, since had the sensitivity, empathy and kindness of a stone, as we all know. Okay, Trunks said, ducking his head and ears like a dog that had just been scolded as he walked through the bedroom door to spend a year alone with that curmudgeon. The same thing happened with Ginger and Yam, who silently arranged to enter another room to perform the same type of training. No one said anything except for mutant Rashi Ginger. Cheer up. Then. Of course, Ginger replied, trying not to look at him as she entered the room with her sister. Okay, I'll train with Gohan, so everything stays in the family, Goku said, who was crazy to go back to training again. However, his training had to wait a few more minutes. He was the only one with the ability to teleport, that made him the taxi of the whole group. Goku, before you go to enter, could you send me to Earth? I have to locate and defeat Cell to correct my mistake from before, Piccolo said, who couldn't sit idly by at that moment, especially when he knew that a little training in his case wouldn't make a difference in this battle. Chapter 198. But before Goku agreed to that small favor, Bulma created the final cliffhanger of the chapter. 1 also wanted to talk to you about this. Cell may have grown much stronger by absorbing chaos. As strong as you, Piccolo. What have you said? Everyone screamed upon hearing that incredible informational 1 million megaton bomb that exploded directly in their testicles. I know, I am a poet. But despite the impact that this comment caused on our impressionable warriors, this statement also raised certain doubts, as is normal in this type of situation. Bulma, are you sure you aren't exaggerating? Have you seen how strong he is now that he has merged with Kami? Yes, I know. This was the reason why I didn't want you to go to fight him. But as always you never listen to me. Bulma protested, showing her anger in a very effusive way. At first they ignored her several times and now they doubted her. She felt insulted. Okay. We are sorry, replied the 4 irresponsible who left recklessly later while bowing in regret and apology before the angry Bulma. And Bulma, seeing that those 4 idiots at least showed some regret, continued with the explanation that our heroes skipped and that the readers didn't have time to read because the previous chapter could have been made very long and with repeated information. What I wanted to tell you is that I based our biological transformation, which improves our physique, in C17 and C18. But at the same time, the way in which your body converts the unlimited energy that the 2 of them have into Ki and distributes it throughout your body was based on Cell. Or at least in the way that he absorbs it. I haven't understood anything, Goku said, who missed some technical details. However, this was something within Bulma's calculations, so she tried to simplify her explanation a bit more so that we could continue using ki and not have mechanical parts inside of us like the unlimited energy reactors that C-17 and C-18 carry inside. I took cell, or at least his theatrical base as a base, which can obtain more power and unlimited energy without giving up his ki through the absorption of biological components and energy reactors of C-17 and C-18. Do you understand what I mean? I think that. No, they said Goku, Ten, Roshi and Krillin at the same time, since none of them went to school as a child and they didn't know anything about mechanics and biology. But to everyone's surprise, someone not very well versed in science, but in magic and other fantastic things, did understand Bulma's riddle, and that was Piccolo with Kami's centuries-old wisdom. Does that mean that the compatibility between the humans modified by you and Cell is excessively high? Exactly, Piccolo. I'm surprised that you understood it so easily, Bulma said with joy upon cease that someone present was able to understand the conversation except for Gohan and Trunks. I have my circumstances, Piccolo answered, who had some experience with mergers and themes of that style. Bulma, what are you trying to say? Goku asked once more, who still didn't understand her or at least preferred not to have to think. It is something very simple. When someone eats something, based on how compatible that food is with his body, he will be able to extract more energy from that food with less effort. In the same way, it will be easier for the body to process that energy and store it in each of its cells. And Cell's absorption ability is the same, Bulma said again, this time simplifying the explanation so that even the dumbest would be able to understand. That means, are we the perfect food for Cell and that he can convert almost all of our power and energy into his when he absorbs us? Ten Shinhan asked, terrified of the consequences of this chilling theory with real scientific knowledge. And upon hearing Ten's correct conclusion, Bulma nodded, finishing explaining why she didn't want them to approach Cell something like that. In addition, it will even be easier with you all, since he's built with your cells. It would be similar to what could happen if he devours C-17 and C-18 at once. At least his first time has been like this if we are optimistic and pessimistic at the same time. An informational bomb that exploded again near the ass of our protagonists, who had begun to believe, understand and accept that the situation had become more complicated despite the power-ups they had received. Or rather, it had become this dangerous due to having achieved a power-up in strength but not in brain. The situation is so serious? Krillin asked dumbfounded, who couldn't believe that they had screwed up so much this time. But Bulma confirmed it again, yes, it can be. But we cannot fix the past, it will be better to look for solutions in the future. However, this time she did it with a little more tact and without ensuring 100 that they are fucked for their fault so that they didn't feel so guilty for Keia's death and for having complicated the situation much more. Krillin, Mutant Roshi's face, and especially Ten's, showed great regret and guilt at that moment, so Bulma felt compassion and decided not to continue pointing out the flaws. Compassion that she would regret too quickly. You are an irresponsible Bulma. How could you turn them into modified humans if something like this could happen? Goku said, not only did he not grasp the situation, he also behaved like an idiot when reaching that conclusion. What? Everyone shouted upon hearing those controversial and out-of-place statements. But above all, he angered the beast. Plash. Boom. UHH. A very short-tempered female beast that had undergone an operation to become a very powerful being. Much more powerful than a normal Super Saiyan. How dare you protest? Plash. If you hadn't teleported there when I and Gohan begged you not to go, this wouldn't have happened. Boom. If you had listened to me 3 years ago, none of this would be happening. Crash. How did you pretend me to anticipate that a project postponed by Jero would come from the future to fulfill its hypothetical purpose? Pounch. I did Anug, making you stronger to beat C-16, C-17 and C-18 to correct your mistake and to prepare you for future threats. Pong. And despite to warn you all, you recklessly again due to your stupid fighting us obsession you unnecessarily messed it all up one more time. Track-a-track. And is it supposed to be my fault? Shouted Bulma, who seemed to have turned into an ogre as she grabbed Goku by the neck and hit him hard with each sentence. But not only with each phrase or after each phrase. Palm. Poem. Plash. So much and so hard that the blows could be heard in the closest soundproof rooms. Poem. Plash. So much and so hard that was causing a small earthquake in that room and almost the entire spacecraft. Pounch. Track-a-track. Bulma hit him so hard that even Goku was able to understand that he had said something wrong, that he couldn't defend himself and had no choice but to show true regret. Bulma, mercy. I'm sorry. Pounch. Apologies almost accepted. Someone give him a senzu bean, Bulma said as she threw an extremely injured Goku to the ground. So hurt, especially in the face that anyone could hardly recognize him. PLLSH. And with that throw, this violent episode ended, which made everyone who witnessed that brutal beating reflect deeply. Long ago believed that there was nothing more terrifying than an angry Bulma. Now I know that there is nothing more dangerous than an angry and powerful Bulma. Krillin and Mutant Roshi thought with terror, since in the past together with Goku and Yamcha they had been the ones who had made Bulma angry the most. And for this they thanked heaven that she hadn't found a way to operate herself in the past. Good heavens. With this operation even a rabbit is capable of devouring a dinosaur. Ten Shinhan and Piccolo thought upon see that Bulma in action for the first time. Her first combat and victory, that consisted of beating Goku's Super Saiyan. I think I'll ask her to operate on me too when this is resolved. It might be useful to have that strength, Chi-Chi thought after being inspired by that brutal beating. So I'll make it clear. The modified ones won't go to fight Cell, we can't afford any more mistakes. And Goku, Piccolo, before you leave we need to do something with the Dragon Balls, said Bulma, giving orders again. Orders that she wouldn't allow to be breached this time. It is true, due to Piccolo's union with Kami the Dragon Balls have lost their function, now they are only stones, said Krillin, who recalled that Piccolo's power-up had a quite important adverse effect for them. Especially if they wanted to resurrect their friends and be irresponsible again in the future. Yes, and we need the Dragon Balls as soon as possible to fix this mess. So now you can do something. I can't do everything myself. Shouted Bulma, who kept expelling her anger in the form of beatings and orders. Goku, we would have to ask on Namek to see if someone with talent to create Dragon Balls would want to be the new Kami, Piccolo said as he gave Goku a senzu bean to recover from Bulma's blows. Yes, I'll go right now, as soon as I teach Gohan how to become a Super Saiyan and leave Piccolo on Earth, Goku said as he tried to get up and forget his recent humiliation. Didn't you hear me before? No, of course not. Anyway, do what you want. It tires me to warn you. But fix the Dragon Ball first, said Bulma, who gave up on applying some caution or common sense to this group of crazy warriors. Piccolo-san, are you really going to fight Cell? Said Gohan, who left the room where he was training with the spy sphere that he borrowed from Bulma to have past references of his father, Vegeta, Yam, Ginger and Piccolo in his training among other things. Yes, I am the best suited for it. I don't know if I can destroy it, but at the very least I will try to prevent it from devouring more humans or androids. At least I'll do time until you six are ready, Piccolo answered, who decided to take responsibility for saving the planet, since for now he was the only viable option. If you are going to go, will be better if you can locate him. Take this device and put it on your ear. The tracker I made before doesn't work with him, so I'll have to guide you to his position in case you lose sight of him again, said Bulma, who despite not liking the idea of someone leaving, didn't totally disagree with Piccolo's initiative. And how do you plan to do that? Piccolo asked curiously. Simple. I will track him with my magic sphere that Gohan has in his hand and I will notify you from here, Bulma as she took the sphere that Gohan was handing her for the demonstration. Demonstration in which Cell could be seen devouring human beings in a rather disgusting and terrifying way. Something unusual in the actual family-friendly anime shonen where you hardly see nowadays blood. It's a very useful thing, said Chi-Chi, who was also interested in getting one for several reasons. Also take some senzu bean, Piccolo. Trunks and I went to look for some in case someone got hurt again, Gohan said, who had thought of everything again. But if things were already complicated, and more or less a temporary solution had been found for them. Of course, someone had to add new problems. This Bulma. Can you also tell us what is the position of C-16, C-17 and C-18? We need to warn them of what is happening, Krillin said, expressing himself in a somewhat clumsy way, a sign that he was hiding his true intentions. Why do you want to know that, Krillin? Goku asked innocently, but bringing up the doubts that those words raised. That was something that made Krillin very nervous, and that caused him to express himself more awkwardly, an awkwardness that made more evident what was already obvious. I mean. There is a dangerous monster that tries to absorb them, they should be warned so that they don't get caught easily. It's to prevent Cell from reaching his perfect form. Nothing more. Stare. An explanation that didn't convince even Goku, who didn't know the story behind Krillin's crush by the attractive android who beat up Vegetas and wanted to kill Goku. Why do you look at me like that? This telling the truth, said Krillin, hurting himself more with every word that came out of his mouth. So much so that Bulma in an excessively sarcastic way said to Krillin while Mutant Roshi played pranks on his applauded student, yes, we believe you. And let me guess. Will you go to warn them? Exposing you to the possibility of Cell eating you too? This. I think it is inevitable that some of us have to go. Piccolo has to go for Cell, Goku has to find a new Kami and train with Gohan, and the other Scions are training too, Krillin replied, half apologizing for the idea he had by the fact that only modified humans could warn them. Unfortunately he is right. Although, Gohan said as he sighed towards Bulma. Aish. And surely you will be against destroying it with my device too. Right? Said Bulma, who was hoping that she could end a potential problem quickly and efficiently, despite the moral implications. Yes, Bulma. I have been following their past and what they do now. They are not saints, as they have committed some theft and damage against public and private property, but although they have had the opportunity to kill and injure many people in the process, they haven't hurt anyone. I don't think it's fair to take their lives. Even in these circumstances, said Gohan, whose moral code prevented him from killing some people who so far hadn't killed anyone except for the bastard who kidnapped them, performed dangerous operations on them without their consent and enslaved them for years. I find it justified. If you don't mind, Krillin, I will accompany you. Maybe we can downsize them and bring them here to reschedule if we cooperate, Mutant Rashi said, worried that Krillin might get into trouble down there. More than anyone he knew how dangerous is face a sexy woman. And I will also accompany you. They are 3. If for some reason the negotiations turn hostile, it will be better if we are in numerical equality, said Ten Shinhan, who didn't want to sit idly by. That was definitely a moving scene. A moment where it was shown that friendship between men is something solid and seamless. A strong friendship that pushed 2 people to risk their lives to ensure that a third's life couldn't be in danger, despite the fact that this third person was risking his life and that of practically the entire universe for having a tiny hope of flirting with a woman he theoretically wanted to kill his best friend and who in another parallel universe killed him and everyone. A moving scene that showed to the world and universe how far a man can go to fuck, or at least trying to fuck. Risking his life, that of his friends and that of the universe. Scene that demoralized Bulma even more, who had practically given up in her attempts not to create unstable and dangerous situations. Yes, or you could alert Cell about your position if you decide to fight or something similar. Something that could create the possibility of giving him 5 of his favorite foods with which to evolve to a point beyond his perfect form and kill us all. Anyway. Why do I keep trying? Take some locators. With them you can easily detect them. Thank you, Bulma, Krillin said with relief, since until this moment he was afraid that Bulma would beat him in the same way she did with Goku to prevent him from leaving the spaceship. Yes, yes. Do what you want. One of my clones is already in Kami's palace. When you have brought the new Kami I will be waiting for you with the Dragon Balls, said Bulma, who was staring at a fixed point while trying to pretend that she didn't care about anything. Okay, Bulma. Gohan, I'll leave them on Earth and be back in a moment. I will help you transform and then I will go for the new Kami. Once these errands are finished we will train together, Goku said to his son while Piccolo, Krillin, Ten Shinhan and Mutant Rashi touched him on the back to start the teleportation as soon as possible. You don't have to help me with the transformation. I was there when you taught Yam and I heard perfectly how the transformation is achieved. I think I'm close to achieving it. Come back to train seriously with me, when I'm a Super Saiyan like you, Gohan replied enthusiastically. Become as strong as you can as soon as possible. We will need your valuable help, Piccolo said with great confidence that Gohan could be decisive in this crazy conflict. That's right. My son is the strongest in the world. Broly doesn't count, said Goku, who really thought from his heart that his son could surpass him and everyone. Broly doesn't count, if he tried hard enough and believed in himself. Count me in, Piccolo, Papa, Gohan replied, quite blushed by the praise of 2 of his 3 father figures. All right. Let's go back to Earth and then to Namek. Goku said as he disappeared with Piccolo, Krillin, Ten Shinhan and Mutant Rashi. As Gohan re-entered the training room with more determination than before. While Chi-Chi told him to take some books in case he got bored. While Bulma drowned her sorrows in alcohol, Broly, why have you left me alone with these idiots? And while Broly watched all that with interest from his private cinema on his private planet in his private universe, eating popcorn and drinking cola non-stop since the day began until now. There was only one thing that worried him: when I come back Bulma will be very angry with me. I have to prepare some countermeasures. Chapter 199. While Vegeta, Trunks, Yam, Ginger and Gohan were training in the time compression rooms and one of Bulma's body drowned her sorrows in alcohol. Goku, Piccolo, Ten Shinhan, Mutant Rashi, and Krillin suddenly appeared at Kami-sama's palace, where Popo and one of Bulma's bodies were waiting for them. From there each one went in a different direction. Goku made a stop on the planet of North Kai, to ask him for help to locate the planet Namek, since thanks to Broly it was very difficult to know where it is. Piccolo, following the instructions of one of Bulma's bodies, went in search of Cell, to prevent him from continuing to devour humans and to become stronger with it. And Krillin, Rashi and Ten went in search of Krillin's future wife, the one forgotten by Toriyama in the following season and the nicest person robot that has ever existed in this show. Those three androids continued their stupid car trip to kill Goku, not being pursued by the police at the state level for their crimes as if this were GTA, where after a while of avoiding the police all the crimes prescribed. A trip that was being very quiet, although with certain shocks caused by C-16, which noticed on several occasions very powerful keys. Some powerful keys that could even beat C-17 and C-18 with ease, warnings that were quickly classified as calculation errors. And once again C-16 had to give the same news. There are three very powerful keys that are approaching us, said C-16, who stopped looking at the flowers and wild animals through the window and directed his gaze towards the sky. How? Again. Believe me C-16, that radar that D'Argero installed on you surely broke down during your hibernation. If it ever worked, C-17 said that, still believed that C-16 software worked worse than Windows Vista. Wait C-17, I'm seeing three people approaching us. Flying. Those are Krillin, Ten Shinhan and Mutant Rashi. Said C-18, who wasn't as skeptical as her brother and at least looked towards where C-16 was indicating them. Those three are your powerful keys. Your radar is definitely faulty, C-17 said sarcastically, continuing with the joke about C-16's factory issues. In a few seconds our three former bald and bald heroes of their own accord landed in front of them, preventing the advance of the stolen van in which they were driving without a driver's license or wearing a seatbelt. C-16, C-17, C-18, the three said unnecessarily to announce that hey, come to speak on that deserted road. Hello guys. We haven't finished our game of looking for Goku yet, when we are tired we will ask you for his location. But for now be patient, C-17 said as the three got out of the stolen vehicle to talk to them. Not for education or something similar, they simply didn't want the van to be damaged due to carelessness, since it would be difficult for them to find another one near there. Or do you want to stop us from playing this stupid game? Don't be offended, but that is something impossible for you, said C-18, who was the one who moved the least away from the vehicle. She didn't like standing too much if it was avoidable. And obviously that they underestimated them in such a way annoyed our heroes a bit, especially Ten Shinhan, who was the one who was most upset right now by what had happened to his dwarf. Do you want to bet something? Fortunately Krillin didn't forget what the official objective of this dangerous expedition was, apart from being close to C-18. Wait 10. We aren't here to fight. Then what do you want? Convince us again not to kill Goku. We have already explained that it is impossible, said C-18, reminding them of the conversation they had a few hours ago. What if it wasn't impossible? What if there was a way to change your programming so that you don't have the need to kill Goku or do anything else? Krillin said, trying to explain to them that there was a solution to that problem in a way that could arouse their interest. What do you mean? C-17 asked, quite alerted like C-18 by the severity of the implications of Krillin's words. Even C-16, who had been caressing a little bird without worrying about anything, looked away to pay attention to Krillin. And Krillin, upon see that he had managed to capture the attention of the three androids, continued with his evangelizing speech. What would you say if I told you that Bulma, our scientist, has found a way to remove that programming, as well as remove your bombs? I would tell you that I find it quite unbelievable. And even if it were possible, it would prevent you from deactivating us, erasing our memory or killing us during the supposed operation. Do you expect us to just believe you? C-18 said, being quite skeptical of both the capabilities and intentions of her potential enemies. A fairly understandable reaction. They couldn't be sure if they were telling the truth. It is clear that to reprogram them and remove the bombs they would need to be off and let them play with their bodies. If they allowed it they would be completely vulnerable. Vulnerable in front of their potential enemies, in front of the friends of the man they had sworn to destroy. This is a risk that they couldn't take for more than obvious reasons. However, for Krillin that more than obvious negative answer from C-18, the girl of his dreams, was like a big blow to her smooth head, so he clumsily tried to convince her no, we wouldn't do something like that. Trust me. But while Krillin tried to negotiate peacefully and even with chivalry, sweetness, and obvious clumsiness, Ten Shinhan continued his role as bad cop. We have no reason to lie to you. In the same way that we know how to reprogram you, we also have in our possession a device with which to destroy you, only pressing a single button. If we wanted to, we wouldn't need to deceive you. Those words startled the androids, who remembered with horror the dark feeling that someone could end their life with the push of a button. The terrible feeling of having no choice but to obey someone weaker than him. The terrible feeling of having to choose between slavery or death. However, after thinking a bit, C-17 regained his composure and tried to think rationally about this presumed threat. If you have this device, why haven't you saved yourself the trouble of coming here and using it? What was C-17 implying right now? C-17 and C-18 believed that these three had come to scam them with the story of reprogramming them and disabling their bombs to kill them during operation. His objective was solely and exclusively to kill them, the same thing that the Scions tried a few hours ago. In their heads there was no possibility that they had another objective. If they could kill them without the need to scam them, why hadn't they done it before? The answer was obvious. They don't have that supposed remote control, they just tried to trick them so that they agreed with the mortal operation. Mainly because Gohan and Krillin have opposed killing 3 people who haven't killed anyone yet. And because the Scions want to fight against you, answered Mutant Rashi, who tried to show an attitude between cordiality and hostility when speaking with the 3 androids. But nevertheless. Plank. 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 That answer didn't seem to convince them. It was more than evident that C-17's applause was extremely sarcastic, as if he were applauding a performance with a more or less convincing script but with various plot failures and a terrible staging. It seems to me that these excuses are just lies and that you have neither the way to reprogram us nor to kill us. Nice try, I almost believed it. If you don't mind, could you go back to your hiding place to think of a new plan to stop us? We have things to do. GRRJJ. You damn arrogant fool, Ten Shinhan said with evident anger and impatience. They were risking their lives and everyone's for them, they were offering them an unbeatable offer that would make them completely free, but did they make fun of them? And once again Krillin stood in front of Ten Shinhan to prevent him from starting a fight. He still had more arguments that could convince them to collaborate peacefully with them. I understand that it is hard for you to believe that we have such good intentions and that you still don't trust us. But believe me in the next thing I'm going to tell you. C-17 and C-18, you are in grave danger and so is the world. Oh, so you guys had a plan B? C-17 answered, fascinated by the insistence of the 3 presumed weaklings in front of him. He was amused to see that it was true that when you lack physical power you try to make up for that lack using your head. In this case inventing another story to deceive them. None of that, we are telling you the truth. Dr. Gero, or rather, his computer created an android called Cell, created from the cells of Goku, Piccolo, Frieza, Ten and many others. And he has come from the future to devour you and thus achieve his perfect form. And right now he is too strong, too strong. It is impossible that you can beat him, so we have to take you to a safe place. The best thing is to hide in a place that is not in this world so that he doesn't find you. Because if it does and devours you, everything will be lost. Unless Broly returns, Krillin replied, explaining Cell's story and possible solutions in a very hasty way, showing how nervous he was. If he didn't convince them with this, he didn't know how he could do it. And from the expression on their faces he wasn't having much success. If you want to make up another story, it would be better to make it more credible, said C-18. Who found that all this story was even more crazy and improbable than the previous one, like any alternative plan. Failure. They had failed to convince them. The frustration on Krillin's face was more than evident, they had come to Earth surely for nothing. And what was worse, his waifu now considered him a liar and technically she had rejected him. That was a serious blow to the morale and self-esteem of our little bald friend who only wanted a tall, blonde, pretty and strong girl in his life. However, the quiet and almost autistic C-16 came to the rescue of our enamored hero that Cell you speak of. By any chance you were fighting him about 6 hours ago near the east area? A comment from the least expected person that surprised everyone equally. Yes, Piccolo who has become incredibly strong after merging Kami managed to corner him, but due to a serious mistake on our part, from Chaos and Goku, Cell managed to escape and multiply his power. Now he must be devouring other humans to increase his power even more before coming for you, replied Mutant Rashi on behalf of Krillin, who was still recovering from the emotional blow. A few hours ago. 2 powerful people fighting, and then 5 more joined. You mean that your radar wasn't damaged? Asked C-18 to C-16, which until now supported the theory of the C-16 radar malfunction. However, this incredible coincidence began to confuse her. Were they telling the truth? Was something like this really happening, or was it a very well prepared and studied staging to confuse them to make them fall into their trap? No, he is not. What's more, right now I feel like 2 extremely powerful Ki are fighting thousands of kilometers to the southwest of here, insisted C-16, which was stroking a squirrel that had perched on his shoulder at the same time that he offered him a nut. That's right. Those 2 must be Cell and Piccolo. Right now he is trying to kill him or prevent him from getting stronger until we can all unite against him and take you to a safe place, Krillin said with enthusiasm, seeing that his waifu began to believe that he wasn't a liar who wanted to kill her. It was evident that something strange was happening if both their versions of C-16 began to intertwine, so C-17, who appeared to be the leader of the group, had no choice but to acknowledge that there was a possibility that they had reason, even partially alright. Let's suppose we believe that the bastard Jero created a new android in the future, that he has traveled in time, that his mission is to devour us and that you have faced him. Let's just say it's more or less believable considering how twisted Dr. Jero was and taking into account C-16 readings, but... Are you saying he is stronger than me? Ha! That is impossible, I am the most powerful warrior that has ever existed. And that last part of his speech immediately put the 3Z warriors on alert, who had a very bad feeling of what could happen next. Oh no! Bulma's prophecy is going to be fulfilled, Mutant Rashi said, who thanks to his extensive experience was beginning to foresee that everything was about to become complicated in the worst possible way. Let me guess, C-17, do you want to propose another game? C-18 asked rhetorically, since she knew that her brother was going to propose next. Rhetorical question that C-17 recognized immediately, responding with an obvious answer, you know me well, sister. Goku can wait for now. Why don't we show that we are the strongest by defeating that supposed brother of ours and that we don't need your help? Uff. They are siblings, what a relief, Krillin thought with relief upon knowing that he had one less love rival despite how dangerous that scenario was becoming. Although neither Krillin nor the audience of the 80-90s wouldn't be so calm if they had seen how the relationship between siblings evolved in anime during the 21st century. Incest between siblings is pandemic nowadays. Do what you want, but I'm not going to look for that sell by car, C-18 replied, who didn't mind satisfying his brother's whim, but as long as they weren't 100 stupid. At least not twice in a row and with the same stupidity. And although he wanted to continue on his way by car, C-17 had to be flexible and accept the terms of the negotiation. Don't worry, we will fly. What do you say, C-16? I don't advise you to go. It is practically certain death, C-16 replied, due to his good sense and because he was only interested in killing Goku and dangerous beings that are a danger to life in general. You should listen to what the big man says, Ten Shinhan said, still showing quite a bit of hostility towards the androids. Although he was beginning to like C-16. A shame. How about you wait for us here with these three? We will be back shortly to continue our game. I almost forgot that you only care about eliminating Goku, C-17 said, showing that he didn't want to give up his game. Have you not listened to us and your friend? You are no match for that monster, Ten Shinhan protested, who intervened in the flight of C-17 with the obvious intention of preventing his advance. It is you who don't listen properly. I am the strongest, replied C-17, who had an ego too excessive right now. He believed himself to be the strongest being in the universe after easily defeating the Super Saiyan, theoretically the strongest being up to that moment. Arrogant and out-of-place words that sadly reminded them of a certain person who because of that arrogance made things much worse that day. Oh no. Another Vegeta, no. A more educated Vegeta at least, Mutant Rashi said, trying to see the bright side of everything. 10. Please wait. Cried Krillin, who kept trying to convince himself that was possible to reach an agreement without the need to fight. But Ten Shinhan knew perfectly well that there was no going back. Peace was never an option. They wouldn't come for good to be re-educated by the obvious and understandable that this could actually be a trap. Instead of fleeing from Cell, the arrogant C-17 would go to fight him to show that he is the strongest. So if they didn't submit to him now, everything would all have been in vain. In fact, they would have made it worse, just as Bulma predicted. And none of them were willing to listen to another of her scoldings where she would remember that she was right one more time. It wasn't something they wanted to hear again. So I guess the peaceful negotiations are over. You will come with us, either by hook or by crook. Ten Shinhan said, getting progressively closer to C-17 Jotaro meme. Which continued to deeply underestimate the capabilities of our bald friend. Dear, you never learn. It taxes my comprehension. Why would fight a battle you can't? Why? Palm. Boom. An imprudence that earned him a punch from Ten Shinhan in his pretty face, a very painful impact against the asphalt, and most important of all, losing your beloved stolen van against which he crashed. A punch so fast, powerful and unexpected for C-18 and C-16 that for the first time since they appeared in the series made them felt fear and surprise. How can this be? C-18 yelled upon that Ten Shinhan, someone who couldn't even be considered a nuisance, not only hit his brother, he also managed to hurt him. For the first time since they were modified, someone had been able to hurt them, and that person had been a simple human. That wasn't possible. Not even 4 Super Saiyan at once could make them bleed. That guy is Ten Shinhan. What's happening? C-16 said while covering the squirrel with his hands so that it wouldn't be collaterally injured. Krillin, you've already seen it, you can't negotiate with them. I'll knock them unconscious and get them to Bulma before the situation gets complicated. I don't think it will take me long, Ten Shinhan said, declaring his intentions as he approached C-17, which was beginning to emerge from the crater in which he had been embedded. C-18, this one is mine, don't interfere, C-17 said to his sister to continue with their beautiful and honorable tradition of 1vs1 fighting. Hi. And you too. Do you want to fight too? C-18 answered affirmatively to her brother at the same time that she asked Krillin and Mutant Rashi if they planned to follow the same form of acting as Ten Shinhan with her and C-16. That. If possible we would prefer not to have to do it, C-18 said Krillin, who didn't want to fight with C-18 nor let someone else do it, especially the perverted Mutant Rashi. Okay then I'll wait. This can be interesting, C-18 replied as she sat on a rock to watch the combat. Perfect. Maybe I can convince her during the course of the fight that we are telling the truth, Krillin said and thought with some optimism. And while Krillin was still in his pink world, Mutant Rashi tried to check if C-16 was thinking of waiting or not, and however, when he saw that he sat next to a tree where he played with the birds that landed on him, he gave up asking. His answer was more than obvious, well, I see, maybe Gohan was right about you. Don't worry, I'm not going to kill you, although that would save us a lot of trouble, Ten Shinhan said arrogantly to the arrogant C-17. It's funny, I was about to say the same thing. Luckily for you, I have never considered you a problem, C-17 replied that he couldn't allow someone to be more arrogant than him if he could avoid it in an elegant and violent way. And if you are lucky that will be the worst and at the same time the best mistake of your life, Ten Shinhan replied as he used to do before Dragon Ball Z. But this time increasing its energy in such a way that the same planet felt his great power and covering his entire body in flames. Flames so hot that and concentrated that they began to evaporate the clothes of C-17, which was several meters away from him. Meanwhile 1,000 miles away. Plosh. Crash. Piccolo and Cell fought fiercely with each other. Piccolo had the advantage when it came to power, although the difference wasn't as noticeable as he wanted. Unfortunately Cell, by possessing both his cells, those of the Saiyan and that of the Frost Demons, had an atrocious survival capacity. No matter how much he was injured, he was able to survive and regenerate instantly without an apparent expenditure of energy while Piccolo progressively accumulated damage and fatigue. You are a tough nut to crack, but sooner or later you will end up becoming part of me. Damn, I have to get rid of him as soon as possible and go for C-17 and C-18, once I find them and absorb them neither he nor anyone will be able to stop me, Cell said and thought while pointing Piccolo with his sting. Hard nut to crack. It's funny, it's you who should have died a dozen times. Your appearance doesn't deceive, you have the vitality of a cockroach. But even they die if they are stepped on hard enough. Damn, I have to kill him so that there is nothing left of his cells, but it is not as simple as it seems. Gohan, I'll need your help sooner than later, hurry up. Piccolo said and thought as he tried to recover as he spoke against the arrogant anthropomorphic bug. Ha. I am almost invincible and in part it is thanks to you, Cell replied, remembering once again that he has Piccolo's cells. However, Piccolo wasn't able to respond with a clever phrase and neither did Cell attack him with his tail as they had planned. Something interrupted them. Something distracted them. Specifically an incredible key, a key with a combat power far above that of an ordinary Saiyan, who had suddenly appeared thousands of kilometers from here. Shit, that's Ten Shinhan's key. Fighting those androids has been inevitable from what I see. Now more than ever I cannot let this monster escape from here, Piccolo thought as he organized his priorities in this fight. Right now the most important thing was to make sure he didn't escape than to try to destroy him. That great key. It belongs to Ten Shinhan, and he must be fighting someone. But I can't feel the key of that other person. Which means that. I have to slip Piccolo and go there to collect energy, Cell thought, who also changed his priorities. Priorities that contradicted those of his enemy. At that time, in Bulma's spaceship. 4 people came out of the training rooms at the same time. Those people were Trunks, Vegeta, Yam and Ginger, who came out after a few hours of training. Hours of training that for them was more than a year. Mom, what is the situation out there? Trunks asked, who had grown much taller, muscular, and had noticeably grown hair, unlike the other 3 Saiyans, whose appearance was exactly the same as how they had entered. Oh Trunks, how cute you have become after a year of training. You can tell you have my genes, said Bulma unconsciously without thinking very well that this comment could make Trunks blush, anger Yam, provoke outrage in Vegeta and discomfort in Ginger. Stop fooling around. Take us back to Earth, it's time to scrap those pieces of junk, said Vegeta, who was looking at the Earth from the window while feeling Piccolo and Cell's key while smirking evilly. I will guide you to a shuttle that will take you directly to Kami's palace. But technically everyone you want to face except for C-17 is biological. There is no metal to scrap from them, Bulma replied, who was forced to correct that scientifically inaccurate comment. It was an expression, Brainiac. Did you like that about her on the other timeline too? Yam protested seeing that Vegeta and Bulma were interacting. Please let's go kill androids, we'll have time later to fight each other, said Ginger, who didn't want any more relationship problems around her. She already had enough with her problems. In the same spaceship, in a different room. Gohan was sitting with his eyes closed. Concentrating on creating a stage in his mind. A training method that allowed him to simulate in great detail battles against other enemies without the need to move. An ability that both he and Krillin used in the official version of Dragon Ball on the way to Namek. I know it was filler chapters, but Bulma was in panties, in my heart that will always be official. However, this time he wasn't using it to fight, but to be immersed in an experience. A tragic experience in which both his father, his mother, his grandfather, his friends. They all died. Everyone died for their lack of initiative, for their lack of foresight, for their mistakes. For his lack of power. And because of the anger he felt, which this time felt like it was real. After many attempts. Bam. Fiu efectos especials un tanto caseros. Gohan finally reached the Super Saiyan transformation. I finally got it, Gohan said as he admired his golden aura, blonde hair and green eyes. An appearance that he knew his mother didn't like, but nevertheless he did, and a lot, since it meant a lot to him. Gohan unknowingly went through another phase of adolescence. And someone came to celebrate that important moment in his life. Hello Simba.